Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You got your headset there, Lance? You're good?
Yeah, it's a little low.
It's a little low?
Yeah.
Are you guys a little...
Work on it. You're not messing with your stuff, right?
Am I low? How's that, better?
Yeah. Better.
Is that better? All right. Just wondering. I touched the dial.
John can see me.
I'm touching the dials. Yeah, I can see. You can't see me?
You got your headphones? Like, yeah, how do you know? Oh, yeah.
Everybody can see us, Lance, except you. You don't have it up ever.
Pink eye here.
I can see that.
I'm gonna keep my hat real low.
Yeah, you got pink eye today, huh? That's what that's what you're missing, not having kids. This is what you're missing.
No, I don't think it's on them. I don't know what it's on.
Del, if you did have kids, would you have kicked any of them last night while you were watching the game, the Dolphins game?
No, I don't express my frustration with violence.
Well, I've never kicked my kids when I've been frustrated about games. I don't think that's a normal.
Well, would you drop F-bombs on them like your wife does during the Texans?
Oh, I don't drop F-bombs on them.
No, your wife does, though.
Well, yeah, but I don't.
I know.
Well, she didn't drop it on him. She just
drops them.
Are you in the house? Then get out of the house if you don't want to hear.
Right.
If you don't want to hear the Longhorns just gave up a 6-yard carry to Baylor.
How many F-bombs did you drop last night?
Oh, I don't curse during games. Most of the time, if things are going poorly, it's more silence than anything else. So a lot of silence last night after the game was tied at 7.
The sounds of silence.
Tied at 7?
Yeah, nothing good happened after that. So there's a lot of silence.
You mean after that?
Yeah, right.
It was bad. I mean, it was really bad. You know, that's a Buffalo team that absolutely owns Miami. Dell mentioned it yesterday. I didn't realize to the extent. And there was never really, first Tua interception, James Cook touchdown, and from there you had the touchdown for Miami to tie it up. You thought, okay, this is, you held Buffalo to a field goal, and then it was just like, it's not going well. Tyreek Hill, nothing.
Nothing.
Everything was just a short, quick pass for Tua. He was terrified and then he lost his left guard, his left tackle. Then he had a concussion.
Well, that happened in game 1, so I don't think the way they played.
Well, Robert Jones wasn't out.
Well, I mean, not the injuries. I mean, the way they played early. I talked about it yesterday. I don't believe they went into the season thinking all those deep ends and balls 20 yards down the field was a sustainable model in the playoffs. So I told you yesterday. I was wondering if it was just a one-game thing, but they're going to play differently. They're going to use. They were, as you saw, Achane was a bigger part of the passing game than he has.
Mm-hmm.
He was last year, and like you said, the injuries to the left tackle, Armstead was out in the second half, and Robert Jones was out. And I mean, you look at the 2 picks of the first 2. Obviously, the joke of a pick the pick 6 that everyone made a meme out of. You had 2 backup receivers who weren't with the team until like 3 weeks ago. The Grant DeBose pickup was a guy they picked up from Green Bay after he was cut on the final cut day. He was that ball bounced off his shoulder because he probably has run that route 3 times. And then you had Robbie Chosen who's in the lineup because of injury. So it was a out and out disaster from many levels, and we haven't even talked about the concussion.
Yeah, and his 3rd interception, which was the pick 6.
Yeah.
So it was.
Who knew the Bills' defense against Miami was going to be the fantasy defense of the week? You figure against a high potent offense like that, but Buffalo's defense put up a bunch. And listen, you got to give Buffalo some credit. My son texted me, who should I take, Dad? DeAndre Swift or James Cook? And I told him take Cook because they don't have any receivers. James Cook has got a chance to have a lot of touches this year.
James Cook, and they brought Ray Davis in for some carries, and Ray looked pretty good.
Yeah.
I like Ray, but Ray still didn't. I mean, James Cook is turning into a way better running back than I projected because in college, I didn't see him run between the tackles, but he is running between the tackles when he needs to here, and then he's a receiving threat, and he's an explosive play threat. And, it's just – James Cook is a major factor. Of course, that's Dalvin Cook's brother. He is playing like Dalvin Cook when Dalvin came out of college. That's what James looks like. And then Dalvin looks like a weak side linebacker.
And with that defense and with Cook Josh Allen throws for 179 yards.
I love it.
And that's just, and you know what? That, I know because you were playing against me and I've got Josh Allen.
That's right.
But you know what? I don't care. And they don't care.
You don't care? Really? You just want the Bills to win by any means necessary?
I just wanted them to bury the Dolphins. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted.
You got your wish.
Yeah, that's
31-10 was the final in that one. And Tua, another concussion. Yeah. 3 concussions, and Dell's in shambles this morning. When I came in, I saw him weeping violently, and then he tried to people. Oh, I'm fine. I just have something.
I'm not. You're the one with the pink eye. Don't try to talk about what's in my
medical condition. You have sadness in your eye.
No, I didn't. Why?
You have been. I mean, I've been trying to talk to him, and he won't
even talk.
You're the one who had issues with you. Your laptop doesn't work. We had to find a way to get you on the air. Now I'm the one with the problems.
$50 million a year for concussions for a game in 2 quarters.
Yeah, well, he lasted longer than Jordan Love did.
Yeah, well, guess what? Who cares? Who cares? Only you and Joel.
You have a Malik Willis to turn to. You've got Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, that's
pretty much the same guy.
Pretty much.
That's another one. Malik Willis this week. Holy crap. How's that going to work out?
Probably not great. That's why they're the dog at home against Indianapolis.
I know, right?
Yeah,
holy crap. Indy defense is the pick. Except, no, the pick was actually Buffalo defense against the Dolphins. Holy crap. You would think with that high potent offense, holy crap. Not anymore.
Speaking of potent offenses, I'm sorry, were you mentioning Kyle Tucker? Because Kyle Tucker right now is on a heater. It's official. Multiple hit game yesterday. Kyle Tucker, just let that man play. Let him play.
I love that guy playing.
What happened?
No, I know. What do you mean? He's been playing all the time. He just took one day off.
Everyone's saying, what are we doing, Kyle Tucker? What are we going to – we got to do – can we afford to have him in the lineup? Is it time for him to be –
who said if you can have afford that? Who are all the idiots?
Are saying that.
Who's on a tear that I talked about yesterday was John Singleton.
Yeah,
that dude is seeing the ball right now.
He is.
He is.
Come on now. It's nice. It's nice for now. It's
who's hit? I mean, who would you rather see up there, him or Myers?
No,
him or Jason Hayward. Him or no more Chaz. Chaz is rest in peace. Him right now or
Yainer Diaz?
No, not Yainer.
Yes, of course you'd rather see Yainer.
Well, you know what? It's close. It's close to Jeremy Pena. And Jeremy Pena got a pinch hit for the other night. Well, of course, Singleton's gotten pinch hit for a bunch this year. But
Fromber, good outing yesterday. There's enough being made out of Fromber going hair, no hair.
Who cares?
No beads. I feel like we should be talking about that. If there's any show that needs to have this discussion, it would be us. I mean, no one else is going to talk about something like that.
The discussion is whether or not Presley should still be in the 8th inning. That's the discussion.
Yeah, another issue with Ryan Presley.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, you're not. Ryan Presley's been scary the entire year, and it's not like the Astros have got to have a tremendous amount of confidence in Brian Abreu right now. It's what it is. You just got to throw him out there.
He's turned it around. Brian Abreu has turned it around some. He had 5 strikeouts in 2 innings the other day. I mean, he had himself a hiccup for sure. He was struggling.
Blanco.
But he's got 3 straight clean sheets now, and 4 of his last 5. So, he gave up a hit, but no runs. He's only given up 1 run in his last 5 outings. So, Brian Abreu, let's slow down on what we got to worry about Brian Abreu.
Yeah, let's slow down on saying Brian Abreu's back also.
Brian Abreu's back.
Let me see him have a good month.
Okay. He's had a good month. He's had 5 outings this month. As a matter of fact, he leads the world in outings.
Okay, let's finish this month up. See how it goes.
Okay. He gave up that 5 Ernies and he had basically he had a rough stretch. There's no question.
Yeah, last week we were in Abreu.
But he's back. He's back.
Hope so.
Okay.
Let's hope so. You've got the Astros win yesterday to avoid the sweep at home against the A's. But realistically, you're not catching Cleveland. You're 5.5 back from them. No one's catching you. So you're pretty much, the Astros are pretty much locked into the number 3 spot.
Says you.
Yeah, it says everybody, unless Cleveland if Cleveland loses out, you have a shot.
No,
But
they don't have to lose out. You got 3 against them at the end of the season.
It's not going to happen. Stop saying these stupid.
Whatever. You keep on telling me what's not going to happen. They weren't even going to have a winning record
They're
this
going to have
year.
the best team ever. I already know.
No. They're not even going to make the playoffs. Let's trade everybody. They suck. They're the John. They can't win. They can't have a winning record. They won't win the division.
Double-digit wins against the division. That's happening. They're not catching Cleveland. I don't know why we keep talking about this. They're 5.5 out. I'm trying to have a real conversation about baseball.
Okay.
Fantasy.
No. That's just they can't do anything. They're terrible. That's how you've been all year.
Terrible. They're going to be the 3rd spot. No. I'm being honest here. They're going to be the 3rd spot in the playoffs.
Oh, you think they're going to make the playoffs now? Wow, that's different from your whole year. All year long.
They'll catch the Indians. What am I thinking? They'll make up 6 games. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me how they make up the 6 games. They're going to win every game, and Cleveland's going to lose.
That's right. That's exactly what's going to happen.
I was trying to have a real conversation, but you like doing your little game you play.
No. I'm trying to have some positivity as opposed to you that thought they should have traded everybody away in May.
A conversation about
in May.
Playoffs.
Trade everybody.
Oh, go ahead. I can't even talk about this. Go ahead.
All right. Whatever. The Astros are going to. We'll see. We'll see what they do. I'm not giving up hope on anything. All right.
Hope. I'm just trying to talk about them and what they're going to do. More than likely, the odds are they're going to be in the 3rd hole, and we're starting to lock in on who your playoffs are going to be.
Yeah,
that's all I was saying.
And it looks like the playoffs are going to be it's going to be the third team then in the wild card. And
isn't it?
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. I'm just trying to have a conversation about where they are and how it's going to move forward. In all likelihood, this is what it's going to be, unless the Astros go on a tear. It would take an absolute tear, which we haven't seen for a little bit.
Yeah, and we'll see. Maybe
I'm working off of losing 2 or 3 at home against the A's. It doesn't feel like they're playing on a tear baseball.
Well, they will be. Right now, you got the Minnesota Twins for 3 games here.
I know.
Right now, as it stands today, and they've got a 3.5 game lead over the Detroit Tigers. So, and they're a game and a half. They're a game and a half behind the Royals. So it's more than likely it is going to be the Minnesota Twins as of right now. But I don't believe that. We got Willie Fritz on the other side right here on ESPN 97.
Kyle Tucker, it wouldn't have mattered because he didn't play anyway.
We got a break now, but you got quick assist, Lance.
Let's talk about quick assist. The guys over at Quick Assist have started something really, really cool. And for a lot of people, you know what's wild is you've been in one of these situations where you had maybe 4 tickets, and then you had 2 friends who were going to come to the game, and then all of a sudden they couldn't come, or another couple couldn't come, or maybe you're going to go out of town and you're not going to be able to use tickets. And instead of just giving them to friends, you want to try to get your money back on it. Well, Quick Assist is for you. This is really cool. You just download the app. It's Quick ASYST. Go to the App Store, Quick ASYST, one word, and you download this, and they take care of everything for you. They list your ticket across every marketplace. So everywhere you could possibly think of, they're listing your tickets. So you're going to have coverage across all these marketplaces. There's dynamic pricing available. So when the marketplace is going up, your prices, the tickets will go up. You're going to make more money. When it's coming down and you need to get rid of them, they'll move your price point down for your tickets, making it easier for you to maximize your dollars, but also sell your tickets. You don't need to go to every single location and sell your tickets and list them. They do it all for you. They make it so easy. Make sure that you download Quick Assist. If you're someone who has tickets and you ever need to get rid of them, that's the location to go to. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, being joined by the head coach of the Houston Cougars, Willie Fritz, joining us coming off a tough one last weekend. But, man, oh, man, did his team bounce back and play well against one of the top teams, one of the top programs in the country. Coach Willie Fritz joining us here. Hey, Coach, man, okay, is there any recourse from such a blatant, terrible mistake on that punt, on that muff punt, which wasn't a muff punt, Coach? I mean, while you're in the middle of that thing, how do you deal with these referees like that?
Well, they're going to make mistakes just like I made mistakes during the ball game. It's just part of it. You got to overcome it, and it's going to happen occasionally for you and against you. So you just got to, play as clean as you possibly can as a football team. There's some mistakes we made, and it's just I've had it happen both ways during my career. So you just got to keep fighting back, and that's all I can tell the guys. I told them that as soon as it happened. It happened early in the ball game. Proud of the guys. They just kept fighting, scratching, and clawing the rest of the ball game.
Coach, moral victories they don't count for anything in any sport.
I hear you.
However, I will say the guys played better. You had better overall performance. I mean, that is, you just want to build, and it's not about moral victories. It's about getting better week to week. Your guys got better last week.
Yeah, I thought we improved. You got to look at the big picture. And I told the kids after the game I was really proud of them. For the fight and the competitive spirit they exhibited throughout the ball game, and that was very good. But we want to win games like that, and offensively we got to do a better job running the ball. We threw the ball well. Donovan Smith, I thought, bounced back. Week one was he's 24-28, and just didn't get the big plays in the passing game other than the long pass play to Joseph Manjack. And then defensively, we played really well. We tackled well. We played with leverage. We didn't give up big plays. And then we had some things happen in the kicking game, and haven't gotten to that point after two ball games. We spent a lot of time on it. We should be really good in it. But we did take a step forward, but, you want to take a step forward with the W. That's the main thing. And everybody always talks about having the most improvement between week 1 and week 2. We want to have it between week 2 and week 3 this upcoming Saturday.
Well, I mean, you outgained them. You had more first downs. You outgained them. Oklahoma only 249 yards of total offense. What happened defensively for you this week that you really point to as the most positive, and maybe some players that were the most positive reasons for that result that you got defensively?
Oh, we had a bunch of guys that played well. We tackled extremely well. We had 7 missed tackles in the ball game defensively. Anytime you're in single digits with missed tackles, you're doing an excellent job, especially against some quality football players. I thought Keith Cooper had another outstanding game. Had a sack and tackle for loss, and kind of dominated his part of the line of scrimmage. Michael Batten, linebacker from Keith from Dickinson High School, Michael from Seven Lakes High School. And he had 2 sacks and a tackle for loss, and was running sideline to sideline. And then my corner, Jeremiah Wilson, he was I think he had the highest grade of any corner in a group of our Power 4 football, graded out over 85%, and he had a big interception for us as well. So those are some of the guys who played well on defense.
Coach Willie Fritz with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You mentioned the running game. Where are the problems occurring there up front, Coach?
We just got to get bodies on bodies. You got to get a little movement. You get your old man over here to help us.
Yeah, that's my old man, Coach.
I didn't know if it was John or Lance.
Yeah, John's old man ran a bar in Chicago. That also helps after a lot.
Yeah, they could use that too. Okay.
But no, we need to get bodies on bodies, and that's a big part of it. It's just not allowing penetration. We got one guy that played last season for us, so really we got five brand new guys up there playing together. There's got to be a little continuity, at the offensive line, and hopefully those guys start getting in sync now. I believe they got the ability and talent to do it. We just got to do a better job of just working together. And, then that opens up the passing game. That allows you to take shots down the field. The defensive linemen are playing lateral instead of playing vertically. And now you can hold and sustain that block a little longer while you're, doing some long developing routes as well. So we just got to play better up there. And that also includes the tight ends. They're involved in the run game big time. The other running backs involved at times. The quarterback carrying out fakes. Wide receivers blocking downfield. So we just got to get better as a whole offensive unit in football.
Willie Fritz brought to you by Hogue Landscape Services and HR&P right here every week on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, have you had a city rivalry like this? Did you have anything like, you didn't have anything like this in New Orleans. Do you have, you got Rice this week and for the city, and last year Rice took care of business here. Talk about this game and what you know about it.
Well, I know Coach Mike Bloomgren very well. Great guy. He does a super job with the program. We played against him when I was over at Tulane. So I know a little bit about Rice, and they're doing the same thing they've done. Very, very disciplined and do a nice job of controlling the ball. Playing complementary football is a big deal for them, just like it is for us. It's great that, I guess the schools are separated by 4 point so many miles, and it's the closest rivalry game. There are two Division I schools that actually play each other. I think USC and UCLA is a little further away than that. So it's something that I think, we'd like to continue. I think Rice would like to continue. It's a very good rivalry. You don't have to travel very far for it either. So hopefully we get a good crowd out there at the games at our place, TDECU Stadium, and I think you'll see some really good football. I know they're looking forward to it, and so are we.
It's Coach Willie Fritz. You got Rice going on. Bloomgren is a good coach. It's been a slow, steady progression, but Rice has gotten incrementally better each year. And it took a little while to get his offense built in the way he wanted to, but he's got it where it is. Rice is a unique spot, Coach, because, they're not, it doesn't have the same types of pressure on the head coach, which is probably a good thing. Doesn't necessarily have the same money for the coach in terms of building out the program, which is a more difficult thing. But he's been allowed to kind of patiently build out. That's not always what a lot of coaches in the business have anymore, is it? That's hard. That's rare to find those situations where you've got a build out program that you can follow over a course of time.
Well, I was kind of in a similar type of situation at Tulane, and you got the academic component and all those different kind of things as well. But darn it, everybody's trying to win in this profession. You got to keep your nose to the grindstone, just keep working your tail off. And you're right, he's done it every single year. I think they've gone to the bowl the last couple of years, and they haven't had sustained success. That's one of the things we're wanting to accomplish here, is do it year after year after year, and not just occasionally. And that's the goal for us. I know that's the goal for Coach Mike, and I just got a lot of respect for those guys and how they run a program, and we just look forward to competing against them. It's fun to compete against a program that does it right.
You gotta be commended, Coach, for keeping your team's head up after the week before last, and making sure that they were all focused and playing a much cleaner and better game against Oklahoma, against that opponent on the road. I know it's a loss, but man, congratulations on just being able to keep those guys their heads on straight and going in there and competing the way that you guys did. Congratulations. And we'll be watching this weekend as you take on Rice at TDECU Stadium. We've been giving away tickets, and we want everybody to get out there. Want to remind you, just $15 for 100 level seats. Yeah, $15 for 100 level seats, $10 for 200 level seats. So get on over to uhcougars.com/promo and put in promo code RICE24 so you can get those tickets. Well, I think, Del, do we have any to give away today or no? Adele's not in there. All right, Coach, we appreciate you as always. Thanks for hanging with us, and good luck on Saturday night.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Go Cougs. That's uhcougars.com/promo and put in promo code RICE24. $15 tickets for the lower bowl. So let's go fill that place up and have a big time. And thanks to Hogue Landscape Services and our guys over at HR&P for sponsoring that segment with the coach and always taking care of the Cougs. They're big Cougs supporters, so we appreciate them. John Daspit's a big Cougs supporter as well.
Yeah, he is. And John Daspit once, as a matter of fact, I just saw a U of H baseball commercial that came on. It literally just now when I'm rewatching this Astros game, and I saw his on the TV there, Space City. He does stuff with, I know, Rockets and Astros, Cougars, Longhorns. He's a big fan. He got his law degree from University of Houston and has been active in the NIL scene there with University of Houston here in the past. And it's just something, he likes to do things inside the community as well, does some things with different churches or different homeless shelters, bike drops for needy kids, just a lot of different things. And that's part of his way of giving back to the community, but it's the community who calls on him in many, many cases to make sure that they're getting treated fairly. And what John Daspit does is he stands up to the bully. And the bully, in some cases, when you've got a personal injury lawyer, a personal injury situation, is the other side, the lawyer on the other side is trying to make sure that your settlement for that injury that you sustained due to someone else's negligence or at work or whatever the case may be is as low as possible. They don't want to, they're trying to keep more of their money. The fact is, if you've been hurt, that's not your concern. Your concern is making sure that your bills are paid. Your concern is making sure that you get right physically, as right as you possibly can, and that someone actually takes care of the pain and suffering that you've sustained and may continue to sustain in your life. And that's, and that's what John Daspit is here to do. That's what his law firm is here to do. A big law firm with tons of lawyers so that they can handle your claims and make sure that they give you the personalized service that you deserve. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
Dell, we have the guy playing limo beat the Warehouse Live guy. Yeah, it's all set. It's all set. He's going to be solid. Yeah, why don't you call him in a little bit? Yeah, to make sure he remembers. All right, I got to talk about Coors Light. I got to talk about it's a football weekend. And what are you going to do? You're going to watch your games? You're going to drink a beer? Yeah, you're going to drink a beer. You're going to drink a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Get a 6-pack, get a 12-pack. Your buddies come over. You want to watch a little football? You go to the bar. Buy them. If they're drinking Coors Lights, buy. Okay, throw down a little bit. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Let's watch our games. Let's keep Texas chill. It goes with football. Coors Light just goes with football. So while you're watching your games, while you're having people over, now it's a little bit nicer outside, so we can go outside a little bit while you're enjoying the outside. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It's the way to go. If you haven't tried it, you need to. If you have, I'm sure you're a fanatic about it, like I am. Please drink responsibly. But when you drink and you're going to watch football, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. Keep Texas chill.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Hi, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Some stuff that came over. Some interesting props, some interesting odds. Dell, what do you think? How many points do you think Tua is worth over Skylar Thompson?
I've never seen this before until it came through yesterday. This is incredible.
It is incredible.
It's quarterback differences.
Right.
Starter to back up in the point spread for Vegas, or the power ratings really that determine point spreads for all the quarterbacks came out.
Well, considering what I've seen from Skylar Thompson when he's replaced Tua, or when he replaced Teddy Bridgewater, I would say I think he's like a 7 to 9 point difference.
3.5.
No chance.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be, listen, a 9, it won't, listen, they're not going to move the spread 9 points. Now, Tua's not worth 9 points.
Well, wait a minute now.
He is in that offense compared to Skylar Thompson.
All he's got to do is throw the ball short. You don't have another quarterback who can throw short like Tua does?
You're using an example of what happened yesterday, but we're talking about the guy who led the league in passing last year. Or Skylar Thompson.
It's the same. Yeah, I get it, but it's the same.
You're using
weapons.
No, it's not, because we've had this discussion before. We've had this discussion before, and you had to learn your lesson last year when we've seen Skylar Thompson play football with the same weapons, and it's not a comparison.
He's not good. But Vegas is not going to over-respond when you have the same weapons.
It's not an over-response, because anyone who's watched the two teams when each guy is on the field knows the difference.
To be fair, I would have thought it was higher than 3.5, John. Honestly, I would have thought it was closer to like 5.5.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You know what? I don't think that, if you want to know the truth, from all of the experts and everybody, but you hear them, the way that they talk about Tua, I just don't think he gets near the respect.
All you got to do is watch the games between when Skylar Thompson plays quarterback and when Tua plays, and we see how the offenses operate.
Just don't watch Tua.
Tua just doesn't get the respect, though, that the other guys do. The biggest, of course, Pat Mahomes. The fall off from Pat Mahomes to Carson Wentz, and the fall off from Lamar Jackson to Josh Johnson is the largest, according to this article. 7.5 points would be the difference. Josh Allen to Mitch Trubisky, 7. Jordan Love to Malik Willis is 6.5. What do you think it is from CJ to Davis Mills?
I've seen the number. What do you think, Bill?
Sorry, Pat Mahomes? We're talking Pat Mahomes?
No, we're talking about Stroud to Mills. How the spread change is what?
If we're talking about guys who get a lot of respect, if that's influencing things, I would say 4?
5.5.
Okay.
5.5.
5.5. Well, the most interesting to me Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones is 4. I think it should be more like 2.5. Because I got a feeling Mac Jones just running on schedule and playing on schedule football. I don't see Trevor Lawrence do these. I don't see him frequently make plays that are unique plays to the quarterback position. So I actually think Mac Jones, if Trevor Lawrence is out and Mac Jones is in, I actually wouldn't look at believe it or not, the Jaguars all that differently.
You want to talk about disrespectful? Okay, so there's a little bit of disrespect in here. Joe Burrow to Jake Browning is only 4 points.
Well, it's because Jake Browning last year.
Well, Jake Brown, and I think that says more about Jake Browning than it does about Joe Burrow, because Jake Browning played pretty well. Dak Prescott to Cooper Rush is 4.5 points. Brock Purdy to Brandon Allen is 4.5. I think it would be. I thought it should be more than that. Dak Prescott to Cooper Rush is 4.5. Daniel Jones to Drew Lock.
This is the best.
+1.
Drew Lock gives them.
If Drew Lock started,
improve their number.
they would improve the Giants' chances.
Bryce Young to Andy Dalton is +1.5. And is it wrong, John?
It's not wrong.
You think Andy? I mean, you have to play Bryce. Don't you think Andy Dalton may give them a better chance to win?
Will Levis to Mason Rudolph is +0.5 point.
Yeah. I mean, that's the guy with starting experience.
Oh my!
Fields and Russell Wilson's a 0.
0.
And Aiden O'Connell's a 0, which I personally thought that Aiden O'Connell's the better option over there. I've seen Gardner Minshew's act a million times. I don't know.
Yeah, he almost got the Colts to the playoffs last year. So I don't. I like his game better. I will see. I don't know.
Bo Nix and Stidham. Yeah, but did you see what Aiden O'Connell did at the end of the year? It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Brissett to Drake May is only 5.5. It should be more than that.
This is the one that's devastating. Deshaun Watson to Jameis Winston is worth it. Basically, the line wouldn't change, basically, if Jameis was in there. That's how bad he's played.
Jameis Winston is almost the same as Deshaun Watson.
Guy with 30 interceptions.
$230 million. 230.
Guaranteed.
And Sam Darnold to Nick Mullins is 1. Anthony Richardson to Joe Flacco is only 1. I thought Anthony Richardson was the guy.
Well, Joe Flacco led the Cleveland Browns to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And you know what? Who do you think would run the passing game more?
Joe Flacco.
Probably Joe Flacco. He's just less dynamic.
Yeah, Joe Flacco.
Much less dynamic.
Some interesting stuff going on. Have you watched any Iowa football?
Yeah, a little bit against Iowa State. They tricked off a lead and didn't cover.
They didn't cover, but they hit the over. They've hit the over now 2 weeks in a row.
Mm-hmm.
2 weeks in a row, they've hit the over. Their Iowa unders. You know what? In the last 27 games, what was the Iowa under against the spread?
In the last what?
27 games.
You mean what was the record? Oh,
in entering this year, not counting these 2 games.
Yeah, last 27, it was something like. My guess is like 5-22.
They're 21-6.
Yeah.
The under is 21-6.
Yeah.
Was 21-6.
I mean,
now they're 2-0.
They couldn't put a number low enough on there. They were frequently in the teens and 20s.
Do you see that they're 20-plus point favorites and the under-over is 40?
Against who?
Against Troy.
Ooh.
That is unheard of.
A new day is dawning. They did put up. What did they score last week?
19. Was it 20-19 was the final or something like that?
Yeah.
21-20.
It's not like they raked it in.
No. Their under overs are so low. They hit 2 overs. They hit 2 overs on. What do you think about this Wisconsin line? A 14.5 dog. Against Ohio State. Well, no. They actually covered 14.5 against Ohio State last year.
No,
they are
somebody who's not.
They're playing Alabama in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
17-point underdog.
I think it looks too high.
In the past 35 years, Wisconsin is 0-11 straight up against a double-digit home double-digit home underdog.
So Wisconsin's actually running. They've actually gotten to some of their old. I know people might rather us talk about the Bears Texans, but I do want to point this out. Like the apparently Wisconsin has kind of gone back to some of the running stuff they used to do, which is the more hardcore running. And Alabama's got some injuries on the offensive line. Proctor, their starting tackle, is out. Alabama struggled for 3 quarters against South Florida. Like, Jalen Milroe's not playing consistently. I don't know. That seems like too many points on the road for Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
Frankly, it seems like way too many.
Here's one more tip. Josh Heupel has coached football for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
His teams are 42, 17, and 2 against the first half spread.
Yeah. I told somebody that last week because that stat was in there last week. And my guy said, I took my shot with the first half. He goes, boy, was that an easy one.
Easy.
Welcome.
Yeah. I mean, easy.
I said, I'll take a.
What were they, 4.5 last week?
Maestro Nobel, sir. Yeah, something like that in the first half.
4.5, and they won the first half 20-3. So that was really simple. So that's something to look for. There's all kinds of great trends going on right now. We can talk about that, but you're right. We need to talk about the Texans and the Bears, which is coming up on Sunday night. But first, you need to talk about Zadig Jewelers.
I will talk about Zadig Jewelers because Watch Timber's coming up September 21st. It's going to be a Saturday from tomorrow. They're doing like an Oktoberfest, but it's going to be for watches. But don't worry. You know, your favorite part of Oktoberfest is the beer and the pretzels. They're going to have that at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, 28,000 square feet of storeroom, of storefront jewelry is going to turn into a beer garden. And you think, wait, a beer garden with all those nice rings and necklaces and watches and bracelets? Yes, they are. And they're going to have the best timepieces from around the world there. It is really going to be a cool event and they do these really cool things. As a matter of fact, they're going to have the pretzels are going to be there. The Bavarian pretzels are going to be making that. They're going to be having beer on tap from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It is a beer garden. And while you're there enjoying, you are also going to be able to shop for some of the best watches or just window browse if that's what you just want to see them for yourself. But bring your watches if you're interested because they buy, sell, and trade at any time. So maybe you want to trade out a watch. Maybe you want to sell your watch. They'll be more than happy to do that at Watch Timberfest coming up Saturday, September 21st, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. I'm going to be there. I mean, pretzels and beer. Why would I not? And some awesome watches. Why not? It's Watch Timberfest. For more information, just go to Zadig.com. Free boots.
The neo-grafting process, it's so good. Doc Linville, he didn't even have to do this. I don't even know. He's like, this is just a side thing for me, doing this but it's turned into, he's one of the biggest hair replacement guys in the city now. But he was like, it's really not, it's really not a big deal. He said, I found the neo-grafting. I found this procedure. And I said, this is awesome. Let me do something for the guys too. He's an augmenter of women. He helps women, augmentation. That's basically what he does in his life. But now he's helping guys as well. And he helped me. He'll help you. If you're somebody that's, especially if you're younger, it just sucks, right? You do not want to have a bald spot. You do not want to be receding. You want hair. So if you're looking for the best way to get hair, there's one place to go, 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com. Hey,
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Hey, John, joining us now. I kind of forgot to text this out to the group. Dell's getting him on the line right now, is going to be the agent for Quinn Ewers, Ron Slavin, who I've known for a few years now. He's got players across the NFL, had Byron Murphy this last year in the draft. And I want to talk to him a little bit about the what's going on with NIL right now in the marketplace, and then also some quarterback talk about salary caps. We're joined right now by Ron Slavin out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Ron, good morning. Hopefully you got your workout in.
I'm going to start a little later today.
Okay, you're going to start a little later. Let's get started here. I want to ask, you got to be happy with your guy, Quinn Ewers. Started off really, really well. You had Longhorn Byron Murphy, who was the second defensive player drafted in the 2024 NFL draft. Quinn and Texas are off to a really good start. You've known the family for years and years. Tell us a little bit about the process of like where he is right now versus where he was. He seems like he's kind of mellowed out. The whole, I don't know, he's got the arm talent, I know that, but the mullet's gone. It seems like there's a level of maturity. I know he leaned down a couple years ago, got rid of some baby fat. Seems like there's a different level of maturity right now from what we saw when he was coming out of high school and headed to Ohio State at the time.
Well, I think people expect too much out of kids, especially when they're, because of the internet, because of media, 5-star athletes. Expect them to act like a 40-year-old grown man, and that's just not reality. I mean, you and I at 18 years old probably weren't the mature and real life individuals either. So he left high school early because Ohio State, told him that he was going to go up there and play, which wasn't really ever going to happen right away because they did have C.J. Stroud. And then when he figured out what was really going on up there, he went back to Texas where he had originally committed to. And there's just a lot of pressure on the kid, and he still had the mullet and all the things, but that was kind of what was still his high school vibe, because in South Lake, guys dye their hair for the playoffs, have their mullets, and do all those things. So the expectations were ridiculous for an 18-year-old kid, and I've told people this the last 6 to 8 months. This guy went from acting like an 18-year-old to now he has a 35, 40-year-old mentality. He's dialed in. He wants to win a national championship for Texas. He grew up wanting to be a Longhorn. His whole life was based around being the Longhorn quarterback, and he made it happen. He's living out a dream now, and went to Alabama and won last year, and now goes to Michigan and wins. I mean, he's done a lot for the program already, and as he continues to build and continues to win games, I think people are going to realize that he was never not a soft-spoken, really good kid. It was just the appearance made people think he was something that he wasn't.
What is the dynamic now between agents like yourself in college. Before it was a no-no. You couldn't have agents and all of this stuff. Is it getting like the NFL where you're dealing with general managers, you're dealing with coaches, or you do what's the dynamic like with between the agents and the schools now?
So Quinn and I are a different situation because I live in South Lake. Quinn lives in South Lake. I actually watched them in 8th grade, and I've told the story a bunch, but I'm at an 8th grade football game, and this kid is slinging it all over the field. And John Schneider, who's the GM of the Seahawks, had called me because one of my players had just got hurt in practice that day. And he's like, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm at an 8th grade football game, and I think I'm watching Russell Wilson's replacement." Like, Quinn was that good at a young age and then after the game, I found out who he was. And they're like, "Yeah, he's the number one 8th grader in the country. Ohio State had already offered him. So other schools had offered him." So that situation is different. So I ended up meeting the family when he was a sophomore in high school. And, we've been really close ever since. The difference between the NFL and college now is college has strictly NIL agents, and then there's NFL agents who also are trying to get into the business. The difference is the NIL guys are just in it for a short period of time because these kids are in school for 3 to 4 years, and they're just trying to make these kids as much money possible. And I think that's why the transfer portal becomes a problem, because they're not thinking long term. So the development in college isn't going to be the same because you get these NIL agents who think, I got 12 to 24 months to make money, and I can get this kid to leave Texas and go to Ole Miss, or leave Ole Miss to go to Ohio State. And they're not thinking long term of where's the best place for this guy to get developed, and what position does he play, and who the better position coach is, and all the things that go into the process. On the NFL agent side, the NFL agents are guys that are, and I'll say it, I'm doing the same thing, right? You want to develop relationships with kids in college, so when they are coming out for the NFL, you've already developed a relationship, and it's an easier process to sign them for the draft. So it's different than the NFL, because the NFL, you have to be registered with the NFLPA. You have to go through a process to be an agent, and then you put in all this work to get guys. You recruit them during their junior, senior years to get them for the draft. Well, now I'm having, my son is a 2028, and so I've met a bunch of kids in the 7-on-7 market because he plays, and I already have dads in the 27 class calling me about NIL, and I'm just like, "Look, you live in Texas, we can't make money in high school, but I can advise you on where I think the best place for you to go. If you're a running back, I think Texas and Baylor is the best place to go right now. I think if you're a quarterback, obviously Stark is good, but Ryan Day does a good job at Ohio State. I mean, there's just some things that go into it with recruiting versus who's going to pay me the most money."
What do you think of would you do anything differently with NIL based on what you've seen? You're an NFL agent who also does NIL stuff with Quinn. Based on how it looks, is there anything you'd change about NIL right now, or that you think the NCAA, regulations, whatever the case may be, that will make this work a little more smoothly?
Well, the NCAA, pretty much went into this thing and nobody had a plan. So the misconception was Quinn went to Ohio State because Ohio State paid him. Ohio State didn't even have any money yet. There was nothing even set up. It was NIL was started in July and went up there in August. So people were like, "Oh, Ohio State gave him all this money." Ohio State gave him $0. And I wish the whole world would know that. Quinn made money off memorabilia and trading cards. That's where he made some drink deals and some other stuff. That's what he actually made money on when he went to Ohio State. Nothing to do with the school. He got a car deal. Actually, once he got up there, he got a truck. That was it. But so when it first started, there was no plan. It was the wild, wild west. I think we know what was going on in A&M, and 21 to 26 kids left because there was no plan. Now, Texas was the one school that actually had a plan. They set up a collective right away. There's a guy actually out of Houston who's done a great job helping build the collective up. They are now trying to set it up where they're starting to hire former contract negotiators in the NFL. They're setting up salary caps. It's starting to get better tuned. It was just the wild, wild west. Nobody had any rules. Everybody was just promising kids money. Most of those kids weren't even getting paid. Now they're trying to, you sign your letter of intent, you negotiate a deal with the collective, and you have an idea, if you're a 5-star, what kind of the market is for you, depending on what position you play. It's no different than the NFL, right? The quarterbacks are making between $500,000 to $1.5 million. some of these stories in the media are so wrong, and it's not even close to the truth of what these guys are getting. The 5-star running backs are getting – running backs are the only thing that's different in the NFL, where the running backs have made a lot of money, where in the NFL they've kind of pulled back on that contract money. But it's run just like the NFL. The tackles are making better money than the centers. The pass rushers are making better money than the linebackers. The corners are making better money than the safeties. Teams are really setting us up now like NFL salary caps, and they're hiring guys to help with the program that works in the NFL negotiating contract.
The biggest problem, Ron, I have with it is poaching. And I don't know how you're going to get around that, but a lot of coaches are calling kids while they're on another roster, and it's awful. And the NFL obviously has rules against it, and there's a rule against it in college football, but it's still the wild, wild west as far as that goes.
I wish there was almost like a free agency window like you have in the NFL, and I think that would at least calm it down a little bit. But this goes back to what I was talking about with the NIL-specific agents. They're in it for a short period of time to make the money while the kids are in college because they have no interest in being NFL agents, or they can't become NFL agents, whatever their reason is for being NIL only. So you call it. I mean, I know this is happening right now because I've had kids call me last year. Oh, I think I should go to the portal. I can get more money at Oregon, or I get more money at Ohio State. You're a year away from being a starter at another Power 5 conference. You have a really good offensive line coach. Why would you leave? And they've stayed, and 2 of those kids now I think are going to be top 50 picks. So the poaching is a huge problem. And again, it's if you have bad people around you giving you bad advice who aren't looking long term, bad decisions are made. And when you're talking about coaches calling, the crazy thing is there's GAs and assistants to the assistant. And I knew this happened 2 years ago. A Pac-12 team was calling every nickel corner that was a legit player in the country and saying, if you come here, we're going to give you $100,000. Well, what had happened was they called 10 different corners. I think 6 of them went in the portal, and they only took 2 of them. So there's 4 kids that sat in the portal, and I think you and I had even talked about this. I mean, There's some of those kids that went in the portal didn't have a job right away. So, I mean, that's like free agency, having all the guys go to free agency and every team saying, oh, we're full.
Yeah. Hey, I want to, we're coming up the top of the hour. I want to ask you a quick question. Do you think there was apparently one of the guys from Dion's staff went over and tried to sway Liv, the PIF fund from, we call it Liv, but the PIF fund from Saudi Arabia into coming over, and Dion claimed he didn't know anything about, which I have a hard time believing that. Do you think that we're going to see something like the PIF fund get involved in college football? I mean, that seems outlandish if that were the case.
Yeah, I don't think so, because there's no return on their investment. No, guys like that don't do anything.
Neither is Liv.
Neither is Liv.
Neither is Liv.
Nothing is, Ron.
Yeah, good point. But Liv has names behind them golf-wise and with college football players. I've been talking about this from day one, and I talk about these guys that have done a really good job of setting up the collective, but they're writing checks for $7, $10, $15 million to collective. And what's their return on their investment other than they get to high five their buddy they went to college with and say, hey, I built this roster, or hey, I've done a really good job, putting this team together. There's no return on the investment, and there's no contract. So I can give Lance Zierlein $150,000 to come play guard, at A&M, and then you sit for a year, and then we come give you $150, and you could keep moving around for 4 years. There's no commitment. If they really want to do it right, they would. If you're giving these kids a bunch of money, they make them have buyout, just like a coach, where you got to buy out to get out of this deal.
Right.
There's other ways to protect themselves.
Yeah, I hear a lot of, we'll pay you if you stay year to year. We're gonna pay you at the end of this year, or what. I don't know how it would work, but there's zero loyalty on either side. Don't get me wrong, and there's never been loyalty on the team side, on the college side, until recently, where you had to give a kid a 4-year scholarship. But now it's swung so far the other way that there's zero loyalty from the players.
I totally agree, and it's a problem, and I think, I always say AAU basketball ruined the NBA, because in the morning you could play for a team out of Georgia, and then you lose in the afternoon. Hey, you want to come play for the team in California? And when I'm 49 years old, I grew up, during the Bulls era, And, nobody left. Jordan surrounded himself with a bunch of good players, and he kind of led that thing. Now, LeBron and the AAU group of guys that have joined the NBA, they're switching teams all the time. They're building super teams. That's kind of what NIL has become and will probably become if they don't change some of the rules.
Yeah. All right. We appreciate you joining us. Ron Slavin with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Man, I'm glad you cleared that up, because I was sure that I was told by multiple people, Quinn Ewers made $1 million from Ohio State.
He did. Ohio State paid him so much.
Ron's lying. Much money.
Ron's lying.
Ron.
Yeah, no. I swear on my children, Quinn Ewers, and I could show you his tax return. Quinn Ewers received $0 from Ohio State. Only thing he got was an assurance that he would be on the field by week 4 if he went up there when he left high school early. And that's why the kid left,
a truck.
because he thought he was going to play.
And a truck.
He got the truck once he got there. Look, Texas is making a mistake because they're not allowing some of these kids to make NIL in high school. Because I think, well, maybe not post-COVID, because nobody wants to live in California anyway, or some of these other states. But the high school kids that can make a little bit of money on trading card deals or a memorabilia deal, especially some of these higher end quarterbacks, the state of Texas is not allowing NIL in high school. Well, eventually kids are going to leave, or they'll go to IMG or wherever. That was the situation Quinn was facing. People think Quinn left because of the money part of it. It was also, let's get closer to the NFL. Let's, a year quicker to the draft, and all of these other things that were talked about. And he made the move, but the move was memorabilia trading cards. Ohio State didn't even have a collective set up. They had no money yet. I mean, ask CJ Stroud and many of those guys what they got for NIL in August of that year. There was nothing going on yet.
It's Ron Slavin. We appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging with us. Good information.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ron.
All right.
I'm not joking when I tell you that you and Ron would be one of your best friends, because Ron has the same, like, he talks trash.
It sounds like his voice is a little rough this morning. I like that.
No, that's how he talks. He talks trash to. I'll tell you all about Ron. You and Ron would be at Luling's every day.
I love that. Love that. You know what else I love? I love Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters. I love what she does for everybody. I love what they do for you. I love that they're going to pick up your patio furniture or whatever it is that you have. You might have an old refrigerator, one of those Frigidaires, okay, and you want to keep it. Well, how are you going to keep it when it's all rusted out and No, you know what? You can save it. You can save anything that's metal. What about boat parts? You know what? But of course, the salt in the water is gonna rust out the boat parts. But no, you got it. You know what? They can save it. And by the way, they do anchors. They do everything. Any kind of metal that you need to save, they got you covered at Houston Powder Coaters, and they'll pick it up and they'll deliver it back to you absolutely free. So here's the deal: if you're looking for the best way to save whatever it is, now it's mostly patio furniture, because that's a big ticket item now. I mean, unless you got really shoddy, crappy. If it's crappy, just buy some more crappy stuff when that crappy stuff goes to pot. But here's the deal: if you got nice stuff and you want to keep it, you want to make it look brand new again, Houston Powder Coaters is the way to go. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's Sean Clay Wolf. Been doing this forever. Started here in Houston and in Dallas. He just started. He was actually buying cars for somebody. And he said, I can do this. And he started doing it. And boy, can he ever. He's turned it into one of the biggest, if not the biggest, car buyer in the country. He's on, I don't know how many radio stations now throughout the country, even here in L.A., where his humor doesn't really play in L.A., but dude is still getting it done here, and he hasn't gotten kicked off the station yet. I think the first day they had a real problem with him, but he, worked through that, and he is on the air and buying cars all over the country. He buys over $1 billion and sells over $1 billion every year in cars. That's crazy, cars and trucks. So the reason is because he gives you more for it. So he's gonna buy and pay more, and then he's going to get less when he sells them at auction. It's what he does. You're looking for the best way to get rid of that car, get the most for it, and get $100 if CarMax can beat the price. At GiveMeTheVin.com, GiveMeTheVin.com. All right, we got a problem, and you can solve it right now. The guy who was supposed to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy, you can't do it at 9:30. If you can be there at 9:30, all right, right now, give us a call. The fourth caller is going to be playing Beat the Warehouse Live guy. Beat the Warehouse Live guy. 713-780-3776. The fourth caller. You got to pick 5 games against Beat the Warehouse Live guy. He's got, if you beat him, he's got a limo and tickets to a game for you. All right. He had lower level Astros tickets last week. So I don't know what it's going to be this week. I'm not sure what tickets he has available. He's given away Texans tickets before, Astros, Rockets tickets. So he beat the Warehouse Live guy. Fourth caller. You're going to play him. You got to pick 5 games against him. He was good last week. He was 4-1. Larry was 3-2 and still lost.
Oh, Larry lost?
Larry lost. Yeah.
I thought Larry was beating him.
Yeah. No, Larry didn't beat him. Larry didn't get it. All right. So we've got the game Sunday night against the Bears. And
how does it go wrong? We know how it goes right because we feel very confident about this game. How does it go wrong?
It goes wrong in that Caleb Williams actually plays up to his potential more than he has. It goes wrong in that without Jeff Okudah, I'm not sure about this defensive backfield. Okay. No, seriously. Aren't you a little worried about the big plays?
Well, I mean, after the Colts, but I don't know that, Keenan Allen's not a down the field guy. DJ Moore can do some of it. I think you losing what's the latest on Roma Dunze? I don't think he's going to play.
I don't think he's going to play either.
Not with the sprained
MCL. But we're not sure about Dalton Schultz right now.
Keenan Allen's out of practice too, but he's old, so
yeah,
that's probably why.
Dalton Schultz didn't practice yesterday. Damian Pierce had a hamstring yesterday. Somebody else was Nico Collins is sick. Juice Scruggs had a groin issue. He had limited participation. Dalton Schultz didn't practice, and neither did MJ Stewart. So those two did not participate. The other guys had limited participation because of issues. I think
the only way you get beat, I think that the concern would be, all right, can Chicago run the ball effectively to change time of possession and to keep your defense on the field and to take some pressure off Caleb Williams? You want Caleb Williams to have as much on his plate as possible. I mean, you just do. You want him to have to make a bunch of plays because he's not really ready to make a bunch of plays without making mistakes. So I would say the biggest concern is going to be special teams. They have a guy, Velus Jones, who's a dangerous return man. They blocked the punt last week, and you had a punt block last week. So that would be, something that could flip a game where you don't anticipate a game going one direction, but it does. A lot of times things like special teams, you lose the special teams battle with a big explosive play. So that would be one of those concerns. The Bears have a decent rush on both sides. So I think that's something to keep an eye on. But I think the biggest concerns are going to be, do you give up explosive plays? And I don't know that the Bears are a big explosive play team right now if Rome Odunze doesn't play.
No, but we saw some of it in the preseason where he was scrambling around and he throws downfield and makes a play.
He can do that.
Yeah.
He can do that. I mean,
he's not an on-time guy.
Mm-mm.
He's not a system guy. His danger comes when he in the improv. Okay, that's where he's dangerous.
Well, let me throw this out there too. I think so. The Bears have a pretty decent secondary, and I wonder if teams, what the Colts did. The Colts played a ton of zone last week, and made CJ play in front of him where he wasn't able to hit the big explosive plays. The Bears are probably going to, they play a lot of man, but they may do some of that too. They may play the off coverages and say, okay, you're just going to have to keep dinking and dunking, which CJ can do, but it's a matter of, does he have the discipline to stick with the little dink and dunk, long, extended drives? I think that's going to be the question ultimately. But one thing that we joke about a lot, but really can be an issue in a game, is false starts. Because when you get behind the chains from a play calling standpoint, you're like, great, now it's 2nd and 15 because Laramie Tunsil jumped off sides. We had a wide receiver drop the pass on 1st and 10, and now we've got and now we had a false start. Now it's 2nd and 15. That's a big, that can be a big concern. That's one of those things that can catch up with you. So
yeah, no, absolutely.
I think penalties. I think the only way they lose is penalties and special teams.
Well, wait a minute. They're at home. They're not supposed to have false starts. Okay.
Well, fast edge guys give Laramie Tunsil concerns. That's where he usually jumps.
Well, and CJ, did you see CJ talked about this? And the Texans actually put out a tweet in which people were, talking about, hey, it's going to be fun. I hope we fill up the stands, and I hope you guys come, and I hope you're loud. I hope this is going to be a good home field advantage. I hope so. And even
I saw that.
I was like, really?
Is that old by any chance? It didn't seem old. It seemed like it was current.
Is this?
I thought we were done doing this.
I thought we knew what we were doing. Do we have to put up the get loud and stand up and cheer thing now?
We still do with the Astros sometimes.
I know we do.
I know. It's just how we are. We sometimes just need to be nudged a little bit.
Can we not have that anymore?
We'll be allowed in the playoffs.
Yeah, we got nice stuff now. Can't we?
Yeah, we're going to show up. We'll be at the game. Don't worry about it.
Don't put your feet on the couch anymore. We got a nice
just getting nervous because the Texans put that out. We're sold out.
Well,
everything's fine.
Listen, they're not the only ones. CJ actually talked to the people. Here's what he had to say about coming out to the game.
I love our crowd. They do a good job of bringing juice and energy. I hope since it's a night game, people come a little earlier. Maybe because of the Houston traffic, people come a little late. And then on offense, if they can be quiet a little more, that'll help. Especially when we're going fast. It'd be hard for the guys to hear me. So I think we can be a little better with that. But, hey, we love the energy.
That is weird. CJ's having to teach the fans how to be fans. Okay. And it's not, and I'm not taking a shot at CJ. CJ's just okay, here's how this works. Because he probably had this at Ohio State. College fans, you know how it is with college fans. I mean, they get there 3 hours, 4 hours early, and then they're ready to roll, and they're in the stands. It is true. I mean,
we get there 3 hours early.
Yeah, but we're late into the stands.
Into the state. The stadium is not even half full. Half full at kickoff.
All right, so maybe we can get them. CJ's it'd be really cool if
maybe
when the game started, everyone's there. Maybe a little earlier, just a little bit earlier. You see how cordial you, just a little, maybe 30 minutes earlier. Get into the
and can you not talk
seats, while we're going with tempo, maybe not so loud, but loud other times. But then less loud when we're trying to play with tempo.
My goodness, we're a football city, and we don't.
I'd rather have a quarterback has to shush a crowd than have to put a bunch of pump in noise that says first down.
Well, I think that's where the noise is coming from for seats. You got to tell the guy that's pumping in the crowd noise that, you know what, when we have the ball, don't do that as much. That's what CJ has. He has to talk with who's ever in the organization running the sound through the speakers the crowd noise through the speakers. That's who he's got to talk to. I got to talk to you about mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Mybookie.ag, promo code bet975 is like, you see, they're doing stuff that you've never seen before. They are giving a free Thursday night bet, a free Thursday bet in which whatever it is that you want to bet on Thursday, okay, here, it's absolutely free. If you lose, you don't pay, but if you win, you get the money. That's crazy. Doubling your money on your initial deposit. Doubling your money on your deposit. You make the deposit and you put in promo code bet975, and they're going to double your money. That's crazy talk. That's crazy. It's awesome. Also, you got MyBookie Plus. Okay, everybody's got a plus now, right? Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, all these pluses. Well, MyBookie's got a plus too. If you're somebody that plays a bunch, you grow into tiers, and the higher the tier you are, the more giveaways and the more promotions and all kinds of other stuff that they have for you. So if you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid this football season, there's one place to go. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975. All right, time to talk about HR&P. Time to talk about your business. Time to talk about the bottom line. Time for you to make more money. Time for you to get your payroll better to your people. It's coming up here for us. We do the 1st and the 15th, and it's always flawless. It's always perfect. It just can't go any better. We have a one-person department with as many people. We've had up to 75 employees. I don't know where we are right now as far as the employee list goes, but it's worked perfectly for us, and it'll work perfectly for your business as well. If your payroll department is just getting too big, if your HR department is just getting too big, it's something that you don't know about either. I mean, mistakes can be made. You're not a payroll person. You're not an HR person. You're not a tax person. And all of these things, that's what HR&P is, okay? And then on the other stuff, the 401ks and the insurance, I mean, they give you all kinds of options. We just had a meeting about the insurance and what's the best plan for us. It's not something that HR&P wanted for us. They gave us the suggestions, and we chose the best one for us. And they helped us with that as well. But here's the deal. If you're looking for the best way to get that payroll and that HR to your people, hrp.net, 281-880-6525, or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is an interesting comment from Daryl. He heard our our interview with Ron Slavin, and
Yeah.
he says this, great interview with viewer's agent. I wonder how many athletes that deal, shop, and transfer multiple times get drafted or go pro. I need to see what the number is out there. If you're a mid-level player with low pro prospects, why not maximize your earnings? Well, here's the deal. If you're a mid-level player with low pro prospects and you go into the transfer portal, there's a chance nobody takes you.
Yeah, you're not. Those kind of players aren't coveted.
Yeah. I mean, so unless, of course, somebody's poaching you, somebody is promising you a job somewhere, then and that's against, that should be a no-no. I mean, coaches that do that are low level as far as I'm concerned. If you're poaching players from another team, you suck. And you know what? Leave those kids alone. Hey, coaches, leave those kids alone.
We don't need no education.
Yeah. No.
Leave those kids alone.
And here's the deal. And if you're a low-level prospect, you're leaving a scholarship.
Yeah.
And an education, and you might not get another opportunity.
You miss something in life too, and I know no one cares about this because when they're young, people don't care because they just don't know, they don't realize this. But when you bounce from team to team to team, there is something like your college experience. Most guys are not going to play pro football. Yeah, I mean you want to make money. I get all that, but at the same time, this is not. If you're not getting drafted, this is not going to be a big financial boon for you. Not really. NIL for most guys. I know a lot of the numbers now, and it's actually a lot lower than I thought. Starters, I mean, there's still money to be made for a lot of the players, but most of those players are considered to be potential draft picks. There's something to be said for the experience you have when you're able to go 4 years to a college and you're able to play and you're able to, get better and you're able to go through something with teammates and have guys. And I know it's like, that's not really a romanticized notion. I'm still friends with the guys that I, played ball with at Tulane. Yeah, they went to class, but I sometimes did, but that was like a whole, like your college years, you also you have experiences and you grow and there's a commonality, a bond that if you're a Ronin going from place to place to place, I know the idea people just want to they just think the only thing that matters is what can you buy, how much money do you get, but there is something that is being lost with the AAU young basketball player going pro and not. There is something that's missed by not being able to have some experience in college. I really do, because it's your first trip into adulthood, being by yourself. And I know it's going to sound corny to some people. It won't sound corny to you, John, because you went through it.
I'm corny.
I mean, look, it's not going to sound corny to you. Not because you're corny, because there is something about that part of your life, and it can't be about just trying to maximize this or maximize that for everyone. Because frankly, a lot of guys are getting paid not great money, but if you get a $10,000 deal, $10,000 in college is a ton of money.
I still got that 4 years together, you grow together. I mean, it absolutely means
it does.
Something. And I still got buddy. I mean, we still get together.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, we do. We play golf. We go on trips, and it's something that you'll never forget. And speaking of which, how about this that we haven't talked about yet? Isaiah Harwell, a 5-star shooting guard, thought to be the best shooter in the country, is coming to Houston, to the University of Houston. This is exactly what Kelvin Sampson needs. He needs a show. I mean, this is the one thing that has been lacking, is the ability to fill it up when you got to have baskets.
Okay, he actually, is he a shooting guard or a 2 guard? I need to know if he can actually shoot.
No, he's the highest rated recruit in the history of 24/7 rankings. Number 1 shooting guard.
I know that's the name is a shooting guard.
Right.
Can he shoot though?
Can he shoot?
Is he really just a 2 who defends?
No, he can't be a 2. Listen, and I was thinking about this. Okay, he's a little hotter. No, he's a little smarter. So you're going to have to give up some of the hotness. Okay, that's what we got going on.
Okay,
here.
What does this mean? Translate this for us.
This means that he might not be as great defensively, but man, oh man, we're picking up a little bit over here, right? He's not as hot, but he's a lot smarter, making a lot more money over here.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the relationship, the analogy to, you got to give up a little something to get a little something.
Can I read the scouting report on him?
I don't care if he plays defense. Can he fill it up?
That's fine. While we haven't seen Harwell in a competitive environment for almost a year now, which I'm not sure why, he was one of the first players to distinguish himself in the national class of 25 and looked to be on the verge of another jump last year before injury. Harwell has good backcourt size, strength, and physicality. Check, check, check. We like that at Houston.
Mm-hmm.
He is a true two-way player who impacts the game on both ends of the floor.
Okay.
Big check. Had to be that. He plays hard. Check. He competes. Check. And is versatile enough to play as a big secondary guard or more conventional wing. Offensively, his mid-range pull-up was his most defined early weapon. He has good lift into his release, sometimes even a little fade to help get it off, and was very proficient at scoring over the top of smaller defenders. He used the glass well. While he wasn't always a comfortable shooter from deep range.
There it is.
While he wasn't always a comfortable shooter from deeper range, he made steady progress.
What does that mean? What does that actually mean?
Did you actually think they were getting a, quote, shooting guard? Listen to him. Big, physical, hard, competes, plays both sides of the court, mid-range pull-up,
I just
not
kept
comfortable shooting from deep. Don't fall into it. You got to go read the scouting reports.
You got tricked again.
You thought that they were getting.
I read the headlines.
Yeah, you thought they were getting a splashy, guy who could shoot from distance.
Kelvin Sampson has a type.
Defensively, he's undoubtedly advanced. While he doesn't have much length, he's tough and competitive at that end of the floor. He can pick up and guard away from the scoring area, but also has the size and physicality to switch up on offensive players. This all sounds like Kelvin Sampson.
It sounds like every other guy that comes through the program.
Yes. While he wasn't always comfortable shooting from deeper range.
This is the writer trying to be nice with that line.
Oh,
he made steady progress.
He wasn't a natural creator or dynamic ball handler, but didn't waste dribbles either.
Man, I thought we were getting a guy.
No, Kelvin's
I thought Kyle Macy was coming.
Kelvin is recruiting Kelvin. He's recruiting a Kelvin player, which is fine. They go deep. They win. But don't get it twisted. Defense is still number one. Shooting is optional.
It's 1 and 2.
Yeah, shooting optional. Toughness and defense 1 and 2. Shooting 3.
Dang it. I thought we were going to give up a little something.
Nah.
Never. The standard is the standard.
Yep.
Oh, we got to give up a little. We got to have a.
Harwell's got a great personality.
Oh man,
you can count on Harwell.
No, he's still smoking hot.
He knows how to cook.
Can't cook.
He can cook. Yeah, Harwell can cook.
Can make that mac and cheese.
He can make mac and cheese. He can help you move if you need a move. Harwell will help you move furniture around.
He's delightful. He's nice. Never going to meet a nicer person.
Nice. Yeah.
I was looking for smoking hot.
Yeah.
No. Try hard, even you might call him.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah.
Darn it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. We got what we got. 8:30.
Kelvin's got a type. He's got a type.
He's got a type. All right. You know what? Jim Fumey's got a type too. He's got a type of window that you're going to love. He's got a type of window that is the best window in the market, period. The Gulf Coast window is second to none. The Gulf Coast window is just fantastic. When you see the selection, when you see the double pane, when you see the noise resistant, there's no better window in the market. The Gulf Coast window is the best replacement window that you could possibly have. If you're building a house, get the Gulf Coast window. That goes right into the mortgage, right? Because it goes into the total cost of the house. Don't skimp on the windows. You will regret it mightily. Not only will you save on electricity every single month with Gulf Coast windows, but this beauty and the security and the privacy, okay, those are all important as well. And the best window made on the market is the Gulf Coast window and the exterior door as well. The installation is absolutely free, and it's always perfect. They're not going to leave until it is done perfectly. You're looking for the best window in the market, GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. All right, so you want to make your backyard, your front yard, and your backyard. Backyard is we can concentrate on that because that's where you're going to put your pool. That's where you're going to put your fire pit. That's where you're going to put your outdoor kitchen. That's where you're going to put, unless you're like from Louisiana or something, you do everything in the front yard. This is where you're going to go. You're going to put your pickleball court, your putting greens. You're going to put your basketball court in the backyard. That's why we concentrate more on that. How about that they've got the technology to design it all on the laptop? Conceptual drawings, construction drawings, master plans. They've got licensed engineer services, structural and civil. I mean, this is a big, big deal at Hogue Landscape Services. Hogue, Hogue, Landscape Services. You've probably seen their trucks out there, out and about, because they've got about 15 to 20 of them out on the streets every single day. They're licensed landscape architects, certified landscape designers, and they'll design the perfect backyard for you. If your backyard is less than you want it to be, how about synthetic lawns? You got the synthetic lawns and the putting greens that'll make your backyard look perfect. No more mowing. I mean, that's awesome. You're looking for the best way to make that backyard something special. If you want it to be special, HogueLS.com. HOGUE, HogueLS.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
You heard John talk about Hogue. Well, they are a sponsor of our weekly Willie Fritz segment, along with HRNP that begins at 7:15. Well, Willie Fritz's team is in action tomorrow against the Rice Owls, and we have a pair of tickets for caller 5 at 8:40. Caller 5 at 8:40 wins a pair of tickets to the Bayou Bucket game tomorrow at TDECU. We will be celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry. It will be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Games at 7 p.m. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. So, caller 5, 840 wins a pair of tickets to that rivalry in the city of Houston.
Well, we've got somebody who wants to talk to U of H Rice. So, matter of fact, who is that? Brandon? Who does it say? Looks like tiny.
It is Brandon.
Let's see what Brandon wants to say. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, guys. That was actually a good segue to my call. Got a comment and a question. I'll make it quick. So my comment on that promo for a $15 lower bowl at U of H Rice. I don't think that's nearly enough to be paying people to come out. And then my question would be, do I have to stay for all 4 quarters to get my $15?
They're not paying
John,
you to show up at the game.
can you please tell him that this, in case this promo is tricking him?
Brandon, you know what the deal is.
Stop it.
Brandon.
Cut it out.
Immediately stop it, Brandon.
We've been hyping up that game for 2 weeks, and you come in on the
Buy a
final day with
bucket.
that.
Yeah. Do I have to stay 4 quarters?
You have to pay to watch. We're not paying you to show up.
That's not near
It's not
enough,
work.
He said. It's not near enough, he said.
What's wrong with him?
Coug Blaze. Cougar fans on Twitch. F you, bum ass MF Brandon.
Yeah.
And then
True
someone else
Brandon.
goes, "Let's go, Brandon," which I don't think is a compliment to him.
No, that's not.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah.
Screw you, Brandon. That's a big game, and it's important to the city.
In Rice and Houston, it is. It's going to be a good. And I think it's going to
very
be a really good
competitive
game.
last year.
Yeah,
it was an overtime
Was
game.
too
Actually, has
well,
been
for a certain someone. It was
for
too
the last couple
competitive.
of years. I think it has been.
Yeah, Rice had a big lead. UH fought back, and then Rice ran it down the throats in overtime, and it was a final straw for someone.
Yeah, that was the worst loss of his tenure. That was the one I think that
Hear that, Rice?
sealed his fate.
You hear that, Rice? You're the worst loss of someone's tenure.
Yeah. Well, no, he can't. But you can't lose. You can't.
Not as
lose
a Big
to
12
Rice if
team.
you're
You
UH.
can't.
No. They're a Big 12 team, and they need to take care of that business, and they didn't that day. And that was, they started so slow. Man, oh man, how they weren't ready to play that game. They just weren't. They weren't ready to play that game, and I think that was the death knell for Dana.
You can't see. I believe Brandon held on for at least 15 minutes to get that joke off. You can't see it, John. You're out. But I saw the
Was
call
it that
screen.
long?
I think he was at least on for 15
He's
minutes.
like, I'm not letting this go. I got a good one loaded up. I'm going to wait until I get it off.
Okay. A couple of things.
Yeah, let's give him the tickets.
He does. He thinks
doesn't.
he gets paid to go.
Oh no, let's not do that then.
He's not doing it for free. He wants to get paid. Okay, a couple of things. Did you guys see that the Northern Illinois coach called Marcus, he and Marcus Freeman talked?
Yes.
And he's given him advice, and Marcus Freeman asked him, so how did you do that? How did you beat us? What did you see on tape? I wonder how much that happens with coaches.
I don't think that much, but they will call friends to help them with upcoming games against opponents and stuff. I don't think they call and say, it's not like they're going to have, I don't know if they have a home and away, if there's another game set up, for next year. It feels
If not,
embarrassing.
why not? Why not? Yeah.
Well, I think you have to be friends, number one. I think it's a real dig to your ego if you have to call Northern Illinois, like, how did you beat us? What did you see? What did you do? That's got to be embarrassing.
Well,
but I like
it's got to be embarrassing, but you know what? That you have you're not too proud to say, okay, what did you learn?
I like it. I like it. I don't think most coaches could put their ego aside. And I think you kind of need to know the other coach a little bit too, maybe. But I think that's, you think about it, it's what's the problem with trying to find out what your mistakes are? And the coach from Northern Illinois said, I'm more than happy to help them out.
Yeah. And
tell them what's going on. So, yeah, I think it's actually pretty smart for a coach to, I know it's embarrassing to lose that game, but you're right, John. What's the problem in finding out what it was that they saw that they could exploit?
Yeah. What did you see? Where was our weaknesses on tape? And maybe we'll do better. If we don't hear it, then we won't know. And then the other thing that we haven't gotten to yet is that there is a real life Crash Davis. The Minnesota
story is so. But here's the problem. Here's the difference. Although he has a mustache that makes him look older, he was just drafted in the 6th round, not the 46th round, not the 86th round. This guy is a 6th round draft pick out of was he out of Coastal Carolina? He was out of college. He was a 6th round draft pick. So this is a player who they like. Like six rounds is not. This guy is somebody who they, is a relatively high draft pick.
Apparently, so here's the deal. He's with the Minnesota Twins organization. And he's playing for Fort Myers.
Minnesota Twins.
Minnesota Twins.
Mm-hmm.
Lakeland ended up winning the game 6-0, scoring 4 runs in the 2nd inning. That result eliminated Fort Myers from playoff contention. Fort Myers coaches were notified by Lakeland coaches that Bender was tipping pitches. He said Bender's willingness to tip pitches surprised Lakeland players, and there are no indications of wrongdoing from the Flying Tiger, sources said.
They probably
Bender
didn't believe it at first. Like, here comes the breaking pitch, and they're like, he's playing mind games. He's in my head.
That's not tipping. That's just telling.
That's just telling.
Yeah.
No,
so was he tipping or telling?
I think he told because
he was telling, but they said to tip pitches. But Bender had told teammates that he wanted the season to end. He wanted it over. He did not want to go into the postseason. He was tired.
He's done in baseball. A catcher and first baseman selected with the 188th pick this year. Bender signed for $297,500.
He's going to get to keep it.
Slightly below the $3,2,800 slot for a selection. He will keep the entirety of his bonus. So he's going to keep his bonus and basically quit baseball, I guess. He was hitting 200. His OPS was, although he was good at Coastal Carolina. I mean, he was pretty good there. He, was off to, he's like a 600 OPS. I mean, standard Astros center fielder stuff. But I don't know. Is he out of baseball now for good? I mean, he's going to keep his money, but
no, somebody will give him a chance. I
mean, he got tired and wanted the season to end. That's not great, John. I don't know that I think he's got the right baseball character.
Who was it?
I just want this season to be over. You're fighting for the playoffs, dude.
Who was it? Was it Porzingis that you did when he was
so tired?
He was so tired.
Yeah, I need to sleep.
It's very tiring playing.
Very resting to play 26 minutes a game.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, Cancun.
Yeah,
we want this to be over with.
1, 2, 3, Cancun is what comes to mind when this guy Crash is tipping a pitch because he kept getting shaken off by a rook by Nuke Lelouch. This guy just wanted the season to be over. Like, can y'all knock us out of the playoffs? And you know what he's going to do? He's going to keep his $297,500 bonus and basically go start work somewhere else or marry Sam because he's got a mustache. But I don't know how if you're another organization, you want to bring him in when he's too tired and just wants the season to end. Like, does that guy seem committed? Minor League Baseball season is not nearly as long as Major League Baseball.
Apparently, there's a South Park episode, The Losing Edge. The boys in the show tired of their Little League Baseball season and attempting to come up with new creative ways to lose games and to end their season, and they couldn't do it. Well, Bender actually did it. He ended the season for his team by giving up the pitches that were coming. Congratulations! I love that guy.
He is not.
He wanted to get to the off season and start drinking some Coors Light. I love that about him.
Oh, I love concept, man. Okay. 15 minutes. I've been waiting all week to get that joke off. That wasn't Brandon. That was Concept Mayhem.
Come on, Brandon. Again.
I wouldn't be talking considering how your team performed against Iowa State.
Yeah.
I mean, lost.
Honestly,
blew a game.
And now he's
now
the classic hate. Now all he's doing, the Iowa fans are hating on Dominic Raiola or Dylan Raiola just for being a literal AI copy of. At this point, he is an AI copy of Mahomes.
He does all the things.
It's scary the way he walks with this little. I don't want to say it because you guys will just.
What?
If I say it, then you're just going to use it against me. He walks. He's got like that little. No, I can't say it because I could make myself the joke of the show, but I just don't want this one to live on, so I'm not going to say it.
Okay,
I'm not going to say it.
No, Mahomes has that little sway. His little.
Yeah, he's got the little. It's a no, just don't. I don't want to say the phrase.
No,
I
tried to.
We're not
tried to
I
get
know
it.
you're trying to get it, and I almost did.
I tried.
But if I say it, then everyone who's listening will have something to say. Here come the tweets. Here come the chat. Here comes Dell saving it. I'm not going to do. I'm not falling for your shenanigans this time.
Okay.
He just walks like Patrick Mahomes, who has a different type of walk.
Dustin in sources sent us Coca-Cola Oreo, 0 sugar.
I'm not trying that.
Why not? 0 sugar Coca-Cola Oreo?
What taste am I looking for my sodas? Oreos
Oreos
flavored soda?
If you could eat Oreos
I don't
every
like
day
Oreos.
and not gain any, you don't?
No.
Oh, I love Oreos.
I didn't used to. I like them better, but you like the golden Oreos or just the old school chocolate
Regular.
Oreos?
Regular.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I
dip
don't
them
ever
in milk.
crave them, but if they're in the house, I'm
two
like,
at a time?
hide these.
2 at a time in milk?
Now,
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
dunking things in milk is
It's
never
the
going to
best.
go out of style.
Yeah. I mean, and you could get that with 0 sugar. That's like the dream come true. I mean, that's awesomeness.
Dale's dunking something else in milk, his microphone, and it doesn't, and it looks gross.
Del, don't stop. I know how you're doing it, Del. I know what you're doing. We all know what you're doing, Del, with the microphone, that you do that a lot.
Okay, just stop, Del.
Yeah. All right.
Cut it out.
713-780-3776. We're way behind again. That's what we do.
Yes.
Time for you to talk about Underdog.
Well, let me tell you about Underdog Fantasy. Are you a winner? Did you play the Pick'em Challenge with Underdog Fantasy, where it's real cash pick'em, where you've got 5 different players that you decided to choose, and then 3 of them you went higher or lower. You went lower on passing yards for Josh Allen, higher on touchdowns of 0.5 for Dalvin Cook, then lower on receiving yards for Tyreek Hill. If you did, you got 3 in the books, and maybe you've got 2 more to go on Sunday, because that's how you could do it. Higher or lower, you got a chance to win hundreds, and at the very highest, 1,000 times more than your original play. This is really incredible what Underdog Fantasy is doing, and the numbers that they're throwing out there that no one else is doing right now. And Underdog Fantasy, they've been so great to work with the last 3 years. Making picks on Underdog has never been easier. Go to their mobile app or underdogfantasy.com, sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog's going to give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first pick of entry, plus a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance, to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and your deposit offer. If you're a big fan of daily fantasy and you love having different fantasy teams each week out of different players, of course they've got that. They're the best at that as well. But don't miss out on the Great Pick'em Challenge, because that's where you can make some huge money. And on top of that, it's completely legal here in the state of Texas, and we're talking real money. Must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
All right. I need to talk right now about Aqueduct Plumbing. I need to talk about Billy Brown. I need to talk about, I've had Billy. Actually, I got to have Billy at the house again. we got a sink that's clogged, and I tried Drano. I need a professional. I need and they're going to come and they're going to go, yeah, John, it was pretty easy. And I'm going to go, yeah, just I'm not very good at this whole plumbing thing. I'm not a plumber. I don't know anything about plumbing. I've had Billy out there, and his guys have been like, yeah, we really didn't need to. But we took care of it, John. Thank you. And here's the deal is, I mean, you may be like me. I have zero plumbing skills, zero. And when I need a plumber, I got the number, all right? 281-488-6238. You've got to have that number in your phone, 281-488-6238. Because when you do need a plumber, you need somebody that you can trust. You need somebody that's not going to charge you $70 just to come out and look at stuff. You need somebody that, even when they come out and they don't find anything, they did this with my sister-in-law. They did this with a buddy of mine, too. They came out to the house and said, oh, sorry, we really can't find it. It's really not a job for us. And they didn't charge them just for showing up. And that's the kind of integrity that you got with the guys from Aqueduct Plumbing. They're awesome, and they're gonna find whatever it is, and they're gonna fix it for you. That they're really, really, really good, and you can trust them. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, we've been giving away listener party tickets, UH Rice tickets, by the way. We don't pay you to go. They don't pay you either. You just go if you want to for free. But now I'm going to give you something a little new. The MCU is back with Agatha All Along. The infamous Agatha Harkness finds herself down and out because of down and out of power, after a suspicious goth teen helps break her free from a distorted spell. Together, Agatha and the mysterious teen pull together a desperate coven and set off down the road. So let's say caller 5 at 73780-3776 right now wins a pair of tickets to an advanced screening at Cinemark NASA. That's in Webster, my neck of the woods, on September 17th, plus a $50 gift card courtesy of the series. Agatha All Along releases on September 18th on Disney+. So if you can be down there on the 17th, which I believe is Monday? No, Tuesday. If you can be there on Tuesday, you can watch an advanced screening and get a $50 gift card courtesy of Disney+. So caller 5, 713-780-3776.
There's some movie I want to see today that's coming out. Kind of a scary, what is it? Some guy looks like a psychopath. I think he's the guy who also was a psychopath in another movie. That doesn't really help you.
It just came out?
It's coming out today. I haven't gone to a movie theater in I don't know how long. But
why?
I don't know.
Awesome.
I just don't go. I just watch at the house. I'm busy. I don't know. I've got so many shows I add to my queue. It's like, and I've gotten back to where movies are kind of preferable now. Not preferable necessarily, but, hour and 45-minute movie, that's no problem. I knock that down. It's over. And I'm all finished with it. There's something I got to see what is coming out today. But I think it's that guy. Remember when he had multiple personalities, Dell?
So it's a sequel? It's
Speak No Evil.
Oh, okay.
Speak No Evil is what it is now. And let me see.
Oh,
I think
okay.
It just came out.
Oh, isn't it a
Rotten
remake?
Tomatoes, 88%. Probably so.
Yeah.
James
McAvoy.
Yeah, James McAvoy. That's him.
Oh, you mean from the M. Night Shyamalan movie?
Yeah, where he had multiple personalities, I think.
And then the final movie, he's with Bruce Willis and Samuel Jackson.
Yeah, and he's all ripped up.
Yeah, it's
to shreds.
it was a trilogy.
That had to be. Is that CGI?
How?
James McAvoy couldn't have got that swole.
Well, if you look at him in this new movie, Speak No Evil, he's walking around in a tank. And he's swole again? Yeah, I think so. So I think he just put on the weight and
budget
the muscle for
$15 million. Didn't even spend anything.
And it's getting good reviews, at least if
reviews.
you believe in Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah. I saw the trailer for that. I believe it is a remake of something that came out, I don't know, maybe 3 decades ago now. I like it. It looked good. A lot of people you would recognize, even if you don't know their names, you're going to recognize their faces.
So I think I may go check that out.
All right. A couple of things. It looks like Jose Altuve is going to be okay. Joe Espada said nothing to worry about, a day-to-day thing. Dubon did a nice job yesterday at second base. Man, they came up with some big Dubon comes up with big. Dubon's got to be out there. I mean, I know Jake had a hit late that that helped. But now with Chaz on the IL, probably done for the year with a fracture in his hand, it's time for Dubon to be out there every day. John Singleton is seeing the ball really well right now. Last 2 games, he's been on it hard. He's been great.
By the way, I'm not sure what play my dad was referring to. Maybe you'll know, John. But I got a call. It just said, Dad. It's the middle of the afternoon. I was like, it's got to be Astros. Pick it up. Say, hey, what's going on, Dad? Because I was getting ready to take my daughter somewhere. He goes, doesn't it seem like sometimes that Jake just gets really confused about what he's doing?
I think it might have been the diving play that.
Oh, no, that's exactly what it was.
It got by him.
Yeah, he goes, it just seems like he's not sure what he's supposed to do sometimes. I don't know. I think he just thinks Jake is a moron. That's bottom line, I think my dad thinks Jake is just not smart enough to play in any sports.
Well, he's not the only one. I got a buddy who you're going to hear actually in a half hour here, who every time Jake is up. Oh, my God. Not 5-star. He's coming up shortly. But, oh, my gosh, he just kills Jake. Just kills him. And then when Jake came up with the big hit, love Jake.
Yeah, I want Jake to do well. Jake, Jake, I get what my dad's saying. It's just that he even laughs about it too. Like he knows that he's coming off as a hater, but he's just like, it's true though. He just doesn't. He seems confused by everything.
Ronel Blanco back in the starting rotation.
Yeah,
it's gonna be okay. It's Kikuchi, Verlander, and Blanco. These 3 here. They're in Anaheim. I should go.
Yeah, we talked about this. Are you going to go support the club?
It's a long way. It's a long way. And you know what? We've been doing a lot. So I think we're going to relax. We'll watch them at home and enjoy the games. My wife, I'm not sure she wants to do much of anything, if you want to know the truth. So we'll probably just watch them here. But Blanco back in the starting rotation. Okay, let's see how this is a big start. It's the Angels. Not very good, but
tell your wife to stay there. You're going to rep, and don't be afraid to wear Astro stuff too. And if you get in a fight, record it.
Tell your wife to stay. You think he's the boss of that home?
Listen,
well, I'm testing him.
Listen, I ain't scared to wear Astros gear in the Angel Stadium with 4 other people there. Okay,
are you afraid to tell Wendy I'm leaving? You can stay here.
No, I want to hang out with my wife this weekend, actually, if you want to know the truth. Yeah, that's the kind of guy I am.
Aww.
Is that normal? Men want to hang out with their wives on the weekend?
Yes. Like,
I haven't heard much of that.
Yes, it is. I like my wife.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting
my wife
it.
won't watch if the Longhorns are playing, I'm not allowed to watch it. Like she goes out to her parents. Well, she thinks I'm a legitimate jinx. That's fine. I prefer my college football by myself anyway.
This is why I got this setup behind
in a bar. Yeah.
I got my Astros on, and we can also watch a movie or something.
Do you think she believes you're a jinx, or she just doesn't like you?
No, she legitimately believes I'm a jinx. She does. They were crushing Michigan, and I called, and she goes, "Oh, look at this! You calling Michigan's just getting ready to score their last touchdown of the game. What a surprise!" I have nothing to do. Yeah, I also said that Texas was going to be in the national championship game. So stop hating.
Well, I don't know how that last.
She also told me I was an a-hole.
Well, that's true.
If I intentionally tried to call her when her team is barely winning, if I tried to do that and I do it intentionally because I'm playing the jinx angle, she said that would make you a real a-hole if you did that.
Well, yes, it would. Yeah. Well, I don't know how that last touchdown affected the lines, but we'll get more of those and what picks we should make, and coming up here shortly.
Actually, I think it affected the second half line.
Is ready to go.
All right, 5-star on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, giving you some winners. Right now, we got Gulf Coast Windows. That's a winner. Gulf Coast Windows is a winner. Jim Fiume, 36 years in the business. I'm telling you, it just doesn't get any better. And Jim, he's really tightened it up. I mean, he said, just let's go out there. He's like, you know what? We want to do select stuff. If people really want our product, we're going to do the best damn job that we possibly can. He's shortened his staff. He's got his installers that will do a perfect job for you every time. It's not like, we got to sell you got to sell all these windows. No, he's like, you know what? We want people that want the perfect window. If you're looking for the best window in the market, this is where you go. You go with the perfect insulation. You go with the perfect window. You go with hurricane windows. You go with doors that are French doors or sliding patio storm doors, wood-clad doors. You got Performer One aluminum windows, vinyl windows, hurricane windows, wood-clad windows, new home construction windows. He only wants the best. You want the best? You got it. It's Gulf Coast Window. That's the best. It's the best. When you see the product, you're going to go, wow, no wonder. This is, I want the best in my home. I want security. I want privacy. I want luxury. I want beauty. I want all of those. And I got it all at GulfCoastWindows.com. 713-849-5454. Tell Jim you heard it right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joining us once again this week to give us some winners, break it down for us. Who's gonna win? Give us 3 winners this week. It's 5-Star in Vegas at 5-Star in Vegas on Twitter. What up, 5-Star?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing this morning?
Good. We got the 2-1 from you last week. The loser on Michigan. We see how that goes. Boise State almost beat Oregon in Oregon as a 3-touchdown dog, and then Chargers laying against the Raiders. This is not one of the games that you have, but I want to ask you about your thoughts on Chargers laying the points on the road. John and I were talking about this where it feels like, okay, you're laying 6 on the road at Carolina, if I remember correctly. But it's one of those where you're going to look back at it and say, okay, we overreacted to Carolina looking so bad in the first game. They're going to be better. Chargers went across maybe the Chargers are overvalued. They went across from West Coast to East Coast. Or we're going to say, wow, that was free money with the Chargers only laying 6 against this horrific Carolina team. How are you looking at this game? Just out of curiosity. I know it's not one of your games.
No, it's fine. Dave Canales is a rookie coach. Jim Harbaugh is a rookie coach, but the difference is that Jim Harbaugh has been around, and he's been everywhere, and he's been successful everywhere.
He's been to a Super Bowl. We forget that. He's been to a Super Bowl before with the 49ers. He's only a rookie from the standpoint. We forget that sometimes. He's only a rookie from the standpoint of this year coming back to the pros.
Yeah, he's not a rookie. I wouldn't. Jim Harbaugh's not a rookie.
Exactly. And he went the first season with the 49ers. He went them from they were like 4 and I want to say 13, 4 and 12 the year before. And the next year they were 13 and 3. And we know what Harbaugh does in every stop that he makes, guys, and that's physicality. He preaches physicality, and he also gets the confidence of the team going. And we saw that last week. J.K. Dobbins hasn't looked like that in a very long time. He still has a little ways to go because he got walked down twice on long runs, but he still looks very decisive in the hole. Look at their tackles. You got Rashawn Slater on one side, Joe Alt on the other side. They're pushing people, man. And then we forget about how good that defense is. They really have some really good defensive players over there. Couple of Hall of Famers, probably with Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. And we know Derwin James is on that type of road as well if he keeps playing as well as he does. And Asante Samuels, I think that he's going to have them folks, and I think they're going out there and dominate actually Carolina. I just think Bryce Young is going to struggle in his NFL career because he's one of those quarterbacks kind of like we saw with Tua last night. You guys watch a lot of college football, so you know before Tua's original injury, he was one of the quickest, fastest guys in the NFL, in NCAA. He was really quick, twitchy, fast. He got injured. He can't move now. And when you're small like that and you don't have something special, you got to have something special, man. Like Michael Vick had something special. He had a speed that he could get away from people, looseness, and the arm. I don't think Bryce Young can move enough in order to be successful in this league because he's too small to sit in the pocket, man. So I like the Chargers actually in that game. I think it's free money.
All right, give us your games. We're up against it here because we've been running a little bit late all day long. So let's start. Who you got?
Yeah, we're going fast. First, we're gonna go with my running Rebels right here in Vegas, man. We saw a glimpse of what Barry Odom has brought to that team. It's a brand new type of physicality. It's a brand new type of confidence with the Rebels. They're a really good team. They got some really good players over there with Ricky White and DeJesus. They came right to Houston and dominated the Cougars. And as we saw the following week, when the Cougars went to Oklahoma, the Cougars aren't a bad team like that. UNLV just made them look bad because they were ready to play. And I think they're going to be really ready to play tonight against Kansas. It's going to be a big stage game for them. UNLV is one of those programs who hasn't got a lot of, spotlight. I think those kids are going to be ready, man. And Ricky White will be the best player on the field. Jalen Daniels, who's the quarterback for Kansas, had 3 interceptions last week against Illinois. I think he's going to struggle again tonight. And we got a revenge factor right here as well, guys. Last year in the bowl game, UNLV lost to Kansas 49-36 in a really good game, the Guaranteed Rate Bowl out in Phoenix. I think that UNLV gets its revenge tonight. We're going to take the points, let the public keep betting on Kansas and run it up some more. It's at +9. We're on UNLV +9.
All right. UNLV, they did look awful good, and the Cougs look good too. All right. What do you got next?
Let's go with Alabama, first half -9. Kalen DeBoer is one of my favorite coaches in all of sports. He knows what he's doing. He's going to do a really good job replacing the great Nick Saban over there. Last week, they were a little raggedy. If you remember coming out when they were playing South Florida, it looked like they were hitting on all cylinders. I think that they're going to be focused. Really big game in Wisconsin, early morning game at Camp Rounder before the kids get to going. Tyler Van Dyke is going to struggle with Alabama and struggle to, shoot with Jalen Milroe, man, in the first half. I think that Alabama can win the first half by 10 points. So we're going to go with Alabama -9. I think it's too much speed and too much athleticism for Wisconsin early.
And then let's take it to the pros. And this is an intriguing game because you're going to go on the road and lay the money line, right? That's a road game, right? In Denver, or no? Am I wrong?
Yeah, the 2.5 is actually good too, but you guys know my rules. If it's under 3, I'll just buy the insurance and go with the money line. But I really like the Steelers team as long as Justin Fields is the quarterback. That was my entire cap for them for the entire season. If Justin Fields is the quarterback, they're going to make some noise. If they play Russell Wilson, they're not. It's just simple as this. Justin Fields brings that defense exactly what they need. He's able to make those little plays that extend drives, whether it's a run, a good pass, getting away from a defender when he could have got sacked and instead turning into a first down. That's all a defense like the Steelers need. You already know what T.J. Watt equals, and that's wins. If he plays, the Steelers win. He's healthy right now. Cam Hayward's healthy. Minka Fitzpatrick is healthy. They finally have some cornerbacks over there. I think that Mike Tomlin knows that he secretly has a really good team this year, and I think they're going to expose Bo Nix. Tomlin has a really great track record against rookie quarterbacks. Last year he did lose to CJ, but besides that, he has not lost to too many rookie quarterbacks in his career, man. Also, the Broncos defense, their run defense sucked last week, man. They gave up 146 yards, 4.4 yards per carry. We know that's what the Steelers want to do. I just think that Bo Nix has a bright future, but not right now. He's going to be like a deer in headlights against that really fearful, Steelers defense. So we're going to go with the Steelers, man.
I'm gonna throw you guys some data I got from the NFL research department. Rookie quarterbacks in their second starts, terrible. It's still not good. In case you thought it got a lot better, they're not good straight up. Like, they rarely win. And from a cover standpoint, they're not covering over 60% of the time in their second games as a starter. So Caleb Williams is in that spot against, the Houston Texans, but it makes sense. It takes quarterbacks a while to get where they need to be.
I love the Texans. I just didn't break it down, but I like the Texans this week as well. I think they mow the Bears. The Bears, a lot of that stuff that we saw from them last week was their special teams and defense, and you can't expect the special teams to turnovers. That's something that you cannot put in your handicap.
Did you handicap Kansas City and Cincinnati at all? I mean, I
didn't go into it deep, but I like Cincinnati off the top. Just looking at it, John.
I'm just worried about his. You see the wrist. I don't think the wrist is better. 5-star. I don't think he's throwing the ball the way he can. That wrist is still bothering him.
Yeah, he had trouble. They were showing him picking up the Gatorade bottle.
Yeah.
Saw that on if he can play.
And they showed him, working his hand, that wrist and shaking it. That wrist. It's not the same. It's just not the same. I don't. It's what is it? 5.5. What do you got? What's the number on that now?
It's 6. It's with the 6 out here. I'm not going to bet into exactly what you said, John. I want to see how Burrow's looking before I jump in, but off the muscle, just looking at it, I would say from the number, I'd take Cincinnati because Cincinnati's past success. They covered every time they played the Chiefs. As long as Burrow's been there, it's always a heated game. You heard Jamar Chase, his statement that he made to the media this week. He was saying that they're the team to beat in the AFC, and they're about to show it this week. So terrible performance last week. Remember, they're pros, and we know how pros usually do. They usually come back and play really well, especially against a team like the Chiefs, who they consider they're the people that they have to get through in order to be the top dogs in the AFC. But I just think that the Bengals really played Mahomes well too on defense, man. So it'll be a tight one. I think it'll be a really good game. I lean the Bengals, but as you said, we got to see how Burrow's looking with that wrist.
Even without knowing the total, I would look at that under just from who the Bengals have at D coordinator, who the Chiefs have at D coordinator. That one may not be much of a shootout based on how Burrow's playing right now. What's going on with T. Higgins is the wide receivers don't seem super focused, and T. Higgins is hurt, and there's questions about if he's hurt for real.
They haven't paid Jamal.
Yeah,
Jamal.
I know. So we'll see what happens. Sometimes you just got to wait it out and just get a read on it a little bit later before jumping.
The Bengals don't pay people. That's they've always been known for that. I see them investing in Burrow. They probably trade Chase in the offseason, man, knowing that organization. They don't really put a lot of stock in the re-signing their really good wide receivers over the years. So I wouldn't be surprised if he, no longer is in Cincinnati after this year. But we'll see how his approach is going. It's a real quick question for you, Lance. I know you guys on time.
Yeah.
What are you hearing from people in the NFL about Tua? Was that his last game last night?
I mean, I haven't heard it. I mean, it just happened. So my guess is Tua will come back and play. But, man, moving forward, I mean, it was such a highly visible concussion. It's something that we already know that he's been dealing with. I don't know. This is one of those things where the Tua and his family are going to have to start making decisions. The doctors we'll see what they say. I don't want to speculate on the brain injury stuff with the concussion, but I mean, that's a great question, 5-star, because they just gave him a lot of money. And now, at some point you got to look out for a guy's he ultimately has to make that decision. Tua,
insurance,
if he wants to keep playing.
Insurance.
Yeah, they do have insurance. You're right. They do have insurance on those contracts. That's true.
The insurance can pay for it get out the contract. I think it comes from up top, man. You know a little bit more about that than me, but I really don't think that the commissioner wants to keep trotting Tua out there and people seeing it's bad for the league, seeing him, you know, in these situations. Because I was just telling my boy, we was watching the Westgate last night. It was just about probably 100,000 mothers last night decided not to let their kids play football after seeing that, you know.
And why does he run? This is a guy who has concussion issues in the past. What is he doing running straight into it? I mean, you ever notice Lamar Jackson rarely gets hit solid? Russell Wilson for years rarely got hit solid. Some quarterbacks get hit hard a lot. Deshaun Watson, Tua. I don't know what it is about certain quarterbacks are good at just understanding how to slip that last hit, and some guys aren't. And with Tua, I mean, you got to get down prematurely for everything. You've got to protect yourself better than that. Dale just put his headphones on, so I'll let you talk now.
Well, the difference is the previous ones came in the pocket. This was one where he was trying to make a play. So to your point, he had been conditioned to avoid the things. And a lot of talk was, I got to make more plays with my feet to help the team. And so that probably is what led to that, including the score at the time. But for the most part, his concussions have come from being in the pocket, holding on to the ball too long. This one was a different situation altogether.
Yeah,
we saw the best tour in Alabama, guys. Alabama, before he got injured, we saw the best tour, and in his mind state, he's used to being that guy, is being fast enough to make plays. He hasn't accepted that he's never going to be that guy again. So that's why we saw what he did last night. He really was trying to get the team hype and probably mow the guy and run over him like he used to when he had that type of strength in his lower extremities. He doesn't anymore since breaking his hip, man. He's not the same guy. I think he should really consider retirement, man.
All right, we got to break it at 5 Star in Vegas right here every week, giving you winners on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks, 5 Star. We appreciate it as always. We got to talk right now about my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. Met Kent doing this, and I tell you, he really, really loves to nerd out on this stuff. Working the numbers. He's a numbers guy, not like Lance. He's a real numbers guy. Okay, Kent Jones actually works numbers hard. He's going to find that perfect mortgage for you. The Fannie Mae, the Freddie Mac, the FHA, the VA, on, and all the different letters that you can get. He's going to find one for you. He's going to ask you the right questions. He's going to delve into, are you a veteran? Are you a first-time buyer? All of these things that matter when it comes to saving money at the time of signing. Okay, not only at the time of signing, but throughout the life of the mortgage as well. He's gonna find you government rebates for you and your home. He's gonna find you that perfect loan that is going to give you a discount for on your interest rate or whatever. He is going to give you a scenario quote. You call him and ask him how much is it going to cost for this loan with this much down and blah blah blah. And he'll give you the scenario quote, but he'll also say, now go shop that somewhere else. And I'll tell you to ask the right questions. I'll give you the right questions. And you know what? You're going to be back with Kent because he is going to work his tail off every single time. 75% of the public still doing it wrong. They're not using brokers. Use a broker and get as much off as you possibly can. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
More things for you to win by simply calling in. Caller 8-713-780-3776 right now wins a pair of tickets to the Listener Appreciation Party. It is next Friday. You can come up here, hang out with everyone. John will be back in town. You can see Hollywood Johnny in all his glory. Obviously, Lance and I and others will be here. Gallant George, the Killer Bees, all of us here to hang out with you. The Listener Appreciation Party, September 20th. So caller 8 right now, 713-780-3776. We're going to have great food, have drinks, 21 plus. Come up here, have a good time with us September 20th.
I don't know about the Bengals. I don't know that I would have done this. Cornerback Cam Taylor-Britt from starting cornerback for the Cincinnati Bengals. He was asked about Xavier Worthy and his impact on the game for the Chiefs. This is his opponent this week. He goes, speed. He can run straight. He can't do too much else. So that's about it. I don't know that I want to put that out there.
Well,
everyone
is he
to go
wrong?
back and yeah, he actually can run better routes than that. I mean, he's fast, but he's not going to run straight. He can. Let me tell you, I'm not saying anything about a guy who runs a 4.2.
Yeah,
if I got to cover him, I'm not doing that.
He can run. There's no question. We're up against it. We apologize, but we've gone long every segment since Lance derailed the show.
How did I derail the show? We went with Ron Slavin when we went longer, and then it's just
right, and we haven't been able to catch up ever since.
It wasn't me,
but you personally. But Dell, do you know what we missed this week?
Well, we did not talk about the Colorado State players saying they should have murdered the Colorado team last year with that game coming up on Saturday.
No, but maybe the biggest news in the city of Houston this week.
Bayou Bucket?
Adrian Griffin's kid no longer going to play basketball. The Rockets made an acquisition for no reason.
No, but did you hear about Adrian Peterson and his financial woes?
Yeah, I think we knew this. There was already Adrian Peterson had an auction of all of his stuff.
No, right.
About like 6 months ago, I saw it. That's sad to me. It
really is
how these
but
players.
That's not the big news.
Yeah,
what's the big news?
The Roughnecks are going to be playing at TD-ECU Stadium again.
Were they playing at Rice last year?
Yeah, they played at Rice last year. They're going back to TD-ECU Stadium where they dominated the league.
And you think it was simply because of the building, not June Jones and PJ Walker?
Well, it had something to do with them too, but no. Now back to domination. Back to total domination.
So when does this Roughneck thing end for you? When you get final word that they'll never have you back? What's this?
No, I'm trying to get them back right now.
I know.
Obviously.
Right.
So when does this
They're
end?
not going to let you back in. You're California. They're not in California.
Yeah, California, Johnny.
Oh no, I'll be there.
They're not letting you back in.
Then I could do their road games out here out west.
What is there a team in LA?
I don't know. No one knows.
You might want to learn the league if you
I
want to
don't
be.
feel like you've really thought this through at all.
I don't think there's a team in California, or at least in LA.
There's more teams going to be in LA now from the Pac-12. This is something we haven't talked about at all. The Pac-12 is not dying.
It's not the Pac-12.
It's not dying.
It's the six-pack.
Let's just call it the Pac. The Pacific Athletic Conference.
I want it to be the six-pack.
Well, they're going to probably add more. In fact, maybe Cal and Stanford go back. Just call it the Pac. Don't put a number on it so you don't
like it.
So you don't get it confused. The Pacific Athletic Conference.
I like it, but I thought they were dead, and they're not dead. Washington State and Oregon State now have a home. San Diego State makes sense.
State.
Fresno makes sense. Boise.
Fresno. Yeah, it makes sense.
It actually makes perfect sense.
Colorado State, I think, is
this is a region. I think having that region represented is a good thing. I don't think
they're not going to be a Power 5 school.
Well, it doesn't matter. They still need to have representation.
No, right. The name shouldn't die. And you know what? Regionality counts, and that's great.
I think the region.
But it's still going to be a group of 5 conference.
Listen, it doesn't matter. They can still get into the playoffs.
Well,
A group of 5
anybody
teams
can
still
get.
can.
They can get in the playoffs right now.
But my point was, I thought it was so stupid for an entire region like the West Coast to lose all their teams. Like that doesn't make any sense. That they should have a group. They should have a conference out there. And if this is what this is what the Big 12 is kind of turning into a little bit. They kept their conferences. It's better than. I don't know.
They have a conference. It's the Big 12.
No. What I'm saying is the Pac-12 should have a conference too. The West Coast should have a conference.
West Coast teams of the Big 12.
No. But the West Coast teams.
I know what you're talking about.
Should have this makes sense. This is regionality. Is they don't have to take all these crazy trips across to New Jersey to go play a game. It doesn't make sense. Is there really talk that Cal and Stanford could end up?
There's a suggestion that it could be a possibility that they find their, because they're not getting a full cut from the ACC right now anyway. So maybe they make their way back in.
It does make more sense.
It makes more sense. The whole thing is stupid. USC playing Rutgers. It's stupid.
Well, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
They're not.
All right, we got to break it because we got Beat the Warehouse guy next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So get ready and be listening all week long because you might be able to play the Warehouse guy and win tickets. He won last week, but he really sucks at this. So we're going to continue to play this and dominate Justin week in and week out. Right now, though, we're talking about Chastang Ford partnering with Texas Children's Hospital this September for an incredible cause. Chastang Ford donating $100 for every vehicle sold to support childhood cancer research and treatment. It's all part of the Steering Hope campaign. This is really, really, really cool that they're giving money towards to Texas Children's Hospital to help fight this horrible disease, especially for kids. Nothing worse than kids with cancer. It's the worst. So Chastang Ford says, no, we want to get in on this and we want to help. Chastang Ford, there's no dealer add-ons. I called Patrick yesterday, as a matter of fact. My son had his car totaled. He was sitting at a light. It wasn't his fault. And the guy crashed into him, totaled his car. You know where we're going? He's flying in, and we're going to buy a Chastang Ford because that's the only place I trust that I know I'm going to get the best deal that I can possibly get. I know that they're going to do the job for me with the financing. They're going to do the job for me with the best vehicle, but they're going to get it at the price that my son can afford. So this is what we're looking at. We love Chastang Ford. I'm part of the Chastang family. Our family's part of the Chastang family. You will be too. Once you buy once from Chastang, you're never going to buy anywhere else. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Time to play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy, where you're playing for a limo ride to and from and a game with 4 tickets involved. And Justin from Warehouse Live joining us now. What up, Justin? Congratulations, by the way, last week, 4-1. You really suck at this most of the time. So that was a big week for you.
Well, that'll teach you guys to laugh at me for picking the 5 worst quarterbacks and going with them.
I know you did. I know you did. You had it was a bold move picking all the worst quarterbacks, but they came through for you. So congratulations. Congratulations.
All except Carolina, like you guys were talking about. They're struggling.
Really, you took Carolina and the other really bad quarterbacks, and they came through for you. So congratulations. What's going on this week over Warehouse Live?
Tonight we got a little Tejano night with Bobby Polito. Tomorrow we have World of Dance, which is a national dance competition. Sunday we got Sunday Fun Day. It's a tribute to Mexican Independence Day. It's always free. Doors at 2, shows 3. Monday night we have the Moth, which is a storytelling event. And Wednesday we have a band called Unveil. They're a bunch of Japanese kids, so this is actually J-pop, not K-pop, which I didn't even know was a thing until I was looking at the schedule this morning.
It's a what pop?
J-pop, Japanese instead of K-pop. K-pop is Korean.
Oh, I see.
K-pop
J-pop
is Korean, but this is J-pop.
Yeah,
apparently.
Totally different.
Oh, Japon. Okay, that's awesome. That is. Yeah. No.
Oh, Japon.
Japon. That's Japan in Spanish.
I know.
Yeah, Japonese. So
what's so funny, Lance?
I don't know, Lance.
It's just he can't just let it go. If there's something Asian, he's gonna put a little zing into it.
That's true.
So anyway, we got you won last week, so you didn't have to pay off for Larry. You got Alex this week. Alex, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, doing well, guys. How about yourselves?
Good.
Doing great. What do you do for a living, Alex, that you're not doing right now?
Well, I'm a project control specialist over at TEPCO in Baytown, and I'm a big fan of your boy, Houston Glover. They've got a band that I've seen at Warehouse Live, the Haulers. So, Justin, get them back out there, man.
Justin, did you hear that? That's the first person that's ever said that, but okay.
The first person to ever ask to have Houston go anywhere, I think. But yeah, we can get back for sure.
The first person I've ever heard wanted Houston with them in some way, shape, or form. No, we love Houston. He's awesome. And the band is good too. You had him out at Warehouse. That's awesome. And Alex was there. So there you have it. How about that? So what kind of tickets are we going to play for this week, Justin?
I think we're going to go ahead and stick with the Astros for their first home game back from this road trip next Thursday against the Angels. 3rd row, 3rd base.
3rd row, 3rd base. How about that, Alex? Next Thursday.
That sounds good.
All right. How's that? Yeah, Angels baseball doesn't get any better. So, Alex, you're taking time off from quality control from this project. I hope nothing bad happens while you're doing it. But we got to play the game. We got to play the game, and we got to beat the Warehouse Live guy. You can't tie him. You got to beat him. So, Justin, you are picking first or deferring?
I picked first last week. We might as well not mess with the karma, and I'm going to just jump right out and take our hometown Texans.
Texans, -6.5.
All right.
I love that. Justin loves the Texans. I love that because he's hot right now. All right, we got the Texans -6.5. Alex, who you got?
Going with Detroit.
The Detroit Football Lions. At this point, are the Detroit Football Lions in the scope of the world -7.5 against Tampa Bay. -7.5, Detroit. Justin?
I'm afraid of the hook, but I'm going to stick with him.
Attaboy.
Let's go with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are -3 at home against the Cleveland Football Browns. -3 against Deshaun
I kind of like
Watson.
that. Did you see they changed the name of the stadium for one game? I think it's like Trevor Bank or something like that.
Stadium.
Now they've made it Trevor Bank Stadium
Oh,
for the home opener.
They'd make it the massage table or something.
Well, it's not the
No, it's
Browns'
not
home
for-
opener.
Yeah, it's the
Well,
Jacksonville
no. But
Jaguars.
you want to make Deshaun uncomfortable.
Well, I think
No, you make him very comfortable.
You make him uncomfortable with just simply lining up defensively.
Yeah, what do you mean
I know,
uncomfortable?
He'd be
He would be at home.
He'd be excited, but I don't think he's comfortable.
It'd be the
He's
most
not comfortable now. It's the most comfortable he would be.
ever be. You put him, you
Yeah.
line up the sideline with massage tables. He's right at home.
You just have to call it football stadium, and he's freaking out.
That is true.
Yeah,
That is true.
name the stadium Massage Envy. He goes for 400 yards.
Yeah, that's true. We don't. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I want a little dig for Deshaun, make him think about it. All right, who's next? Up next, it is Alex.
All right. As much as this pains me to say, I'm going to take Dallas minus 6.5.
-6 right now. -6 against the New
I'll
Orleans
take
football center. -6, the Dallas Cowboys. Justin?
All right, everybody's picking favorites. I'll stick with them and take the Jets.
Well, it worked for you last week. I never saw you take that many. -3.5 at Tennessee. The New York Jets. -3.5. Did not look good last week, but neither did the Titans. -3.5. Go ahead, Alex.
Boys, are y'all ready?
Yep.
Tennessee plus 3.5.
What?
Double bang.
Go double banger, the first of the year. Double. Double banger. Tennessee Titans. It just means more.
It just
when it's a
means
double
more. Yeah,
banger. Yeah, it just
for
means
sure.
more. Justin?
Oh, wow. Let's go with Philly.
The Philadelphia Football Eagles are -6.5 on Monday Night Football.
A lot of
against the Atlanta
6 and
Falcons.
6.5 and 3 and
A lot
3.5
this
here.
I know, right?
Yeah.
6.5 is kind of a funny number, but it's out there a lot. Alex?
Hey, I'm going to take Justin's strategy from last week, and I'm going to roll with Malik Willis and the Green Bay Packers plus the points.
Well, you are taking maybe the worst quarterback out there this week. +2.5.
There's still some competition, John.
Plus
Daniel
Bryce-
Jones would still like a word.
Bryce Young has a game.
Bryce
still
Young
out
is
there.
curious about that comment that you had.
+2.5. Green Bay Packers against the Indianapolis Colts. Justin, this your last one?
First time in history that we've been doing this contest. 5 favorites. I'm going to take Washington.
Wow.
The Washington Football
Commanders.
That's what I'm saying. I said that. Washington Commanders
Oh,
are
Commanders.
-1.5 against the New York Football Giants. The Washington Commanders.
All right.
All right. And Alex?
Hey, since I'm not a fan of commies, I'm going to go ahead and do 2 double bangers, and I'm going to take the Giants plus the points.
Double.
What did that man tell you, Clarice?
Bangers in one
Bang.
show
Bang. Pow, pow.
with 0 last week. Larry bored everyone with no double bangers. But you guys excited
Yeah,
the crowd.
this is the crowd is up on their feet.
It is. Cheering right now.
Just
Let's give them
banging,
what they want.
banging and double banging everything in sight.
That's right.
That's a little much.
Well,
Well,
that is
okay.
more than we need.
Yeah, that was probably the word choice.
All right, Alex. Well, best of luck, man. Hope you beat the Warehouse Live guy and go to that game and have a big time against them Anaheim Angels. We appreciate
Hey, thanks, guys. I've been a big fan for a long time, and congratulations on the Hall of Fame.
Thank you,
Thank
Larry.
you. Appreciate you.
Larry.
That's Alex.
That's what I meant.
Larry was last week.
Yeah.
Larry was last week. That's right.
How about you pay attention
See,
to the show?
Alex knows more about the show than I do. Larry was last week.
Yeah.
Alex, we appreciate it.
Thanks,
and Justin,
Alex.
as always, warehouselive.com. warehouseLive.com. Warehouselive.com is where you can find all of the bands that are coming in. We got some J-pop going on that we didn't know about until just now, which is pretty cool, and all the other stuff going on. We hope you lose. Thanks for joining us once again, Justin.
Can I ask you what? There was so much banging going on, I couldn't hear the last pick. What was that?
He had the Giants.
Plus 1.5.
The Giants.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right, guys. Have a great weekend.
There was a lot of banging. More. It was like we were Shannon Sharp.
I knew he was going to.
Scunyon.
As soon as he said it.
I picked Scunyon plus 1.5.
It's a lot of Scunyon going
Ocho,
on.
touch and bust on that minus 2.5. Ocho.
I was like I was T and B. As soon as I saw Giants, I was T and B.
T and B.
All right, we got to break it here, and we will finish up the week strong on the other side. Right now, though, I'm talking about U of H football. I'm talking about, Rice and U of H. How about Saturday night? How about tickets as low as $15 for the lower bowl? No, they're not paying you. You're paying them $15 per ticket, which is ridiculous. Take a family of 4 for $60 to a major sporting event. Are you kidding me? Let's go. And it's the city championship. We need you out there. It doesn't matter if you're not a fan of either of them. This is for the city. It's for the H, baby. And it's get on out there, 7 o'clock, Saturday night, TDECU Stadium. It's a lot of fun. Great stadium, great place to watch a game. There's not a bad seat in the house. You're looking for the best way to enjoy you some football game. I got it for you. It's the U of H game right there at TDECU Stadium. Get those tickets. uhcougars.com/promo code RICE24. uhcougars.com/promo RICE24 is the promo code.
And I am looking at some outstanding programs going on right now at LanceZcars.com. This is where you can find Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You can just go to the website. You can go to Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. They're on Angleton. And, man, the Chevy Silverado 2024 1500 for well-qualified buyers is 0% financing and 90 days of no payments when you finance with GM Financial. That's outstanding. They've got a 2024 Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive, $369 a month on a 2-year lease. That's $4,139 due at signing on that one. The 2024 Equinox EV 2 LT four-wheel drive, you've got that coming in at $299 per month with $4,169 due at signing and a 24-month lease. These are unbelievable opportunities for you on leases and also purchases as well. The 0% financing on that Chevy Silverado truck. Chevy's doing a little different financing right now. They got some great offers going on. And this is why you have to take a look at this month by month by month, is because when you get opportunities like this, if you were looking for a lease right now, they got great lease opportunities. But if you're looking to purchase with 0% financing, you can still find that. It's available through Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC with the Chevy Silverado. So make sure that you check in on the website if you want, or simply head on down to Angleton and let's see what's going on this weekend. Let's get you a brand new truck or a car that you're going to love with the good folks at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You can go to lantzcars.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Apparently, an 11-year-old boy is in trouble in Virginia Beach, Virginia. He told his principal that another student had brought a bullet to school. But the principal said he waited too long, so he got suspended along with the kid that brought the bullet. Is snitching now? Are we supposed to punish the kids that are snitching on bullets in school?
Well, if they're slow snitching.
He said there was a test and he waited till after the test because everybody was concentrating.
Schools probably don't take that lightly.
Guys, I don't interrupt the learning experience for these children from my classmates. So I'm going to wait to tell you about a potential violent situation.
He's 11.
Well, I would say to that 11-year-old kid, be more proactive.
Yeah. See something, say something immediately.
Exactly.
He did say something.
Not immediately.
Now.
And you're going to suspend the kid.
Yeah.
Okay. Guess what? His kid's got a lawyer now. He lawyered up.
I wouldn't have suspended the kid. We would just had a talk about being proactive.
The kid's got a lawyer.
Sometimes time matters, but I wouldn't have suspended him. Just a conversation.
He got suspended. I mean, I think that's just bad. The kid came forward. He was just being polite. He was being polite and not telling too soon so that everybody could have a
being
good time.
polite's when you hold a door open. I don't know if being polite's what I would call it.
An Ontario woman has been charged with assault. Apparently, she was having a water gun fight with neighbors, and she accidentally sprayed another neighbor. And he filed charges against her because he assaulted her with a water gun.
She assaulted him, you mean?
She assaulted him with a water gun, right. She assaulted him with a water gun, and now she's facing charges. Do you feel like maybe he's a puss?
Yeah, but did he have a certain look on? Did he have suede on?
No, he was mowing the lawn.
With a suede jacket on, though?
No, I don't think you wear a suede jacket to water the lawn.
You don't know.
Well, you're right. I don't know if he was. But if they're outside having a water gun fight, I'm pretty sure it might have been a nice day.
I'm sure he wasn't involved in the fight. That's why he got mad.
I know.
I mean, the lawsuit seems like much, but if he was wearing a brand new suede jacket that cost him $800, then maybe, this is a good lawsuit.
I'm pretty sure you're still a puss.
It sounds like it, sure.
If you file charges against a neighbor, now you must not. Now there's more to this story.
I think
he must not
really.
He really dislikes this neighbor.
Yeah, no, I don't think this is the first time these two have had issues.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure.
Matter of fact, I guarantee it's
these
not
two
first
don't
time.
like each other much at all. Okay.
Have you ever had a neighbor that you didn't like? Whether it's in high school, junior high, where you were living somewhere yourself, like, have you ever had a neighbor you really didn't like?
No, not really. I'm sure I had neighbors that didn't like me.
That's what I had. I've never had a neighbor that I dislike, but I have neighbors I don't know, but I did have a neighbor, I'm quite sure, when we were young, who didn't like us since we accidentally let her French bull. Well, we didn't. Mac Jones did. Let her French bulldog out, and we couldn't find it. Sorry, looks like that dog's just gone.
Mac Jones did that.
Yeah, Mac Jones, not the quarterback.
He started missing passes.
No, this is the Baylor outfielder, Mac Jones. Lamar Consolidated quarterback and also baseball player and point guard. Three sports star Mac Jones.
Yeah. Okay.
Left the gate open. The dog Charlie got away. What are we gonna do?
Oh well, you lost the dog for him. Nice job.
Yeah.
A Sheffield man has been banned from touching cars. After he tried to steal a van, apparently he's not allowed. It's against the law for him to touch cars now.
No, why is this?
Because he tried to steal.
Tried to steal.
So
a
you're
car.
not allowed to just touch it all.
No.
He's not. No, he's allowed. He's not allowed to touch cars.
The man is willing to steal cars. You think a law prohibiting him from touching them is going to stop that?
No. Finally, we figured out something that will foil his plot.
He's already shown a willingness to break the law. Why is that going to stop him?
Well, apparently he was handed a 2-year criminal behavior order, bans him from touching or entering any unattended motor vehicle, motorcycle, or pedal cycle
the rules
without
are the rules.
the permission of the owner. He's also been instructed to take part in a drug rehabilitation course.
He's already showed that he doesn't care about the permission of the owner when entering a car.
I love it.
If you're going to steal a car, I guess you're going to have to touch it, aren't you?
I love it.
Yeah.
You want to tase everyone, though, so.
Yeah. A cat.
That's a fair point.
Oh, maybe this happened in Ohio. No, this is North Yorkshire. A cat made a surprise return home 4 days after being cremated. Apparently, they cremated the wrong cat. Oh.
That's tough action right there.
They were absolutely – I had to break the news to my husband and our 4 children. We were absolutely devastated because Ted is a huge personality and a beloved member of the family. 4 days later, he showed up.
Just like Ted. Good old Ted.
Good Ted. Yeah, now we're not devastated anymore.
Yeah.
Or maybe he came back from the dead. Who knows? And he's going to terrorize
So
the
Pet
entire
Cemetery
family.
is over?
Maybe.
Is that what that family has to look forward to?
Or a snack for some Haitian woman.
Oh, see. Couldn't let us get out of the week without one, huh?
Or a snack.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Oh,
I like that I like that we use "you don't know" on John today.
You don't know. You don't know. This story I can't leave. We cannot finish the week with this one. It's about a cucumber and a man and a car.
What?
Okay, go ahead.
Let's go. Why can't we finish it with this?
Well, apparently he was on video. He mounted the cucumber in the grill of the car.
Oh boy.
And then
you're right.
Oh, wow.
You're right. Let's not do this.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know if I ever want to.
Filthy.
It's dirty and filthy. I don't know if I ever want to drive that car again. Tell you the truth.
Would that keep that guy? That guy's like, I don't need any laws to keep me from touching that car.
No. Okay, you can't touch cucumbers anymore.
I don't know. I mean, the guy who got banned from touching cars because he steals. You know what? That car, don't worry about it. You don't have to ban me from touching cars. I'm just going to leave that one alone.
You can get this one.
Yeah. No, thank you. I told you we shouldn't have finished the week. All right. We got a big weekend. Playing the Angels in Anaheim. We got the Bears coming to town. We have got a huge. We got Cougs and Rice Owls. We got football all weekend. So you make sure that you're here on Monday with us. But keep on listening. The Del V2 show is next.
That's
right here.
not the name of the show.
Probably close to it. Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you all have a great weekend, everybody. I'm talking about MyBookie right now. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. This is the best time. It doesn't matter if you're a first timer or what. If you're going to make a deposit at MyBookie right now, they're going to double whatever it is. Whatever you deposit, as long as you put in the promo code BET975. Bet975 is the only way to play, win, get paid. It is the best. Thursday, you got free bets. You got MyBookie Plus, where you join. The more you play, you join higher levels, and you get more stuff off, and all kinds of great stuff going on. Look, you're looking for the best way. They got casino gambling. It's not just football, but we love to bet football. That's what we love. And entertainment, election.
I mean, it's nonstop. What do you want to bet on? You've got it at mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Double your money right now. Mybookie.ag, promo code bet975.
Welcome into the show. I got a lot of disingenuous tweets last night. Like, man, wonder how Del V2's doing. Wonder how Dell's doing. Is Dell going to come into work? What am I, a child? Of course I'd come into work.
Yeah. And people are just worried.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that's what it was.
You just have a support system around.
Yeah, that's what it was. I didn't see the tweets in real time. I stay off social media when I watch games for the most part, at least games I really do care about. I appreciate all your disingenuous tweets. Thank you for your concern. I am here. The show begins. And it was a rather predictable night in some ways, considering the way the hammer that is the Bills treat the Dolphins as the nail. But of course, you have the big story coming out of it is the Tua Tagovailoa concussion, and we'll get to that because Mike McDaniel spoke earlier this morning in this after game presser about what's next for the Dolphins and Tua. I know a lot of people have their opinions on that, particularly the virtue signalers and others who create content, whether it be online or on TV like ESPN. So we'll get into that a little bit. But I was thinking about this from a Texans perspective because I was trying to figure out, is this the closest thing we've have as far as a city to make a comparison to what was the Texans Colts? Now, this is years ago now when the Colts were really good and the Texans were okay to bad. I guess the main difference is the Dolphins have been a playoff team recently, while during that time frame before Peyton Manning disappeared and Andrew Luck got hurt, the Texans weren't really a playoff team while they're getting their ass kicked by the Colts. And these rivalries happen, or at least these type of beatdowns and rivalries happen across the NFL. But this is the latest. So if you were watching that game and go, wow, that seems familiar, that's because at a time, that's what the Colts under Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck did to the Texans. That's no longer a problem for multiple reasons, mostly the passage of time. And certainly the hope is here that eventually the Texans become the hammer to most of the AFC South and let them be the nail. We'll see. They do win a lot of games on the road. I think it's 9 straight games, divisional games on the road. The Texans do that. But as far as will they become a dominant team in the AFC South? It's the easiest way to make the playoffs, right? They made the playoffs and won the division last year. You hope that continues. They're off to a good start, and they've got the Bears on Sunday. It's another standalone game, much like last night's game was. So if you love attention and you want your team to get attention, it's the perfect scenario to go beat the crap out of the Bears, and all you're going to hear is positives. If things don't go the way you want, then the standalone game ain't so fun. I don't think the Texans will have a problem, honestly. We'll hear from Bobby Slowick in a bit. He discussed Joe Mixon's workload. Joe Mixon got a lot of carries last outing. Will that continue? Bobby Slowick will talk about it. Was it just simply the matchup dictated that? We'll see. Joe Mixon loves it, though. We heard him after the game, and he talked about how this is big boy football. I love it. Don't remember the last time I had a fullback in front of me. And we'll see the Texans continue to use that offensive line to maul opponents. Through week 1, perfect. Different opponent, different defensive system that they have to go against. So we'll see what Matt Eberflus may have in store to try to stop that Texans running game. And maybe it's more of a passing game for the Texans, and they certainly have the ability to make it work. We usually don't take calls this early because mostly we usually don't get calls this early. But Julian's calling in with his real name. So, Julian, you get in. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We'll get to the Astros. Fromber did help stop a sweep at the hands of the A's. No thanks to Ryan Presley. But they got it done. The Astros, after the Ryan Presley home run, came back in the bottom of the 8th to put the A's away and give Josh Hader, though he did give up a run, a relatively easy 9th inning. Julian, you want to talk about the game last night? What's up?
What it is, Turkeys. Jalen Wright. I know the stat line doesn't show much, but he had a couple runs that I believe there were some penalties that were called. I feel like he's going to be a stud, man. I feel like it's Jeff Wilson and Ashan were to have a kid, which I know visually you like to think about. I think that's when you get Jalen Wright. Speed, power, and a little bit of shiftiness. Have a good one.
So he is talking about the rookie out of Tennessee who the Dolphins drafted. He was Raheem Mostert insurance, and we saw that Raheem Mostert did not play in the game yesterday. So he was inactive in week 1. Yeah, I think as time goes by, as the season goes on, no matter who plays quarterback for the Dolphins, hell, it might even be more impactful if we get a lot of Skylar Thompson at quarterback, that Jalen Wright's going to be a bigger factor. He's already a good pass blocker. We'll see him more in the run game, but despite being like 5'9", 190, Achane is their number one. I don't know if you want to call him a bell cow, but he got a lot of touches last night in the passing game and in the run game. So a career high in carries for Achane last night, and obviously was involved in the passing game, scored a touchdown in the pass game. So if you have Achane and you found a way to snag him in your fantasy league, maybe start him throughout the rest of his time. He could be a guy who I'm trying to figure out a comparison for him. Maybe because the number 28 sticks out to me when I think about him. There's some work done because of his size, but if they're going to use him in the passing game like they have, you might think some Marshall Faulk too. He's smaller than Faulk, but I think he, particularly with teams, and the Bills did a great job of it. We talked about this throughout the week, how the Bills take away Tyreek Hill. They did it again. Achane is going to be someone that the Dolphins will lean on. So if you have him in your fantasy, you made a good choice, because as long as he stays healthy, which was a question going into the game, he's going to be a guy that's going to score a lot of points for you as long as that man stays on the field. So 31-10 the final in that one. It is what it is. They do that to the Dolphins all the time. Always pick the Bills. They run that division until proven otherwise. We'll see if the Jets with Aaron Rodgers has anything to say later on in the year. So, but let's get to the Astros here. We get an update from Joe Espada. I think we have the sound for it. Joe Espada gave an update on Jose Altuve. Jose Altuve was not in the lineup, and Altuve after the game on Wednesday was very non-worried, despite being peppered by questions from the media. Altuve was like, you know what? I think I'll be fine, but we got to wait. We got to wait, and we'll see. And the latest update from Espada was very positive. Here is Joe Espada discussing the status of Jose Altuve.
So he was asking about Altuve, so we went and got some images more done here, and things look okay. Nothing that I can report here, that I can tell you that I'm worried about this being more than just a day-to-day thing. So we were able to answer those questions like during the game.
But it's the Astros giving an update on an injured player. What does day-to-day mean for the Astros? Can we trust them? Sean and I are firmly in the camp of no, we can't trust them. If Young Metro,
yeah, is there anyone in the I trust them camp?
No. How could you possibly be in a way, in a belief that the Astros are telling you the truth? And it's, you know what? It's not even that I don't even put it in a position that they're lying, which might be worse. I just think there may be a little incompetence going on there. I would prefer them just simply lying to my face, because at least I would know that they know what they're doing. I'm siding with they don't know what they're talking about, and they just out there saying stuff. I hope it's day-to-day. We don't need another prominent Astro, dealing with something that's going to last into the postseason. Kyle Tucker is coming around. We believe he's healthy. He just needs to work himself back into it. And, of course, the Bregman thing will be a thing until the season's over. I hope it's day-to-day. I just can't trust you. You have made me you made me distrust the Astros. I'm like the rest of all the other baseball fans, but for different reasons. They distrust the Astros for, that thing. I distrust them because they say things that don't become true. What am I going to do about it? Say things that become true more often, and then you'll gain my trust back. Injury updates from the Astros. It's like what was that? The Minister of Information from Iraq way back when did they start calling him Baghdad Bob, where he's like, everything's okay. That's what I feel like when I listen to an Astros injury update. Everything will be fine. Okay, this guy's out for an extended amount of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, at this point in the season, it's just let me know when Altuve's back, or else the season's over. Like maybe not the division title race isn't over, but the World Series chances, I think, take a pretty significant hit without the person who's hit the most home runs in MLB postseason history. Actually, second most. I think he's still behind Manny Ramirez.
No, I think you are correct on their ceiling if Jose Altuve is dealing with something throughout the postseason. Now, they do gain a game back on the Mariners because the Astros win, and then the Mariners blow a game to the Rangers, which is something we're familiar with when it comes to the Mariners blowing games they should win. So it's 4.5. But the dreams possibly of winning or climbing up to a 2 seed seem far gone. They are significantly behind the Guardians with 16 games to go. So the Astros are likely going to stretch that rotation to the limit starting with the wild card round. Just the way it is. But a postseason appearance, very likely. Just so happens they're going to do it the hard way, but with another division title in tow. So thanks to Fromber, thanks to the bats in the bottom of the 8th, they get the win. Although it got a little sticky because of Ryan Presley, a blown save from him, and Hader cleaned it up in the 9th, where he gave up a run, but it was 6-2 at the time, so it's fine. The Astros come through. We'll take that and avoid the sweep at the hands of the A's. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud in a little bit, Bobby Slowick as well, as I mentioned, as the Texans continue to prepare for a game against the Bears. We'll get into some of the college football games for the weekend. We'll also have Michael Carroll on at 11:30, and that'll be coupled with a giveaway in that kind of fits the segment. So it's appropriate we do it then. And remember, we're still giving away listener appreciation tickets. We'll do that later in the show. And I believe we do have Rice Cougs tickets as well, as they see each other tomorrow at TDECU. We're just getting started here. We will come back with we'll get to some college football stuff. There was actually a pretty good game last night featuring Texas State and Arizona State to get to, and also the rest of the college football weekend. We have some thoughts, as we always do, on what to look forward to coming up this Saturday. And also, there's a pretty big game tonight. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is a website you go to. Now, if you took advantage of betting big on Thursday, that risk-free promotion they have for Thursdays, I hope you sided with the Bills or James Cook. You would have made some money. And if you picked the Dolphins, yeah, I get your money back. So MyBookie's looking out for you if you made the wrong choice with the Dolphins last night. But with the college football weekend approaching, you can still go to MyBookie and take your chances there. Remember, that sign-up bonus allows you to push that money further. They will match up to $1,000. It's bet 975. Use that, and you can make money on a lot of things going on in the world of sports, from college football to the NFL. You like the Texans on Sunday night, or maybe there's some props you're looking into. You can take a look at them as well. So UFC this weekend, Major League Baseball as the Astros see the Angels. All that is there for you with MyBookie. That's why they have that slogan: bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. Pretty much anything you want to take a shot at, they'll let you. From the live betting in-game and the live casino, if you're like just into cards, you can do that too at mybookie.ag. Remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So, Sean, you've got your Texas headband on. The energy after a win over Michigan, you got to feel pretty relaxed. What's a college football Saturday for you after you blow out a Big Ten defending national champion?
Well, I mean, the media has been disrespecting us all week.
How so?
And Vegas has been disrespecting us.
Is that what Sark is telling the boys?
Only 35-point favorites against UTSA. They just lost by 35 to Texas State.
Texas State.
They think that we're unranked.
Texas
State. That's me doing Kirby Smart.
Understood. Kirby Smart's always telling his Georgia
they
players
thought we were going to go 7-5.
No one respects them. Texas State had a good game, played in a good game last night. They did lose to Arizona State last night in San Marcos. It was when I was turning away from the disaster that was the Thursday night game, Dolphins-Bills. I caught a little bit of that. Arizona State still not great at throwing the football, but they found a way to win. It was a competitive game, really good showing for Texas State. They probably believe they should have won that one, but Arizona State, the Big 12 school, crazy to say, the Big 12 school walks out of San Marcos with the win.
Arizona State picked 16th in the preseason Big 12 media poll. 16 out of 16 in the Big 12.
You talk about
which
disrespect.
is which, by the way, is insane statement to say. Arizona State was picked 16th in the Big
12 media poll. Yes.
But yeah, with the job that Arizona State's done, the last 2 years they had 3 wins. Right now they're 3-0. And Texas State losing, but GJ Kinney, which is a very hard abbreviation to say, doing a great job. I think that honestly, just watching them play and watching them play against Arizona State, I'm like, oh, Texas State could be in the Big 12. Like I think Arizona State will face a easier team at some point in their conference schedule than what they faced in San Marcos.
What's the number for Texas State? They brought in like 53 scholarship players. Was around there to revamp what their roster looked like, and it's working out.
Yeah,
like you said, they are going to be a stronger opponent than someone Arizona State faces in the Big 12, likely, if Arizona State is as good as they've shown. Maybe they've got the 3. These are the 3 that they have in them, and the rest of the Big 12 is going to smack them around. They got Tech next on their schedule. Well, Texas State is probably better than Tech. Probably. Like if Tech had to go to San Marcos, I'm taking Texas State.
Yeah, I don't know if they leave with a win, but they played Tech next. I mean, they already beat Mississippi State, Texas State, so I know Mississippi State isn't supposed to be great, but it is an SEC team.
Don't sell that here just
SEC
because
team.
you're an SEC team.
No, but it's an SEC team.
Miss State on the lines of scrimmage is not an SEC team as far as what their athletes are. I mean, I know it has a patch on their jersey.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it does have the patch on their
jerseys have SEC,
but they don't match up. They don't match up with even regular SEC teams. I'm not talking about.
They have Jeff Lebby as their coach. He's not SEC.
He was at Ole Miss as an OC.
He's a throw the ball around kind of guy.
Yeah, that's what the SEC is right now.
Not my SEC. Not the SEC I grew up in.
You didn't grow up in it. You weren't raised in it. You weren't born in it. You just adopted it.
Like in July.
Mere months ago. And it's certainly going well for Texas, although they have not played an SEC game. So we'll see how that goes for them. Their biggest one of the year, if you don't know, Georgia comes to town.
Yeah.
At this point, 1 versus 2.
Yeah. They I don't want to say it's like a 3-game season, but it's 3 big games left in the season with Oklahoma, and then the next week Georgia, and then to end the season in College Station.
Look,
everything else it's like Kentucky and Mississippi State, who's awesome.
No,
they have a trip to Vandy. Watch out.
Yeah, it's not
Florida.
It's a 3-game season in name, but Texas could lose 2 and still make the playoff.
Yeah.
Yes, they could. They would be in at large.
I was going into the season being like, I want to go 3-1 in the four biggest games
Now that
counting
you've
the Michigan game.
now that you smack Michigan the way you did,
Yeah.
although maybe you think
Looks
Michigan's
possible.
not as good as their ranking did suggest, is 3-1 now a disappointment?
No, because if the one's
It's
Georgia,
one is Georgia. Yeah. That's true. Very true. It's at home though.
is at home.
It would stamp yourself. Not that it matters, but it would stamp that team if they beat Georgia, even at home, as the best team in the country, the unquestioned number one. And that's not a bad place to be.
Yeah.
To be known as the best, at least regular season wise, the best program in the country.
But to do that, you know what they have to do, Dale? They have to beat UTSA on Saturday.
You have to don't get ahead of yourselves.
Mm-mm.
Beat UTSA. Beat the in-state non-rival.
Beat the system school, and beat them worse than Texas State did.
Yeah, you got a standard to hold up. Hold up. You can't beat the in-system school worse than Texas State or less than Texas State beat them.
Yeah. Got to cover. Must cover. It's a must cover tonight.
Yeah, that's mostly about getting Quinn Ewers like 2 quarters of play. This is what this game's about. You want Quinn Ewers for 2 quarters. Peyton Manning. Peyton.
That'd be nice.
Art. Yeah. Well, you seen Peyton in his last game? Maybe not. It wouldn't be that nice.
You know what?
Arch Manning.
Right now, today, to win a football game today, I'd take Arch Manning over anyone in the Manning family.
Yeah, I don't think Eli's got the arm strength anymore to compete on the SEC level. He used to. Yeah, I think tonight for Texas is simply name your score, get everyone in, get Blue out of the game early. You don't want any running backs to get hurt. Make it a 7-on-7 drill. Don't even run your running backs in this game.
Are any walk-ons running backs?
Yeah, or don't
let them make some memories.
Or when someone asks, why did Sark throw the ball on 15 of his first 17 plays? It's not to get his running back hurt. There's no need to run I know they usually talk about don't run your quarterback against teams that you don't need them. This one, don't run your running backs.
Yeah.
Just throw the ball around.
Run your game.
Yeah. And get out of there with the win and get Arch all the snaps that he can for the highlight. Because when the Arch UTSA highlight package gets on TikTok, Arch was a problem.
Cut in some Colorado State highlights.
You know how I know Lance? He just closed the door. Isn't about player safety. He walked by. I took note. He's wearing a free hip drop shirt.
Wow. What does he think about the Guardian Caps?
Probably not a fan. If he's a fan of hip drop tackles.
Probably some words you can't say on the radio.
Yeah. You can't call that guy that. That's not a word you can use. Just talk about that guy.
Lance.
Free hip drop. Who would make that shirt?
Yeah.
Are you? By the way,
someone had to have sent that to him.
Not one has been called in the first week plus of the NFL season. Who would make a shirt? Free the hip drop. Some linebacker. Some defensive coach is making that shirt.
Takeo Spikes sent him that shirt.
Maybe. What's Patrick Willis up to?
Does he have a screen press
company that since he's retired? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what that man's doing.
We don't know. You can't know.
So the game tonight, though, since we're done talking about how Texas is going to name their score, is actually a pretty good one. K-State versus Arizona. Arizona was really explosive in game 1, and then they say, you know what, you're Northern Arizona. We're not going to really do anything against you. We got to get ready for K-State and Avery Johnson. That's the quarterback of K-State. No, the former Spurs coach isn't now in football. But Avery Johnson is their dual threat quarterback.
Now I'm picturing
Avery Johnson playing quarterback at K-State. He may throw better than the current Avery Johnson.
5'9" point guard.
Hey, he probably would he probably would be a backup quarterback at Texas State as opposed to playing for K-State. But that's an intriguing one tonight to check out. Kind of starts our college football weekend off right. It's a ranked matchup. And can they keep McMillan in check? He went off their wide receiver for Arizona in week 1 and then had a kind of a quiet game in week 2. K-State's coming off a game against Tulane where the vibes weren't great early. Tulane in New Orleans had their way, and then K-State just did K-State things. If you've watched K-State football, you're going to be familiar with their game. They're going to get some opportune stops, force a turnover too, and they found their way to claw back in that game and win it off of a scoop and score in New Orleans. So I think I like Arizona in that one. Their quarterback and wide receiver play. I don't think K-State's going to have an answer for McMillan. That's a really good player. I don't know if he's going to be someone we're talking about for New York, but the Bolitnikov, certainly. Fafita and McMillan, like those guys against K-State. So if you're looking for a game tonight, if you're not going out, you want to hang out, if the Astros game is exciting or not exciting, depending on how you feel, check out Arizona K-State tonight. It starts the weekend off right. Like, the brand name matchups aren't great this week as far as, we've got a big brand against another big brand, and they're both ranked. It's not really that type of weekend in college football, but we do have some interesting ones. Like, we have the Pac-12 leftovers versus their rivals, Oregon versus Oregon State. That one's in Corvallis, which is great. It's going to be a whole lot of, oh, you don't think we're good enough? Oh, you think you're better than me? It's going to be a lot of that in Corvallis. Washington State does travel to Seattle, so it won't be the same type of environment, but the same type of vibes from the Washington State side. So, of course, those games are coming early now because the Big Ten has their own rivalry set up, and I would imagine that Washington's going to face Oregon on rivalry weekend in the Big Ten. I'm not sure who. I guess obviously UCLA and USC will play. So they're getting these in-state ones out of the way. I'm glad they're still playing them. As in some cases in this state, we know the rivalries kind of go away. So I don't know if this will be a continuing thing where Oregon and Oregon State and Washington State keep playing each other, but they're playing each other this week, so they can check those two out. And the one that it doesn't intrigue me, I just think it's interesting that Alabama is actually going to play a road game in Madison, because normally when Alabama does this, it's a neutral site game. Hey, we'll play a Big Ten school in Dallas or Las Vegas or Georgia in Atlanta, but we're not actually going to go to their campus. Like, even LSU was like, you know what would be cool, Wisconsin? We don't want to play a home game against you. We don't want to play you in a true road game. We'll play at a Lambeau Field. We'll do that. But this one's actually in Madison. Problem for Wisconsin, Tyler Van Dyke's their quarterback. Now, Alabama did not play well against USF, despite the score. The fourth quarter will trick you, but we saw what happened. But as long as they have an outlawed zone defense, I feel like Alabama's going to be okay against Tyler Van Dyke. The man hasn't met a zone he wouldn't throw a ball directly into a defender to ever. That's what he does. Play him in man. Wisconsin's got a shot. Now, if you're interested in that game, take a look if Alabama's fixed their pass coverage, because against USF, guys are running wide open. It just so happened that USF's quarterback is not very good, at least throwing the football, so he couldn't hit on those. Fortunately for Alabama, Wisconsin's quarterback's not very good at throwing the football, at least not consistently. So maybe Alabama's problems won't come out when they see Wisconsin.
They can't keep getting away with it.
Well, apparently they can, because of the quarterbacks on the other side. Or maybe all of their issues are fixed. I don't know. It's only been a week since they played USF. I don't think they're all fixed. Their communication issues, new players, new system. But Alabama ain't the defense you think they are, at least when it comes to covering guys right now. They have miscommunication problems. I just don't think Wisconsin's quarterback is going to be able to take advantage. But take a look at that. Just to see Alabama in Madison. It's a rare occurrence. They're playing a true road game in that part of the country. So that is something to look forward to. There are other games to get to. We'll get to them a little bit later. The BC-Mizzou game, it's a ranked matchup. Only because Florida State was ranked at the time when BC beat them. But we know at this point Florida State's not good. They're playing with water guns in practice. So they can't be good, right?
They're touchdown favorites at home against Memphis.
I may like Memphis in that one.
Hey.
DJ, you still playing quarterback?
I haven't heard word of Brock Lynn.
Yeah, we're not sure about that one. But if we're going to trust Florida State, that means we have to trust that they fix some of their offensive line issues and they're going to be able to move Memphis around. We would assume that they would. That's big boy football against a group of 5 school. But Northern Illinois would tell you, don't assume. And Notre Dame's trying to get right against Purdue. So the college football weekend's not crazy impressive, but there is the game within the game that you can find some interesting stuff to pay attention to. We'll get more into that as we go along, because there is a article about the 7 games you can't miss this weekend. We'll see. Sean and I will decide if we agree or disagree. Considering this show, it's likely that we disagree. It's just how it is. We'll come back with some sound from the Texans. Bobby Slowick talked about Joe Mixon's workload We played the sound yesterday about CJ Stroud, what he wants from his fans. Well, we'll hear from CJ about what he likes to do to protect his teammates. We know concussions are a big deal. We saw it last night in the Miami Bills game. Well, CJ goes out of his way to protect his guys. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
All right, let's do this. If you want to go to the listener appreciation party, be caller 5 at 1045. Caller 5 at 1045 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party September 20th here at Gallant Media. Y'all know. Show up here, meet the guys, meet some of your favorites. Twitch and YouTube. You know what I'm talking about. You guys have been very vocal about certain people who work here. I can't guarantee that they'll be here. I just know that we are required to be here. Sean will be doing the show, so you'll definitely see Sean.
Yes, you'll see Dell when he's doing the show with me.
Oh, okay. Has that been finalized?
No, it has not.
No.
I'm hoping to pressure you.
Oh, well, don't worry. I don't succumb to pressure.
One segment.
I'm like
half segment.
I handle the blitz very well. I don't make mistakes when pressure hits. We'll see. So that show will be going on. The luminaries here from the station will be here, and then of course there'll be food and drinks. So caller 5 at 10:45. Let's get to this. As always, we're way behind. So we'll get to this and then get out. Mostly to give Sean a chance to answer the phone during the break so he didn't have to do other stuff. I understand. As a producer, I get it. Give Sean a little bit of a break. So let's get to this before we get it out quickly. Bobby Slowick is your Texans OC. Joe Mixon had a big day carrying the ball, probably more than anyone imagined the touches he got. I don't think anyone thought he would get that many touches. Can he handle that workload for more than one game after not having a carry in the preseason? Is that something we can expect going forward? Here's Bobby Slowick on the prospect of Joe Mixon being a bell cow throughout the year.
He's probably one of the few guys remaining in the NFL that could handle that. I mean, there's not many offenses you're going to run the ball to the same guy 30 times over and over and over and over again every week. But I'm not really worried about his workload in that regard. Like, he's just built and has in his past done that before and is built to do that. But it really is more of, we'll give Joe the ball as many times as necessary, and we'll give Nico the ball as many times as necessary. And we'll give Steph the ball as many times as necessary in tank, and like really all the way across the board. And every game's going to wind up playing out different. So, in that game, it was a 30 carry game for Joe. And when you have 30 carries and you're averaging over 4, in his case, 5 a carry, that's a heck of a day.
Bobby Slowick on Joe Mixon. So all that sounded like it'll be situation based. And the thought coming into the year was that the Texans were going to be a team who just threw the ball all around. And in some games, that probably will be the case. It just was shown that they had a big advantage against the Colts running the football, and they stuck with it. And that's all you want. Do what works. And what worked was giving Joe Mixon all those touches. Now, Bobby Slowick said that this is someone who's done that in the past. Joe Mixon's highest carry total in a season was back in 2021, where this was over 16 games, where he had 292 carries, just over 1,200 yards, and 4.1 yards a carry. So if I do some math, which is just me using a calculator because I would never try to do this in my head, that's an average of 18.25 carries a game. So no, Joe Mixon doesn't normally do this. And that was his highest carry total of his career. 18.25.
Yeah, he might have done that. He might have got up close to 30
in a couple games, but it's not something he does. So to expect that to continue,
something no one does.
Yeah. He even talked about it. It's not something you expect. So no, he is not one. Yes, he is one of those guys who can handle it for one game, but I don't suspect we're getting into the 300 plus carry range or more. At that pace, we're talking like 400 carries. That ain't happening.
Yeah, I don't think Derrick Henry does that.
No. And Joe Mixon's an older back. He is 28 years old. I know it's crazy to say, but as far as the NFL is concerned, he's now an older back. So the 30 carries that Joe Mixon, and we're not even talking about the touches he got in the pass game, which is part of his game too. That would be 510 carries in a year. No, it's not happening. Joe Mixon will probably have. In fact, it might happen in the game against Chicago where they start to, we got to get some other guys in here. We're not going to bury him under carries after 2 weeks. It was just an interesting approach. And like I said, I think it's just situational, and it worked out. So credit to them. Okay. I said I would give Sean some time, so we'll do that here. Remember, caller 5 at 10:45 wins those tickets to the listener appreciation party. We'll get that done during the break. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We don't normally highlight Rockets news in the middle of September, but there's something out there concerning an acquisition they made this offseason. AJ Griffin, son of former NBAer and coach Adrian Griffin, someone they traded for this offseason. Then the Rockets accounts were very excited, not the official accounts, but all the fan accounts were very excited because he was a former first-round pick. Excuse me. People start to go back to their evaluations and go, I love AJ Griffin. Just provides more depth for this Rocket team, more talent, so on and so forth. Well, it appears that a departure from basketball is in the offing for AJ Griffin, according to Shams Charania. He is considering stepping away. And it's not injury related. Maybe basketball at this time just isn't what is right for him. So the Rockets took a flyer, a guy who did not turn out to be what the Atlanta Hawks wanted him to be. And it looks like, if Shams is to be believed, that he won't be what the Rockets wanted him to be either, because basketball is not something that is going to be for him in the foreseeable future. So AJ Griffin expected to step away from the sport for quite a while. He wasn't expected to be a big part of the rotation, just a guy to look at, another talented player that would have been on the Rockets roster, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah. It was just they traded the 40-something pick for him. It was kind of a dart throw, second chance in the league kind of thing, for a lottery pick that didn't work out. And hope whatever he wants to do after basketball, he can do it.
And if he comes back, great. And if he doesn't, obviously, hopefully he leads whatever life he so chooses.
These guys dealt with injuries too, so
yeah. Now he's not currently injured, but he has been a guy who's had injuries derail what he hoped to be a productive career. So hopefully, whatever it is AJ Griffin decides, it's the right choice for him. Some other basketball news in the city in a different tone. The Cougs secured a 5-star guard, and we talked about it on the morning. He fits the profile. Like, if you thought the Cougs were going to get a shoot-first defense optional guy for them, no, not going to be the case.
Lou Williams?
No, they did not. They did not get Lou Williams. They didn't get their. Who else? I know that's the quintessential guy, but
Dion Waiters. No, Dion Waiters.
No, not a Dion Waiters type. This is a guy who maybe, unfortunately for some, trends too far in the other direction, where I won't call the shot broken, but it's not to be trusted from the perimeter. He's going to be a guy who would, I guess, Kelvin Sampson would love, because he would be as productive without a basketball as he is with one. Like, you can start a practice without a basketball, and that guy would just have a great time no matter what. He'll play defense. He'll play hard, and he fits the profile. I know, because of the Cougars' lack of scoring when it comes to the NCAA tournament, there was a hope that, hey, can we find a guy who can just be a knockdown shooter? Have you met Kelvin Sampson?
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to give up one to bring in the other. If you could find a lockdown defender who could actually knock down shots and be a 20-point per game scorer or more in the college, well, you have a guy who's probably a number 1 overall pick type. That's just you don't find both.
Yeah.
You don't not in college. Those guys may turn into that. Like Anthony Edwards is a guy who, when he wants to, can get after it defensively, but he wasn't really like that at Georgia.
A few years ago, I was filling in producing on the on John and Lance, and they had Jeff Van Gundy on to talk about. I think it was maybe they just asked a question about Kelvin Sampson, and he told a story about, and it surprises no one, about when he visited a U of H practice one time that Kelvin Sampson was running. They're doing a full court scrimmage, but with the rebounding kind of, I guess, lid almost
on the ball, on the hoop,
on both hoops.
Yeah, we're not looking to score.
Scrimmaging where they can't actually score.
Yeah,
they're scrimmaging just scrimmaging basically defense and rebound.
Get comfortable. Go playing basketball where they're like 5-minute stretches where no one puts the ball through the hoop. That's what I want from my team.
It's the most Kelvin Sampson story. And when you watch U of H, you can see it's like, no, they're completely comfortable with just junking this up.
Yeah, Isaiah Harwell's the kid's name, top 15 player in the country. And according to Harwell, after committing, Coach Sampson is a cool dude. He knows what it takes for players to reach the next level. We talked about that. I need to shoot 38 to 40% from three, average 6 or 7 rebounds, and play defense on the opponent's best perimeter player. He said, if you don't play defense, you won't play at Houston. There it is. That's the line. Kelvin Sampson lets everyone know what's first. Now, I hope he does get to 38 to 40% from three. It would be an outlier for the most part. Like they had Marcus Sasser. They've had other guys who can score the basketball. But when it comes tournament time, whether because of the way they play or maybe just a bad night, the shooting has gone by the wayside when it matters most. Like their exit this time around was mostly because Jamal Shed, well, probably all because Jamal Shed wasn't unavailable for most of that game. I think they were up by like 6 or 8, or maybe they were going to go up 8 when he turned his ankle and missed a layup and everything went Duke's way the rest of the way. So I won't put their exit squarely on not being able to shoot, but not having Jamal Shed meant your leader was gone. Their defense kind of took a downturn and they weren't able to do enough offensively to make up for it. So hopefully Isaiah Harwell meets his goal of shooting 38 to 40% from three. I mean, if we're going by Kelvin Sampson teams, I don't think it's going to happen, but hopefully he breaks the trend. Get you a knockdown shooter and a guy who doesn't mind locking down the best player on the other team. Then Kelvin Sampson not only has a top 15 player, he's got like a top 5 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
If that's what he gets. Isaiah Harwell, the latest player to commit to Houston, 5-star guard. And Kelvin Sampson, cool dude. I don't think I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Not from a player, but cool. 6'6", 210. So he's got plenty of size.
I'm not sure if I buy that.
That he's a cool dude.
I'm sure
he's cool.
Is it weird that the word I have a problem with is dude?
No,
I don't think he's a dude.
Yeah, that's probably the thing we should be focusing on in our haven of nonsense. I don't think of Kelvin Sampson as a dude. Man, guy,
coach,
mostly. It's really just coach. Honestly, just coach. You're right. Just coach. It's just coach. He's a cool coach. I would accept.
He's cool for a coach. I'd be like,
oh, not even just cool for a coach, but cool dude. No.
Like, someone you can really just
like Eric Musselman takes off his shirt. I don't think he's cool, but he would be a dude.
Yes.
He's a dude.
Yes.
Bruce Pearl's a dude.
Yeah.
Kelvin Sampson, coach.
Yeah. Is Calipari a dude? He's on the line. He's right on the line.
Yeah.
I could see, but
no. Eric Musselman's a bro. He's not a dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Calipari, he's a disappointment if you're a Kentucky fan and a traitor now.
That was ugly.
I said if you're a Kentucky fan.
Oh, okay.
And a traitor now that he's at Arkansas. I'm sure they'll welcome him with open arms in that first trip to Rupp Arena. I'm sure it'll go well. I'm sure it'll be very polite, understanding. All those first-round picks and the title he won for you. I'm sure they'll take that under consideration.
Did you see the picture? I think that Calipari tweeted out of, I want to say it was it PJ Washington? It was a Kentucky.
It was PJ Washington.
It was a player he had at Kentucky. He visited Arkansas practice and took a picture with Calipari, and he was in full Arkansas Razorback get up.
Yeah, I saw that.
He was wearing not full get up. It was like in the workout stuff. So he was wearing an Arkansas practice shirt and Arkansas like basketball shorts. He got completely fitted out in Arkansas stuff, even though he went to Kentucky.
Yeah, but we know the deal. Those guys go there for Cal.
I know.
And their loyalty to Kentucky just goes as far as Cal. Like if Cal's there, they're loyal to Kentucky. But Cal's the guy who shows up to their draft night, and he's the guy who always tells them.
Yeah, he hugs them before their mom does.
And they certainly, at least before their agent does, certainly. But he pushes that I'm going to make you a first rounder, although you're only there for a year. So how much is he actually doing? But he sells them, when you come here, you're going to be a first round pick. And
the brand of Kentucky, I think, means less than the brand of Cal to those guys. And if Cal wants them to sell Cal's stuff to a new program, they're going to do it. They're going to show up in Arkansas and talk about how great Cal is, not how great Kentucky was. They're only there for like 7 months at the most.
It would still rub me the wrong way.
Yeah, if you're a Kentucky fan and you rooted for that kid for all of like 6 months, and you're like, yeah, PJ Washington, you're probably a part of some account like Kentucky in the pros. You're probably liking and retweeting every time someone retweets one of our guys in the NBA Finals, PJ Washington. I'm sure.
What do they do now?
That's a slap across the face.
What do they do now? Cats in the pro or BBN in the NBA.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And then now, but all those guys are Razorbacks. They're not Kentucky guys. They're
Cal guys. They're Cal guys. They always have been.
But you know what? And I don't really like it for the player either. I will say, one Kentucky player, we don't need to worry about doing this nonsense. Part of the core 7. Reed Shepherd. Reed Shepherd.
Are you sure about
Kentucky
that?
Life.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, his dad. His dad. Yeah. Don't have to worry about it.
They both. Yeah.
Yeah, he will not be showing up in Razorback gear.
He's loyal to the soil.
PJ Washington
he's gonna have an Instagram story with Mark Pope. Took me a second to remember.
Well, PJ Washington's already a traitor. He was born in Louisville and wound up at Kentucky.
Wow, just snake in his blood. Born a snake.
I guess. I don't know. Look, you choose Kentucky over Louisville. I get it. But yeah, I mean, all those guys. I'm sure Bam Adebayo at some point will wind up at an Arkansas game rooting on Cal. Maybe not against Kentucky.
I don't like that. Oh, okay.
Maybe not against Kentucky. Okay. I don't think PJ Washington would do that. But if Cal wants him there to work out, he'll do that.
Do they play Kentucky in Arkansas this year?
They have to. It's a SEC game. Well, don't they double up?
I mean, now the conference is so big.
There's so many teams.
They can't play 30 conference.
That's
games.
True. Very true.
But I am curious about what the celebrity row is going to look like at the first Arkansas Kentucky game in Fayetteville.
I don't think any Kentucky guy will be sitting behind Cal during an Arkansas game. Like, I don't think that'll happen. But I do think they will show up for Cal. And besides, they got NBA games to play. By the time the conference season rolls around, if there's a day off,
it can be John Wall, it can be DeMarcus Cousins.
I think that could happen. The old school guys, I think, might do it because Cal was their dude. But I don't feel like the guys who are at Kentucky in the last 6 years are going to show up during a Kentucky Arkansas game sitting behind Cal.
Or just, courtside. Yeah. It doesn't have to be behind Cal.
Not for
courtside wearing a
house divided shirt.
Oh no, just a zip up, an Arkansas zip up.
Nah. Not at a Kentucky game. But for a regular Arkansas game, yeah, I can see it happening.
Okay.
PJ Washington's wearing.
This would bother me so much.
If you're a fan of the team, yeah, I get it. Every college fan would be bothered by it. Just think of
if Kevin Durant was showing up at Tennessee stuff because he's a Rick Barnes guy.
Everybody think of your favorite player whether you're in school or whatever, one of your most famous players who was recruited to the school by a coach. And the coaching profession, you're not going to be at the same place forever.
And it's a conference, right? Conference rival.
And that coach goes to a conference opponent. Think of your favorite player, and then he winds up in their gear. You're going to be pissed. It's going to maybe not pissed, but you're going to be bothered. I don't even like Warren Sapp being on the Deion Sanders coaching staff.
Yeah, see, now imagine if he was on an FSU staff.
Randy Shannon is right now. I'm not bothered by it, by the way.
Yeah, but Randy Shannon did other stuff to ruin his reputation.
Well, he was a defensive coordinator for a national title team, but the issue is
also a head coach.
Didn't go well
for not a national.
Never go back. I've always tell the guys, never go back. It's my line in the sand. Guys, if you were great at any point for your school, don't ever go back. Not as a coach. You want to go back and be honored? Great. But you know what you never do? You never coach for that school. It's usually always turns out bad. And we'll see if Cristobal can break the trend. At least for the first 2 years, it wasn't that way. And you beat Florida and FAMU, now everything's forgiven until you lose Ball State tomorrow. Then we'll remember all the issues from before. Okay, hour one done. But before we wrap it up, Sean wants to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, let's talk about those prize picks. If you listened to us yesterday, you would know that Tyreek Hill does not go off against the Bills, and maybe you took a less than 90-something yards on Tyreek Hill, and maybe you took a more than 250.5 passing yards from Jordan McLeod, and you pair that with a Devin Neal tonight over 103.5 rushing yards and over 42.5 rushing yards for Avery Johnson, and baby, you got a Prize Picks lineup going on. You too can build your lineup. You can put your knowledge to the test if you download Prize Picks, enter code MAPES when you sign up, and get $50 instantly when you play $5. Just my last name, Mapes, gets you $50. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Welcome to Hour 2. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll at 11:30 or so. And we have a giveaway that fits that segment, so we'll do that during that time. And considering what happened last night in the Dolphins-Bills game, CJ talked about something that's probably something every quarterback should take into account. Now, in last night's game, the quarterback was the one who took on the big hit and the head injury. But CJ, in a conversation with Stephon Diggs after a play, it was noticed, and a question was asked of him about how he wants to protect his players from taking big hits that obviously can lead to bigger issues that a guy like Tua is facing right now. Here is CJ Stroud on what he likes to do to protect his players.
So those guys, I'll try my best to never throw you guys in a headache, because I wouldn't want that done to me. You know what I mean? And I remember watching Brady break down film one time, and there's a lot of defensive calls that get called against the defense, but it's really the quarterback's fault for throwing them into bad coverage or like not seeing the whole field. So, just like it is for the defenders not to kill defensive guys, which sometimes I don't agree with, because I mean that's the nature of the game is, if somebody's willing to get smacked, you got to do what you got to do, set a tone, and it's our job too to protect our players. So I'm a firm believer in just having trust from day one on, like, man, CJ's not going to throw me to something that like is going to get me hurt. So I definitely do think like that's a big thing that I honor myself. Like, I don't want to do that to my teammates ever.
CJ Stroud on some responsibility he takes in protecting his guys. And it's part of the deal. I think even Tom Brady talked about this earlier in the summer about not only quarterbacks being baby, but also what they have to do to protect their guys when they're throwing the football. Now, I don't know how you want to put it, but last night was a quarterback making a decision that in the moment people were saying was wrong considering his history. It was I think it was fourth down. Late in the third quarter, Dolphins down by 3 touchdowns, and Tua ran for a first down. He had talked all offseason about needing to make more plays with his feet to help the offense. I think earlier in the game he had ran for a first down on third down, maybe 3rd and 11 or something. So it was part of what he wanted to add to his game. In this case, after picking up a first down, I think he was caught in a thing where he might not have known where the line of the gain was, so he thought he had to lower his head. He lowers his head into Damar Hamlin's chest. Damar Hamlin of all people, and it looked like a routine play until you saw the fencing position of his hands and the fact that he wasn't getting up, and then you knew there was big trouble until it was ruled out 6 minutes. They said 6 minutes after they took him back to the examining room, he was ruled out. But you didn't need that 6 minutes. You saw where his hands were. Although Amazon didn't really show that part of it again. What they did, they showed the initial impact, but you never got the initial live shot ever again. I think that probably was a decision they made. So, of course, the pundits on air are talking about what should he do? He has to retire. Someone needs to step in. That was Ryan Clark's release. That was the caption under the video. I did not watch it, but Ryan Clark apparently had a very impassioned plea, and he said that someone should step in for Tua, I guess, to make this decision for him. Damian Woody said he worries for his health. There have been others. You guys all saw people tweeting about how this should be the end. In fact, Sean said he saw a lot of people say, Scott, he should hang it up. He needs to hang it up.
The phrase "hang it up."
Yes, exactly.
Always, like, if you look up, just in quotes, like Tua, hang it up. Every single person. No one said retire. Everyone said hang it up. It's crazy.
From Shannon Sharp, now that he's done with Michelle, he's commenting on football again. He said Tua needs to hang it up. Everyone pretty much said he needs to take his health into account when it comes to his career. Well, his head coach tells you to cut that out. Not that he shouldn't consider his health, but to stop talking about his career right now. Mike McDaniel this morning, talking to the media, says, I am not considering the timeline for him to play. This is all about him and his health, and talking about his career just adds to the anxiety and the immediate aftermath of a concussion and the recovery. He should not be thinking about that at all. He said the doctors and Tua will make this decision. This ain't got nothing to do with what I think. I'm not an expert, so I'm not going to comment on that. that will be a decision for people who know more about it than me. So the coach says, hey, cut it out. And from my perspective, it's like, I don't have it. Sean and I talked about this off air. From my perspective, I don't have an opinion on whether he should play or not. He's an adult. If he wants to play, he'll play. If he doesn't, and he wants to make that choice, then he's well within his rights to say, I am not doing this anymore. I guess it's part of the what you have to do for the job, but I can't believe so many people are so passionate about it one way or the other when you know it's really going to be up to the doctors and the player. And if the player wants to play, he'll play. And if he doesn't, he'll say enough. I always think back to Sidney Crosby because he was one of those guys early in his career who had concussions and he kept playing. A lot of times the player will keep playing and I don't listen to hockey commentary on a daily basis, but when I would watch hockey, no one was like, well, Sidney Crosby, can't believe he's out there playing. We all forget, and this will happen like we forgot last year when Tua played 17 games. People stopped talking about it until it popped up again. So it's a discussion for the next, maybe the discussion's even over. But once the NFL games kick off on Sunday, we'll have those morning shows discussing it, and then it'll be over. We'll be back to football again. And, of course, if Tua decides to come back and play, that discussion will pick up again about questioning the decision. And then we'll all forget about it again because once the game starts, that's all we really care about. So if you listen to the man who coaches him, cut it out. Although I know no one will do that because we're content driven.
Yeah, you gotta talk about something today.
The 31-10 result of the game is just typical for Dolphins Bills. We talked about it in the first segment. The Dolphins get their ass kicked by the Bills like at one point the Colts beat up on the Texans. In fact, it's like what the Patriots did to the Bills for 15 years, and now the Bills have their own foil to do it too. The game itself, like Josh Allen didn't have to do much. The turnovers, thanks to backup wide receivers either not looking for the ball or running the wrong route. Shout out to Robbie Chosen Anderson. I think those are the conglomeration of names he's chosen over the last 5 years or so.
He's what?
Robbie Chosen Anderson. Those are all the names
that he's chosen.
Yes, those are all the names he's picked to have people call him.
Yeah, I think it was Chosen Anderson, Robbie Chosen.
No,
I don't know where we're at. I think we're at Robbie Chosen.
I think we're at Robbie Chosen right now. He ran the wrong route. The waiver wire pickup that was in on that first pick did not turn his head. Backup receivers cause you problems. But so the Bills ran the ball down the Dolphins' throat. James Cook had two scores running, another receiving. As a person who roots for the other team in that stadium, James Cook brother did that for Florida State in that stadium to the Canes over and over again. So I was like, oh, that's familiar. I remember that. I remember some guy named Cook ruining my night. Happened again. It was a very familiar scenario. And then, unfortunately, another familiar scenario happened late in that third quarter where to a concussion. By the way, this all started against the Bills in 2022 where he played after what people thought was a concussion. The Dolphins and the doctors in that case said, we didn't diagnose him with the concussion. Then, of course, on Thursday night, once again, against the Bengals in 2022, he had the horrific one where he had to be carted off the field on a stretcher. And, of course, he came back, played well, and then got hurt with another one on I think it was Christmas Day against the Packers. So that's where we are. I think we're now we're about 20 months removed from his concussion against the Packers. So going forward, it'll be up to him and his doctors, and we'll see where we're at.
Yeah, we'll see how long Tua's out. Now there is a free agent quarterback.
Which one do you think you want to torture me with? Which one?
The one with experience in Miami.
Does he have experience in that system?
A little bit. A system close to it.
You're talking about Ryan Tannehill?
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill. Best free agent quarterback available.
Well, Mike McDaniel in the presser where he was discussing it's not right to talk about Tua's timeline.
Oh, don't hit me with it's not right.
That's what he said, not me.
But are you going to say it's not right to speculate on?
No, I'm saying what the coach said.
Okay.
Anyone else? I just said we're all content driven. So do what you want to do.
Make some content.
I'm not saying don't talk about it. I'm talking about what the coach said. He said cut it out, but do whatever you want. He can't boss you around. He can't. Mike McDaniel can't boss
He'll
you
never
around.
know I said that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not going to send him the clip. Don't worry about it. Me and Mike, good boys, good friends. We know Tannehill is apparently being very picky because there are some thoughts that the Packers reached out to him, and he decided, you know what, I want to be a longer-term starter. I don't want to be a spot starter. We'll see how
All
long.
right, dude.
So the Dolphins would be an option. Now, they're going with Skylar Thompson at this point, but as far as maybe he wanted to start 7 games or 8, or maybe if Tua has to sit out the year, start the rest, that would be an option for him. He does want to be a starter. He doesn't want to be a spot starter who loses his job once the established starter comes back. That's apparently Ryan Tannehill's approach.
All right, Ryan Tannehill.
He's not in a great position to make demands, but all he's doing is waiting for a big injury, and he got one already. Well, he got 2, but he got a bigger one last night where he's just saying, all right, maybe I turn this into a bidding war at some point. Just take advantage of my situation.
I'd wait until Sunday, see if someone else gets hurt.
Yeah. Why rush it?
Is the other quarterback with experience of the system, you're going to mention Davis Mills?
I was not. I did see some Texans account go, you know who the Dolphins should take a look at? Okay.
The man just got a new deal.
I know you're maneuvering for a pick, but relax. Yeah. He's your backup. By the way, there's no guarantee that CJ Stroud's going to make it through the season. So maybe you want to keep your backup quarterback. I don't know why you're such in a rush to trade your backup.
All to get like a 5th round pick.
Yeah. Yeah. See, another guy just trade Davis Mills to Miami. You would like a good backup. I know you operate in a fantasy world where no quarterbacks get hurt, but your quarterback missed 2 games because of concussion last year. Maybe don't trade Davis Mills.
If Davis Mills gets hurt, like if CJ gets hurt, if Davis Mills gets hurt, what are we talking? Case Keenum's out for the year.
Yeah.
Are we doing Tim Boyle's a heartbeat away from being the starting quarterback of your Houston Texans?
No, he's a heartbeat away actually from being the starting quarterback for the Dolphins because he's their practice squad quarterback right now.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So don't say trade Davis Mills. You might need him. In fact, the odds say you will need him at some point. You don't want to trade Davis Mills.
No. Well,
unless you think some team's so desperate they're going to give you a second-day pick for him.
You might want to trade Davis Mills,
but you
it's
shouldn't.
Not smart.
It's not smart to trade Davis Mills. Operating like your quarterback's going to make it through 17 games is silly.
Yeah. So it's the Skylar Thompson era in Miami?
For now.
Okay.
And you should spell that ERROR.
Oh.
I've seen him play. Sorry.
He hung in there in the playoffs that one time.
Yes, because you had a strip sack fumble. You returned to punt deep into Buffalo territory. Yeah, he happened to be quarterbacking when he threw 3 picks in that game. He happened to be on the field.
Classic where if you just look at the score or
wow, he kept him in it.
Like, wow, dude, Caleb or Skylar Thompson made himself a little bit of money, and then you look at his stats, you're like, no, he didn't.
The lasting impression.
He played exactly how you thought he would.
The lasting impression from that game was on 4th down. It was like 4th and 5. The Dolphins are still in it, trying to drive to tie or win the game. Tyreek Hill comes open over the middle in between a zone between 2 linebackers. Skylar Thompson holds the ball, doesn't make the throw, and you see they flash to Tyreek Hill as in a replay, and he's just shaking his head like, I am wide the F open. I may run through this and score on this one. And you hold onto the football, double clutch, and it's too late because the window has gone. So yeah, no, Skylar Thompson did not play well. He just happened to be there in a close game. But Davis Mills, yeah, sure. Trade your backup away. I'm sure that's a good idea. The Texans aren't doing that.
What about just Mills for Skylar Thompson?
So you want a worse backup here?
Yeah, I know.
How does that help the Texans?
It doesn't. Maybe throw in a 5th,
Just your transaction Twitter right now. Transaction Twitter doesn't look at
the pleasure of doing business.
Yeah, just want to make a trade. Just a trade to make a trade.
Make a trade.
Hey, I want some. It's too boring right now. Let's make a move with our backup quarterback.
My trigger finger is itching.
I need a little hit. No, you don't. Keep your backup there because you may very well need him, as the Packers and Dolphins have found out through 2 weeks, and the Packers found out in week 1. Okay. Surprisingly, we went long. When I come back and we come back, we're going to give away a pair of tickets to Rice and the Cougs. That game's on Saturday. Tomorrow. Just say tomorrow. And it's at TDECU at 7. So we'll give away those tickets when we come back. It'll be a short one because we have Michael Carroll at 11:30. stay tuned for another prize there too. We're just giving away prizes all show long. We will be back. And before I bid adieu for like 3 minutes and then come back, let's talk about MyBookie. MyBookie is a place you go to if you believe the Texans won't have any injuries and are going to, win the division, win the Super Bowl. You can still place bets on Texans winning the Super Bowl. You can do that at mybookie.ag because they let you bet on anything, anywhere, at any time. Remember, they have their loyalty program called MyBookie Plus. It's just like a tiered program where the more you play, the more you win, the more you get back. Take advantage of that because MyBookie is offering you anything and everything to make your experience better. Just go to mybookie.ag and check them out. From the live betting option to betting on college football and college, excuse me, and the NFL, along with the Premier League. That's coming back, I think, today. And then you obviously all have all the games over the weekend. So international soccer, football, baseball, as we go down the home stretch in the regular season. MyBookie will take those bets. Remember, use promo code BET975 to make your bets go further and your money go further. Go to mybookie.ag. They don't just do the sports betting, though. Remember, you got the live casino stuff as well. You want to play cards, you want a live dealer, they do that for you too. Go to mybookie.ag. That's mybookie.ag.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Okay, we'll do this right now. If you want to go to the Cougs Rice game, be caller 4 right now. 713-780-3776. The game's tomorrow out at TDECU. Both teams coming off good performances. I mean, Rice just took Texas Southern apart. Just a blowout for them. And the Cougs were in Norman, push an SEC team to the brink. Played better, just couldn't get over the top. Their offense squandered some opportunities. But if you just look at the numbers, they played well. So 713-780-3776 is the number there if you want to go to the game tomorrow. Rice versus UH. Caller number 4. So it's going to be a big college football weekend. We talked a little bit about that earlier. We'll get into that probably in the last segment because we're short on time here. But remember, tickets are just $15. So if you don't win tickets from us, you can go out there And go out there, inexpensive. Take the family out there, enjoy the hard-hitting action between the two crosstown rivals. The Bayou Bucket is in play. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. And if you do that now, you can get some tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. The Cougs versus Rice. That game is always pretty interesting. Whatever you think of the teams, whatever their season prospects are, they generally put on a good show. Last year's game was good. Not great if you like the Cougs, considering the result. And they were probably pretty miserable for about 3/4 of that game as Rice jumped out to a big lead. Luke McCaffrey, who's now a Commander, had a nice afternoon. And and Rice went on to win that game in overtime. So Rice, Cougs tomorrow at 7. Okay. Just comfort yourself with knowing that you are not this franchise anymore. Like, during the relative dark days for the Astros, it'd be like bring your dog to the ballpark night, and you'd have like these dogs running around on a Sunday. They get out on the field, they'd be in the stands. They were not serious people. They may still do something like that, but at least it's overshadowed by all the winning they've done. But there was a time where the Astros were really pushing, bring your dog to the ballpark. It'll be a fun day for you and the whole family. You know what the Jags are doing? They're changing their stadium name from Everbank Stadium for a game to Trevor Bank Stadium for a game. This is one of the teams you're competing with for the division. Trevor Bank Stadium. Yes, we understand that they sound similar. Doesn't make it clever. Trevor Lawrence talked about it, said, hey, I'm not usually a guy who likes the spotlight, but I thought this was clever. No, Trevor, it's not clever. It's not Trevor. It's not clever at all, Trevor.
Oh, Clever Bank Stadium.
That'd be funny. Not Trevor Bank Stadium.
Yeah, I would love to know the person who pitched this. Just like
do you think it came from the Jags or from Everbank, the sponsor, the title sponsor for the stadium? Which side do you think this idea came from?
Probably the Jags. I would guess
added value.
Jags
Everbank
promo. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Trevor Bank. This is really clever.
It better go on CBS. I better see the graphic on CBS saying Trevor Bank Stadium. Because, when they do the intro, Browns, Jags, I want to see Trevor Bank Stadium if we're doing this thing.
Or even in like the pregame show where James Brown is like they go to the sideline reporter.
I need everyone bought in.
For the inactives.
I need everyone bought in. If we're doing this, James Brown better call it Trevor Bank Stadium. Whoever is on the sideline, the play-by-play guy, everybody. If you're promoting it, get everybody involved to sound stupid.
It is exactly. I actually compared it to not bring your dog to the ballpark day, but it is more like when a minor league team changes their name to like the Chuck Norrises or something, where it's like the SpongeBob day at Corpus Christi.
And they wear SpongeBob uniforms. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what this feels more like. It would be one thing if Trevor Lawrence was like awesome, if this was Pat Mahomes and they did that, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. At least he won 3 Super Bowls.
You're given a name. You're given a stadium name change to the 16th best quarterback in football. Who cares? Trevor Bank Stadium. Look, but he's your one, and he's the guy. So do whatever you so choose. But I need everyone involved. Since the Texans play on Sunday night, I'm going to make that game
must watch.
My Sunday ticket game, even though I'm going to watch it through different means. I need and if I'm going to report back. If I don't see any Trevor Bank from people in the building calling
Andrew
it,
Catalan
is not saying Trevor Bank, I'm going to have a problem. I need buy-in from everyone.
Adam Archuleta.
It better not be. It can't just be this local thing for the Jacksonville area. It can't just be on the Jags website.
Yeah, or just like in the theme, like in the stadium for all the in-stadium entertainment stuff.
It can't be only something people who wound up at the game know about.
No.
I need the Cleveland Brown fans who are losing their minds because Deshaun Watson's like 4 for 9 for 35 yards in the middle of the second quarter to be even more furious because I have to listen to the play-by-play guy. Back to Trevor Bank Stadium.
Yeah.
When Bill Cowher does a highlight of another game.
When they cut into one game for real quick. We got action heating up in Jacksonville.
At Trevor Bank Stadium. I need him to say it. Or this is all for naught. Yeah.
Or no, not Calvin Ridley. They don't have him anymore. Who's the Brian Thomas?
Yes.
Brian Thomas making his mark early here in Trevor Banks Stadium with the 60-yard touchdown pass from Trevor
If you're
Lawrence.
watching the Jets versus Tennessee, if you're getting that game for some reason, I need Chris Hansen to call it Trevor Banks Stadium.
Oh, you know what? I 100%.
It's not Chris Hansen. What's his name?
I 100% think that Scott Hansen is
yeah.
going to do. Chris Hansen.
It's a completely different guy. Yeah, completely different vibe.
Yeah, Jags are predators. Not the kind that Mr. Hansen normally deals
That's
with.
very
But they
true.
are predators.
They are predators. Yes.
But yeah, I think Scott Hansen will be 100% in on the bit if he knows about it. And I think he does.
The producers of Red Zone better have informed him, and I need to hear it.
Trevor Bank.
I got to get it from someplace other than the in stadium entertainment.
Do they? No, I guess they don't do that. They do that in college and in basketball, but they don't do it in the NFL where they have the field, like they have the logo of the stadium on the, like Toyota Center.
Yeah.
They have the Toyota Center logo somewhere
You
on,
just think
on the court.
Some outline of long hair.
I was just thinking you just write out Everbank and then
Trevor
cross it out. Trevor Bank.
Or just add the TR. You don't even have to cross it out. Just add a TR at the front.
Yeah.
In a different font or
Yeah,
something.
that works.
Yeah. So we'll see. I doubt my dream is going to come true. I got to entertain myself. My quarterback's been concussed, and we got blown out on a Thursday night. I got to find some way to make the games on Sunday interesting. Michael Carroll will join us next to talk about what you should or maybe shouldn't be watching in TV and movies. We'll do that next. welcome back to the show. Michael Carroll, who will blatantly tell you he was forced to say things during a spot, just to let you know, he has a certain standard.
Just to be clear, I did not write it.
Yeah, he has a certain standard, and sometimes the copy falls below it, and he's going to let you know about it. He's going to let you know about it. Michael Carroll joins us, who has complete creative control, at least for now, on Comcast, which you can listen to.
That's true, yeah, I do.
Which you can listen to on Spotify.
I'm sorry, John.
And Apple, and here from 9 to 10 on Friday nights on 97.5 and 97.9 if you have the HD. If you have HD2 in your car, you can listen to it on 97.9 as well. So, Michael Carroll's in the building.
Hello.
Also, stay tuned because we're going to give away something that fits the Michael Carroll segment before we wrap it up. Something about a new show coming to Disney Plus. You'll get an early screening and a gift card along with it. So stay tuned for that. So on Comcast this week, there was no Jong, but there were discussions about Spider-Man 4, which has a new director, Rings of Power Season 2. I have not seen episode 4 yet. I've seen episodes 1 through 3. If you don't know what that is, it is I guess you would call it sort of a prequel series to the long and I say long the long trilogy that is not The Hobbit, because the Hobbit was one people don't care about, but Lord of the Rings. It's true. People don't care that much about The Hobbit.
That's a good point.
In some cases, they ask, why did you make it? So you can see that on Amazon. If you were disgusted by the game last night, you could have tuned right over to watch episode 4.
Yeah, episode 5, actually.
Episode 5. Okay, I have seen episode 4. Episode 5 was last night. You're correct. So, Michael Carroll, what are your big takeaways? Oh, the other thing is, with the news of Spider-Man 4 director coming out, we also have word that we got to wait a long time for the third in the Spider-Verse trilogy.
Yes, supposedly they're redoing a lot of that movie. Sony, I don't know if it's a Sony thing or if it's Lord and Miller, like what exactly it is, but a movie that was like, oh, it's going to come out the very next year, not coming out till maybe 2020.
Which goes back to our discussion about the delays and why it takes so long for things to get made now. Animation, you kind of expect some of that, but now they gave us a date. Don't tell us something and then take it away. So
yeah, they kind of jumped the gun on that. And then we referenced the Spider-Man 4 director. It's Destin Daniel Cretton, supposedly
from Shang-Chi, right? He directed
Shang-Chi. He's been working on other Marvel stuff. He was working on the Avengers movie, Kang Dynasty. Of course, that went away. But he supposedly is now doing Spider-Man 4, which means Shang-Chi 2, who knows when? Maybe 2026, 2027, which would be 5 to 6 years after that movie release.
Does that movie have the type of juice that people are going to be looking forward to it 5 years after it was made?
I hope so, because that was one of the bright spots. But, I mean, casual audience, I don't know.
And you got to know why Shang-Chi is important to the overarching Marvel experience. Who knows?
Yeah.
In some cases, the fact that they like to tie everything in kind of hurts the product. Obviously, they did it well before with Thanos and the Avengers and all that. But now it seems like it's kind of getting in the way. So that's some of the stuff you can hear on Comcast. We also talked about it before it came out. Did you see Rebel Ridge?
I did. I watched it last Friday.
So did I. Rebel Ridge is a Netflix movie. It was actually more, you watch it and it seems like this big time action movie. There's action in it, but there was, I guess, more story than I would have suspected.
It was a lot of build up.
From what appeared to be just this full on action movie from the trailer.
And it's not just a John Wick or like I compared it just in terms of story, but in terms of action is nowhere near what Rambo is, like the first one specifically. That thing's bloody. Like, this movie it's not even really that graphic, I would say.
No,
there's not really that much blood or anything like that.
Yeah, because the protagonist isn't someone who has actually killed all that. He's actually more of a disable as opposed to
he's more
killing someone.
Yeah, he's more about control, and disabling, and I mean, the way he handles with like jujitsu and all that, like I think is really well done. And I think it's a nice change of pace for an action movie, because typically it's action movie, kill everybody, and then that's how we solve the problem at the end of the day. This one, he's not going to kill everybody. He's doing things that are against the corrupt cops that I like that movie and how it
It built up the story, how it set the stage for what he was trying to do. And also, he didn't really want to do it.
No,
he was the reluctant hero for sure.
Exactly.
And then
he was actually on the way. I don't want to give it away for people who haven't watched, but Rotten Tomatoes, if you care about that sort of thing, certified fresh at 95%. You can watch that on Netflix right now. Michael Carroll talks about it on Comcast. Don Johnson is the big bad in that one. And Aaron Pierre is probably a name you don't know. You probably have seen him in certain things. He is the lead in that one. Does a really good job.
Which, did you know that John Boyega was set to initially play?
I had no idea.
That character?
No idea.
And I like John Boyega, don't get me wrong.
But I don't get the action star vibe from him.
No, especially with the way Aaron Pierre plays it.
And yeah, and just even, I mean, it's not fair to Boyega. You're as tall as you are. You're just who you are. But
he's 5'9".
Aaron Pierre's like 6'3".
Yeah, it makes a massive difference. And I think he stepped away from the project because of family reasons, and then the pandemic happened. But what they ended up getting out of this movie is very good and well worth your time compared to other Netflix movies, like one that's out today that's not probably worth your time.
What's the one what's that? We always get into this. What's a movie I should not watch? And by the way, Aaron Pierre's having a big year. He'll be the voice of Mufasa in the Mufasa the Lion King movie that's coming out.
He was supposed to be in Blade, but
well, we'll see.
We'll see. But the movie I'm referencing is Uglies on Netflix.
Oh, with Joey King,
with
the
Joey
Netflix
King.
darling. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a young adult drama in the vein of like Hunger Games or Divergent or even Maze Runner.
It's based off of a YA title, right?
Yeah, based off a YA title. 30% on Rotten Tomatoes. I mean, the first couple of trailers.
They did not hook me. I didn't think, I need to watch this.
No, it didn't hook me.
In fact,
it
was like, I don't want to watch this.
It made me go, hard pass.
Yeah,
hard pass. So I'm passing on Uglies. So go watch Rebel Ridge on Netflix.
If you have not seen that, go watch that. So there is a show that we will probably talk about more next week because it doesn't premiere till next week, but we have a chance to give some tickets away and a gift card away. Agatha All Along is premiering on Disney Plus on the 18th.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to give you a chance to see it early in my neck of the woods at the Cinemark NASA. So if you don't know anything about Agatha, she's a character from WandaVision, Catherine Hahn. You'll recognize the face if you don't know the name. And the infamous Agatha Harkness finds herself down and out after her power's been taken away. And she gets the help from a suspicious goth teen. Oh, those goth teens. She breaks her free from a spell. Together, Agatha and this mysterious teen pull together a desperate coven and set off down the road. So call her 5 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of advanced screening tickets at Cinemark NASA on September 17th, plus a $50 gift card courtesy of the series Agatha All Along, releases on September 18th on Disney Plus. So Agatha felt like when she made an appearance, she had the song that everyone loved.
Yeah.
I didn't suspect they would turn this into a series, but once it hit. Do you have any expectations for Agatha All Along?
I told John on when one of the first trailers dropped, it has the feel of it is a little bit darker than I expected, because I was like you, I was like, really, do we need an Agatha show? She was cool in the show. Don't get me wrong. Catherine Hahn, phenomenal actress. She nailed it as Agatha, but did we really need that like series about her? But the first couple of trailers had me sold. It's dark, but it still has that like comedic tendency that she had from the show, from WandaVision. So my expectations are not like way high, super, like it's going to be the most amazing show of the year, but I think it's going to be a solid show. And if you are in the mood for something kind of like WandaVision, I think this is probably going to be up your alley. They make a play off like, what's the Mayor of Easttown? They play off of that. They play off some different shows. It's not the exact same formula that they did with WandaVision, but it's a similar, at least at first, that seems interesting to me. I'm all about it.
So Disney Plus next week, Agatha All Along, and hopefully, it looks like we do have our winner, so that's cool. So you've given us something we shouldn't watch. I hit you with a surprise in Agatha All Along. What would you recommend this week?
So this weekend at the theater, if you're going to watch anything, go watch Speak No Evil, the James McAvoy, Mackenzie Davis project, about a family that stays with this kind of weird family. And it's like, it's okay. I'm sure it's fine. It's not okay. It's not fine.
That very quickly, at least according to the trailer. I'm not
the trailer. I'm not sure how quickly into the movie you find out it's not fine, but yeah, you get the sense that things are going to turn.
But it's getting high praise from both critics and audiences right now. There's also The Killer's Game, which is the Dave Bautista movie, and Sophia Botella. But
She of Rebel Moon fame,
of course, yeah, the best movie.
Yes.
That one I can't recommend. 36% on Rotten Tomatoes and just poor reviews. Like, I think audiences are probably going to like it a little bit more because it's just the dumb action comedy aspects of it. But it's something that you probably should wait on. Really, if you want to go watch it, if you want to watch anything in theaters, go watch Speak No Evil. I also saw in the YouTube chat earlier, Donna Rogers was talking about Blazing Saddles. The 50th anniversary for that film is out on Sunday this weekend. So you can go to most theaters around your area probably will have a couple of screenings for it. I know in the Houston area, there's about six or seven theaters that have it. So check out Blazing Saddles, the 50th anniversary, if you want to check that out.
Okay. If we're staying at home, whether it's to drown your tears because your favorite college football team lost, you don't want to make it a public appearance. If we're looking to stay home, what's on the docket?
You probably this weekend, you probably should put on Hulu because there's actually a lot of things on Hulu this weekend. The Old Man season 2 premieres.
Okay.
I believe it actually premiered last night on FX, the first 2 episodes, and now they're available on Hulu. And every Friday will be new episodes on Hulu, every Thursday on FX. There's also Die Alone, which is How to Die Alone, a dramedy, which is getting very good reviews. A 30-minute dramedy, it's a quick watch. First 4 episodes are out now on Hulu. I watched the trailer for that this morning. Looks good. Looks like an interesting premise. So I would recommend that. And then a movie that I know I missed, so I want to go check it out because the last Bill Skarsgård movie did not do it for me. Boy Kills World, which released in theaters back in April, is out on Hulu this weekend.
Which is the one you didn't like?
The Crow.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't good.
It wasn't good. Okay.
I think you were out when I could have done my review.
Okay.
Not good.
Not good. There
Not
it is.
Good.
Short and sweet.
Very not
good. Okay.
But there's also Civil War.
I have seen Boy Kills World.
You have seen Boy Kills World?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's fine.
It's
but
fine.
you're at home. You don't have to pay for it as long as you have Hulu. Take a watch
There
if you
go.
so choose.
Civil War is on Max this weekend. One of the other big movies that released earlier this year. If folks want to check that out on Max. And then the Tulsa King season 2 premieres on Paramount Plus on Sunday. So you got those to check out if you want.
So there's plenty to watch if you want to get away from sports for the weekend. Thank you, Michael Carroll. Once again, you can listen to Michael Carroll's podcast, Comicast, right here from 9 to 10 on ESPN 97.5. Also, wherever you find your podcast, you can listen to it there as well. It is issue 555. He'll give a more in-depth review of Rebel Ridge. He'll talk about the Spider-Man 4 director and also some Rings of Power spoiler reviews as well.
If you want to hear me mispronounce all the Lord of the Rings names, you can listen to this issue of 555. Me and Jennifer Chang, we try. Like, she does better than I do.
You messed up Gil-galad?
Who?
Well,
Isildur? Is that his name?
Isildur?
Is that how you say it? I don't know.
From the guy Elrond says, Isildur, throw it into the fire. Is one of the biggest parts of the beginning of Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring. You don't remember that?
That's his name, yeah.
What are we doing? And his younger self is in. Got it. You and John needs to get you up to date because John would know. He's a big Lord of the Rings nerd.
Oh, yeah.
And apparently so am I.
I get that vibe.
Pronounce that.
Celebrimbor. I know that.
There. How could you not know Isildur and be able to pronounce Celebrimbor?
The I threw me off. The I throws
Elrond.
Elrond.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah,
I'm done with you. Thanks, Michael Carroll.
Adar.
Adar.
That's what it. Yeah.
Yeah. I've lost a smidgen of respect.
If
Not
you
a
don't
lot,
s-
but
if
a
you
smidgen.
don't see me next Friday, you know
he'll
what
be
happened.
back.
Okay, good.
He'll be back.
Okay.
I just need someone else to talk to sometimes.
Oh.
Gets lonely in here. We got one short segment to go before we wrap it up. Thank you to Michael Carroll. Comicast, not with John Lee, but will be with John Lee again. Google, not so much, but Spotify, Apple, and ESPN 975. You can hear it in all those places. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
This will be very short, so we can get into some college football stuff. I think we both expect the Texans to handle the Bears on Sunday night. We don't need to give a full-on prediction. We just think they win that game.
Yeah.
Easily. Relatively easily, right?
Relatively easily.
Yeah. I mean, the Bears may cause a turnover or two. They certainly did that against Will Levis, but we think they win that easily. So, beyond Texas needing to cover so you can see some Arch Manning, let's look at these games to see which one you think is the most must-watch. According to USA Today, these are the football games for college football that you should watch. We talked about this earlier, Arizona and Kansas State. That's a ranked matchup tonight on Fox. Alabama, Wisconsin. That's more schadenfreude for me to see.
Do not watch
that. Oh, clear answer there. That's more for me to see if TVD Tyler Van Dyke can decipher his own. I'm going to say no. But I do want to see Alabama in Madison. That's an interesting spot for them. They never make those type of trips. You got the rivalry between Oregon and Oregon State. BC versus Mizzou.
Watch.
That's a must watch.
No,
a watch, not a must watch, but a watch. Missouri hasn't been tested. Not that BC is a big test, but at least they're ranked.
Keep an eye on it.
And we haven't seen much of Missouri, but a lot of people think highly of them with Brady Cook and Lester Burden.
At the very least, you'll get
Luther Burden, excuse me.
You'll get your first Mizzou pedal to the metal.
Yeah,
type of game.
they'll try.
Yeah,
they'll actually try in that one. So we'll see what Mizzou's got. A team who has playoff aspirations. We got the Apple Cup in September. I know that's weird, but it's happening. Washington versus Washington State.
Doesn't move me.
Washington, very different from the team we saw last year, but they are ranked. And Notre Dame at Purdue. Notre Dame trying to bounce back from a loss at home to Northern Illinois.
No Bayou Bucket?
No, but we do have South Carolina versus LSU as the final must-watch game of the weekend.
That one's a good one.
Yeah.
That one you should watch. No A&M Florida? That might be the most must-watch.
For reasons beyond good football.
Yeah, I mean, but, you know.
If Billy Napier loses that one, you might as well just pack it up for him. Home game against what we think is a somewhat average A&M team.
Yeah.
And
Memphis versus FSU. Like, there's way more must-watch than.
But I don't think he's looking at it from our perspective where, you know what would be funny? If this happened. I'm not sure that's what he's grading the teams are. But you got a point, though.
Crunching popcorn with a smile on your face.
Because
that's not the scale.
A&M could delude themselves into thinking things are going well if they beat. Not that they're not, but you beat Florida, a name brand program. You're like, oh, look, there's some validation for what we're doing here. Except Florida's not good, but you can always convince yourself that things are going right. And then, of course, if Florida loses, it's like, oof. All right, man. All right, Sunbelt Billy. Better get that resume ready if you haven't already.
Yeah.
We are done for the week. Gallant George up next. Joe George has changed his appearance. If you stay tuned on Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, you'll see what he's done to make himself look a bit silly, I guess. And obviously the Killer Bees follow them. We'll talk Texans on Monday. And of course, if anything interesting happens in college football, like it always does, we'll talk about that too. So we're done for the week, Sean. So what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you on Monday.
I'm excited, man, about the fans, man. We just wanted to be as loud as possible, throw them off their game, man, and we just want to do it for H-Town, man, and just keep showing up for the city and making the city hot again.
Will Anderson putting on for his city. Houston Texans, Chicago Bears, Sunday Night Football. 2 undefeated teams on Sunday night. I'm ready to go, and if you can watch the show on YouTube at ESPN Houston, at ESPN 975 on Twitch, I want everyone to know I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
You are.
I'm wearing the shortest of shorts because, Joe, I do not take your Chicago Bears seriously.
Right,
this
well,
is a vacation for me.
I mean, look, Paul, I like your Hawaiian shirt for the record.
Okay.
I like the flamingos. I think it looks great. Okay.
Oh, you did
But
it.
it's the Bears. It's time to talk about Chicago's football team. We got the shades. We got the Mike Ditka sweater. We got the hat, brand new from Lids.
Oh, my God.
Let's go, Bears.
For those who don't know,
The Bears.
Joe George just showed up in studio. He was wearing a hoodie again. He was wearing an ESPN 97.5
that was
hat.
going to be a hot hoodie. I'm glad we did that early.
He now has
Holy cow.
on a Bears sweater.
The Mike Ditka SNL sweater.
He has a mustache. He has shaved his face. He has sunglasses on, and he's wearing a Chicago Bears hat. You do look a little like Coach Mike Ditka.
That's the point, Paul. I like more like the SNL characters because I do appreciate them more because they were more my time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mike Ditka, I know him more as the Saints coach, besides what my dad tells me. So I'm more of an SNL guy for this one today. But I'm a true Bears fan because the Bears are here in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, and you're dead to me. You're dead to me. I mean, I appreciate this costume, but
dead to me.
It's not just.
I mean, that really hurts my feelings.
It's not just that you are trying to out costume me, which I'm insulted by. It's also that you're wearing that.
I mean, it's not about out costuming. It's about you said I'm dead to you. I'm gonna say you inspire me, Paul Gallant. You and your Batman costumes.
Yeah.
And your voice.
Yeah. Shut up. Just shut your mouth. Shut your traitor mouth. Okay. I'm putting my Texan starter jacket on. It's hot as balls in here. I don't
It's
care.
so hot. We need to turn the
I don't
AC
care.
down.
I don't care. I'm putting on
if
I have them, Battle Red sunglasses.
Yeah.
But you think this is done? You think this is over? You think this is a game?
I feel like I thought he was gonna take his shirt off there. I thought we were going to put a MA on the YouTube video.
You think this is a game? I just put on my JJ Watt Houston Texans helmet. Now I can't put my headphones on, and one of the lenses from my Battle Red sunglasses just popped out. It doesn't matter. Joe, you just came into my house in my city, and I put on for my city.
Yeah.
Okay.
I put on for my
young
claw.
Easy. Oh yeah.
Claw.
Okay. Is that what the Bears chant is?
That's what Caleb Williams does.
Okay. Well, I know you don't know the fight song, and I also know that Caleb Williams likes to put fingernail polish on his hands.
Well, maybe we'll
because
see
he's
it
a
on.
very
Maybe we'll see it on
manly
me
guy.
on Monday.
Yeah. Look, this is war. I have no respect for you. I have no respect for the Bears as an organization.
Mhm.
Wow. Congratulations. Your greatest ever coach, Mike Ditka. Yeah, he wasn't even loved by his team in the way that Buddy Ryan, their defensive coordinator,
Doesn't
was.
matter. Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, okay.
Doesn't matter, Paul. Super Bowl champs, Paul.
Sure. You could have gone undefeated. You didn't. You lost to the Dolphins.
Doesn't matter.
Losers. This is an organization that has never been good, and I am just insulted right now that you on Houston airwaves are dressed up like Mike Ditka, who has been canceled, if I'm not mistaken. I'm assuming just because he got older that he said something that was
honestly probably
cancel worthy. But
I'm not even gonna look it up.
I don't even want to know. This is one of those moments where I just have to. I'm gonna give you the W.
It's better not to know.
Well, yeah, because this is 3 hours of pain, bro. We're gonna find every single moment that Mike Ditka should have been canceled. We're gonna cancel him again, okay?
Sounds good.
And I don't believe in cancel culture, but
It sure sounds like you do right now.
but no. Just for you.
Just for me?
Just for you today in this Bears.
Thank you for taking off the
BS.
sunglasses. Without the one eye, without the one shade missing, this is going to be a real tough. I can deal with the helmet, which I can't believe is autographed and you're wearing it.
Yeah, it's JJ Watt autograph helmet. Well, they should have given it to the kids, but when David Gow threw me 5 touchdown passes in the 2017 media flag football game, and I destroyed Raheel all game long. In that game afterwards, they didn't just give me an actual trophy, the coolest trophy I own. They also gave me this helmet autographed by JJ Watt right in front of the kids. Right in front of the kids. That and I felt to myself, maybe I should give this to the kids. Maybe I should give it to them. Maybe I should let them have this. No, I earned it. Did those kids earn it? No.
Yeah. They
Those
got to
kids
learn.
are in their prime. They're high school age that I was going up against, in addition to some just absolute fatty boom baddies in the media. No offense to the greater Houston sports media populace. I have to take this jacket off. It's way too hot. But I am hot. I'm in shape. I look great. I'm a fantastic flag football player. And I earned that. And I'm not giving up this helmet. I'm not giving up this trophy. And I'm not giving up attacking you all show long. Personal attacks.
It's fine.
Oh, they'll happen.
I'm aware.
You know what the Houston Texans are going to do to your Bears on Sunday? They're going to do what you did to your face. They're going to just take a straight edge razor,
shaved.
and they're going to cut.
Yeah, it's a little blotchy. It's more itchy under my beard than I realized. The beard was covering that up, so it'll go away by Sunday. I hope.
Go away.
I hope so. I put a lot of face lotion on. It was worse.
But does
I'll be
aftershave
honest.
help?
I did that too. I forgot how much it burned. It's been so long since I used a razor on my face. I think it was like 2019 last time I did this. I'm a grown ass man.
Wait,
and I
you
have a
haven't
beard.
shaved all the way since 2019? I feel like I've seen your face.
No,
shaved.
I've done shaved it down with the electric razor.
It doesn't sound like you know how to shave.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I should have just
Well,
gone with
as
the
a Bears
electric.
fan,
I know.
you know-
Don't know what I'm talking about.
This is an organization with a quarterback that paints its nails. How can you expect them to know how to shave?
Does your quarterback have a Heisman Trophy?
CJ Stroud? No, he does not.
Does my quarterback? Yes.
Well, I'm glad that you can rack up those trophies at the collegiate level because you have never had a good quarterback, ever.
That's
Like,
true.
We're talking like there was even like the one time you had a good quarterback was during World War II.
Yeah, I will say I did go through the past quarterback matchups
Mm-hmm.
between these two teams. Not a lot of games between the Bears and the Texans. There's some funny names on this list. There's some good names on this list. Okay, first game ever, Texans victory. David Carr against Chad Hutchinson. Forgot he was a Bear. Forgot he was on the Bears.
Forgot about that.
Kyle Orton. We got a 50-50 game because Jay Cutler got hurt. Other quarterback, Jason Campbell.
Okay.
And you got the Davis Mills, Brock Osweiler.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Those are the two that you really got to look at.
I mean, Deshaun Watson, Davis Mills, 0-2 versus the Bears. The only two Bears victories against the
The
Texans
sad
came against
thing
those
is, though,
quarterbacks.
like until this year, the Bears probably wished that they had Davis Mills. Would the Bears have sold their soul for Deshaun Watson? They would have, but they can't afford
Thank God
it
they didn't.
because they're poor. But they would have done it. They would have done it. They would
Yeah.
have given up their morals so that the Packers would stop molesting them.
They probably would have.
Because I mean, that's what it's been.
I mean, maybe that's what they did with Caleb Williams.
And you thought what the Packers have been doing to you for decades was bad. You wait until Sunday night.
I mean, the Texans do have the series lead Sunday
They're gonna
night.
kill you.
The Bears are going to be just fine.
Watch out in the parking lot. You'll be greeted with Houston hospitality.
Yeah.
People will be so nice to you.
I know.
If you dress like that, people will be like, "Oh yeah, look at this guy."
I got a couple tailgates I'm going to scout
Yeah.
out. I'll be going to the game as a fan, not a media member, even though.
Philadelphia or San Diego. Weirdly, San Diego used to be like one of the
No, there's a
places
reason
to go to
why I
the
feel
game.
comfortable wearing this outfit to the Bears game, because the great people of Houston will treat me well.
They won't stab you in the parking lot.
And if
That's
the
Dodgers
game
fans.
goes the way I think it's going to go, they're going to be very nice to me.
Yeah.
Because they'll be pitying me. But-
Yeah, they'll be like, "You'll get 'em next week."
There's no pity for you these next 3 hours. No quarter, no mercy. Okay. So
No mercy?
no mercy.
You
Why would I
already
give
said-
mercy? I would run up the score. I would run up the score on you right now.
I already said I'm dead to you.
Yeah. And
I don't know how much worse it can get.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't know because you'd be dead. But just watch out, Grave. Oh boy,
They're going to just be stomping
Dookie on
on
the
it.
grave, PP on the grave, both. Yeah. Little, I don't know.
You're going to dig it up and
Build my house on the grave.
steal whatever's left in my grave.
Well, definitely that.
Yeah.
I need money.
I
It's
mean-
radio after all.
Not like I have a lot, Paul. I got bad news for you.
Well, I'm assuming you're gonna be buried in your Bears regalia, so I can probably sell that on eBay for $10.99.
Maybe 15.
Together.
Depends on what kind of conditions it's in.
He's Joe and Paul. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We will talk Texans Bears. That is on the table for today's show. If you have any thoughts on the game, also the Astros have a road trip on the West Coast that starts tonight. What's the biggest thing you're looking to see over the course of that? Full slate of NFL games to talk about. Shannon Sharp is having sex on social media, all sorts of fun on a Friday. Friday, got to get down on Friday. It's Gallant and George. Stay put. Let me tell you about my friends first at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. The Texans are 6.5-point favorites against the Bears on Sunday night. Did you see the Bears try to play offense? Did you see the way that the Bears won on Sunday in the most miraculous fashion ever, thanks to Will Levis, who claims that he actually is a good quarterback in this league? My ass, he is. And guess what? The Bears' asses are going to be kicked. 6.5, take the over. Honestly, 43.5 as well for the over-under. I take the over there too. Why? Because I think the Texans are going to run away with it, but then I think Caleb Williams is going to put up some garbage time statistics, get a couple of touchdown drives late in the game. So there you go. MyBookie.ag is your one-stop shop for everything gambling. We're talking blackjack with live dealers. We're talking poker with live dealers, but we're also talking about betting on all the NFL action, all the college football action. I took the Buffalo Bills to win against the Miami Dolphins last night. Cha-ching! And on top of that, you can bet on the effing presidential election. How about that? It's mybookie.ag. You enter that promo code BET975, and they're going to double your initial deposit. You get to play with it right away. It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Gallant and George, stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Watching the film from last week, there was definitely a lot of plays we left on the field. We could clean up a lot of things. So, yeah, I definitely think that we barely show what we got, but it's kind of cool because we still did kind of play pretty good. Once we stopped shooting ourselves in the foot, the plays that we ran good were great, but the ones that we just barely missed on, it was like the little small things. We cleaned those up, man. I think we would have had a way better day, but definitely great to learn and to win.
Robo CJ Stroud there. Not sure what's going on with that audio.
My quarterback doesn't sound like that.
Joe, you're effed. He's a Terminator. He's the Terminator.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, did you hear that, Joe? Your Bears are screwed. He was saying they left a lot on the table in that game. And they scored 29 points, which your offense could never do.
You're right. They probably can't. But they probably can't. But can they score 30 points as a team? This is a team game, Paul.
Over under amount of Bears offensive touchdowns. This is a question that we would ask Iowa football fans every single Saturday. Will the Bears score 2 touchdowns on offense? Yes or no? You say yes.
I say yes.
Okay.
I actually think what you said is you were, being very disrespectful to me in the first segment.
Yeah, I don't respect the Bears. I don't
Was
respect you
spot
right
on.
now.
I think we're going to see the Texans win this game, and I'm hoping that as a Bears fan, I'm hoping that what we see is similar to what we saw last year for CJ Stroud. Is that the first half, it's not great like it wasn't versus the Colts last year. Second half, maybe it's garbage time, maybe it's not, but in the second half, Caleb Williams unlocks a little bit like CJ Stroud did last year versus the Indianapolis Colts. So I'm going to say over 2. Yes, I think they're mostly garbage time touchdowns.
Mostly garbage time touchdowns.
If not both of them.
He's already falling on the sword. He's got all this Bears gear on. He's so proud to be a Bears fan.
I'm a proud, sad fan.
You're not even admitting that there is a possibility of winning.
No, I think there's a possibility of them winning.
But you're not saying it's going to happen. I mean, you're the same guy who illuminated us on baseball, saying that a lot of things could happen
You're right.
over
Look,
a baseball season.
Look, you never know with the Bears, okay? Like you might get a block touchdown like you got last week. Simone Biles' husband, Jonathan Owen Biles, with the TD for the Bears, and then you got the pick 6. So as long as CJ Stroud doesn't go full, if CJ Stroud goes full Will Levis,
He's had a couple of moments like that,
or Tua, sorry. RIP to your head.
Too soon.
But it was a bad pick 6 in the game last night. There's before concussion Tua, after concussion Tua, 2 different conversations. Before concussion, not very good either.
Yeah, he stunk last night.
Yeah.
Lost in the collective. Oh boy, that looked bad. And I feel for Tua. He seems like a nice guy, but yikes, that is not good considering how many concussions he's already dealt with. But Texans and Bears, you want to talk about it. 713-780-3776 is how you call, is how you text. The Astros won yesterday afternoon 6-3 over the Oakland A's. They avoided a sweep, and they got a little help from the Texas Rangers last night, who rallied to beat the Seattle Mariners 5-4. So the lead in the American League West is back up to 4.5, and the magic number for the Astros is now 12. So we're feeling pretty good. They go on the road and they play the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim for 3 before playing San Diego for 3 after that. This weekend series against the Angels is one of those ones where I once again feel like I should be able to leave the kids at home. I shouldn't need to get a babysitter.
Mm-hmm.
But the Astros, for what it's worth, are 3-3 against an Angels team that has had more bad luck this year because once again, Mike Trout is hurt.
I mean, yes, but the Oakland A's, one of the best teams in the American League in the second half. The Angels are the second worst team or the third worst team in the American League in the second half. Only worse are the White Sox and then maybe the Mariners. Maybe the Mariners might have flipped that. So they're bottom 3 in the American League the second half of the season. I think you should be demanding a sweep this weekend because I am. I'm demanding a sweep.
You're demanding a sweep.
Bum-ass Los Angeles Angels.
I like it.
They're not good.
They aren't.
Sweep them. Let me focus on college football. Let me focus on the NFL.
Same.
Sweep these bums. Also, the games are late. Like I got drinks to have. I got friends coming in for the game.
At least Sunday, it's not that bad because the Texans are playing Sunday night. So the Astros game, I'm guessing on Sunday is going to be at what, like 3:00?
It is a 3:07.
3:07. Okay. So at the very least, the Sunday game's not late. But yeah, the Friday and Saturday games on the West Coast, they're tough to watch when the other team just is inconsequential. There's not even a Mike Trout. There's no Shohei Ohtani anymore. I'm with you there. Any expectations for this series? And you just said you want to sweep. I'm calling for a sweep too. Anything you're paying attention to in particular? I like that we saw what we saw from Kyle Tucker yesterday, who maybe is figuring out his timing. But I'd point to Justin Verlander.
100%.
I mean, this team isn't good. Pitch well.
JV is huge on Saturday. It's a lesser opponent, like we talked about. That it doesn't mean, all of our, playoff takes or anything that's been discussed at this station or on social media or, You're even seeing now the national media conversation. Ken Rosenthal's joined in on it about if Justin Verlander is going to make the playoff rotation. It's the Angels. You should dominate them. If he has a bad start, like that's very concerning. So Justin Verlander, number one, but no matter what happens in Saturday's game, I want to see what Ronald Blanco looks like on Sunday. That's just as big for me because he was incredible. Last weekend when he came in the bullpen, I want to see what it looks like back in the rotation on Sunday for Blanco. So that's the other part of this weekend that matters the most is JV and Blanco. What do they look like this weekend as we go back to the 6-man rotation? I would say.
Yeah, it is interesting that Blanco is going to be back in the rotation this weekend. He looked so good that first appearance out of the bullpen. There's a part of me that wants to keep prepping him for a bullpen role come postseason because I feel like if you are going to make a cut down in terms of a rotation, which you might not have the luxury of doing if you don't end up getting one of those 2 buys as it is, you might have to go 4 guys, but I want him to continue to get comfortable in that spot. If he has to be used for 2-3 innings in a way where you saw Jose Urquidy used in last year's postseason.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Like if he's not going to be in the playoff rotation, let's get him back in the bullpen as soon as possible. Now, I don't know when they're wanting to make that determination because they can't be close to be making a decision already with the way that Arrigetti's been up and down and Verlander's been bad. And you just, like we said, haven't seen Blanco back in the rotation in the last, 2 starts he's missed being back in the bullpen. So you can't be close to be making a decision. It would be nice if Justin Verlander in his next 2 starts gave you that confidence.
Yeah.
But his next 2 starts will be against the Angels.
Right.
So it's hard to, honestly, there's probably not going to be a lot of confidence for JV as from our perspective. If his last 3 starts are against the Angels, and then maybe he catches the Mariners, which also an incompetent offense.
One of the worst lineups we've seen for a team that's above 500.
It's going to feel like fool's gold going to the playoffs.
From the 2-8-1, the Astros won't sweep. They play down to their competition.
They do, but that needs to stop if you want to make the playoffs.
It does need to stop. I don't think it needs to stop if they want to make the playoffs, but it would. I mean, the series that you have against San Diego, we'll see where Cleveland is for the last series of the year. In Seattle, you are playing better teams more often than you're playing bad teams the rest of the way. So take care of business. Take care of business against the bad teams.
I mean, I guess
not too much to ask for.
Yeah. How about this? 6 out of 7 from the Angels. You play them of your next 10 games. You play them 7 times. So can I say, give me 6 out of 7, 5 out of 7?
5 out of 7 is, I feel like,
okay,
what I expect.
Yeah.
At the best, because I kind of agree with this texter.
I do too, but
I hate that I do, but I mean, it's the Angels. Would you take them seriously?
No.
Just like I don't take your Bears seriously, and maybe that leads to the Texans getting upset on Sunday.
I mean, look, the Bears are 1-0. Okay, it's a new year, it's a new day. Everyone's 1-0 right now, or at least both these teams.
That's true. Who should we take more seriously? 713-780-3776.
I think you're going too far.
The Chicago Bears or the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim?
I think that's too far.
Why is it too far?
Because that's just mean.
Yeah, it is.
The Angels are
purposefully mean. I'm bullying you today.
The Angels
Look at what you're wearing.
The Angels are the Panthers. They're the Giants. You can't put the Bears and the Angels in the same category.
I want to though, because F you, dude.
I know, but like
for those who don't know, Joe's wearing a Mike Ditka outfit right now, and I'm just incensed because he is 1, stepping on my costume corner, but 2, also he is dressed as the enemy.
Once again, I know we're enemies today. I'm just gonna be the nice part of this. I'm gonna say Paul inspired me.
Yeah, that pisses me off. Like F you, dude.
What?
I don't want to inspire you. I want to inspire hatred. I want to inspire fight.
I mean, right now,
piss and vinegar.
The hatred I have right now isn't there. That stupid headband, whatever Steve Sarkisian said about Notre Dame.
No.
Down.
He just was trying to inspire his team.
Yeah.
You turned this into Steve Sarkisian went on a rant about how Notre Dame sucks.
Well, I hate how he inspired his team
by showing them the loss, the Notre Dame loss. Don't get too big for your britches.
Who should we take less seriously? The Notre Dame Fighting
Notre Dame. Notre Dame.
Okay.
Notre Dame.
That's a good one.
Or the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
All right, power ranking here. Bears, Angels, Notre Dame. Notre Dame lost to NIU.
Can you explain that for the listeners?
I mean,
I have no idea what that was. You just
it's a power ranking. I take the Bears the most serious.
Okay.
Then the Angels.
Okay.
Then Notre Dame.
You take the Angels more seriously than Notre Dame. Damn, dude.
Look, they lost to NIU. You get you are what you are. Okay. You lost to a MAC team.
You are what your record says you
yeah.
are.
And your record says 0-1 versus NIU. That's what it says. Okay. Gig 'em. Team Aggies now because of Steve Sarkisian.
A team that lost to Notre Dame.
Yep. We're simpatico.
So wait, by your logic, it's Bears, Angels, Notre Dame, Texas A&M.
Sorry, Aggies. By Sean's logic, yes.
Big Saturday for Texas A&M.
Yeah, a show. It's another show game between Aggie Joe and Gator Paul.
Oh, that's right.
I forgot you're Aggie Joe now.
I'm Aggie Joe now.
Yeah.
Buying the dip.
Here's my big question, because I forgot that for whatever reason, Washington State is playing Washington tomorrow, too. The Apple Cup is in week 3.
That sucks.
So is the Civil War.
Right, between Oregon and Oregon State. There is a part of me that is wondering, okay, what should I wear out on Saturday? Should I wear out a Florida Gators shirt? I am a Florida Gators fan. Like, that's my college football team that I've liked since I was a little kid growing up in Boston because I like their colors. Should I wear that? Or should I wear, because I always have a Washington State wristband on, for those who don't know, in honor of one of my late friends. Should I wear a Washington State shirt out? Which should I wear out? Because I feel like if Florida wins, I'm going to be such a dick to every Aggie I see. I just will.
I mean, the game is at 2:30 kickoff.
I think they're going to get killed.
Yeah,
I think Florida's going to get absolutely skull bleed.
I think Washington State has a better chance of beating Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's just less, if Washington State loses to Washington, people aren't going to be in your face about it. People will be like, hey, you guys are tough.
Yeah,
That's
you wear the
true.
Florida gear.
And it's, hey, you guys got screwed over by the whole Pac-12 thing instead of like,
hey,
an
the
Aggie
Pac-12
walking
is
up.
alive, okay?
Well,
Hey,
okay.
I think I know what I'm going to do.
The six-pack lives.
I'm going to bring
Mountain West.
I'm going to bring a change of clothes. Just gonna bring a change.
mean,
of
how
clothes.
early
You're
you
going to be
going out?
that Rangers kid with the Astros jersey.
The Gators A&M game is at 2:30.
Yeah, so what time are you going out?
Forget about it.
I mean, if you go out at like 6 o'clock, then you'll know by then.
Hey, I haven't had a proper college football Saturday in over a year. Okay, so let me binge drink the way I want to binge drink, Joe.
Hey,
let me watch college football the way I want to watch
hey,
college football.
Hey,
Joe,
let
for
me
a
know where
year.
you're at. I got buddies in town that I think you actually would really like.
Oh yeah, some
Yeah,
Chicagoans.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Maybe some drinking. I got no kid responsibility.
Oh, you could be a degenerate.
I told my mom, I was like, my buddy Sam's coming in.
Okay.
I'm like, he works for BetQL.
Does he have an accent?
No. He used to work for Nesson.
Oh, no way.
Dude, he did gambling content for them. So,
Oh, okay.
He's coming in for the game, and so I asked my parents if Joseph can sleep over at their house so I can drink,
All right.
and they said yes.
He is Joe. I am Paul.
Big weekend.
We might be
Yeah.
drinking together on Saturday. Sean, you want to join us?
Come on, Sean.
I'll be in Austin.
Oh, for the key game against UTSA.
Yes.
Gotta
UTSA might be a member of the Pac-12 soon.
gotta lock that state down,
Yeah.
baby.
Defend the wall.
Up next, there's been so much chirping in football this week, and I'm about to go on a rant about a team that I used to really like. I hate them now. You'll hear why next. But first, it's Joe.
For what? For LaBerge. Sorry, these stupid headphones. It's the Ditka outfit. If you're feeling good about the Texans or the Bears this weekend, LaBerge is a great place to go and bet on your Texas teams. The ESPN bet is opening officially on September 20th. We'll be out there on the 22nd for a show. Sean, Brian, myself, getting you ready for a little NFL action. We'll be doing the show from 10 to 12 that day. They got the 24-foot video wall. Chef Lyles always cooking up the great food. We tried the hot and honey sriracha wings while we were there. They were absolutely elite. You can get Carbox Crawford Bach or Hopadillo on tap while you're there. The 19 betting kiosk. Oh, man, look, they got the casino as well. It's always a good time. Ember, the steakhouse, is always go-to when my wife joins us on these trips. LaBerge, Lake Charles. When you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, that's absolutely the best place to do it.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Astros begin a road trip in Los Angeles this weekend. Technically Anaheim, but the Angels, for whatever reason, need to call themselves the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, hoping that that'll make some people that live in LA realize they exist. I don't think it's working out so well, especially seeing as their best asset ever, Shohei Ohtani, left for the Dodgers. But if you want to talk about that series, what you're looking for, it's on the table. You can also talk Texans and Bears Sunday night. I'm really intrigued, Joe, by one matchup in particular in the NFL on Sunday, because it is a continuation of what's been the best rivalry in the NFL for the last 2 years. The Chiefs and Bengals are playing each other for what will be the 6th time since the beginning of 2022. The Bengals are 3-2 against the Chiefs over that stretch, but the Chiefs have won the last 2, and you wouldn't know it because the Bengals will not shut up.
I don't understand why they're still talking.
I don't either.
Like think about the Sunday Night Football. The Texans are 6.5-point favorites against the Bears. The Chiefs are 6-point favorites.
Yes.
Against the Bengals.
Yeah.
Like they're saying the difference between the Bengals and the Chiefs right now is the same between the Texans and the Bears.
Yeah.
Like Joe Burrow, his M&M haircut or his dye job, and his limp wrist that he apparently has where he can't pick up water bottles. You've got wide receivers who are having to publicly discuss their injuries, like T. Higgins.
Because some people think that he's faking his injury because the cheap-ass Bengals won't pay him.
Yeah, Jamar Chase, not paying him. I mean, it is one of the more intriguing games this weekend because going into the season, I can't remember when we did our predictions, but I think at least one of us, if not all of us, had the Bengals. At least, I think 2 of us had the Bengals. I know I was one of them.
I had the Bengals as well.
Yeah.
And I want to pull that pick out because these idiots will not shut up. I have lost all respect for the Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow, I am moving to the side here. Jamar Chase, dude, stop talking. Jamar Chase has been running his mouth about the Chiefs for the last 2 years. It's not just when Joe Burrow even admitted Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL. Jamar Chase says, Pat who? You also have, before a game between the Chiefs and Bengals last year, when asked about the Chiefs secondary, Jamar Chase said, yeah, they ain't all that. He has 3 catches for 40 yards. After the game, he still continues saying, yeah, they ain't all that. The NFL Top 100 Countdown this offseason, Jamar Chase is asked about Patrick Mahomes, refuses to say his name. And then this week, this is the cherry on top of all of it. This dumbass will not shut up. Honestly, big indictment on LSU education here. Know when to shut up. Here's Jamar Chase talking about who the AFC goes through.
Everybody knows that, bro. It's not no if. You know what I'm saying? We are the team to be in the AFC, and we know it, and we got to act like it, and we got to play like it too.
We are the team to beat in the AFC. The team that just lost to Jacoby Brissett. The team that just lost to the Patriots, who had the longest odds in the NFL to win the AFC East.
God, I didn't heard that. What an idiot. The Chiefs won the last 2 Super Bowls.
And
the NFL goes through the Chiefs.
They've won the last 2 games against the Bengals as well. These bozos will not shut up. And the amount of chirping that they have done since really nothing is unbelievable. I'll go back to the playoffs where they advance after beating the Buffalo Bills and they're complaining about, oh, there's disrespect. The Chiefs and the Bills, they're already selling tickets for that game because it might be neutral site. Blah, 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 blah. Ultimately, Mike Hilton at the end of that game says, we're going to Burrowhead Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Cincinnati mayor, dumbass that he is, puts together this proclamation where he says that Joe Burrow is Patrick Mahomes' father. So all of this is put out there. And then the Chiefs win. And you'd think they'd shut up. Nope, there's another guy. There's another random Bengals corner. It's not Eli Apple. It's not Mike Hilton, who was the one who called it Burrowhead Stadium. This time, what's his name? I don't even feel like I owe him remembering his name. I feel like I don't remember it. I shouldn't remember it. F this guy. What an idiot. Cam Taylor, whatever the F. Who cares? Here's this dumbass talking about the guy who, in his first ever NFL game, scored 2 touchdowns.
What does Xavier Worthy bring to this KC offense that you guys need to be prepared for?
That's about it. He can run straight, run jet sweeps, and just run straight. He can't do too much else, so that's about it. Feel like you put your hands on him. He's only 100-some pounds. So if you put hands on him, you'll stop the speed. So basically, get hands on him.
Just stop talking.
They can't help it.
Like, win some games. Like it is maybe the best rivalry in the NFL right now.
Mm-hmm.
But the Bengals are starting to be in the danger zone of it no longer being a rivalry. Like Astros Yankees is not a rivalry because the Astros are just the Yankees' daddy. The Bengals at some point are getting close to that being the case again.
If the Chiefs win on Sunday, they will be even over the last 6 games. The Bengals again are 3-2 against the Chiefs since 2022. But if Kansas City wins, they'd have won 3 in a row, and Kansas City will stop looking at you as if you are even a threat. Because they're not. And they won't shut up about it, and they should shut up about it, at least this week. At least this week. You lost to the Patriots. Were the team to beat in the AFC? The Patriots were probably the worst team in the AFC by predictions going into the year.
I mean, they're gonna have a top 5 pick most likely, and you scored what, 1 touchdown?
They lost to them at home.
Yes. And Joe Burrow threw for 164 yards.
It's unbelievable. You know what? I from afar used to like rooting for the Bengals. I did, but I mean, they're charging $99 for their fans to watch the game in their stadium, Paycor Stadium.
Already?
They're charging fans to watch the Chiefs Bengals game at Arrowhead Stadium from their stadium. $99.
That's
Imagine
crazy.
paying $99 to watch a game on a Jumbotron. That's what these poors are doing that can't afford to pay Jamar Chase, who still thinks that the Bengals are the team to beat in the AFC. They can't even pay him. Like, if they were paying him, I would get it. They haven't even paid you. What are you doing? Shut up.
Yeah, you got to stop talking. You got to be a better franchise. I mean, the Astros, they don't charge when they do that in the playoffs. Also, they if you were gonna do it, you would charge in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the key part. When the Astros do it, ... in the playoffs.
They do it for $3.99.
They don't do it in week 2.
Right.
Yeah, like yes, you pay for hot dogs and beer while you're there, but you don't pay to get in the stadium.
By the way, the $99 gets you $25 off of concessions, which means they're charging for concessions as well.
So and that gets you like a hot dog and a beer.
That's like your first.
That's probably $22.
They're a joke. They're a joke.
Yeah, I think I'm out on the Bengals now.
I'm totally out on the Bengals. I'm just going to pretend I never made a prediction for the AFC North. Like,
It's remarkable
that
the Kansas City Chiefs have not had the villain turn yet. Like how a team can be this good. The Patriots had it. The Warriors, everyone liked the Warriors at first,
Well,
right?
I think people hate the Chiefs.
I don't know. I don't feel like that anger on social media that people have had about
Travis
other
Kelce's
teams.
nailing Taylor Swift. Like, everyone's sick of it. They hate the Chiefs largely just because of the Taylor Swift being foisted upon the NFL cognizant.
Until Taylor Swift came into the picture and started being shown on television, though, when she's not there, I think the Chiefs have a pretty solid approval rating.
No. They're hated. They're hated. They're winning all the time. People hate Patrick Mahomes' wife, for God's sakes. Like, I mean, come on.
That also seems deserved. Like, I mean, to be honest.
She's just annoying. I feel like his brother is actually worthy of the hate.
That's fair.
I think that around the NFL, people are starting to not like the Chiefs, but everybody in the United States of America should be rooting for the Chiefs to put a hurting on the Bengals on Sunday, because these dumbasses will not shut up. And look, I like trash talk. I like drama before a game, but when you haven't actually backed it up in the last 2 times that you've played, you should stop talking, especially when you're talking to the Kansas City Chiefs, who are the best team in sports right now.
And as you said, you really can't do it coming off a week 1 loss versus the Patriots.
Exactly.
Like if you won by 35 in week 1 and we're just like, that was just a tune-up game before the game that matters, you could sell me on it. But you can't be talking that much trash about a team that you have struggled against recently, and you're not playing good football, and you've got a bunch of injury concerns, and you should be really focused on making the playoffs right now.
I'm with you. He's Joe and Paul. Sean's behind the glass. Up next, we talk about another rough moment for Tua Tagovailoa in Thursday Night Football. And the Bills, they look pretty scary right now. It's Gallant and George. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Thursday Night Football was a tough watch. And I'm not just talking about because the Dolphins cannot do a damn thing against the Buffalo Bills. They've now lost 12 of the last 13 matchups between the two. I'm talking about Tua Tagovailoa in the midst of a 3-interception game, scrambling on 4th down, moving forward, putting his shoulder and then accidentally his head into DeMar Hamlin, of all people's chest, DeMar Hamlin, falling on the ground and then whipping his head against the field, which is something we've seen Tua do a couple of times, unfortunately. He left the game with a concussion. This is what it sounded like on the call Thursday Night Football. Al Michaels, are you actually going to bring it this time?
You're down by 21 points, 4th and 4. Pressure. Tua steps up. He's going to run for the first down and takes a shot at the 6-yard line. Hamlin hit him and Tua down. Picked up the first, split the seam, but pays the price.
Yeah, it was rough.
Yeah, I think he kind of missed the moment there a little bit.
What are you supposed to say? But it's Al Michaels, so I'm assuming the worst every single time he's on the call these days because I do feel like he's mailing it in a little bit.
I think he just didn't realize the severity, which I thought was very obvious to see, but that was tough, man. I mean, this is his 4th concussion since September 25th, 2022. I mean, that play, the way he played before was awful. And then to go down like that again, just feel bad.
I feel bad for him. And my big question has to do not about whether or not he should retire, because that's his decision to make. It's about this. Why didn't the Dolphins make him wear one of those Guardian caps? Would that have helped? I don't know. It felt like the impact that caused more of an issue wasn't Tua putting his shoulder down and then head down and running into Hamlin. It felt like it was more when he hit the ground and his head just whiplashed off the field, the back of it in particular, because we've seen that specific injury with Tua, I feel like at least 3 times, if not more. I mean, you just signed him this extension. Why not mandate that he wears the Guardian cap? I don't know if it helps, but I mean, it's better than not having it on.
I mean, it exists for a reason, right? Like there's a reason why they wear it all training camp. There's a reason why you've seen a couple guys wear it in games now. Yeah, I think mandating someone that has concussion history to wear that in the NFL, it's not just something that the team should be doing. It's something the league should be doing. You know, I don't think there would be anything wrong with saying, okay, once you have been diagnosed with a concussion in a season, that even after you clear protocols, that you need to wear this for the remainder of the year. And if you have a history of concussions, this is something that you should do. I mean, I know you can talk about, and then they've tried to, circumvent this stuff with Tua. He did his jiu-jitsu training for when he got sacked, because that's where they all came before, where, so he would learn how to fall better and not, have the head slamming reaction, when he got sacked and got whipped around, because he's a smaller dude. Yeah, I would have made him wear it just because out of being as cautious as humanly possible. I mean, you have serious questions about his future. He is, on the record that after 2022 that he was contemplating his future in the NFL. I mean, that second concussion that he had that year was bad enough that months later he wasn't cleared medically to play in a flag football game and participate in the Pro Bowl. I mean, that is where he was at 4 months after his second concussion that year. So this is a serious thing. Like, we've seen it here in Houston, with CJ Fedorowicz. He had to retire early because of the amount of concussions that he had. He had to make that decision for himself and his family and his future. And while he wasn't making the money that Tua was, he had to give up a lucrative career for his well-being. And those are the questions that Tua has to answer now. And I'm with you. I don't think that they should mandate a retirement. It is up to Tua, but it does raise a lot of questions.
Everyone got on their soapbox yesterday after the game, and I saw some person say, like, "Oh, what if this has happened to Russell Wilson? You wouldn't have said a thing." No, if it was Deshaun Watson, I wouldn't have said a thing. But Tua does seem to be a likable guy, even if he's not that good of a quarterback. everyone got on their soapbox and was like, man, he's got to walk away from the game. Easier said than done. And I understand the money side of it, but I think people seem to forget that a lot of people who play football love football. It's all they've ever done. It's all they ever want to do. If I had my wishes, I wish I were an NFL player at age 35 thinking about retiring right now. Like, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted in life, was to play in the NFL. Clearly, it did not happen. It's going to be hard for him to hang it up this early in his career. And yeah, you got other things to think about. You got a family. I'm assuming he's married. He might have kids. I don't know about that. But it is interesting. Everyone's telling him what to do. No, it's his body, his choice, right? I mean, he should be allowed to do what he wants here. I feel for him, though, because I don't know if this was preventable. He just has had the worst effing luck out there.
Yeah, and it is hard to criticize, him even in this moment, because I mean, he should have slid. Like this is one of those things with quarterbacks, and because you're so important to your team, but also when you have these injuries, this history, like you shouldn't be. I know you got to get the first down. Like, I know you got to get it. So I get it's hard to turn off that mentality, but you got to slide. Like you got to protect yourself when you have that history. This is complicated because there's even apparently some injury stuff that's written into his contract to where it might move some of the guaranteed money, but he did just get a 4-year, $212 million contract. So money shouldn't play a factor, because I'm sure he got a massive signing bonus. So hopefully money doesn't have to play a factor into this. And then if Tua wants to retire, it's more about just football and the football and health decision, and not a financial decision. Because hopefully this contract took care of him enough to where at least that factor can alleviate itself. So I'm curious what happens next.
I am too. To take a look at the big picture out of the Thursday night football game, the Bills look very much like these same old Bills, which is something I thought was a possibility going into the year. I think I picked the Bills to win the AFC East. I mean, you got all sorts of really good players on that
I think they look
offense,
better. I think they look better.
Yeah.
That James Cook
was great. 3 touchdowns. Defense looked great. I mean, defense was given Tua all sorts of issues, and they moved on from a couple of safeties this offseason. You got to pay attention to how the season concludes, and the Bills looked really good down the stretch. Okay, let's see if this continues all season long. This is a Bills as a franchise. They are one of the more cursed ones in professional sports. But you have Von Miller turning back the clock as well. I mean, things were so easy in this game for the Bills that did you hear Al Michaels just go off on a tangent? This is an all-time tangent. There was right after Von Miller got his sack to move into 18th place all-time, tied with Syracuse's own Dwight Freeney in sacks all-time. I think 128.5. Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit talking about his Texas A&M education.
So we're talking to Miller yesterday and looking him up and some of the things about his life. And I said, wait a minute, you majored in poultry science at Texas A&M? What got you into poultry science? He said, I needed to get my GPA up. And I looked at that class, and the average grade was A-. So I studied poultry science, and he actually got to like it a lot.
Sure did. I mean, I think that's become a thing for him to this day. He loves it. You're breaking down different chicken.
Kentucky Fried, Popeyes, Chick-fil-A. Eats them all.
They're trying to cancel him for that, by the way. There's
Why?
some people online that are like, what? Al Michaels is talking about fried chicken with Von Miller?
Oh,
we're reaching these days for racist
like
content to get mad at. We are. I mean, I am actually off the top of my head wondering what is the best fried chicken. I personally love Chick-fil-A, but yesterday the FM Kitchen chicken sandwich that I had, Chick-fil-A, you might have to watch out. I might not be frequenting you as much.
I might have to go because I had the smash burger yesterday. It was incredible. I might have to go try the chicken sandwich now.
Chicken sandwiches are the best.
They're what?
I like chicken sandwiches more than I like burgers. Hot takes.
Ooh.
Give me a spicy chicken sandwich, even better.
Yeah.
These burgers, I feel like they really do vary place to place.
Yeah, like the only worse, like you ever get a burger and like the cheese isn't melted?
That is
I just get it
that
without
is the
cheese.
worst.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
It's disgusting.
Yeah, you're a weirdo.
Because the cheese that they use is like disgusting cheese. It's those little folds. What the squares?
Yeah.
It's gross.
Yeah.
But when it's melted, it all
Just
looks the
hits
same.
right. Just hits right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like probably cold by the time you get it at most of these places.
I do feel like the cold thing with burgers doesn't ever happen with chicken sandwiches.
No,
Like
doesn't.
it's like you might if you can go to the same exact restaurant, bring out the meal at the same time, and if one of your like you and your buddy, if one of you gets a cold item, it's gonna be the burger, not the chicken sandwich.
Because
Can't explain it.
Now that I think about it, they always put them in the like foil wrapped thing, like the little paper bag that's like foil on the inside. Where the burgers, half the time, it just comes like just wrapped in paper.
Yeah, I mean, like a spicy chicken sandwich, like it is always. You know what? I do love a good cheeseburger. I do, but I think I'm with you on this take. I like the chicken sandwich better at most places. I also like when they do like the Nashville hot is always good.
Yeah.
So are you a spicy guy? You like spicy food?
Spicy chicken sandwiches are good. I don't generally like spicy that much,
Okay.
but I will eat it.
Yeah,
If
shout
that
out
makes
East
sense.
River 9. The chicken sandwich they got there is incredible.
It's not, but it's not the FM Kitchen chicken.
No,
sandwich.
it's not.
They
No.
gotta. In fact, I feel like the East River 9. They got to step that chicken sandwich game up.
Mm.
I thought it was better in the past. How about that?
I do. I think that's a fair take too.
Yeah.
But yeah, chicken sandwich is always good. You know what? There's a great one downstairs, Paul. If you haven't had it yet,
What?
at the conservatory, there's a very, very good chicken sandwich down there.
Birdhouse.
At Birdhouse.
Oh, Birdhouse.
It's so good. I didn't eat today. I forgot my food. I was so worried about getting my getting ready for today's show.
costume?
I forgot my food.
Because you went. Did you go into the Galleria to get the
Yeah, I
the
did.
hat?
I did.
Damn, that's tough.
Yeah, I thought because I have a flat bill, a fitted hat. I just felt like this version would look better.
Yeah, more true to Dicka.
Yeah.
I truly hate going inside the Galleria.
Yeah, how do you think I feel? I used to work there.
Well, I felt like it'd be
It was
homecoming.
It was the
Yeah.
worst.
They didn't have a tribute video for you when you came in.
No, I'm not cool enough for that.
Why not?
Maybe at the Baybrook Lids.
You used to be a manager there.
Yeah, the Baybrook Lids liked me more.
The Baybrook Lids.
Yeah, I worked there for a while too.
Okay.
Split my time.
He's Joe and Paul. Joe is dressed up like Mike Ditka. Texans Bears on Sunday. Up next on this fine radio program of ours, I am calling for something that I have only asked out of the Astros in the past from the Houston Texans. What is that? You'll find out. Stick around.
I mean, I think it's more so that, you know, the attitude and that mentality. You know, me and Steph talk about it all the time about how we got reservations and we late. You know what I'm saying? So we trying to go get to it. And, you know, when people turn on that tape and they play them Texans, they not out there bullshit. And when you turn on that tape, that's what you're going to see. So we only going to get better. We only going to get more polished in the offensive side of it. And we just got to do whatever we can to play collectively as a team.
Yeah, Joe. Texans offense ain't BSing.
They're not.
They're coming for that Bears ass run defense, which was letting Tony Pollard do whatever it wanted in the first half.
Yep, he was. Tony Pollard was having a monster game in the first half against the Bears. If they take a half to adjust, Joe Mixon's going to cross for over 100 yards easy in this game again.
Go.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Run up the score. Run up the score. Run up the score.
Why?
Joe George, by the way, is wearing a Chicago Bears
Bears.
hat. He's wearing sunglasses. He's shaved and now has just a mustache, and he's wearing a Mike Ditka vest.
Yep. I think I like the mustache.
You're gonna keep the mustache going?
I don't know, but I didn't hate it as much as I thought I was going to.
Yeah, it's a thick enough mustache.
Yeah.
It's definitely a little bit of a lighter mustache, so it's hard to see. So you might have to grow it a little thicker.
Yeah, look, here's the thing, okay? The only time you can like really tell my Irish heritage, besides my pale skin, is that sometimes my facial hair is red.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, I don't
Yeah.
even know what color hair you are because I've only seen you in a hat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have hair. It's just, I mean, you can see the back of my hair.
You can't. I know, but like I
mean,
would
look,
not
like,
have guessed.
I'm bald, man.
I would not have guessed.
Like you can't like see the bald spot here.
It's not that bad.
Come on, sales team.
I agree with that though.
We got a
sales
client.
team. But
Hook it up.
I would not have guessed because the side hair that I
Yeah.
see under that hat is generally like it seems like it's brown.
It's brown.
And I feel like whenever I've seen your facial hair, I've just assumed it's the same color.
It's
But
a little,
you're right.
It's a little ginger.
You have a redheaded Viking beard right now.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just part of life. Joe Mixon wants to run it down their throats.
Right. That's true. And I'm asking for something out of the Houston Texans on Sunday that I normally only ask for from the Houston Astros, but didn't happen last year. I want a blowout.
Why? Why this game?
Joe, as I said at the beginning of the show, I
Why
don't
can't-
respect you right now
why can't-
wearing
why-
that Bears stuff.
Why can't we do the Patriots game?
No.
What about the Vikings game?
This is the second game of the year, and they're playing against a team with a rookie quarterback. And they last year basically won all of their games by one score.
They did have like too many close games. They were the heart attack Texans a lot last year.
Style points don't matter in the NFL, but Sunday Night Football, for a change, I would like the Texans to put a hurting on somebody. Because generally, it's the other way around. I remember back in 2012, the last year the Texans had a lot of hype attached to them. They got some primetime games. Sunday Night Football, the Packers killed them. Brian Cushing tore his ACL in that game. And then the Monday Night Football game where they wore the Letterman jackets, the Patriots spanked them there too. It's been a while since they have been considered a potential Super Bowl team and played under the lights. And this time, they're not going up against a team like Kansas City or Baltimore. They're going up against a Bears team with a rookie quarterback. And I know they had 2 wins last year early on where they won rather convincingly. In Jacksonville, that weird game where Andrew Beck had the kick return touchdown, 37-17, and against Pittsburgh, 30-6. But the rest of the games over the course of the year, outside of that barn burning of the Cleveland Browns, 20-13 over New Orleans, 39-37 Tampa Bay, 30-27 over Cincinnati, 21-16 over Arizona, 22-17 over Denver, 19-16 with Case Keenum in overtime. They did beat Tennessee the second to last game of the year, 26-3. They beat the Colts the last game of the regular season, 23-19. They generally play close games. For a change, especially with this game on Sunday Night Football, I want to blow up. I want some style points. I would like, for a change, hype around the Houston Texans to actually be lived up to.
Yeah, I mean, look, that should be, to be honest. Like you're a legit Super Bowl contender. You have one of the best offenses in the NFL. You have a rookie quarterback who got easily confused last week against the Tennessee Titans. An okay defense. Your defense should be a lot better. You have an offensive line that for the Bears, they got embarrassed last week. That the Texans should be able to dominate. This should be a blowout. You're not going to
Yeah.
CJ's not going to make the. It should be. I mean, a 6.5 point spread. They don't. When Vegas does these lines, because it's the NFL, they never do like the college football thing. But like if this was like a college football equivalent, this is probably a 20-point spread.
You think so? 20?
Like if these were like college football teams, like the way I view the Bears versus the way I view the Texans, like I would say this is like
I can see 2 touchdowns. I don't know if it'd be 20 because I still feel like there's a little bit of we're not sure about the Texans in Vegas.
I think it would be like 16 and a half or something, like where you just add 10 points to it. If it was, I'm trying to think of the comp, but it would be like, I don't know, Penn State versus like Minnesota, that kind of
that's
game
a
where
good comp. Yeah.
it's a team at the top of the conference, but not Ohio State, not Michigan if they're good, and it's kind of a pretty mid-level team. Yeah. The Texans should NFL blow out these people.
I mean, it's
which is like win by 2 scores,
and that is an NFL blowout, and that's what you should be. But you want more than that. I'm guessing.
I want more. And
what's your
starters pulled?
I want a 40 burger.
Okay.
And I don't really care what the Bears score. I don't think they're going to score much.
You want a repeat of the playoff game?
Pretty much.
Of the Browns game?
Yeah.
Pick 6 maybe.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Couple of zoomed in shots on Sunday Night Football of Caleb Williams looking frustrated
with his fingernails painted. I do think he has to unpaint them. I know he's been doing it since he was in high school, but I feel like you have to you should have won your first NFL game.
He did. Doing it.
He did win his first NFL
You should have thrown for over 100 yards. You're right. My bad. You should have thrown for over 100 yards. It's so weird to think a quarterback threw for under 100 yards and his team won.
Yeah.
The Bears football.
I hope that he doesn't have like he did against Utah, something that's like FU, you know the rest, TEXANS.
I think he got told to not do that.
Yeah,
He's
more mature now.
I think he gave an interview where he was like, "I'm gonna keep him like more towards me and the Bears as opposed to anti."
Yeah,
Like he's gonna be more positive with it.
Also, like, what are you gonna say about the Texans if you did that?
Bleep,
like,
CJ. No, it would work. It would work. Bleep
18.
Texans. That would. There's 10
Yeah.
digits. That would,
Yeah.
that would work. That would work. But I think the Texans are going to do this because if you hear them talking during the week, everything that they have been saying, it feels like they're annoyed that they didn't get as much as they could have. Here's Landry Locker asking Nico Collins about some missed opportunities on offense.
There's another level. It didn't seem like there was, I don't want to say lack of satisfaction, but you heard Steph and Mixon say, and then Bobby today said they kind of left some meat on the bone in the run game. Does it feel like you got the dub, but man, we could have performed much better?
That's first day out, man. You know, put that film on that first day. It's like, ooh, yeah, you know, there's some stuff you need to clean up on, but that's what you watch film for. You know, that's what you have Monday for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You know, to work on them things. You know, get ready for this week, get ready for Chicago. So go out there, you know, not to make the same mistake, but improve. You know, just get 1% every single week. You know, it's a marathon. You know, so I feel like for us, continue to be us, continue to build. Don't get complacent, man. Continue to shine every Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They're watching film tomorrow, Joe. And he's not alone in feeling like the Houston Texans offense could have done more. We heard from CJ Stroud earlier in the show. Bobby Slowick, Texans offensive coordinator. I was surprised by something you'll hear in his breakdown of the offense's week 1 performance.
We really wanted to play clean football. That was one of the big emphasis we made going into the game. And I think execution-wise, mentally, as far as doing our job, in particular in the run game, we did that. But we didn't always do it well. If you know, like there were some technique and fundamental things we definitely could clean up. I know Joe had some one-on-one ops in the hole that he would like back. You know, and just little things like even how we have a track on a certain play or what our angle is on a combination up to the second level. We were off, and we still got some good plays out of it. But if we were on it, to us, like we see explosives.
They ran for 200 yards, and they're saying, we left a lot out there. Honestly, wasn't really the best performance running the football.
Yeah, it's funny to hear them say that with the running game. Like you could, like if you said the passing, we're like, yeah, for sure.
Passing game had some moments where it wasn't great.
With Nico Collins, I was kind of nodding along. I was like, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, like CJ underthrew that ball.
The passing offense, it wasn't completely in sync, but him being like, yeah, Joe Mixon has a couple runs he wish he has back. I'm like, no, he does. He probably doesn't.
It's like the best game of his career.
Yeah, like,
maybe.
No, I think it's number 2. I think he had one for 165, but
So,
like a couple
wow.
years ago. So like it because of his age, I think it becomes number 1. They did have, Kaimi Fairbairn did have to kick, 3 50+ yard field goals in last week's game. So the first 2 possessions they score on is 51 and 50. Then they get the Diggs touchdown. And then in the first possession of the third quarter, Kaimi Fairbairn has to hit another 51-yard field goal. So I agree. They did leave a lot to be desired in this game in week 1.
Yeah. And they're going to put a hurting on your Burrs on Sunday, dude. I want a blowout, and I think they're going to give me my blowout. We have a call, 713-780-3776 to call to text. The HRP listener line. It's Jerry. Jer Bear, what's up?
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Look, as a diehard Texans fan, do I want them to beat the Bears by 30? I do, but I've seen so much tragedy in these past 22 seasons that when I go into thinking, oh, this should be a blowout, oh, this should be a win, like last year at Atlanta or at Carolina, the Texans fumbled the game, and I've seen a year in and year out. So as much as I want 30-point win, I frankly think the Texans, because that's a good Bears defense. I think the Texans win it 24-13. All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, Jerry. I understand that line of thinking among Texans fans. There is always a feeling that the other shoe is going to drop. But last year was last year where you are in the first year with almost minimal expectations. We wanted blowouts against, as he said, the Falcons and the Panthers and definitely the Jets. But this year, you should be expecting them to happen from time to time. We're raising our expectations here. Every single game, to me, is an opportunity for all of us to gauge whether or not that would have beaten the Chiefs, the Ravens, and let's throw the Bills up into that category as well after what they did last night. Because those are the 3 teams that are on a tier above you until you actually prove that you can beat them.
Yeah, I mean, the Carolina game cannot happen ever again for CJ Stroud. Like, that game was so bad. And you'll lose games you're not supposed to, but the Carolina loss was different. I mean, that was an embarrassing football game when things really felt like they had turned the corner. I mean, the expectation of this team is that won't happen. Yeah, I mean, the Bears do have a good defense. So if you lost this game, it's not Carolina. It's probably closer to, if you will, the Atlanta game, if anything, I would say. It's just, and I get what he's saying, because I think that's why, like, it's so easy for me to root for the Texans most of the time, just not this weekend. It's because what Jerry's saying, like, that's what I feel every week.
You're a traitor to the realm in this station.
Just for 3 more days. Until they play in the Super Bowl, of course.
I don't know which.
I was going to say who's going to break, and it was Sean.
Well, because at a certain point, we can't have dead air for that long.
I just want everyone to know I'm looking not just disappointedly, but with disgust through George's Mike Ditka.
What was the
sunglasses.
most disgusting part of it?
I don't know, because you're dead to me. I'm not really listening to what
Was
you're
it that the
saying.
Bears are going to be in the Super Bowl part of the Texans?
That part, that part at the end, in particular.
I didn't say this year. Come on, Paul.
Don't try to do that.
What?
Don't try to backpedal.
I'm not backpedaling. I'm stating a fact, Sean. I didn't say the 2024/25 Super Bowl.
In New Orleans.
In New
Are the
Orleans.
Texans and Bears going to play in a Super Bowl? We may as well just say it right now so that we can pretend that we had it all along. Like, if you're going to do it, we can pull this back out of the vault and we'll pretend that I never completely was
Make sure I say
disgusted
this
by it.
Then I'll
with my chest.
Give a little space so we can make the clean edit in 3, 2.
Not only will CJ Stroud win a Super Bowl in his rookie contract, when he does it, he will defeat Caleb Williams and his painted fingernails and the Bears. But the Texans will win that Super Bowl in CJ Stroud's rookie contract.
You added that last part in there, which was the initial prediction.
Yeah, I'm just adding.
Yeah,
to
you
it.
What
just
was
stack-
your voice at the beginning
just
of that?
I don't know.
Because you got
Because you
into the-
keep telling me I got to say it with more chest more, so I'm trying to be more chesty.
I know.
Okay?
It was a little Carnival
know.
Barker-esque. It was a little
Trying to be.
It was pencil pusher Carnival Barker. It's like a dorky Carnival Barker. Anyway, whatever. Joe's dead to me. It's Gallant George. Joe's wearing his bear stuff. It does look good, though. You should be watching on our YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Joe George does know the Bears very well. So I'm expecting a blowout, but it is the NFL. Anything can happen. How the hell do the Bears pull this one off? Joe's going to lay it out. It's Gallant and George. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texans and Bears, Sunday, NRG Stadium. Sunday Night Football in prime time. I wish that they had a better song as the build-up for Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, it used to be a lot better.
It was better when Faith Hill was up there.
I agree.
I don't know if that makes me a granny lover because Carrie Underwood
younger than Faith Hill, but I don't know. Faith Hill doesn't more.
I mean, that's like one of the meanest things she's 56.
Faith Hill?
Yeah.
Isn't that the age where a lot of people start to become grandparents?
I mean,
But,
yes,
but she
like
hasn't
the way
done
you
it
said
for 10 years.
You said granny lover.
Well, I would prefer Faith Hill now to Carrie Underwood.
I agree. Bring her
Singing the song because she's a strong, independent woman. How dare you assume that I'm talking about looks? I'm not. I just thought Faith Hill brought it a little bit more, and I'm not gonna lie. I hate that song. It's I Hate Myself for Loving You by Janis Joplin with mediocre lyric changes that are slightly different every single week.
I like the mediocre line.
No. We need to bring back Hank canceled Williams Jr. because that was the best.
He also did minor line changes.
Yes,
every
but
week.
at least that song,
it was better.
That song's better than the song that they used for Sunday Night Football. Someone just said Faith Hill is the same age as Paul, isn't she? And that hurt my feelings.
She was when she was doing it.
I think Carrie Underwood is the same age as me. King of all churches says Janis Joplin, Mean Joan Jett. I'm musically challenged. Whatever. Don't care. One's probably not even with us anymore. Does it even matter?
Faith Hill's alive.
Yeah, I know.
No, I don't think Joplin's still with us.
One of those two. I forget which one.
I mean, Carrie Underwood's 41. They're only 15 years apart. Faith Hill and Tim McGraw.
Am I younger than Carrie Underwood?
Yeah, she's 41.
Nice.
Just about a year or two.
Still got it. She's got the gray hairs, and she probably looks way younger than me at this point, to be perfectly honest. Faith Hill, I think, might look my age right now.
She was great in the Yellowstone spinoff.
Oh, yeah.
1883. Yeah.
She was.
It took me a while. Like, I know they said they were the main characters, but as I'm watching the show, I'm like, is that really her and Tim McGraw?
It was,
like they did a great job.
Disappeared into the role.
Yeah,
They did.
They did a good one.
Because they love each other.
Unlike the Harrison Ford one in the Yellowstone spinoff, where I'm just like, all I see is Han Solo in the West.
I love it. You got Bronze, the bad guy from Game of Thrones.
Oh, yeah.
And that love story. I love that. I love that British girl. Anyway, bonk, Paul, bonk. It's Friday. You're too horny. Bonk.
Is the British girl grainy too?
Bonk. I'm just getting a squirt bottle out. I'm a little riled up. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
you
Friday.
got an hour and a half. All right.
Football Friday. I'm ready to just go straight out to a bar.
Weird. I feel like the desk just raised a little bit.
it's uneven now.
I know that the desk would raise even more if Joe's. Well, not for me. For the person sitting to my right in his Mike Ditka outfit. If the Bears pull this off, it's the NFL. Anything can happen. Someone just commented, "Hey, I think the Bears win this game, which will be a shame." Come on, poor Marine. Such a downer. How do the Bears pull this off?
Okay, so the first thing that helps the Bears is that I actually think, like guy for guy, they have the best three corners in the NFL in terms of the matchup with the Texans. So you have Jalen Johnson, who's an all-pro corner, one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL on one side. You have Tyreek Stevenson, who's young, but he's a good player. He's the guy who had the pick six versus Will Levis last week. And then you have Kyler Gordon in the slot, who's a really talented young player from Washington, who they drafted like 2 years ago. So I like their corners. So, like, if you're going to say, like, how many teams do I trust to go one-on-one with Diggs, Dell, and Nico? Not many. I just think the Bears have a good set of corners that can kind of go toe for toe. They've invested a lot in the linebacker position recently, with Terrain, with Edmonds, who they got from Buffalo, and TJ Edwards last year. So they should be able to handle the run game, in theory. I mean, we saw that in the second half last week. So I do think it is defense. Like it's all about defense. Like that's how the Bears win this game, is because defensively they have the talent to match up with the Texans.
The secondary for the Bears intrigues me because, one, they have Jalen Johnson, who's good. Two, they have the defensive player of the week in what's his face? Something Stevenson.
Yeah, Tyreek Stevenson.
Stevenson. I don't know how you win defensive player of the week for getting a pick six of Will Levis, but hey, it's fine. That was the worst pick six I've ever seen. I feel like there probably were other better defenders last week, but whatever. I wonder about who the third guy is, because this feels like a game where, especially after he was barely used last week, where Tank Dell maybe has the big game of the Texans wide receivers.
Yeah, I mean, Kyler Gordon should match up size-wise well with Tank. I mean, they're probably about the same size. Like, he's a smaller guy, Kyler Gordon. So, like, they should match up well versus Tank. But, yeah, that's going to be...
I don't know. I mean, now, again, Kyler Gordon better than I do, and you know this matchup better than I do.
No, Tank Dell's better The Texans receivers are better than with Jalen Johnson is a special player. The Texans do have the advantage. I just think that if there's any team that's close that can close that gap a little bit, I think it is the Bears secondary. Like you have Kevin Byard, who they got from the Titans. Like he's obviously he's a very talented safety.
He gets a lot of takeaways.
So like if there is someone that's can go toe for toe, I think it is this defense.
Okay, so it starts with the Bears secondary maybe making a couple of plays on CJ Stroud mistakes. It was such a bad week for the Bears offense. I feel like they have to be better by default than what they were.
The problem is that they just announced that, DJ Moore, I mean, he's healthy, but Roma Dunze, their first round pick, and Keenan Allen are both questionable. They have not practiced this week. So that's where it is. It's hard. Like you have DJ Moore, who I think is honestly the most underrated receiver in the NFL. I mean, you look at him statistically, what he's done in his career, a guy who's had 4 1,000 plus receiving yard seasons, and his quarterbacks are guys who have been for the Carolina Panthers and the Chicago Bears. Like he has great production for having poor quarterback play. So DJ Moore, not as fast as he might be on the same wavelength as Alec Pierce. Maybe he's a little bit slower, but that's how you would take advantage of them is Caleb Williams can throw the deep ball. We saw that at USC. So if you can get him outside the pocket, you can beat Jimmy Ward. A lot of people can beat Jimmy Ward. So how did the Texans adjust from last week versus this week? Because I would imagine that's how most teams are going to say, we might not have Anthony Richardson at quarterback who has that arm, but we're going to attack this team deep.
Yeah, they didn't. So it's funny. The Texas defense said all offseason that as far as pass rushing, it's an attack kind of style that they play with. And that means they don't have to think. But when you're going up against quarterbacks that are good at escaping the pocket, like Anthony Richardson was, you do have to rush more as a team. And I'm wondering if maybe they make that adjustment this week. If you keep Caleb Williams in the pocket, I think you're going to be in good shape. Not Roshan Johnson, but I know he's one of the running backs for the Bears. DeAndre Swift. He is such an enigma. Everyone loves his talent, and yet he goes from team to team to team. And I feel like every single team ultimately feels he's not as tough as he needs to be.
You know what's so funny? I really like that sign in the offseason. I felt so bad about it.
You felt bad about it. Why?
Because of what Saquon did. Because DeAndre Swift was good in Philadelphia.
But Saquon was bad.
And then you saw Saquon Barkley score 3 touchdowns in his first game, and I was like, oh boy. How much they really made Swift look good last year. And think about Detroit. They bailed on him for David Montgomery from the Bears, ironically, and Jahmyr Gibbs. They were like, hey, we're good. And so DeAndre Swift is one of those guys that he is like fantasy 101, you regret drafting. You're looking at him and you're just like, hey, this guy, he's got the talent and he doesn't perform. So I like him, but they couldn't get going at all last week. The interior offensive line sucks for the Bears.
Really bad.
It's abysmal.
Okay.
I would take whatever the over-under is for Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi for sacks this weekend.
You're taking the over.
I'm taking the over.
Okay.
Both of them.
And it seems like they would be unlikely to run the football if their interior offensive line isn't that good. He is Joe. I am Paul. It's Gallant and George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. ESPN 97.5, 92.5 up next. Our 10-minute drill. Deshaun Watson has had the worst week. And while we have nothing new on Deshaun Watson when it comes to the sexual assault investigation into him, we have another statistic that shows just how effing terrible he was on Sunday. You'll hear it. Stick around.
Before we talk about Thursday night football, Tua Tagovailoa's latest concussion, I have an update on Deshaun Watson, but none on the investigation into him that the NFL supposedly is doing and his sexual assault that allegedly took place. This is separate from all those sexual misconduct allegations. Deshaun Watson was blamed for all 6 of the sacks he took against Dallas Sunday by Pro Football Focus.
Saw that.
So it's not just the other statistic, Joe, that you shared earlier this week where he couldn't do anything downfield.
Oh, yeah. He was the first quarterback ever to throw the ball more than 10 times over 15 yards down the field and have 0 completions.
And all 6 of the sacks that he took were his fault. One of the things that people always mistakenly did with Watson, and people did this in Seattle too with Russell Wilson, they had similar styles in this way. Those guys hold on to the ball forever, and sometimes they hold on to the ball so long that they would get sacked. So Deshaun Watson would get sacked a lot, and I remember the amount of excuses that were made for Deshaun Watson by some in this town before he ultimately got canceled truly was something else.
Yeah, I mean, it was like the fundamental flaw of his game.
He would hold on to the ball too long.
Yeah, like it was the biggest thing. Like at the time, it was almost like the only thing you could like really criticize Deshaun for was like, hey man, it's okay to get rid of the ball sometimes.
Sometimes he would escape and make plays, but he was never Mahomes level on that front because sacking Mahomes is hard. It always has been. Mahomes doesn't make many mistakes, and Watson would make mistakes and also got sacked a whole lot. So not surprising at all that Deshaun Watson.
Hey, boom, I like that one.
But he was the reason for all 6 of the sacks the Cowboys got.
Yeah, he's not good.
Put in Jameis. Just get it over with already.
What do you think? How long do you think they can go?
Now.
How long do you think they'll actually go?
They should do it Sunday.
I agree.
I don't know, but I think it should happen Sunday. If they're serious about winning, it should happen on Sunday. It should be a surprise start.
That would be also just breaking news. Jay Glazer on Fox. Jameis eat a W. Watson. Winston.
They should do it. He turns the ball over a lot and he's careless, but at least his teammates would like him. And they're going further with Jameis than they are with Watson.
Deshaun says his teammates respect him, Paul. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know that they do because he's not good at football anymore. Ultimately, it is about in the locker room. What do you do as a player? But he's done bleep. Last night, the Buffalo Bills killed the Miami Dolphins. They've beaten Miami 12 of the last 13 times these two teams have played. And it was a game where, Tua Tagovailoa struggled. He had 3 interceptions before he left the game after scrambling on a 4th down, getting the first down, but head first putting his shoulder into Damar Hamlin, of all people, falling to the ground and then slamming his head back with extreme whiplash against the ground. He suffered a lot of concussions over his time with the Dolphins, who gave him that huge contract over the offseason. And the real thing, Joe, that I can't figure out is why the Dolphins didn't put a guardian cap on him. I don't know that would have stopped the concussion, but come on, this is a guy that you just signed to a huge contract. You knew this was probably going to happen again at some point. You were hoping it was down the road. Wouldn't a guardian cap perhaps prevent that?
Even if it just helped a little bit. Like maybe just he doesn't have as severe as a concussion as it looked. Like maybe we're not talking about retirement and Mike McDaniel's not having to say, let him get healthy first and then we'll figure out his career. Maybe it avoids at least that part of the conversation because there are levels to concussions. And this also, once again, just feels like it's on the real bad side of it. How would you feel if, remember when the Dolphins got stripped of a draft pick, the 1st round pick 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Remember why?
Tampering with my Lord and Savior.
He hasn't ruled out a comeback. How would you feel if you woke up one day and you walk into the studio and Del Olaleye is wearing a lime green, turquoise green Tom Brady jersey?
Well, he wouldn't wear it because I would bring scissors if I saw that and go Chris Sale on that jersey.
I also think he just wouldn't buy one.
Yeah,
but
I think that too.
If Tom were to come back, this is a great situation, and they flirted before. I'm just saying, Tom Brady, Tyreek Hill, and Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, no, that's good.
I mean, they'll be my Super Bowl pick if he does it.
It's the best weapons he would have ever had.
You're more
That's
dead
insulting to Randy Moss.
You're more dead to me. More dead. Not even gonna make
Deader.
I mean, you're
I'm gonna put
basically
sunglasses on because I don't even want to look at you with my
you're
eyes.
basically wearing Dolphins colors today. So it's like you're predicting the future.
YouTube.com/ESPN Houston, Twitch.tv/ESPN975. Will Levis is the starting quarterback of the Tennessee Titans.
Mail boy.
And Will Levis had this to say about his struggles against the Chicago Bears on Sunday, which gave the Bears their first victory of the year.
I didn't lose sleep some of that, I knew that I'm a good quarterback in this league, and obviously a lot of things to get better on. But watching that tape, I still have that confidence and knowing that it's just kind of a fluke play that I can definitely learn from. So, I've still got all the confidence in this team and everything. Just got to come to work every day the same way, regardless of what happens.
I'm a good quarterback in this league. Where have I heard that before? Oh, that's right. From Brock Osweiler.
He does give like cooler Brock Osweiler vibes.
Oh, he's definitely cooler than Brock Osweiler. There's no denying that.
Yeah, it's really like
Will Levis is a cool guy.
It's like if they put Brock Osweiler in like a movie, like you would cast Will Levis. That's what I think of Will Levis right now.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to Will Levis. No, Will Levis is too cool.
It'd be Robert Pattinson on stilts. That's who I'd cast.
Yep.
I mean, look, he's a good quarterback.
Titans Jets on Sunday. That's an interesting game.
I think I'm gonna pick the Titans.
You're gonna pick the Titans.
Aaron Rodgers, him and Kirk Cousins both. When did we stop thinking these Achilles injuries were like super serious? Neither of them looked that great, and they like just it's like they just weren't ready yet.
If the Jets lose Sunday and then lose to the Patriots next Thursday, I think Robert Saleh might be out of a job by Friday.
I mean,
3,
If the Jets lose to the Titans, I might miss the Bears Texans game because I'm watching Jake Asman's YouTube channel and just laughing hysterically.
I do.
I might be occupied.
It's the new. Just I love this misery. He's such a whippersnapper. He's got these little like hope-filled eyes.
Yeah.
He's got the heart and the belief of a child, and I think it's adorable.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that is around the NFL, the 10-minute drill, whatever we call it. I forget because we have the countdown. It's the 10-minute drill. That's it. Okay, got it. Thanks for clarifying, Sean. Up next, this is the best story in sports this week. I don't know how this man survived being fired, but he did after having sex on camera. Unbelievable. You'll hear the entire timeline of this next. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie.ag. Sadly, at MyBookie.ag, there's no odds on who will be the next person at ESPN to be fired because they're caught doing the old hanky-panky on social media. That's not up there. But you can bet on the presidential election. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are even after the debate this week. I'm actually surprised by that. MyBookie.ag, you enter promo code BET975, and you're going to get a double of your first deposit right away. And you can play with that money right away. You can bet on anything. You can bet on the Texans against the Bears. The Texans are 6.5-point favorites. You can also bet on, the Houston Astros against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim tonight. 1.5-run favorites. You can do a parlay. Maybe you can bet on a sweep and cover for the Astros all 3 games this weekend. Whatever you want to bet on, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975 is your place to do it. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
This is one of the all-time funniest stories in the history of ESPN and one of the all-time upsets in the history of ESPN because no one was fired here. But for those who are unaware, Shannon Sharpe, regular host on First Take with Stephen A. Smith, for whatever reason, went on Instagram Live with his phone, it seems like, facing down towards the nightstand. And people could hear him getting it on, having the relations, the hanky-panky, if you will, banging. They were having sex.
They were. Thankfully, we only heard it.
We only heard it.
I think that helps him out here a little bit. But thankfully, we only heard it.
The best part about this is the apology afterwards. Instead of just ignoring this, Shannon Sharpe decided to tackle this directly on, what's it called? The Nightcap.
Yeah.
He does this with Chad Ochocinco.
Yep. What a combo.
This is his apology. It's just great.
I'm very disappointed in myself. Not for the act. I think there are millions and billions of people of consenting age that engage in activities.
Can we pause for a moment?
But
That engage in activities. Could he have been more awkward talking about this?
Yeah, it starts so awkward. It starts so awkward.
Why not just be honest and say, yeah, whoops, my bad. Laugh a little bit. You know, we're through people of consenting age. Are you going to explain how the birds and the bees work for us next?
I think he has to start mature because he knows that when he kicks it over to Chad Johnson, it's going to immediately become immature. So I think he was like, let me set the tone. Let me read what the PR staff wrote for me, and then we'll get on with the show.
Yeah, that works. But here's more Shannon Sharpe kind of apologizing.
to have your most intimate detail on the audio to be heard, I'm disappointed in myself. I let a lot of people down. My kids, I reached out to them. I called my sister. My friends reached out. But guys, this was not staged. Came in, I threw my phone on the bed, engaged in an activity. I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on. So I don't know how it works.
People accused him of staging it. I guess there are some rumors about his sexual leanings, which is interesting that people get into stuff like that online. I'm not going to speculate on that.
Well, not
but
now.
I am going to speculate on this. If I did this, would this boost our show's profile? I could take one for the team. Now I'd have to actually have somebody who wants to have to make whoopee with me. But is this something I should do for the team? You know, I'll do it face down, not doing a tape. That would go on my OnlyFans. If I'm not telling you if I have an OnlyFans or not, I'm just saying if this is something that
it did
helps
get a
the show,
it did get a lot of run. I mean,
did.
awful announcing, Barstool, like they're all.
Everyone's talking about
Yeah.
Shannon Sharpe's show that's not on ESPN now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you want to go real viral, you want to, boost the profile.
Well, you don't want to go viral when you. Oh, you mean online? Yeah.
I mean,
it works.
Just make sure you're careful.
Yeah, safe. Stay
Be
safe out there.
Be safe in this house.
Not only is it a huge boost and everyone's talking about it, they're actually selling merch now.
Stop.
At the night.
What does it say?
I put it in the rundown.
Oh.
There's t-shirts that say, quote, "That's my Michelle," which is a quote from the video. They come in both, looks like a brown and a, I don't know, cream colored shirt. And then there's one that is
69
NASCAR
Michelle.
themed. NASCAR themed, and it's the number 69 Michelle car. It looks like.
I mean, where's the Unk gets it in? Because that's what he says in there as well. I'll buy that shirt.
The funny thing
I'll wear
is,
that next Friday.
It did not take very long for this to turn into what Chad Ochocinco was going to turn it into. Is he Chad Johnson again?
No, he's Ochocinco.
He's Ochocinco. Okay.
Yeah.
Dapped me up once in the locker room. Did not think that he would actually do it.
Huh.
Just walked up to him and I held my hand up and I was like unconfident about it. And he just extended it. Great guy. Based off of that. Not based off of the thing that happened in Miami. That got him cut from Hard Knocks.
Forgot about that.
Anyway, Chad Ochocinco starts busting Shannon Sharp's chops.
What was I saying, Ocho? What was I saying? I ain't hear it.
You was like you gonna take this dick. Now I'm just saying I ain't never heard you talk like that. I ain't never heard you talk like that. Now what we do got to work on is ain't nothing wrong with your hips, but we got to work on your cardio because you was breathing heavy. You shouldn't be breathing that. You shouldn't be breathing that heavy. So we got to work on your cardio. So
Ocho,
when you lift weights, we got to get you on the car. Hit the
Ocho,
treadmill first. Or do the
Ocho,
step,
real talk,
do the
though, Ocho,
Stairmaster.
your boy, hey.
Just breathing a little heavy.
Yeah, he was.
It happens. I've had radio co-hosts who breathe a little heavy.
Not me, right?
No, not you.
Oh God, I got really self-conscious.
No. Don't worry.
I was like,
I've never.
I know Paul's being really mean to me today, but like,
we're taking a timeout from the roast.
Okay, I was like, man, that made me really nervous.
I will never say their names, but there's two that I've hosted with, and it's like, okay, I can hear you breathing. Let's simmer down a little bit.
No, I feel like when you're on remote, you get a pass because like the microphone's right in your face a little bit. But yeah, I mean, Shannon Sharp sounds like he's just, he's not working out every day. Like he's not doing any cardio, like Ochocinco said. He's just hitting the weights.
Maybe.
That's why I'm confused. Like, was he out of breath like that quick?
I mean, it sounded like it was going on for a while.
Yeah, it sounded vigorous.
That's why I don't understand how it just randomly went live.
Vigorous.
That's what it sounded like.
Like, I think he got set up.
You think he got set up? How does that work? Someone has to actually take his phone while they're in the bedroom and turn it on. He is the only person that could turn this on. And
no, that's not true. He said he didn't turn it off. He said that one of his guys, his
handlers,
social media people was logged in and turned it off.
He's the only person that could turn it on. And it would have taken multiple steps to turn it on. So I actually am a little suspicious about this.
Yeah. I mean, how old?
Wait, I could just do this right now.
Yeah, try to go live. And
I forgot I deleted Instagram from my phone because I don't want
grunting.
this to happen to me.
yeah, just start breathing.
That
heavy.
would be. I mean, see that's how we do it. We could just fake it, say that we faked it the whole time. But some people are going to have questions about it. But it's funny because as soon as Chad does that, and Shannon Sharp's like trying to act all serious, and as soon as he does that, Shannon Sharp says like, "Yeah, she's gonna need some ice afterwards."
Oh, yeah, they immediately just start having the most fun with it.
Which like you should okay, you're not getting fired.
Well, that's the thing. That wasn't necessarily a foregone conclusion. I mean, Paul Pierce was on Instagram Live with a bunch of strippers.
I think that's why it's very clearly
they were clothed.
He intentionally went live.
Yeah,
with the strippers, and he's smoking and drinking. Like he made it.
What's wrong with that?
A very clear choice. Shannon says he didn't make said choice.
Well, a lot of us make that choice from time to time.
Not on.
Why can't Paul Pierce make it?
Yeah, well, that's why Paul doesn't have Instagram on his phone, so he can't accidentally go live next time the strippers are at his house and he's
strippers and I'm smoking,
playing a card game or something, whatever he was doing,
and drinking as well. But it's interesting just seeing the way that all of this has been handled. I really do feel like Paul Pierce needs to be hired back at ESPN because it shows that he's got a little bit of fun inside him. But ESPN will not fire Shannon Sharp over this
because he's a moneymaker.
Yeah, that show at night is doing very good numbers. I can understand why they want to keep him around. Seems like he has a good rapport with Stephen A. Smith. He's built for these Speak for Your Pizza TV shows.
I mean, look what happened to his last show. Skip got fired in a year.
I mean, once Shannon left, yes, that show went downhill.
And replaced with Paul Pierce, funny enough.
And Richard Sherman.
Yeah, and Keyshawn Johnson and Michael Irvin. I saw a funny tweet about this where it was like, hey, kids that are under like 23, you won't believe this, but Shannon Sharp used to just be like a normal NFL talking head on Sundays. Like he used to just be part of like the CBS crew.
Right, those
on-
like chuckle brigades where
Yeah.
everyone's laughing at dad jokes.
Yeah,
in a
he used to just
circle.
be a very normal, wear a suit, sit next to Bill Cowher, and go, in the National Football League, you have to establish the run.
I bet he's so pissed that he had to do all of that to get to doing this.
Didn't he go away for a while too? Like, didn't he like?
He retired and he
Yeah.
was right on TV.
Yeah, but
He went on
No,
TV like right
no,
after
but like
he
he
was
like
done playing.
he didn't-
Between the CBS and the Fox show.
Yeah, like he wasn't like he wasn't on CBS and then went to Fox.
No, I think he did have a year or two off TV.
Yeah, because like I remember, like I saw the clip when he was talking about Skip, and people were asking like if he felt any like any happiness with Skip Bayless getting fired and losing his show, and he went into like pretty big detail about how Skip was like the one who believed in him the most. He felt bad for him, but yeah, I think he's a monster now. It's him, Stephen A. and McAfee are probably like the biggest like individual
Yeah, all of a
like
sudden,
people.
People are calling him Unk now. I don't even know what that means. He hasn't played a game since 2003. Like he's been out of the league that long.
Yeah. I was going to say, he's been on TV my entire life. And for the first 2/3 of it, it was as, again, the CBS pre and post game or halftime show guy.
He was on from 03 to 2014. And then I think after that, 2013 was where he started to drift into other shows.
Okay.
2016. So he was off for basically 2 years
Yeah.
before he joined Skip Bayless.
Oh, yeah. Did he do was he on Inside the NFL or something? He was on one of the.
Probably.
Like the Chris Collinsworth show or something?
100%. I think he was on Inside the NFL, but he definitely was on a lot of stuff. And I mean, I just got to say, with Shannon Sharp, he probably just wants to do this show, you know?
Oh, yeah. If he could just do the nightcap.
He would just do the nightcap.
I
And
mean,
honestly, I would love it. Then he wouldn't have to then he could do this and he wouldn't have to pretend that he didn't do this on purpose. I mean, he wouldn't have this accidentally happen to him.
I mean, he's not on First Take every day. Like if he got fired, he'd be fine.
Yeah, I think so. Too.
He probably would be fine.
I mean, it would be like a little more difficult to make money because
Yeah.
ESPN's paying him a ton.
Yeah, maybe have to sell the lake house or something, but yeah.
One of the lake houses.
yeah, exactly.
What did that take place at the lake house? I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know.
Joe George, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Texans and Bears, Sunday Night Football. You want to talk about some of the other games going on this weekend in the NFL or college football? You can. We're going to pick the 6 best games of the weekend at 2:15. Stick around, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Third and final hour of the program. Got a fun question on YouTube from Zoe Z at ESPN Houston. Piggybacking off of her conversation about Shannon Sharp's online exploits. He is in the Instagram Live Club now because he was boinking it out, and you could hear the audio on Instagram. Zoe asks, have y'all done something that should have gotten you fired, but you got a pass instead? Yes. One time I was mad about my computer not working. The computer wasn't working because through many temper tantrums where I would slam my fist on the computer, I'd actually damaged the hard drive of the computer, and every now and then it would just randomly shut off. So one time in a commercial break while over at 610, I got very mad that my computer stopped working. So I picked up my mouse and I threw it as hard as I could at the trash, but I missed the trash. It hit the window that you could see between me and Sean right now, Joe, in studio.
Yeah.
And it cracked it. It cracked the whole window. Because I am an honest man, I went straight into the office and I said that my producer did it. Kidding. I said, I went into the office and said
was it Beard too?
It was, I think, Josh at the time. It might have been Figgy. I forget who. But I went right into the office and said, I'm sorry. I had a fit of rage. And the boss was very mad at me. I thought there was a chance I would get fired for that. Instead, since I admitted to it, I paid for half of the replacement.
Did they just take it out of your checks?
Yeah, I took it. Yeah, right around Christmas time. It sucked.
Oh,
it sucked. I couldn't buy anybody presents.
Yeah.
I couldn't travel home. But it was deserved. I screwed up. There's been other moments as well. Like there's been a couple of times early on where I was doing things I didn't want to do and I showed up a little late.
Yeah, I think the closest that I ever let's see. I got told not to talk. And the host kept talking to me. So I went on the air and said, hey, I was told not to talk anymore on the air, so stop talking to me. And our boss was listening, and he yelled at me a lot. And I was very confident I was getting fired.
And did you?
No, I did not.
Oh.
I did not.
Okay.
I quit 2 months later, went to their competition.
Oh.
That's probably that's the one that stands out the most.
Okay.
I think I did spill coffee on one of the boards here.
It happens.
No, you know what? It wasn't coffee.
It was beer.
It was dip.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
Absolute dirty boy.
So I'm sure there's like a pot on the old network board that doesn't work because there was it got in there.
You animal. You gotta quit.
Use that board for years.
Sorry, Sean.
Nasty habit.
I mean, I'm sure someone else broke it since, or did worse things.
It must, yeah.
But there you go.
Sean?
Sean, yeah. I would assume never.
Nothing like here or, in like a grown up job. But I mean, I did sell fireworks for my uncle. So we weren't always 100% up to code. I'll say that. We weren't always following all the rules. So
yeah, but if you're all not up to the rules, then there's no reason to get fired. That sounds like you would get fired for following the rules.
No, there's some rules that other people that if you weren't the nephew of the owner, you probably would get asked not to come back.
Gotcha.
Texans and Bears Sunday Night Football. Joe Mixon, running back for your Houston Texans, had this to say. He wants people to be scared of your Bulls on parade.
I mean, I think it's more so the attitude and that mentality. Me and Steph talk about it all the time about how we got reservations and we late. You know what I'm saying? So we trying to go get to it. And when people turn on that tape and they play them Texans, they not out there bullshit. And when you turn on that tape, that's what you want to see. So we only gonna get better. We only gonna get more polished in the offensive side of it, and we just got to do whatever we can to play collectively as a team.
How much better can they be in the run game?
You're about to find out, bitch.
Probably.
Yeah, that's right. Joe George is wearing all Bears gear right now. He's got the hat, glasses, vest, mustache.
Dog claw.
What's dog claw from?
Caleb Williams started putting a claw up when he was doing things.
Oh, okay.
It's like
you did that earlier. I was like, wait. Oh, I remember this now.
Yeah, Caleb's trying to claw.
Was Roma Dunze doing it too?
I think, they're trying to make it. The youngins trying to make it a thing. Trying to, create new culture.
What would win in a fight, a bear or a bull?
A bear?
Wrong.
I mean, the bull gets one good shot in the bear.
Bull just needs to gouge his neck. Bears are, I mean,
Yeah.
Bears are noted for being not the brown bears. I'm sorry to be racist against bears. The brown bears are scary.
It's a brown
the white
bear.
bears are the scariest, but the black. No. You guys are a black bear for sure.
Oh, man, it's a brown
You guys
bear.
are a pushover organization that have sucked your whole history.
No. The mascot's a brown bear.
No, it's a black bear, dude. It's a black bear. We can't actually tell what color it is because the bear is orange and blue. But
yeah, but the mascot. Mascot for mascot.
Your primary color is navy blue, so I'm just vicariously you're a black bear.
Blue bear.
You could just, for those who don't know, if you ever go into the wild and you see a black bear, just go up to it and yell "ooga booga booga," and it'll crap itself and run away. It won't assault you.
Just to be clear, in case Paul's wrong, Paul said that. I want no liability.
Yell, ooga booga booga.
No liability for that.
You'll be fine. Ooga booga booga.
Ooga booga booga.
Arms out wide, legs out wide, and if you do that, the bear will run away, much like the Chicago Bears love running away from the idea of ever having an offense.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they run away from it.
Yeah, they do. They literally just, they always want to stay on brand.
Trip and fall on their way to figuring it out.
We want our offense to look like it's 1930.
I mean, look, who needs to throw for 4,000 yards in a season? Not the Bears.
Yards aren't important, but it is amazing. I mean, there's 17 games now.
And they've never had a quarterback do it, ever?
Yeah.
It's pretty sad. It's not great.
Oh, damn, Joe, your chair's falling apart, just like the Bears are going to fall apart on Sunday. For those who don't know, you can watch on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. A piece of Joe's chair fell off.
Joe should get fired for breaking the chair.
I feel like,
I mean, like,
we don't have enough chairs in this place.
Am I in danger of sitting on this thing right now?
Probably.
Yeah, definitely.
Hold
not in the same danger that
the lever.
The host who broke one of our chairs would theoretically be in, but yeah.
Who broke one of the chairs?
I don't know. I feel like multiple people at this station have broken chairs though by sitting in them. Just by sitting in them.
I mean, we have a lot of broken chairs.
But why?
Probably because they're big.
But what do you?
Fatty boom.
There we go. I'm less of a fatty boom batty now.
The thing is,
athletic.
One of the things about the chairs in this station, which for whatever reason have always been suspect, is we've had good chairs and they've been broken. And I just am embarrassed that there's so many people that are in this industry that, I don't know, gave up.
Yeah.
Oh, athletic.
Yeah, we'll get there in like 2 minutes. Hey, look, man, we're about to cross 200 pounds. Okay, we're feeling good.
Good for you. You know, you are looking a little more svelte.
It did make me feel better with the shave.
Joe also,
I was a little worried about how fat the cheeks would look. I hadn't seen him in a while.
Yeah,
like really seen him.
It's a svelter face, and Joe has a mustache right now too.
Yeah. But with the Texans and the run game,
they're gonna run all over the Bears, dude.
The Bears,
you're screwed.
They did do better in the run game in the second half. The problem is that because Will Levis is a bomb, so they stacked the box. You can't do that against. It's why the Texans' offense is so deadly, because you stack the box like that, and then CJ Stroud's going to pick you apart. Like it is. I watched the weirdest video. I was going to pull the audio, but it doesn't translate. You guys know John Gruden's doing a YouTube show now?
Yeah, we did know that. I wasn't sure if he's been canceled yet. I'm assuming it's just a matter of time.
I highly recommend the one when he talks about the Texans offense that just got put out. It's very funny.
It's funny?
It's just because it's Gruden.
Oh, okay. I was wondering but what kind of Gruden? Are we talking about ESPN Gruden or are we talking about emails Gruden?
I
kind of want emails Gruden. He's on the internet.
No.
I want him to go fully unhinged.
No, it's very back to like the draft stuff.
Oh, okay.
Where it's like he keeps like trying to explain like how the players would call it hitch. He just kept grabbing his pants like, and then it's a hitch.
I want him to be the Alex Jones of football tape, just to go all in and say some really ridiculous conspiracy theories. But all we got from John Gruden are a bunch of emails that were made public because the Commanders were getting sued. Daniel Snyder was getting sued. It's hilarious. No one has ever liked Daniel Snyder. And instead of moving on from Daniel Snyder, which everyone wanted, somehow the NFL said, you know what? Nah, we're going to save Daniel Snyder and we're going to make John Gruden into a pariah.
I mean, it's the NFL way. Like they protect the shield in any way they can. And they went after an announcer and a coach over an owner because they are Like that's what it's always been. The owners can do basically whatever they want. The
Mhm.
fact that Snyder got like run out was still kind of surprising to me. I'll be honest. I never thought it would happen because it's like once one happens, you feel like they would open. Like look at Jerry Jones. Like nothing as bad as Daniel Snyder, but like all the off the field stuff he's got, like it opens Pandora's box. I never thought we would see that day.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got a call 713-780-3776. Pena wants to weigh in on Texans Bears. Pena, what's going on? Happy Friday.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Man,
Pena?
so this weekend I will be putting ketchup on my hot dogs because I heard they don't like that in Chicago. I will be ordering thin crust pizza because Chicago pizza sucks. And you know what else sucks? The Bears suck wieners, Joe. Have a great weekend, Paul.
Thank you, Pena. I appreciate that. Joe needed to hear that. Joe needed to hear that. He has betrayed the realm with this.
They do eat hot dogs, so yes.
With ketchup on it?
No ketchup allowed.
But do they suck them? That was one of the things that Pena said. They eat them, but
I don't.
okay.
I eat my hot dogs like a normal person.
With your teeth.
With my teeth.
A toothy hot dog eating.
Yeah.
That's generally how you're supposed to do it, I would assume. That's not something the old folks are probably going to be able to do. I'm a mustard and relish guy on the hot dog. I feel like you got to do a little bit of both. Generally, you want to jazz that thing up. Put a little peppers and onions on that thing as well. Because, again, we're talking about like the worst possible meat. And it better be burnt a little bit. Otherwise, I don't want to do it. Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. And Joe's Bears, my Houston Texans, they're doing battle on Sunday. We're going to pick that game against the spread officially, and we're going to try to pick games against the spread, the best games of the weekend. Hopefully, I do better because, good God, I had a rough first week. Stick around. We make some picks. Gallant and George.
Hey, you should check out my friends at O Athletic. I'm not trying to be a fatty boombati any longer. We're trying to be a skinny boombati. I don't know if that still works as much. I gotta get Paul to educate me on
Winnie.
A what? Skinny weenie? Is that what you said, Paul? Just trying to lose some weight here. Don't wait till 2025. Start now. Get to O Athletic, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, oathletic.com. You can find them at O Athletic on Instagram as well. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can sign up to work out with the trainer like I do. Cam is the guy I use. I can't recommend it enough. He's absolutely incredible. He's helping with my diet, which has been a huge part of this. Workouts at home when I can't make it to the gym because my 3-year-old's being a monster. It's a great gym. It's the gym for me. It should be the gym for you. Check them out, oathletic.com and 767 North Shepherd in the Heights.
We pick the 6 best games of the weekend, and then we pick them against the spread. I was 1-5 last weekend. Sean Mapes was 1-5 last weekend. Joe George, who wasn't here, was 3-3. Asterisk.
What?
Asterisk. I'm too lazy to go back and check what your picks were. You weren't here. I don't know that this is an honest accounting of the picks that were made.
I mean, it's in the group chat.
It is in the group chat. I'm just too lazy to look, and you weren't here last Friday because your tooth broke. So, asterisk.
Did I not tell you what really happened? My tooth was only a little broke.
It's only a little broke.
I got a root canal.
You got a root canal.
Yeah, that was apparently the real problem.
Okay.
So
do you have to do
fun.
more?
Yeah, I'll be gone in like 2 Tuesdays. I got to get a crown put in.
Damn.
Yeah, not great. Take care of your teeth, kids.
Take care of your teeth.
Yeah.
And take care of your picks. Because if you don't do well gambling, mybookie.ag promo code BET975, you might be destitute and out on the streets. Like homeless Harry on the corner of Westheimer and Fountain View. I just made that up.
So
but there's a
I was
guy.
gonna say, I didn't know.
Hanging out.
He looks like his name might be Harry.
Okay.
I wish him well. Anyway, let's make some picks.
Yeah.
First off, let's pick which one of these games will be the best and then pick it.
Okay.
One of these 4 games. You got tonight, 7:00 on Fox, number 20 Arizona at number 14 Kansas State. 2 ranked teams. I don't really care about either of those schools. You got tomorrow at 11, number 4 Alabama at Wisconsin. You also have tomorrow at 11 on ABC, number 16 LSU at South Carolina. Or tomorrow at 6:30, Colorado, as I'm calling them, Colorado Lowell at Colorado State. Which of those games do we care about the most? I will pick first.
I think Colorado.
Colorado.
Yeah.
Colorado.
Yeah.
It's not rolling off the tongue the way that I thought it would. What's interesting is in this game where Colorado has been talking so much trash this year. They were talking trash before the Nebraska game. I believe Shiloh Sanders, before suffering a season-ending injury, was telling the people at Nebraska during the coin toss they were going to roll Nebraska. Whoops. You have Deion Sanders Jr., the social media manager for Colorado, claiming that the things that these other teams are saying to Colorado are way worse. So, Colorado, you're looking at them and you're thinking, oh, they're going to get beat by Colorado State this time around, a game that was very close last year. I'm not so sure now after hearing from Colorado State players Braden Fowler, Nicolosi, and Torrey Horton.
And that's just something that's been sitting on everybody, mind since we came back from break. We owe them. And we walked away from that game, as we kind of left it all on the field. I don't feel like we left it all on the field because we should have murdered them guys. And, they came out with that attitude as they were on top of the world. And this ain't no Cinderella story, so
got humbled
for revenge.
Yeah, they came out with that attitude and thought it was going to be a cakewalk. They saw the reports, 27.5 points or whatever it was. And they got a rude awakening real quick. And I think it goes to show that the hype, the media train, all that, it only gets you so far. At the end of the day, you have to line up 11 guys against our 11 guys, and we'll find out who wants it more. And we'll see how far Instagram followers gets them.
Damn. Colorado are 7-point favorites against Colorado State, who are doing their own chirping this time around.
I was going to take Colorado State.
I was too.
I'm going to take Colorado. I'll take the points, -7.
Just for the sake of being different and since I need to catch up. And
we got a long season, Paul.
Because Colorado, I just don't want to root for them either. I'm picking Colorado State in this game.
Okay.
Sean, what do you got?
You got it at 7, right?
7 per mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
I'm going to lay the points with Colorado. I got a first-hand look at Colorado State. I don't know if they're going to be murdering anybody this year. They
just have to cover.
That is true.
North Dakota State
They have to
covered against Colorado.
Keep it within a touchdown. Yeah, I guess Colorado is 0-2 against the spread so far this year.
Yeah.
No, give me Colorado. I just don't think with Colorado, what it comes down to is the other team's line play and are they a good defensive and offensive line? If they are, they'll beat Colorado. If they aren't, they won't. I don't think they are. So give me Colorado.
Up next in our pick 6, we picked the 6 best games of the weekend. This is the best game of the college football weekend, and I don't think there's any debate about this. Boston College, head coached by Bill O'Brien. They are 14.5-point dogs on the road in Columbia, taking on the top 10 Missouri Tigers. Missouri is 6. Which is interesting. Do I buy into it? I don't know. 6 of the top 7 teams in the country are in the SEC. Is that actually accurate?
Yes.
I'm a little skeptical about that. 6 of the top 7.
SEC.
I forgot. Sean Mapes is a Texas guy now with his Texas headband.
You know what? Sorry, I'm an Aggie guy now. SEC.
SEC.
I mean, I like Florida, but I'm not even.
No, do your ACC chant. It's okay.
Well, ACC might be a tougher conference now that Syracuse is back.
Yeah.
And
Just
Boston
kidding.
College back.
Boston College, the ACC team, 14.5-point dogs on the road. Who do you like?
I'm gonna take Bill O'Brien and Boston College to cover 14
let's
and a
go.
half.
I love it.
Like he's got him playing well. I'm gonna run it until it loses. So I'll take BC plus 14 and a half.
The spread is so big, and it is SEC versus not just ACC. It's SEC versus tough school to get into in the ACC in Boston College. I still feel like they have some academic restrictions there, a la Notre Dame. But man, Bill O'Brien gets these guys to play. I feel like they're going to lose, but I think they can keep it within 2 touchdowns. I feel like Missouri wins it by 10, and BC gets the big-time moral victory in Columbia.
Like
Sean,
that.
how about you?
Give me Mizzou.
You taking Mizzou?
Yeah.
I think part of it is that
Some Northeastern school going to come down to the SEC
you know the
in
problem.
Missouri.
Like I'm not one of those people that doesn't like Syracuse. I got no problem with Syracuse
Mm-hmm.
because I have found that the people who are going through the journalism program at Mizzou are way more annoying.
Yeah?
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's
Shot
met
fired, Ben DeVos.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't know that. Point proven. Sorry, Ben.
You know what? If in honor of Ben DeVos, if Mizzou doesn't cover 14.5, I'm going to complain about the refs.
All right.
For those who don't know, Ben DeVos is a person who covers the Houston Rockets online, who constantly goes viral for talking trash about the refs or for getting under the city of Seattle's skin and making them all like mass attacked him. All right. So Sean's taking Missouri. We are both taking Boston College to cover here. Ooh, this one, I don't even want to know what the spread is.
This one is gross. This is just a gross game, no matter who you pick.
So Texas A&M, 4-point road favorites in Gainesville, taking on my Florida Gators. 4 is too low. I think A&M's going to win by 100. I think it's going to be 100 to -2. And I want Billy Napier fired in the second quarter.
What do I do?
Oh yeah, Aggie Joe George here. He's
I don't know what to do yet.
Yeah,
I'm still learning.
riffety, riff, raff, chiffity, chiff, chaff, riff, raff, chiff, chaff. Let's give him a horse laugh. Ooh, woo! Yeah.
A&M -4.
Sean.
Yeah, give me the Ags. I just can't. I mean, the Swamp. I want to be like, it's hard to win in the Swamp. Texas A&M hasn't won a road game, I think, since like 2021 or something crazy like that. They haven't played Billy Napier on the road though. Give me Texas A&M.
Our pick 6 continues with an NFL slate. This is a good one in the noon window with the Texans playing Sunday Night Football. Baker Mayfield, who might have been the best quarterback of the NFL week 1, and the Bucs 1-0 on the road, and a very hostile Detroit to take on Man Campbell and the Lions, who had that Sunday Night Football overtime win over the Rams to kick off the season.
This is an interesting one. I am tempted to take the Bucks, who are 7.5-point road
big
dogs.
number.
I'm taking the Bucks. 7.5 seems like a lot. I think the Lions win, but 7.5.
I mean, they look good last week. I still really like Baker. And now because Browns fans also annoy me, the fact that they're calling it radio shows like we played earlier this week, demanding Baker over Watson makes me laugh.
I mean, I don't blame them. They were wrong.
Yeah,
they are so used to the quarterback sucking. They ran one out of town.
It's a natural reaction to what happened.
I hate to agree so much today with you, Paul, but I'm gonna take the Bucks plus 7.5. I like
either
the
a
Lions,
really
but-
good thing for our scores or a really bad thing.
I know but collectively we could just have the worst records ever. Again, I'm 1-5 right now, so you probably should.
Let's see. Last week when we all agreed on the Miami game, the Rams, Lions, and the Texans games, we all got it wrong.
King goes. We are 0-3 in the NFL.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you got?
What was it was 7.5?
Yeah.
7.5.
You can't do more than touchdown. I'm sorry. This Bucks team's pretty good. Like I don't think they're as good as the Lions or as good as the Lions, but they look sharp last week. Now they were playing the Commanders in a pretty suspect defense in Washington, but it's not like the Lions are some great defensive team either. So yeah, give me the 7.5 in the Bucks.
Sunday 3:25 on CBS. The Kansas City Chiefs host the Cincinnati Bengals. These teams have played each other 5 times since 2022. The Bengals are 3-2 against Kansas City. They are the only team that I think has a winning record against Kansas City over that stretch. The Chiefs are 6-point favorites. Remember, the Bengals did lose to the Patriots this past week, but for whatever reason, they're saying stuff like this. This is Jamar Chase when asked, who's the team to beat in the AFC?
Everybody knows that, bro. It's not no if. You know what I'm saying? We are the team to beat in the AFC, and we know it, and we got to act like it, and we got to play like it too.
Unbelievable.
I still know why I said that.
I don't either. And you've also got Cameron Taylor-Britt saying this about Xavier Worthy, who had 2 touchdowns in his first game in the NFL.
What does Xavier Worthy bring to this KC offense that you guys need to be prepared for?
That's about it. He can run straight, run jet sweeps, and just run straight. He can't do too much else, so that's about it. Feel like you put your hands on him. He's only 100-some pounds, so if you put hands on him, you'll stop the speed. So basically, get hands on him.
But you got to get your hands on him.
They should not be talking trash after they've lost 2 straight games to the Chiefs. I get that those games have been close. All the games have been close between these 2 teams. The Chiefs are 6-point favorites at Arrowhead. You expect the Bengals to be better. I don't think they're as bad as the team that lost to the Patriots yet this past Sunday and Jacoby Brissett. But I feel like all this chirping that they are doing at Kansas City is going to be their undoing, and I think Kansas City will take this one personally. Don't give this defending Super Bowl champions any more ammunition. You've already given them enough over the last 2 years, and it hasn't helped you at all. You're 0-2 since you started chirping.
This is a hard one.
I'm taking the Chiefs and the points.
My gut says take the Bengals, but I don't think Joe Burrow's healthy. I think he's hurt. And they're lying to us about how hurt he is. So I'm taking Chiefs -6.
Yep, we all agree. Defending champ, better team, more rested because they played on Thursday. Bengals played on Sunday. And yeah, do you like anything that's coming out of Cincinnati right now? No thanks. Give me the Chiefs.
The last one, Sunday Night Football.
Hey, before we let's make sure we tell the people the news that just came out. The roof will be open.
For NRG Stadium?
For NRG Stadium on Sunday Night Football.
That's news to me.
It's probably because they don't want people to see that the roof has holes in it.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, that's definitely. They don't want the Sunday Night Football crew to notice.
Yeah. But the plan is to have the roof open. There'll be a fireworks show.
It's the equivalent of hiding stuff under your bed to make it look like you cleaned your room.
Yeah.
I know this move.
I mean, we have an excessive heat warning today for what it's worth.
That'll be 7:30.
Yeah, we're all right. It'll only be 89 degrees or something like that.
Yeah, the sun will almost be down by kickoff.
I'm looking for what it's supposed to be. It says it feels like 101 today.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Love that.
Glad I wore long sleeves.
Next 48 hours. I don't care about Harry Potter night at the Colorado Rockies Stadium. I'm just getting all sorts of pop-ups on this computer. Sunday at 7 p.m.
It looks like it's going to be 90.
Yeah, that's a lot for an open roof.
I might not be able to wear this on Sunday.
You definitely won't be able to wear that. You're going to be sweating.
I'm going to
your
wear
balls
it, but
off,
I'm going to
dude.
just be.
Bring deodorant.
I will.
Maybe an
I'm
extra
not
shirt.
going to wear jeans. I'm wearing shorts.
I think this helps the Houston Texans out. 6.5-point favorites at home, Sunday Night Football. It's going to be hot. The Bears aren't going to know what to do. They already don't know how to play offense. The Texans are due to kick a mark-ass team's ass. Texans 359, Bears 2.
Sean?
Whoa, they get a safety. Yeah, Texans by more than one touchdown.
Let me tell you something. The Chicago Bears are going to be down by 3 points. 3 points, they say. 3 points. Not 3 points, they say.
We say.
And they'll have a chance to take the lead. And then Caleb Williams is going to throw a pick six, and the Texans are going to cover the spread.
This is.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. I don't give gambling advice with my heart. I give it with my brain. I'm taking the Texans win by 10 points.
That wasn't Mike Ditka. That was Dick Duran.
Yeah.
Although they were actually pretty good with Dick Duran.
Yeah, they were
right?
okay. Yeah. And they were fine.
Anthony Thomas days, the
Yeah.
A train.
Yeah, typical, Bears team. Can't
They're
score
good
enough.
running back. Good running
Good
back.
running back. Can't,
Great defense.
bad
terrible
quarterback.
Can't beat the
Yeah.
Packers.
I think the Texans win this game by 10 points. I think it will be competitive, but either Caleb will cost his team the game at the end, or CJ will lead a drive that gives the Texans a 10-point lead.
That is our pick six. He is Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. We keep tabs on those picks. Hopefully, we all do better than we did last week. Joe at least was at 500 for what it's worth.
I'll take it.
By the way, tomorrow, 7 o'clock, TDECU Stadium. The University of Houston Cougars take on the Rice Owls for the Bayou Bucket. 713-780-3776. Caller number 3. You win a pair of tickets to the game. It's going to be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. How about that? The last ever Bayou Bucket. Don't you want to go to that game? Thanks to us again. It's 713-780-3776. I'm trying to see what the spread of this game is. The Cougs, 4.5-point favorites, looking to avenge last season's L to Rice. What if the Nerds win the last 2 games ever of the Bayou Bucket? You got to be out there to support your Cougs. So make sure you're calling in 713-780-3776. Caller 3. It's Gallant George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Some final thoughts on the Texans and Bears and a fun weekend of football ahead of us next. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So you ready? You ready for the hurting?
I'm ready for some football.
No.
I'm ready to see him.
No.
It's been so long since I've seen Clay singing the national anthem.
I forgot about that. Clay Walker, for those who don't know, the man who sang arguably the most important song in the history of Houston. Tops drop. Want to be a baller. Football time in Houston is the most important thing that has ever been written musically in the city of Houston. Although it might have been written in Vidor, Texas, whatever. It's fine. It's kind of nearby. Sort of. Sort of. Clay Walker's going to be singing the national anthem for yet another season opener for a Houston sports team.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to tailgate.
A tear comes to my eye just thinking about it, but just imagining the sheer patriotism as a giant flag of the United States is pulled across the field at NRG Stadium just a couple of days after the 23rd anniversary of September 11th, to see the most American sight I possibly can see. Clay Walker singing the national anthem before a Houston sporting event. I'm glad that some traditions are being kept. And a lot of people didn't like seeing this. A lot of people didn't like that Clay Walker is going to sing the national anthem.
They want the Texans to move on. They want the Texans to find a new
They
person.
want all Houston sports teams to move on. And to them, I'll just say it. You're an un-American communist.
Just, tradition. Some traditions never die.
You may as well burn the flag if you don't want to have Clay Walker singing the national anthem. Because Clay puts the W in Walker, and the W in Walker stands for winning. Clean that up a little bit.
Can we try again?
Nope.
Okay. I figured I'd ask. Make sure. I can't wait for Sunday night. It's gonna be fun that they're going to
you should want to wait, though, because you're going to get smoked.
Yeah, probably.
You're going to get killed. Absolutely destroyed, beaten. Not by the fans, because no one's going to beat you up.
No, because the fans are nice.
Because
They're probably just going to pity me by the end of the game. And, that's okay. It's just,
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of like, hey, at least Caleb went for over 100 yards this time. Good job.
Yeah. Or if it was like a touchdown pass. It'll be like a screen pass, like DJ Moore takes like 85 yards. Caleb Williams does none of the work, but gets all the credits on the stat sheet.
That'll be the start of his highlight page.
Yeah.
Honestly, if the Bears want to win this game, they should just do what every person does in Madden, which is just run 4 verts every single play, and eventually
you'll get Jimmy Ward.
Will screw up.
That is one thing I'm not really sure if I'm worried about it, because I don't really know if you can build the whole offense out of it. But I do. The first time Caleb Williams rolls out of maybe a clean pocket, or maybe he's under siege, and he rolls out and he's buying time, and he just cocks back in that split second, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, this is a touchdown. I've seen him at USC too much to where the run around, throw it deep. I'm gonna be like, Jimmy Ward's gonna be falling down next to Keenan Allen right now.
Yeah, if the Bears have a chance, it's gonna be that. It's gonna be some of the messy stuff we saw last week. Like one of the possessions that stands out from last week's game was with the Texans at a 3rd and 2. They got a false start. That one was not on Laramie. I think it was on Kenyon Green. And then CJ got sacked on the next play. I think that's what Bobby Sloak was talking about earlier. Some of the missed opportunities from this team. Like there was that week 1 sloppiness. So how much more is corrected? And then Aaron Wilson reported earlier that Juice Scruggs is dealing with an injury, and that if he can't go, the kid from Notre Dame, which now I can't remember his name. Jared Patterson.
Some Notre Dame fan you are. Some Bears fan.
Well, he's an Aggie fan.
I remember Blake Fisher's name, but I forgot Jared Patterson.
No, he's more of a Kenyon Green fan.
Yeah,
for his time.
Kenyon Green in Aggie land, he had a great game. He was a monster in week 1.
He was really good.
He was good.
He was really good.
Which like that we're not gonna do in-depth offensive line talk on this show.
I will never watch offensive line film ever again.
When people who do that stuff say good things, I'm like, yeah, Kenyon Green, welcome back.
About time.
Or welcome in, I guess. It's not really a bad.
Struggled a little bit in pass protection, as did the Texans offensive line as a whole. Maybe that's also where the Bears could theoretically do something. They get pressure on CJ Stroud. They force a errant throw that one of the Bears ball hawking defensive backs are able to get. But I feel like that's where the Bears are going to have to score. That it's one of those games where, at least as currently constructed, if we're being honest, the Bears are a team that needs you to help them. At the end of the year, we could be saying entirely different things. I'm not going to make a ruling on what Caleb Williams will be at the end of the year right now. I mean, last year we saw with CJ Stroud, first game, he looked lost. Second game, he didn't look so good until the third and fourth quarter, and that's where we finally saw him being special. But I will say, given that CJ Stroud has looked as good as he's looked, I do feel very good about my conviction, my take on all rookie quarterbacks. They're probably not the guy. It's very unlikely that there's going to be somebody on the same level as CJ Stroud was his rookie year, right after CJ Stroud was drafted, even if Caleb Williams is the most hyped prospect that we've seen since Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, and I mean, what CJ did, like, it's so unfair to any rookie quarterback that comes into the league to put that on them. I think we've seen two examples of this. CJ's one, the other one's Josh Allen. Like, to everyone's like, well, if Anthony Richardson develops how to throw the ball over the middle of the field like Josh Allen did, I'm like, okay, when's the last time you saw a rookie quarterback suck for 2 years and then turn into one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL like Josh Allen has? It never happens. What CJ Stroud did never happens. What Josh Allen did never happens. Like, they're unicorns in this. So it's crazy to have those expectations. But yeah, if the Bears are going to win, it's going to be because of the deep ball. If the Texans are going to win, it's because they're just a way better team.
It's right. It's because it's expected.
Yeah,
you know?
it's expected. It's not. It's what you should think is going to happen.
And I want a blowout. I mean, they beat Indianapolis this past Sunday, but I said it once. I'll say it again. They were fortunate that they were going up against a quarterback who is still working through major accuracy issues, though he is definitely fun to play with in Madden. He is a guy that has a lot that he needs to improve on, and a better quarterback, I think, would have beaten the Texans. I think maybe even pre-concussion Tua Tagovailoa, if he was under center for those Colts, even after a rough game that he had against the Bills, I think he would have gotten it done. But new week, new game, and the Texans do seem rather focused this week. The game's on Sunday Night Football. Don't embarrass us. Ultimately, that's the thought that's in the back of everybody's mind right now. Just don't embarrass us. Like, I think we'd all take a win. We'd love a beatdown of Chicago. Don't blow this. Don't lose. Don't let Joe George come in on Monday.
I really like, because I like this job and I like the people. I don't want them to hate me. I just really want the Texans to win by less than 10 points.
Okay.
Win by 8, so I get the spread pick for our pick 6, and then like don't embarrass me, Texans, and also like
you want a
please.
respectable loss where the Texans cover.
But you're trying to middle this.
I'm trying to middle it hard.
With
I'm
like
going
2
right down
points.
the middle.
You only
Okay,
have 2 points of
Look,
wiggle room.
the Bears podcast I'm doing, we're in the beginning stages. This job is still more important, so I'm rooting for the Texans a tiny little bit. So, but hoping for a good game.
Chicago accent came out a little bit.
The Bears.
I noticed that too.
I think it's because I'm forcing it from like the SNL skit that like if there's like little things I'm saying that it's popping out.
It's hard to force an accent in there. I mean, obviously my Foghorn Leghorn accent sounds like every single Southern person, but if I'm saying the Boston accent, it really is tough to not swear. I have to swear to like really get into the character.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's Gallant and George. He's Joe and Paul. We got Sean behind the glass, a little garbage time before we wrap things up. I cannot believe this keeps happening to this extremely prominent football team. It's really hilarious at this point, though. Someone needs to have an intervention with these guys. Stick around.
I can't believe that this happened today. I saw it. I thought for sure this is a parody account that's putting fake news out there, like some of these accounts online that put out headlines that are just believable enough for people like myself to retweet them and say, oh my God. But another Georgia player has been arrested for reckless driving. Georgia sophomore defensive back Daniel Harris was arrested late last night for reckless driving and 4 other misdemeanor charges shortly before midnight. Reckless driving, not wearing a seatbelt, operating an unregistered vehicle without a license plate, driving without proof of insurance, and having illegal window tint.
Is there? You lived it, so you might know better than most. You get any like Urban Meyer, Florida vibes from Georgia?
Well, there needs to be a little more,
because all the bad stuff really happened in the NFL, right? Like in college, what was it? Like there was like Cam Newton. Like there wasn't like the bad stuff. I'm not saying like some Georgia players.
Aaron Hernandez did things at Florida that were not too dissimilar to what he did with the New England
Pouncey
Patriots.
brothers were on those teams.
So it's like Florida Light.
I mean, they have 24 incidents since 2023. So yes, it is Florida Light.
It's just like the thing with Florida though. Why you can't compare them to the Florida Gators is because they really only have Georgia only has one move. It's reckless driving, and
it's just crazy.
Racing.
It keeps happening.
Yeah, just everyone on their team loves racing cars, but Florida gave you a wide variety of criminal behavior.
That's what's insane. I mean, you had the guys die. You would think that would stop it.
Yeah.
No, there's been 23 incidents since the guys died. 23.
Yeah, Kirby. If you're Kirby Smart, I don't even know what you do.
We
like,
played audio of him in the offseason saying we've been telling them to stop, and they clearly don't.
Yeah, because this isn't even something that like. I feel like when you go to like a home visit, you could tell. Like until you get these kids behind
you can tell
the
if
wheel,
they're gonna go Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift.
Like until they get a fancy car that they probably got through the NIL deals, you don't know that they're gonna be these Looney Tunes when they're behind the wheel.
By the way, Carson Beck has a Lamborghini, and I think he's the only guy that we haven't heard anything happen with. He claims he doesn't like fast cars. Sure, dude.
Probably has a deal.
He definitely has a deal.
It's an NIL.
Yeah, Bijan had one, right?
But what I'm trying to say is, I mean, the whole program is being given these amazing cars, and they're driving like absolute maniacs.
Yeah, they got to stop. They got to trade out all the NIL cars for NIL Uber.
I just think Georgia
Nissans.
Georgia should prevent these dealerships from giving NIL out.
Yeah, just hey, do we have a Kia dealership or something?
Yeah.
Honestly, with these guys, it might not matter.
Yeah, right. I mean, the thing is, like with the cars, it's like like you mentioned, like the Texas guys have these car deals. Ole Miss guys have car like every
Georgia.
All of these big time colleges have NIL deals with luxury race cars. The only guys that get in trouble are Georgia players.
We have another story in the world of sports and garbage time. The Minnesota Twins released minor league catcher Derek Bender yesterday after he told opposing hitters the types of pitches that were coming to the plate during at-bats. Why did he do this? Because he wanted the season to end. I relate. September baseball blows.
Wow.
He wanted the season to end. He told players he wanted the season to end. Through his agency, Bender declined to comment. The Twins declined to comment. He was a 6th-round pick a few years back and signed with the Twins for $297,000.
What a scumbag.
That's not even enough money to never play baseball.
Listen, he just knows he knows that it's not for him, and he wanted to get to the end of the road as quickly as he could.
I
imagine he'll never play again, but
Yeah,
I
he'll never
respect
play. He
this.
cannot play. Or maybe, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he can be Trevor Bauer's catcher in Mexico or
Yeah.
something. But yeah, I don't think the track to be on the show is anytime soon.
I wonder if the follow-up to this is if he bet
on the other team to win in
It's-
addition
there's
to
no-
wanting the
there's
season
no-
to
there's
end?
no betting.
There's no betting in minor league baseball?
Okay, I've never seen it. I've seen sports books onshore and offshore offer AAA betting.
Okay.
He's an A ball.
So we can bet on our beloved Space Cowboys.
In some places, yes.
Bet them to win.
I don't think if they're offering betting lines on like that level of minor league baseball, like A, those people have a problem. B, like this stuff's gonna happen way more because how often are you gonna get caught? This guy just is total scummy.
Did you just
scummy
watch
person?
the original Space Jam movie with the catcher telling Michael Jordan what pitches were coming, and Michael Jordan still
Felt
striking
inspired.
out? Yeah, and he was like, "Oh, I
Yeah.
could do that."
Yeah.
But he probably wasn't playing against Michael.
I think
Jordan.
that's based on a true story in Space Jam.
It has to. It has to be something
Yeah.
that actually happened to Michael
That
Jordan.
minor leaguers were like, "Hey, dude, fastball."
Fastball coming.
Or like maybe there was a rule like before the game. It's like, "Hey, we only throw Mike fastballs," and
Yeah, just
that's it.
belt high mid 80s fastballs.
Yeah.
I like this guy.
I know you do because you hate baseball.
September
you
baseball.
think baseball?
especially.
You think baseball is too long of a season?
I hate September baseball especially. So shout out to this guy. He's doing
My dude.
doing everyone a service.
What's his name? Bender?
Derek Bender?
Derek
What a
Bender.
name too. I hope he goes on a bender tonight. Celebrate the end of having to play baseball.
To into his baseball career.
Dude, wait
Yeah,
till
it's
wait
like-
till this guy like now has to sell insurance and he like realizes how much a 9 to 5 sucks. Like,
I want him to come on the show. We'll just dump
Yeah.
on baseball together. It'll be great. It'll be great. Joe's gonna be like, like cummies.
I would love to have this guy on the show. I will say.
Yeah,
Where's he from?
He's an American hero. I don't know. Who cares?
Well, if he's from Houston, then
If he's from Houston, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Houston and I put on from my city, even though I lived in multiple other places before that. I'm H-Town, baby. And Joe, I hope we kick your ass on Sunday.
I understand, but I hope that
I
they just
understand.
survive.
That's, I hate the lack of fight.
Here we go. Bear down.
That was like a Boston.
I know.
accent.
You were saying you were doing the Boston accent during the break and it threw me off. Da Bears.
That's gonna wrap up today's edition of Gallant George. He's trying to make the claw thing happen. It's not going to. Texans Storm. That's it. Killer Bees are next. Bye.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He is Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a getaway edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A Friday show. A bunch of football to be played this week. It had some good games yesterday. Arizona State, Texas State. That lived up to the billing. That was a fun game yesterday.
Crazy ending. That interview with the coach on the field was entertaining.
That head coach, by the way, was in the wrong.
Why?
Because the referees got that 100% right.
I know, but
100% right.
But it was funny.
It was definitely funny, but he was wrong.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I mean, but
both
it was
things are true.
extremely entertaining.
Yeah, it was entertaining, but the quarterback took a knee with a second left.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want the refs to be like? Oh no, it's no big deal. We're not going to give Texas State the football and have a chance for a miracle play. That's what you wanted the refs to do? Come on, bro. Like that was dumb. That was so silly. And then you had the NFL game where the Bills continued to be the class of the AFC East. But that really wasn't the story yesterday. Allen had a pedestrian game.
He really did. Yeah, he talked as much after the game about it, but maybe that's where he's at his best.
I mean, once you get ahead 2 possessions, though, like you can kind of, I mean, it's all about coasting at that point. But that wasn't the storyline. A busy show. Brad Kellner will be joining us at 3:30. We should just mispronounce a word every single sentence whenever we're asking Brad Kellner a question. Yeah, we should try to mix that in. See if we can do that. That may be a struggle.
Yeah, still his gimmick. I think we should.
Yeah, we should.
Energy, stage him.
Todd Callis will be joining us at 4 o'clock. DJ Pianime will be joining us. DJ had a great story on CJ Stroud. We'll talk about that a little bit later as well. Who said it? Beezy Money is the Killer Bees. We're just going to continue. We won money last week. So we're going to make it 2 weeks in a row for you so you can tell the Bees. Tua, the conversation around the league right now, Tua, the concussion. Ironic, he ran into DeMar Hamlin. I thought that was kind of weird. But couple of different angles to take for this. First off, I don't like telling players to retire. Like, everybody will go home to your family. Okay, well, you're just going to want to, like, I guess, forego $100 million potentially in career earnings. Like, I have a hard time telling people to retire. So I don't know really where I stand there. I could go both ways. Like, I will defend Tua if he wants to keep playing football. I will tip my cap to Tua if he steps away from playing football. But what was frustrating in that moment yesterday was that he was able to avoid concussion all of last year. And whenever we talked about Tua last year, it was, well, if he gets another one, it could cost him his career. And he learned how to fall. He was like sliding. He was doing all these things. Week 2, you're down 21 points and you're diving head first. Yeah. That pains me to see him diving head first.
No, you're right. There's so much to unpack on the play and with him because of the fact that the situation itself did not seem to call for him to do anything drastic like that. And also because of the fact that part of the reason why he was able to stay healthy all last season was, you know, he talked to a lot of people, and I've read some things and was watching some interviews today where they said, you know, he was really focused on when to get down and how to avoid the hit. And you know, regardless of the extra couple of yards, because of his personal situation and his medical history, take the safe way out so that you can continue to progress forward. On the play last night, too, when you looked at it and his arm did that, what they call it, the fencing or whatever, and you know, we've been there before with him, we've seen this. It's like, okay, now there's going to have to be some really hard communications where he's going to have to do a lot of listening to the medical people, because the medical people are going to be the ones that are going to give him the information. And then with his family, because as much as he loves this game and he has put into this game and that's been his whole life, the third time around with those kind of results when he's gotten the concussions are scary.
Yeah, definitely scary. But I can't tell a man to retire.
No, you cannot
like,
tell
I can't be like, Tua has to retire
No.
and bang the table. He should never play football again. He shouldn't be allowed back on the foot. It's his choice. Like, it's his prerogative if he wants to do that. Now, I could go both ways. One thing that Uncle Jack texted me earlier today, and he said, why wasn't he wearing a Guardian cap? That's a great
It is a good
point.
question.
I would even go as far to say that if you have the concussion issue that Tua has, where you've had multiple concussions, I'll even go as far to say that they should be required.
Mandatory.
They
Yeah.
should be mandatory for players who have had X amount of concussions in X amount of time. Just X amount of concussions. You've had 2 or more concussions, 3 concussions, you have to wear the Guardian cap going forward. If they care that much about the player's safety, and they're really caring about the brain, make it a requirement. Make it a requirement.
It's a great call, and it's a great pull by your uncle because of the fact that these are a thing that's supposed to be on the field this year. I don't care if it's a bad look, if guys are worried about how it looks. The fact is the number one priority is player safety. And if he's been in that situation in the past, there's no reason, unless it's somehow limiting him in his movements and his abilities with his head, and I can't see that be the case, he should be wearing it. And my point is, I'm not going to tell him not to play, but I need him to really pay careful attention to the medical professionals and the chances and what the chances of what goes wrong and what could happen based on how many concussions he's had. And then he and his family have to have a hard talk, because I read some things about his contract where, he's already, I think it's like $20 or $30 million that he's already gotten. And that if he's medically told he can't play, and that he shouldn't play, that he still would regain or retain a good portion of the contract. But at a certain point, all the money in the world shouldn't matter, as opposed to your cognitive ability to enjoy life, be a father, be a husband, and not have major issues for the rest of your existence on this planet.
Yeah, it's sad. Like, it really is sad. I was reading an article about Kevin Cobb the other day, go Cougs, and he had multiple concussions, and the article was talking about, how low in his life he got, how, like, the dark days, how depressing it was. He was suicidal at one point in time. So, like, this is the scary side of that, of concussions. So, yeah, if Tua wants to step away, more power to him. At the same time, if he wants to continue playing, who am I to tell Tua that he can't do that? Now, the medical thing certainly would throw a wrinkle in that. There was an injury expert, I saw this on CBS Sports, that said if Tua does come back to play, like, this could be an 8 to 12-week injury. So from, like, the football side of things, which feels callous to talk about, Dolphins are toast. The Dolphins are done. Like, kiss the season goodbye, Miami. Your season is over.
Yeah, they're talking about either the return of Ryan Tannehill. The first name I heard pulled off the scrap heap, though, was Mike White, because he had been down there before as a guy. But Mike White is not going to be able to run that offense the way Tua runs that offense. I don't think Tannehill at this point in his career is going to run that offense with all of the weapons that you have to the way that they want to run that offense. And McDaniel, his offense is phenomenal, and the way he sets things up and the kind of newfangled way that he runs the offense. But it takes a certain kind of guy to run that. Yeah. And I don't think there's anybody out there that's going to come in and save the day for that team.
All those guys are kind of the same to me. Like, maybe one gives you 1 or 2 more wins over the other guy, but they're both not leading you to the playoffs. Right. Like, Tannehill's not leading you to the playoffs. Mike White's not leading you to the playoffs. Skylar Thompson's not leading you to the playoffs. I saw people saying they should trade for Mac Jones. Mac Jones isn't leading you to the playoffs. So, like, all of those answers are none of the above. None of them are leading you to the postseason. 713-780-3776. Beaumont Todd, regarding Tua, do they tell MMA fighters to retire after getting knocked out 3 times? Point taken. I think it's a good point, because it is a bit similar. It is similar. Like, this is how they earn a living. And for a guy like Tua, who's still young, he's still young, to be like, okay, you're done. No more for you. That's very tough.
It is. And you look at it, DeMar Hamlin made the choice to continue to play football after what he had been through. And everybody, it's your own body. You are in complete control of your own body. You can't tell someone you can't, but you can strongly give them the data that suggests, if you do, these are the consequences and the percentage that things could happen. And then you've got to just leave it in their hands. You can have your own opinion about it, and you can be stunned, shocked, or disappointed or upset that a player chooses to do something a certain way, but it is their lives. And plenty of people make decisions with their lives on a daily basis. We should not be the ones to tell him he can't.
8636, there are 2 helmets that are safer than the Guardian helmet. The question if he was wearing one of those helmets or not. I remember we looked into the Tua helmet after CJ's concussions last year, and he was wearing one of the safer helmets. But with the Guardian cap, couldn't you do both? Like, do you have to use a specific helmet for the Guardian cap?
No.
I thought you could just put it on top of whatever helmet you wore.
Right, because at practice every day, most guys are wearing them, which would mean they can fit whatever helmets that they have in the equipment.
That's what I thought. So, like, to this texter, like, you could be wearing one of the 2 safer helmets and then put the Guardian cap on top of one of the 2 safer helmets.
Absolutely.
I think I'm in favor of that. I think that I'm in favor of, if you've had 2 reported concussions, or maybe 3, whatever the number you want to settle at, you have to be required, if you want to continue playing, to use the Guardian cap.
Yeah, I don't know if at a certain point in time that can be reevaluated, but specifically as close to the injury within, say, a certain, maybe a season's worth or more, you have to, it's mandatory, because of the fact that you have to look out as a league for your players. And if a player chooses to play, that's one thing. But as a league, you make the decision to say, hey, look, you're not going to call it a business decision, but you're going to call it just an overall league decision. That's not, you could play, but you're going to play so that you don't get your brain completely re-scrambled.
I mean, even from like a litigation standpoint, I think it would
that's what
help
I'm saying, yep.
football. 2723. He should have even been wearing the Q collar. That's the thing that Schultz wears.
Oh yeah, yeah,
right on
that-
the back.
yeah. What does that do?
Apparently, I remember we talked about this last year
Yeah.
too, but apparently it does protect the neck somehow. I don't know the
always thought
science
it was
behind
like,
it, but it does.
It was cooling the guy.
I think it's
off.
the whiplash effect.
Oh.
I think it helps prevent the whiplash effect. I think.
Huh.
I think that's what I learned last year whenever we were researching it. 2422 trade Case Keenum to the Dolphins for a 5th with incentives that make it a 4th. He's on the season-ending IR, so that's not possible.
I did see people pushing the Davis Mills.
Yeah,
there.
Twitchers are saying 2 seconds for Davis Mills. Davis Mills doesn't lead Miami to the playoffs, though.
No.
Like, if you're Miami, you might just want to go to embrace the suck mode, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look. If you find the right guy going into next season,
Shadur Sanders, you're a Dolphin.
You got a hell of a lot of weapons. We talk about putting the right weapons around a guy like Caleb Williams. If you put the right weapons around whatever quarterback would end up in Miami, they'd be in a good spot.
50-84 Jimmy G or Trey Lance. Lap Dance Lance in Miami would not be a great thing.
I could see Jimmy G.
I thought about Jimmy G, actually. He's a free agent still, or is he on a team?
No. I believe he's suspended. He's suspended with the Raiders.
He's still on the Raiders?
No, the Rams. I'm sorry, the Rams.
Oh.
Yeah, he had a
with the Rams.
performance
Yes.
enhancement
Yep.
suspension for I think 6 games. Was it?
Could
I think it's 4.
Is
I
it
feel,
4?
I feel like
Okay.
you could lawyer out of a performance-enhancing drug if your performance sucks.
If you can look, yeah, just
If you're-
point to
yeah,
your football
yeah.
reference page.
Yeah.
Where is my performance being enhanced here, guys? Like, look at this. My game log, 2 picks, 10 for 22. I fumbled 3 times. I got benched for Mr. Irrelevant. I got benched in Vegas for Aiden O'Connell. Devontae Adams was calling for my head. Where is my performance being enhanced?
I mean, hot take: Bryce Young should take performance enhancing drugs.
Why not?
It can't hurt at this point.
Can't hurt.
So he's trying.
The other,
he's bad.
Bryce.
Yes.
Yeah. How ironic the guy who died on the field went to his career. Come on, Key from LA. That's messed up. They should give Brady a call. I actually did read this. That would be fun. That would be the most entertaining pickup. Would be if Miami
no
picked up
doubt.
Tom Brady.
Well, it would be a media circus.
It would be awesome. Because remember, he was flirting with them. Like he was hanging out on the yacht with Ross
owner, yeah.
whenever he wasn't supposed to be doing that.
And that's the whole Brian Flores supposed to be throwing games and getting paid to throw the games.
Yeah.
If a quote unquote certain quarterback could end up joining the team and
Yeah.
all that stuff. Might have also led to some of the stories Tua was telling about the coach crapping all over him.
Plus, they'd get him out of the booth, which would be a favor for us all.
Thought about that.
8858. According to Ryan Clark on First Take this morning, there are 2 type of helmet styles that are safer than the Guardian cap. Why can't you use one of the 2 safer helmets and the Guardian cap? That's what I want to know. It seems like you could do both.
I think you should also maybe do it within tiers of saying when you get your first, until you get your first concussion, you can choose your helmet. Once you get your first concussion, you are subject to using one of the more protective helmets. And then also you work in the Guardian cap to say, if you want to continue to play our sport in our league, then you're going to have to follow these guidelines.
6482 says Flacco, that would require a trade. He's an Indy. Did you guys hear Al Michaels say Dolphins don't play for 10 days and should be able to pass the concussion protocol? He didn't say that he should be able to pass the concussion protocol. He did say they don't play for 10 days. Should he be able to pass the concussion protocol? So he wasn't suggesting that like it's going to happen. He kind of just kept the possibility afloat, which was kind of ridiculous.
Yes.
So maybe that's what the texts are saying. But yes, I did hear Al Michaels say that.
Al was getting dragged a little bit on social media last night.
He was.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been dragged for the last. Al Michaels going from NBC to Amazon's like the biggest fall off that I've seen from a broadcaster in a very long time.
But also Al Michaels kind of reaching that point where all of a sudden you fall off a cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah. It happens to everybody. And I think it kind of happened to us right before our ears. And he slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah. It's Cleveland's chance to dump Watson. Miami's not picking up Deshaun Watson's contract. There's no way they're doing that. And then from the other football storyline in this, Buffalo is still the class of the AFC East. I'm sorry. Even before Tua got hurt, they're up 21 points. Miami's not in the league of Buffalo. Now, with the quarterback injury, they're certainly not in that same league. And look, I know the Jets played San Francisco last week. I don't think they're in the same league as Buffalo.
No, and I'm the one that said that the Jets were going to win the division. What I just saw last night proved to me that Buffalo ain't going anywhere. I mean, you give credit to the 2 coordinators and the coaching staff of the Bills, and they're using their personnel the right way. I question them letting their safeties go, and Poyer looked kind of washed last night. He looked very slow, and the way that they've kind of reeled in and rehoned the offense with Cook just doing in the passing game and the running game, he looks fantastic. Josh Allen looks like, not that he's a game manager, but he's not the gunslinger, and that has kind of settled in that offense, they look like a very, very strong team.
Yeah, I think they're very good. Lamont says if I was Miami, I would call Atlanta for Cousins. It's not a bad idea. Not a
Can
bad
he move
idea.
enough?
That's the thing.
I mean, the report was they can't take a drop back from under center because his foot's still all messed up.
Moving better than Tua.
Yeah, he was
Wow.
evidently this
Low
week
bar.
he was behind center but didn't look fluid. So we'll see.
One of the Steelers quarterbacks to Miami. I think they're just going to roll Skylar Thompson and win 3 games. I think that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I didn't look at their schedule to see who they play, but I mean, look, they got enough talent on the offense.
Doesn't really matter.
I don't think so.
I don't think it really matters.
I don't think it
who they
matters.
play.
Like, what's the max amount of games they're going to win? Like, and you can pick your quarterback. Obviously not like CJ Stroud, but like you can pick a reasonable quarterback to be the starter there for the rest of the year.
I mean, I think if you get a Kirk Cousins that has anything left, I think that team's 500 or a little above.
Can't go 500.
All right, so
I guess you could.
I mean,
With tie,
hovering.
with tie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they could hover.
So you think they
right
could win
around
8 or 9
8
games?
or 9 games?
I don't think so.
I
I think they're like a
5.
6-win
Look at all
team
those
max.
weapons: 2 running backs, 2 receivers. The line is solid. I believe that you get the
They
ball
do
in
have weapons.
their hands.
I don't think they could even trade for Kirk Cousins though. He's in the first year of a
Well, I'm
4-year
not saying
deal.
it has to be him, but I'm saying if you get a guy that has experience that can at least get the
Tannehill.
ball out.
How many games they winning with Tannehill?
I don't like him. I think he's washed.
Garoppolo. They trade for Garoppolo, or they get him after the.
I just don't think that name's out there. I hear your point, but that name that you're talking about, I don't think exists right now as an
Let's say
option.
Garoppolo. How many games can they win with Garoppolo?
5.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think it's
5 or
more
6.
like if you got whichever the odd man out is in Pittsburgh, could either one. I think Russell Wilson, because that literally would be Russ just managing the game instead of trying to be the old Russ.
Russ would be kind of fun there.
I think Russ could win football games there.
Let's just see what Cam Newton's up to. 0794, does Flacco have a team? He's the backup in Indy.
Yep.
He's the backup in Indy. So, yeah, he has a team. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP to listener line. I think I have discovered a Bobby Slowick weakness. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a moment for Allstate Windows and Siding. They are the best in the business. They are here in Houston, Texas. They take care of Houstonians. They've been doing it for almost 50 years. Family owned and operated. Mary handles everything at headquarters. Her brother's one of the guys that comes out and tells you exactly how they can help you. But the easy thing to do is go to allstatesidingandwindows.com, see all the products and all the opportunities that you have to work with them and how they can help you. The great thing is that they can help you because they can come to you and explain exactly what they do. What products work, what's best for your house. They did it for me. My wife and I, we moved into a new house, and we were looking at the outside, and we were really considering windows. We went to the right people because they came to the house. They told us the right products, the right opportunities, and the best fit for our house. We were sold immediately, and they lived up to billing. Now, when you pull up to the house, the overall curb appeal, it is so greatly improved. The house looks fantastic, but more importantly, the big thing is that you're going to save up to 30 to 40% on your energy bills. And our energy bills have gone way down. And the fact that it's going to be very good in protecting that big investment that you have in your house through hurricane season like we're going through right now, through also all the different kinds of opportunities that you're going to have to keep the air conditioning in the hot times, to make sure that you also are protected in those times when it gets cold and you want to keep the heat in. They are protective. They are insulated. They do everything that they say they're going to do and so much more. They are absolutely fantastic, and they are dedicated to you in the city of Houston, Texas. All you got to do is get in contact with them. It's allstatesidingandwindows.com, or call them for that free estimate. It's free of charge, and they'll come to you to tell you what they can do. 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let's give you Coug tickets tomorrow night, 7 p.m., TD Stadium. It's the Bayou Bucket. U of H hosting Rice. Will be celebrating Houston with his hometown rivalry. Long night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. Caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to watch Houston Rice tomorrow night in the Bayou Bucket. Text line with the Browns trade Jameis Winston. Maybe Jameis
Although,
Winston would be kind of fun.
With their volatile quarterback situation at this point, maybe they would like to have a steady backup.
Yeah. Jameis Winston in that offense would be fun, though. It'd be entertaining. I don't know if it'd be good, but it'd be entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's capable of getting the ball to the receivers. He's also capable of getting them to the defensive backs.
Yes. It would be an entertaining brand of football. Not sure how good. Tyler and Conroe.
But I'll be honest with you, Jeremy. I think of all the options we've kicked around, he might be the best option for them in terms of the fit to get the ball to the receivers.
He's got a big arm. Yeah, he's got a big arm.
Because I don't think Russ at this point has the kind of.
They're kind of different. I think Russ could be more accurate.
Yeah, but I'm saying he doesn't, they like to go deep and run a lot of long stuff that I'm not sure Russ is the right guy for. Jameis can get the ball and deliver the ball in those situations. Yeah. It would just be, what do you want more? A game manager guy like Russ or a gunslinger like Winston?
Tyler and Conroe think Caserio should kick the tires on the Dolphins situation. If they could get a third for him, I think you pull that trigger. I don't think the Dolphins are going to trade a third rounder for a quarterback.
No, it's too high.
Yeah, I don't, especially for a guy who's probably not an NFL starter. And probably not a guy where you're going to win more than 6 games with, 6 or 7.
And if you are bad, your pick's going to be pretty good. So therefore, unless you're getting some huge return, the potential for some huge return for a guy that could really step in and take this team somewhere, that pick's probably going to even be more valuable. And desperation, you don't want to be in a desperate mode and then give up too much.
Yeah. So I think that I've found a Bobby Slowick weakness. I think I have discovered a Bobby Slowick weakness. He was asked yesterday by Cody Stutz about, Joe Mixon touching the ball a lot, 30 carries. Is that sustainable? And here was the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick's answer to the question from Cody Stutz.
Physically, I'd say he's probably one of the few guys remaining in the NFL that could handle that. There's not many offenses you're going to run the ball to the same guy 30 times over and over and over and over again every week. But I'm not really worried about his workload in that regard. Like, he's just built and has in his past done that before and is built to do that. But it really is more of, we'll give Joe the ball as many times as necessary, and we'll give Nico the ball as many times as necessary. And we'll give Steph the ball as many times as necessary and Tank, and like really all the way across the board. And every game's going to wind up playing out different. So, in that game, it was a 30 carry game for Joe. And when you have 30 carries and you're averaging over 4, in his case, 5 a carry, that's a heck of a day.
Sounds to me like a guy who's willing to run his running back into the ground.
I was wondering what angle you were taking.
It sounds to me like a guy that is willing to run his running back into the ground. You know what else he did? Last year, he ran Tank Dell into the box that caused him to be rolled up by an offensive lineman that broke his fibula.
Yeah. I hear you. I just think the other thing that you need to consider, though, is this coaching staff is going to oversell every guy on their roster, especially their big guys. Look at how they were overselling Pierce, Diggs, whoever has been in the crosshairs of the media or they've been questioned about it. It seems like they're going to tell the media just all the glowing things they can. You would think that this is Bobby Slowick just showing how much they believe in Joe Mixon, and you would also hope at the end of the day that the reality sets in of he's still an older running back that shows when he's as good as he was in week 1, that's a weapon we'd like to have. But your point is valid, because I can't argue with the fact that we both lost our bleeping minds when we saw a 160-pound wide receiver trying to block on the edge of the line. That was awful.
He's like, he's physically built. He's one of the few running backs in the NFL that can still do this. We're going to do whatever we can to win every single week. And look, I don't mind him running the ball 30 times a game. If you're in a one-possession game, it's tight, it's close. But you can't run him 30 times every single week and expect him to be where you need him to be if you have serious aspirations to be a team that's going to go deep into the playoffs. So you have to, look what the 49ers doing with Christian McCaffrey. I think McCaffrey probably could play if they absolutely needed him. If this was a playoff game, week 1, week 2, I think Christian McCaffrey would play. But they have the big picture in mind. They know they're a team that can have a deep playoff run. And I'm not saying that Joe Mixon should touch the ball 12 times a game, but you need to be looking for avenues where you're not emptying the tank of Joe Mixon. If Mixon's 30 carries week 1, 30 touches week 2, 32 touches week 3, he's going to run out of gas by the end of the year.
Yeah, I think that it's something that we kind of got into, but didn't go deep enough in terms of, as it relates to this conversation, it's apropos to bring it up again. If you believe in your offensive line, if you saw the holes they were opening up and you saw in the small sample size, Pierce was able to get positive yardage, then you can try and run the ball 30 sometimes. You can run the ball the same amount, but you've got to try to get other guys to tote the rock so that you're not taking all that physical punishment and putting it just on Joe Mixon. Because I think that if you believe that the system and the line that you have are capable of opening those holes and other guys on your roster can get yards too. We didn't see Cam Akers at all, but we saw him in the preseason, thought he was still capable. And maybe because of the injuries, we thought, could he do it, if he had to, a lot more. So maybe you don't have to, but get some other guys some carries. You could, and of course, if it's effective, then you don't even have to worry about it even as much because of Mixon. But you just have to spread it out in terms of who gets the carries.
Bobby Slowick won't be here after this year, so he doesn't care. That kind of crept into my mind too, and that's why if you're D'Amico Ryans, hey Bobby, let's limit the usage of Joe Mixon a bit. He can't be touching it 30 times a week.
Well, the other thing that on the flip side of that is you not only traded for Joe Mixon, but then you extended him, so he's going to be here for a while. It behooves you to make sure that you do what you need to do to make sure while he's here, he's capable of helping you.
Yeah, 4.515. I think you're ignoring the 4.5 yards per carry part. He knows that's not going to happen every week, and he's going with the hot hand from the sound of his comments about the rest of the guys. Well, Dameon Pierce had the same amount of yards per carry that Joe Mixon did. Now, way less carries, but if you can get similar yards per carries from Dameon Pierce as you're getting Joe Mixon, and I don't think that's going to be the case each and every week, why not go 22 carries with Joe Mixon and 5 or 6 with Dameon Pierce?
Like I said, a lot of teams do this when they get into the heat of the schedule where there's a series in each half minimum that your number one running back takes a series off and your number 2 gets the carries. Maybe that they're not going to gash the defense for some of the yards that Joe Mixon got on some of the bigger plays, but maybe as long as they're still going to get 4 yards a carry, they're doing their job and you're saving it and getting a little bit more energy in the tank for your number 1 guy in Mixon. I think that's something that they should be considering anyway. That's why I was a little surprised. Maybe they were a little leery of what they didn't know if Pierce could do or not in a tighter ball game. Now that you saw what the line was capable of doing, I think you start immediately experimenting with more carries for other running backs.
And look, he ended Tank Dell's season last year. I'm sorry.
No doubt.
I'm sorry. I know a lot of people don't, they'll argue with this. Well, it's football. Well, you have to be cognizant of your players. You have to be cognizant of who you have and where those players are at on the field. Well, he went rogue. Okay, well, you're the offensive coordinator. That probably should be instilling in his mind, hey, stay out of there. You're too important for us for you to be in there risking the possibility of getting hurt, which is very likely because you're a little itty bitty and you have, huge dudes that are in the box.
Okay, and to that point, right, because it is in Bobby's back pocket to decide who's on the field. What did they rave about with Robert Woods in week 1?
Blocking.
There you go. Then put another guy in the receiver on that receiver in that position to do the blocking.
Yeah.
If that's what you're trying to do on that play and you are the guy calling the play, then you have a guy that's capable of blocking and multiple other guys that could go do what Tank Dell did. He's too valuable a guy and too, I don't want to use the frail, but he's a smaller guy. He's a lighter guy. He does not belong in with 300-pound men rolling off of tackles and bouncing onto guys' ankles and feet and legs and things. No, in no circumstance am I going to ever agree that was the right guy to have in on that play doing that.
Dre says Mixon needs 20 to 23 touches. I think that's where his sweet spot's
That's
at.
fine.
And if for 1 week out of 4, you need him to have a 30-touch game just because that's the importance of that game, or he's rolling, or you're trying to keep the ball, time of possession, you have a 1-possession lead. Okay, special instances, but it shouldn't happen more than once a month.
No.
So that you already used up your 30 carries for the first 4 weeks, Bobby.
And we know that he can catch the ball out of the backfield, but we also talked about if we thought that it was going to be a lesser than running game, that you could create running type opportunities with the short pass game. Cam Akers was really good in the preseason in the short pass game and then being shifty enough to get yards. And I think that Dare is capable of doing that. I think that I want to put Pierce in the passing game, but I think you have, of the 4 running backs, you have 3 guys that can catch the football, and you can even use them to do those kind of things if you don't want to just run them between the tackles to try and get running type yards to keep the chains moving and let Mixon take a little bit less wear on the body.
If Bobby's being sincere, what's the chances D'Amico steps in, forces him to give Mixon breathers? I think it'd be pretty high if this is something we see week in, week out. Alex, but don't you want to win, Branham? I want to win it all. I want to make sure that Joe Mixon's available whenever you're in the postseason and that he isn't broken down because he's getting 30 carries a week in week 3. All right, 713-780-ESPN. When we return, the return of Brad Kellner, host of the Texas Sports Unfiltered, a Texas sports talk network in Austin, doing fantastic work there. We'll pick his brain on things like the Longhorns, the Cowboys. Brad Kellner, we return. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Play this song because it's Brad's favorite. Brad Kellner, host on Texas Sports Unfiltered, a sports talk network in Austin, doing fantastic work out there. Brad, good to talk to you. How are things?
JB, I was doing well until I heard the spin doctors. You know, I'm taking time out of my Friday to talk to you guys, and this is how you reward me? Come on, boys.
Oh, it was Brian's doing. Tell us about the program that's there in Austin there. Is Texas back, BK?
I think they were back after they won the Big 12 championship last year, right? I mean, you win a conference, you make it to the college football playoff. To me, that's more than enough to qualify as back. But it feels like this 2024 team is even better than what Texas brought to the table in 2023. I mean, this feels like a legitimate national championship contender I think everyone and their mother saw what this Longhorn team did in Ann Arbor last weekend. And obviously it's a different Michigan team this year than the one we saw win it all in Houston last year. But Texas has just about everything you need to compete for a national championship. So optimism up here is sky high, and I think Longhorn fans have every reason to feel good about their team this year.
BK, we know that they're going to fill the stadium and they're going to be there for their team, but I'm curious the whole Manning situation and the fact that everybody thought he might redshirt, sit out a year, but it was going to be his team. Ewers has obviously played very well, but he's content being the number 2, and you think he's going to stick it out until he gets the reins?
This is the best you guys have ever pronounced words in your entire life. So congrats to y'all on finally mastering the English language. But I do. It was kind of an agreed upon deal with the Manning family from day one that Arch was willing to wait his turn. And that's still the plan. And I've actually heard from some people that even if Arch has a great year next year, and the belief is that even though Quinn Ewers can come back for one more season in 2025, I think most people expect Quinn to go to the NFL following the conclusion of this season. There are some folks that say even if Arch balls out next year, he might come back for a 4th year to Texas. Like, he might not even leave early for the NFL draft, even if he has a chance to be a first-round pick in 2026. So, obviously, we're a long ways away from that. And that wasn't really the question that you asked. But, yes, Arch Manning and the Manning family perfectly content with waiting their turn. And Texas has a couple of, very easy games coming up with UTSA tomorrow and then Louisiana Monroe next weekend. I think fans who are craving for Arch Manning are going to get some opportunities to see him over these next couple of weeks.
Brad Kellner, host on Texas Sports Unfiltered, joining us on the HR&P guest line. You never know what the media is going to do when it comes to the Heisman Trophy voting. But what do you think of Ewers' chances?
I think he's got a great shot. If Texas stays at the top of the rankings and, competes for an SEC championship in year one, that's obviously going to help. And Quinn hasn't put up the best of stats, right? You look around the country, he doesn't have the best stats for any of the quarterbacks out there. So I think he's going to have to go, crazy, throw for 450 yards in the game, maybe have a 5 or 6 touchdown game, just so his numbers can kind of look similar to some of the recent Heisman Trophy winners. But man, he's got a shot. He's playing incredibly well. And even if he doesn't win the Heisman, the step that this guy has taken, I mean, you go back and look at his first year back in 2022, the guy looked lost, and people were saying how he was incredibly overrated and the recruiting rankings were wrong. And he just wasn't built to be a quarterback at this level. Took a big step last year, and he's taken an even bigger step this year. So he's absolutely in the mix to win the Heisman Trophy. If Texas goes, 11-1 or 12-0, I think at minimum he's going to be in New York as long as he stays healthy. But he's the biggest favorite right now for a reason with what he's done through these first couple of games. He's got a legit shot to win that thing.
Brad, let's switch gears a little bit. You sat in the chairs in this studio. You've forced your Texans fandemonium, but we know that you're a Cowboy fan. Were the Cowboys that good for all the Jerry Jones saying we're going for it, but yet they let their running backs get away? They didn't bring any running backs. They didn't add many people except for the retooling of bringing Zeke back one more time. But yet they were dominant on both sides of the football. Was that just Deshaun that bad, or was it a combination of the Cowboys actually might be better than some people think?
Yeah, Cowboy had some serious issues. And, it was a similar Browns team. They were a little bit shorthanded. Obviously, no Nick Chubb. They were down a couple of offensive linemen. And that was the same, for the most part, the same Browns team that won 11 games last year with Joe Flacco, who was sitting on his couch for the majority of the season. So I think a lot of it has to do with Deshaun just being completely inept as a quarterback right now. And I'm sure y'all have talked about the newest lawsuit a lot this week. Maybe that was on his mind going into that game, but him being a shell of himself definitely contributed to the Cowboys' success. But keep in mind, Dallas has won 12 games in a row in each of the last 3 years. So, the playoffs have obviously been their issue. Your Packers got them last season. But in the regular season, this is a team that's won a lot of games. I think they're second to the Chiefs in regular season wins in the last 5 years. So they don't get credit because regular season wins don't matter a whole lot in this sport. But the Cowboys are still very good. I expect them to win double-digit games again this season. And, as long as Deshaun Watson's quarterback in the Browns, I think making bets against them this season is not a bad strategy.
I think the question, though, with the Cowboys is, can Dak win in the postseason? Can Dak win in the postseason?
Yeah, that's it. I'm a believer in Dak Prescott. I know a lot of Cowboys fans were questioning Jerry Jones' decision to give him that long-term contract, and obviously pundits around the NFL were kind of flabbergasted by how much money Dak was getting considering that 2-5 playoff record. you look at some of the games, like some of these games aren't on Dak. Now, Dak's got to be better. You can't absolve him from all of the blame for that 2-5 record, but everybody in that Cowboys organization just kind of crapped the bed, for lack of a better phrase, against Green Bay last year. So they've got to get that monkey off their back for sure, especially in the NFC, though, Jeremy. Like, if Dak was in the AFC going up against Mahomes and Stroud and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, I don't know if he's good enough to make a Super Bowl, let alone win one, having to go through the gauntlet that is the AFC. But you look at the QBs in the NFC. I mean, Jalen Hurts doesn't quite look like the same guy he was 2 years ago when he was front runner for the MVP late in the year. I don't really know, like Jared Goff, Matt Stafford, Brock Purdy. You look at some of the quarterbacks and some of the other contending teams in that conference. No one really scares you a whole lot. So I think Dak's got a shot to make a run this year. Obviously, a huge year for the Cowboys. Mike McCarthy's in the final year of his contract, so I think everybody kind of knows what's at stake if he can't make a deep playoff run. But maybe I'm insane for believing it, but I still believe that Dak Prescott is good enough to get the Cowboys to and even win a Super Bowl.
Well, BK, I think the big question is, because you mentioned it, Dak got his contract, CD got his. Is Parson the odds man out? Because we were talking about, we knew the three guys were coming up. We knew that priorities were going to matter, and you have to have a quarterback, and you know how good CD's been. But Parsons has been equally as good early in his career. It's hard to believe the Cowboys might be faced with a situation where they're going to let him, they're going to have to trade him and watch him walk out the door.
Yeah, I'd be shocked, Joel, if that happens, right? I mean, Jerry Jones is such a circus, and there's really no point in putting in any stock into anything he says nowadays. It's kind of funny. It makes for good content for all of us, so it's fun to listen to him, but yeah, whatever he says doesn't make any sense. So when he's going to the media and he's talking about how, oh, man, we can't pay Dak, we can't pay CD, we can't pay Micah, we can't pay all three of those guys. There's no way. Look around the league. I mean, there are so many teams who have paid a quarterback, a wide receiver, and an edge rusher, right? Like, this is normal protocol. And it's not bad teams. Look at Philadelphia, the Cowboys' biggest threat in the NFC East, a team that was in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. I mean, they've got two receivers making $30 million a year. They've got a quarterback making 50 plus. They've got Saquon now. They've got O lineman and D lineman making a ton of money. Like, if you do things right and you're a competent general manager, you can find ways to pay star players, even if it's multiple star players, top of market money. And I think the Cowboys, for as dumb as Jerry Jones is, I think he's smart enough to realize how important Micah Parsons is to the success of that team. So I think he'll find a way. It might take until the final day of the offseason like it did with Dak, but I think he'll find a way to ultimately get Micah signed long term.
I think the way they structured Dak's contract is a pretty big tell too. Like, a lot of that money's like next year. So I think that they structured that as a big clue that they want to keep Micah. BK, thanks so much for asking or coming in, hanging out with us. Enjoy a great football weekend.
Miss you, buddy.
Hey, y'all too, guys. Always great to hear from y'all. Y'all be good.
It's Brad Kellner, as you know, host on Texas Sports Unfiltered, a sports talk network in Austin. Blowing up out there in Austin. Mac on YouTube using a Cody's Toots question as a segment. Well, we use Slowick's answer as the question. We were just giving, or as the segment, we were just giving Cody's a little bit of a love, and then got BK in an interview. The Wheelhouse Tour is in full swing. Just don't ask Jake about the Jets. You got Jake's number in your phone, Brian?
I actually do.
I do too.
I do too. I was just going to say, at the end of it,
Sick
I was going to say,
I wouldn't bet on the triumphant coming full today, but I do have his number.
Yeah. I was going to ask him if he knew that there was an epidemic of the red weasel breaking out in New York City.
Yeah,
or if he misses Jets talk.
See, he's just taking shots for no reason. He's not even here to defend himself.
I don't care. Believe me. There's plenty of issues.
Playing man didn't really like the Jakester a whole lot,
What was your first clue?
as you can tell.
Yeah, I got slapped on the wrist for using that term. So there you go.
Red Weasel may be your best work, though.
Thank you.
It's a great nickname.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on who you ask.
Exactly. There's like
on one side of it, great.
I mean,
that didn't like it.
I don't know, man. Like, even if I was Jake and like that was like somebody gave me that, I would at least tip my cap. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's pretty well done. That's well done. I would give my kudos for at least. I mean, even if I didn't like it, I think I have to give my love for that.
Yeah,
just saying.
You know.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Are we rushing Kyle Tucker back in the outfield too quickly? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, sports bettors, that's all of you that hears me right now, and I'm here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino. That's BetUS.com. Football, as we know, is back, and it is glorious. So it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer, a 125% sign-up bonus in your first 3 deposits. That's right, 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gamblers insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today, BetUS.com, or just give them a call, 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Blank, Branham, it's the Bees, 713-780-3776. Are we rushing Kyle Tucker back in the outfield too quickly? There are thoughts. Joe Espada said that the plan is to have Kyle Tucker in right field today. So it begs the question, are we rushing him back too quickly?
Yeah, I absolutely think that they are. I think that when we saw the other night that as much as it was good that he got a hit, took him out of the game right away, didn't want him running the bases, that means something that we already we knew that they were just verifying for us is he's not 100% running yet. And so if he's not 100% running the bases, do we want him patrolling the outfield and running around where he could possibly do damage or hurt himself when right now as he's getting his timing back, he's good sitting in the designated hitter spot and just kind of getting back in tune with Major League pitching. Now you got the Altuve situation. He's day-to-day, they say. They say he hopefully avoided anything big. But this team, for as bad as they were early, good as they were lately, and now where they're sitting to try and do anything in the playoffs, they need both of those guys if they're going to make any kind of run. And therefore, especially if Altuve's sitting, the last thing you can afford to do with Chaz out, with the lesser thens that are backing up in the outfield too, is for Tucker to get hurt. And then if you have both those guys out for any length of time and that either one of those guys aren't 100% by the time you come to the playoffs, you're screwed. So I really believe that as much as, yes, they'd like to see him and they'd feel really good if he was able to play the outfield, this is, again, he didn't do the rehab. He didn't do the Sugarland thing, but he wouldn't have been playing the outfield anyway. Now at least you got him in the lineup offensively. I don't need to see him against the Angels playing right field.
Who's more important to have, Jordan or Tucker?
Jordan.
I think that's why. I don't think they want Jordan to play 16 games in a row in left field, especially in big outfields. And I think that's why tonight, that's the plan, Tucker's going to play right. I think they want to DH Jordan more than they've been DHing him.
Maybe so, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, depending on the stadium you play in, you're playing on grass.
Stadium.
Yes,
Get it
correct.
right.
You're playing on grass. You're playing in a situation where I'm not going to worry too much about Jordan in left field as I am about the fact that I know that there's a guy that looks like he's laboring still when he's trying to sprint and trying to run.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen Jordan when we've worried about him fully healthy, dancing around looking like he's on skates, worried about if he hurt himself. As much as you're right, Jordan's more important than Tucker. But in the grand scheme of things, Tucker in this lineup is so much better than anybody else you could put at the top of the lineup in place of him that I don't want to risk his offense making him play defense too soon.
But who would you DH? You would DH Tucker and just have Jordan play left field every single game the rest of the way?
Well, at least through this series, for them to basically say he's going to probably play right field on Friday night. I don't need that. You know what? You're playing in two stadiums on grass against stadiums when you're playing in Anaheim and then you're playing in San Diego, to where Jordan can play left field and he'll be fine. And you're going to DH Tucker.
You hope he's fine.
But again, you don't, right. But we don't know. Look, he's healthy, okay? So at least he's healthy to where I'm fine with him playing left field because he's healthy. We know Tucker's not. And because if he's not healthy and he's not 100%, and we know that there's the baseball finds you, as we all know, but there's going to be plays that he's going to have to make that could aggravate the injury that's already not where his legs are already they're not 100%.
Yeah, I would. I rather make sure that I keep the healthy guys safe. Really, like if I can only pick one, Jordan or Tucker to have in the postseason, it would be Jordan right now because Jordan's in form, Jordan's healthy, and Tucker's kind of he's been a little lost at the plate. He's finding it a little bit more. But then I would also argue that if the Astros are going to be the best versions of themselves, Tucker's going to have to play right field. Tucker has to be your right fielder, and you have 16 games left in the year. Like the season ends on September 29th. Like you're a little over 2 weeks away from that. So I think it's time to start ramping Kyle Tucker up to play the outfield. I have no problem with it. I have no issue with it. It shouldn't be an injury that would get worse. Like if it was a bone fracture, then it's healed. If it's the bone bruise, like you have to work through that and do some things that you haven't been able to do, like play the outfield and then see how you recover from that. So I think it's part of the ramp up. I'm okay playing him in right field.
See, the thing is,
I think like this time of the year is when you have to start doing it.
I think that you could get through this road trip of San Diego and Anaheim and still be good with him because they've been still giving him days off too because they don't want to give him too much. So you could still get him DH time, give him those days off, get through this road trip, come back home to Minute Maid Park. He knows that better than anything. He's comfortable there. Then you can work him back into the outfield. But I still think he's so imperative to the longest possible run of this team that you're right. The games are running out, but you can still get by these next two series and still find a way to start ramping him back up in the outfield.
See, I think him being imperative, though, is it's imperative that he plays right. I think that's his value.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But you can get through San Diego and Anaheim and then start playing them in right.
That's 9 games.
That's
10
fine.
10 games.
But that's fine. That's enough.
Yeah, see, I don't think that they're going to play him 10 straight games. Like, I think they're going to play him in right field today, maybe give him the day off tomorrow, DH him on Sunday. Maybe he plays the outfield one time in San Diego. So we're looking at maybe 2 to 3 games before you're back home.
But that's what I'm saying. So if it's only going to be 2 or 3 games between now and you're back home, why not just do everything that you said without outfield, DH him, rest him?
Because they'd be more strenuous. Because now you have to do, like, if you're kicking that can all the way to September 19th, well, then he's going to play outfield. He's going to get a day off. He's going to play outfield. Like, you got to get him up to form. But you got to give him those sea legs, those right field legs.
But you're still going to give him reps and batting practice and reps and get in the outfield pre-game and do all those things. But you're not forcing him in game speed to do something too soon. And you still have enough games because you're still probably going to keep that schedule for him with the final 10 games where you can still do that.
No, I think you start ramping him up, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you play him more? Like, if the ramp up is you're going to play right field, day off, DH, right field, day off, DH, like you would start ramping him up where he's playing right field more days.
I mean,
I think it's a slow ramp, really.
Yeah, I think that you got to be because you got to be so careful because he's already not 100%, and we don't know if what he's going to be doing is going to hurt it or help it. I would rather see if, like you said, getting his sea legs by just getting more at bats and running the bases a little bit, and then when you get home, he's comfortable. That's when you can start the ramp up, and I still think he'd be fine come playoff time, assuming no medical, no setbacks in the outfield.
I mean, Anaheim, though, is great weather, so it'd be great for the body. Great for them. It's just a nice leisurely stroll in Anaheim. Texture, bingo, can't have big man roaming the field every game. He's made of glass. That's Jordan. That is true. Chris and Humble, I'm in Midland for work. Sports radio sucks here. Thank goodness for the app. What are they talking about? Odessa Permian football? Midland Lee, Odessa Permian. I wonder what Midland sports radio sounds like. Let us know, Chris.
Booby Miles.
Let us know. 8693, but Tucker's injury isn't a big risk of re-injury. I think I was trying to say that. I believe that to be true.
I hope so.
I believe that to be true. But we also don't know because the Astros lie to us and don't always tell us things.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he might experience some discomfort. I mean, then he might sleep on a bad pillow. We don't know. I just want to be hyper careful of him because of the fact now we're also dealing with Altuve and the fact that you can't believe what they're telling you other than the fact that at least the manager's saying he was able to do the medicine ball work and he's going to avoid something more serious. But again, even with him, I'm not going to force feed him back in there as quick as possible because when you're dealing with something, whether it was an oblique or not, when he's feeling it, when he's swinging, there's a chance that if whatever he did, tweaked, whatever, has to heal a little bit. I don't need him taking big swings in the box until it's good.
Yeah. Being I understand where you're coming from, being hypersensitive of Tucker, but if you're hypersensitive of Kyle Tucker, you're not being hypersensitive of Jordan. So it's this rob Peter to pay Paul. Like if you're being careful with Tucker, that means you might not. I don't want to use the word reckless, but if you're being uber careful on Tucker, then you're putting Jordan at some risk.
But we've seen him in left field enough this year, and he isn't hurt, and to where I don't anticipate.
I mean,
putting him
that's
out.
about a third of games though. He plays about a third of the games in left field. Like now, if you don't play Tucker in the outfield, then Jordan's going to play in the outfield every game that Tucker's DHing. Every game.
But again, also take into consideration, they're going to still give Tucker games off with rest. Those are the games that you're going to have Jordan DH.
So two of three games, Jordan's in the outfield.
I'm fine with that.
I don't love that.
Honestly,
you can't survive Jordan's bat being gone.
But don't you think come playoff time when we're ramping things up and you're putting your best lineup out there, don't you think that Jordan's going to spend a significant amount of time in left field?
In the playoffs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then he's got to stay ramped up. He's still got to be getting his reps and playing game speed in left field too.
Jordan doesn't need the reps. Jordan's a below average left fielder. Like he's going to go out and play below average left field. Like he's fine. He's fine right now.
Okay.
Like you could say the same thing about Tucker though. Like for this team to be its best, Tucker's got to be in right.
Yeah, right. But I also don't. I got to have him in right. And I got to know that he's going to be able to be okay. That's why if there's no pressing need to get him out in right field this weekend, I don't want to do it.
See, I guess we disagree on the pressing need. Like, I think it's a slow buildup for him to be an everyday right fielder again because of the health. And I think that you have to start now. 16 games left in the year. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the voice of the Astros. Todd Callis joins us next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from my good people at mybookie.ag. MyBookie.ag is the place you ought to be if you are going to be looking at putting some money down on all the big weekend of all the sports that's going on. You got college football tonight. You got a big day of college football on Saturday. You got the NFL on Sunday and Monday. You got the best place to lay down bets. It's MyBookie.ag. All the tools right there in front of you is all at the taking. You're going to talk to like-minded people in chat rooms while you're doing live in-game betting as well as the other ways that they take care of you. But they take care of you in more ways than that. They've got the bonus system that's always going on. They've got MyBookie Plus where there's a tiered system where you can, based on the amount of bets you place and the activity that you're on MyBookie.ag, you move up the tiered list to get better promotions, better opportunities, and they take care of you more ways than that. But the one thing you always got to remember is our promo code. It's Bet975 because that promo code is going to open the door to get you money back when you put money into your account. Like for you, if you're signing up for the first time, you're hearing me talk about MyBookie.ag, and you go to the website. When you put money in and use our promo code Bet975, they're going to put money on top of it. That means you're going to have instantly more money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. And they have all the sports going on at all the time so that you can always get some action on some sports. And when there's no sports going on, or you just need to take a break from the sports and you want to play some casino games, you don't have to fly to Vegas. You don't have to drive to Louisiana. It's all right there with live dealers standing by for all your casino games so you can have that action too. It's fantastic. They're phenomenal. They take care of you every step of the way. That's why I always tell you to remember our promo code and remember what I always tell you. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the voice of the Astros, Todd Callis, brought to us by Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at lancezcars.com. TK, thanks for taking a few minutes as you're out in the West Coast. Still the plan for Tucker to play right field tonight?
That's what I believe. Yeah, I haven't seen the lineup yet, but Joe seemed to indicate, Joe Spada seemed to indicate that that's what the plan was for today.
TK, we were just talking about that. When you look at that and you think about how he's not quite 100% yet, and you got a situation where, you've got the Angels, you got the Padres, then you can come back home. I was just saying that to me personally, I wouldn't be trying to rush him back into the outfield. He looked like, and they pinch ran for him, that he's still not running at 100%. I just wonder if that's not just a little risky to kind of put too much on him by playing the outfield too.
Yeah, I think at some point you have to figure out what you have, and you can't wait till the postseason. So I think you have to see what's going on with Tucker out there. Obviously, they've reached a point where they feel like he is good enough to play in the outfield. It's not the deepest outfield. It's also not the smallest outfield. It's probably a little leaning towards a bigger outfield than average. But it's certainly not as big as left field here in Anaheim. So, to me, I think you got to figure out what you have, and you can't wait too much longer. And especially on a day like today where Kikuchi's pitching, they like to match up Caratini with Kikuchi, so it gives you the flexibility of either having Jordan as your DH and then playing Yainer first, or having Yainer the DH. You need that DH spot.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. This team continues to be snake bit with injuries. You had Jose Altuve leaving the game the other day. Reports on him is that maybe they dodged a bullet, maybe he's fine. And then Chas McCormick, who's had a real struggle of a year, seemed like he was finding it. Seemed like he started to turn it on a little bit and then breaks a bone in his hand. Have you seen a season where a team has been so snake bit with injury?
Yeah, it's been pretty wild. They just haven't had the core four guys together the whole year, so that's been tough. And obviously, the pitching staff has had a crazy amount of injuries. The good news is, since all those guys went down, the six-man rotation's been pretty solid, knock on wood. They've stayed intact, and you've needed that because there's really not much depth behind the six you have up here at the big league level. So the Chas situation was just really unfortunate. It was a play that was in the corner. We didn't even see it initially. I didn't know he initially hurt himself, and then it was just a foul ball that he went a little too aggressively for in that corner at Minute Maid Park. So one of those years for Chas that he couldn't get anything going all year long, and when he finally did, he gets hurt. It's a really, really disappointing season.
TK, you mentioned the pitching, and now we know that lately Arrighetti, he had the blow up. Verlander hasn't been Verlander. You look at the matchups for this weekend, and I start to wonder, is there not almost an audition going on between now and the end of the regular season where you're going to see what Arrighetti does in his last couple starts? You need to see what Verlander's going to do in his last couple of starts. And we had kind of penciled in that Blanco's the guy going to the bullpen, but Blanco back in the starting rotation, if he's dealing again, is there a chance that he's a guy that kind of gets back into the discussion about a potential playoff starter, depending on, how long the series is?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a three-man competition. I think you've got to look at Framber as your one and Hunter as probably your two, with Kikuchi right in there as well. So I think those three are probably going to be your likely first three starters. And then I think it's a competition, like you mentioned, between JV and Arrighetti and Ronel Blanco. And I really think these last 2 weeks and 3 days are going to determine who gets that fourth start. Things can obviously change between now and then. And maybe Kikuchi or Hunter struggle to the point where they don't think that they're a lock in the postseason. But I think that right now, those three are good to go. The Framber, Yusave, and Hunters. And I think that fourth spot is up for grabs based on what happens here.
How weird is it to be pulling for the Rangers this time of year?
Crazy. And although yesterday was kind of cool because it was Kumar Rocker. And so, that guy's kind of a stud. And it's fun to watch a young guy in his big league debut who's got all this potential in the world. So that one was a little easier. But cheering for DeGrom tonight or Scherzer tomorrow, I'm just glad we have a game at the same time, so I don't have to worry about it.
Have we pretty much written off the fact that as much as it looked like New York and Cleveland were going to be within the realm that right now you just stay hyper-focused on handling your business, make sure you win the division, and solidify the fact that you can set up your pitching and get into a wild card series?
I was thinking about that on the bus ride because we have a long bus ride over here to the stadium. I was thinking about that on the bus ride because I feel like it kind of the train has left. Again, things can change here in the next week and a half, where all of a sudden if they get within a couple, and now you have hope. But I wonder. To me, I'd be curious how they play it if they're, let's say, 2 or 3 games back going into that last series against Cleveland. Do they play it all the way out where they use a Hunter Brown and a Framber Valdez the last 2 games and not have them available in the postseason? To me, that would be a big risk, and I don't know how the Astros would play it. But at this point, 5.5 back with only a couple of weeks, 2.5 weeks left to play, it seems like that train has left. But again, things can change knowing you have 3 games left with Cleveland at the end. I almost wish that they don't have that opportunity because I don't want them to pitch Hunter and Framber the last 2 days and then not have them available for the first round of the wild card series.
Yeah, it'll be a tough decision that they have to make, and we'll see a lot of baseball to be played between now and then. That'll make that decision easier, of course. Angels, the start of the series tonight. It's been a tough first year for Ron Washington. Of course, lost Trout for a good chunk of the season. What are the Astros getting in the Angels this weekend?
They're getting a lot of new names. I know our advanced team was working hard on the plane and earlier today trying to get ready for this team because today's guy they've never seen before, the first born and raised Italian pitcher in MLB history, Sam Aldegheri. The guy on Sunday, the new guy, a 20-year-old Caden Dana, who's one of their top prospects. And then on their position player side, they have 3 or 4 guys that have made their debuts in the last few weeks. So it's going to be a completely different team than we've seen in the past. They have a few guys you'll recognize, but more than any other team this season, it's a bunch of new guys that nobody's ever heard of. So I guess I don't know what to expect, I guess, is a way to answer it. Yeah. I think their team is beatable. They're the only team that's been eliminated other than the White Sox in the American League. I think they're a step down from Oakland. So hopefully playing them 7 times in 10 days, they win at least 5 of those 7.
TK, we've seen a couple of hiccups again in the back end of the bullpen. We see, that it seems like we know what the order that they want is supposed to be going, reverse order, that you want Hader and you want Presley and you want Abreu. Neris has been okay. Taylor Scott looked like for a time there that maybe he's had a lot of innings and he needed a little break. But how do you see how imperative is it now that we talked about the starters, we talked about Tucker, but how imperative is it that then now Espada starts to kind of figure out and solidify his pecking order at the back of the bullpen and pretty much throughout that bullpen?
Yeah, I think he's got a pretty good idea right now. I think he kind of mentioned it. He still likes Presley in the 8th, and he likes Hader in the 9th, and then that 7th inning has been mostly Brian Abreu. Obviously, he can mix and match with Hector Neris and Taylor Scott in those innings as well, but he likes those guys in the 6th or maybe 7th if Abreu has been used up. So I think he has a lot of comfort in those 5 guys, and now, Caleb Ferguson and Brian King, guys that are lefties that can come in and get a spot in the lineup if they're overloaded with lefties as well. I think Joe's really comfortable with where his bullpen is right now, but going back to something we talked about earlier, if you're really stressing to try and catch Cleveland that last weekend, not only does that change possibly the calculus in your starting rotation, but it could also change your bullpen dynamic if those guys are throwing a couple of games, 2 or 3 games in that series against Cleveland, because the series in the wild card would start on Tuesday if you don't get that second seed.
Yeah, that's some things that they're going to have to think about. TK, we appreciate the time. Have a great call this weekend.
Appreciate it, guys. As always, talk to you in a week. Hopefully, they'll be a little bit closer to where they are now to getting that AOS.
Yeah, that'd be good news. Todd Callis, conversation brought to you by Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at LanceZCars.com. How important are the starts this weekend for Justin Verlander and Ronel Blanco? Will these starts determine their playoff potential in the rotation? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Astros play baseball this weekend, but if you're a Rocky on ESPN Houston, the YouTube, it's football season. Astros ship has sailed. Has the Astros ship sailed? 713-780-3776. Is Rocky right? Has the Astro ship sailed? 713-780-3776.
Come on, Rock. You're better than that. It hasn't even started to set sail yet. When it starts getting into the prime time of the real deal of the playoffs, that's ridiculous.
Should the Astros make it? Should they make the playoffs?
Should they?
No, I'm saying, should they make it?
Oh, yeah. I still firmly believe they're going to make it. I mean,
Yeah,
you
they
actually
gotta
made
help
me
yesterday.
feel better when, you also made me feel better when the fact that we hadn't looked at the final wild card spot to know that even if they don't win the division, there is an opportunity to get in as that final wild card. I still firmly believe they're going to win the division.
Yeah, I mean, the Rangers helped you yesterday, so that you have a 4.5 game lead going into play today. So I wouldn't call it comfortable, but 4.5 game lead, 16 to play. That's nice.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, I thought 17 left. If 16 left and you're up, yeah, I'll take that.
They do play Seattle for 3, though, so there is that. I would like the Astros lead to be greater than 3 whenever they take on Seattle. But Verlander will start the game tomorrow. Kikuchi tonight, of course. Verlander tomorrow, and then Ronel Blanco pitches on Sunday. How important are these starts for Justin Verlander and Ronel Blanco, especially when you're talking about, should they make the playoffs, their role in a playoff rotation potentially?
I just think it's huge. That's why I threw it out to TK as well, because of the fact that we were talking about, hey, look, in a short series, you don't have to worry about it too much because it's probably going to be, as we spelled out and TK backed us up, it's going to be Hunter Brown and Fromber and Kikuchi, the first 3, and not in that order. And then you go from there as you get into the next series, or you need more starting pitching. But as you get deeper into the playoffs, you got to figure out who you believe in, who's capable, who's pitched the best. And that's why I think it's almost an open audition. And as much as everybody had kind of penciled in Ronel Blanco to be a guy who had pitched in the bullpen before, Dana Brown mentioned Blanco was the guy when they went from the 6-man to the 5-man that he would go to the bullpen. He probably needed it because he's thrown so many innings already. But if he now comes out this weekend and he's dealing, and I think especially if Verlander and or Arrighetti struggle down the stretch, you've got another guy that's fully capable that needs to be in the consideration of being a starter, not just a bullpen guy. And Arrighetti and Verlander speak for themselves. They have to be able to step up. I don't care what the back of the baseball card says about Justin Verlander. And I don't care how many times we've heard Espada and Dana and everybody talk about velocity and talk about the shape of the pitches. Just get guys out and try and show some kind of an semblance of being the old Justin Verlander. Because otherwise, I don't care what you've done in the past. I can't throw you out there questioning and crossing my fingers whether you can be capable of doing what you used to do, because so far since you've come back from the injured list, you haven't been able to do it.
Yeah. I mean, are we just locking in Kikuchi at this point?
I think I am. I think he's just been too good for too long since he's put on an Astros uniform that he's shown he's going to keep you in a ball game. He's capable of giving you a quality start, and he's striking guys out too. I think that Kikuchi is a solidified 3.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we sleep on Blanco quite a bit, actually. Ronel Blanco's been really stinking good this year. I think we underrate Blanco, and a part of it's probably because he hasn't pitched as great in the second half as he did in the first half. But Ronel Blanco has a sub-3 ERA. Ronel Blanco has the 4th best ERA in all of the American League. So, we look at Blanco, we're like, oh, okay, he's not going to hold up, shouldn't get a playoff start, blah, 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 blah. Even his most recent start, though, he went 5 shutout innings against the Royals, who was a playoff caliber team. He's had some rough starts along the way, especially in the second half, but he's been mostly good. And if you're asking me who would I rather start a playoff game tomorrow, Justin Verlander or Ronel Blanco, I'm picking Blanco.
I am too.
Blanco's been better.
That's why I threw him into the mix, because of the fact that when you look at it, you say, well, it wasn't anything about his effectiveness or being able to get guys out and keep teams down. It was more so they were concerned about how taxing the amount of innings have been on him. And like you mentioned, because of the fact he didn't look like first half Blanco because he had to shoulder so much of the load for so long and take all the extra innings. If the skipping a start and getting him a little rest kind of gives him a little bit more juice, so now he's capable of going deeper into games when you need him the most. With all the injuries that you've had from the pitching staff perspective, the fact that you're in a positive spot with opportunities to have another backup plan in place if your initial plan of moving him to the bullpen and figuring out between Verlander and or Arrighetti gives you the opportunity to slide someone else in there and it's Ronel Blanco, absolutely go for it, because at this point in time, I'm getting more on your side of the coin on this one of I don't care about feelings. I don't care because I don't care about Justin Verlander, whether he's back next year or not. I care about winning games this year for this team, for all they've been through and where they've been capable of getting to. I care about winning games when it matters most. And if Verlander's showing me an offer and a bloated ERA and he's not getting guys out, then I don't care what his resume is. I care about winning baseball games. I'll skip him, and I'll do the same with an Arrighetti if it means I'm getting a guy like Blanco who's capable, who's pitching really well.
I really don't even need him to go deep into games. Like you're talking about the postseason, it's probably 5 innings and then give me to the bullpen. It's like I don't even need Blanco to go 6 innings, which might make it more of the reason you would go Blanco, because like Blanco not really goes deep into games in the second half, but he'll give you 5 shutout innings.
He'll give you
a
lot of pitches.
He throws a lot of pitches, but I don't worry about that.
Right? No, you're
Like,
right.
Especially like in the playoffs, I'm not worrying about a 7-inning start. Get me through 5 innings, give up a run. Like, do that for me, and then we'll hopefully score some runs and then turn it over to our bullpen with a lead. Like, that's all you can ask for a number 4 starter.
No, the hook is quicker in the playoffs regardless, but you look at what Kikuchi's been able to give you until recently, too. He couldn't give you 6, but the 5 1/3, 5 2/3, he was lights out. He was keeping it with, if anything, he gave up a run or 2. The last start, he gave up, I think, 4. But overall, he has been so good at least bridging the gap. And if the hook's quicker in the playoffs and you've got guys capable in your bullpen, we know what the last 3 guys are, but you also have guys like Scott and Neris and even, King and to some degree, Ferguson that can get guys out, even an Ort that'll get you 3 outs so that you bridge the gap to get into that 7th inning. And then you can really go to town with the back end of your bullpen.
Here's the thing that we need to kind of condition ourselves, though. I don't think the Astros are getting a bye. I don't think the Astros are avoiding a wild card series. It's a 3-man rotation.
Yeah.
It's not even a 4-man rotation. So if we're already booking Kikuchi as your number 3 starter, this conversation's moot. It doesn't matter what Verlander does. It doesn't matter what Arrighetti does. It doesn't matter what Blanco does. They're pitching out of the bullpen.
But I
in the
think
wild
that
card
if
series.
expectation is that they're going to win that series and they get to a longer series, then you still are going to have that decision to make, and you're going to have to pretty much have all your intel already to know which way you're leaning. And that's why with these games down the stretch, I think you have to get to a kind of clear-cut situation where if we move on to the next round and we need 4 starters, I know because of what I saw down the stretch, Blanco's my guy, Verlander's my guy, Arrighetti's my guy, and then we'll figure out the rest of it in terms of how we fill out the rest of the pitching staff and if a guy's going to be capable of coming out of the pen or not, like we've heard about JV. I'll deal with that, but I want to know going into the playoffs, if we get to a 7-game series, if we get to a longer series, my 4th starter, I know who it's going to be.
Yeah, you're not looking like managers aren't going to do that though. Like they're not looking ahead to the division. No, they're not even looking ahead. But like you're in a wild card series. That's all you're worried about.
No, I get that, but I'm saying, as it relates to if you advance to the next series, when you get to that next series, you want to already know. Look, what I saw and their performance from down the stretch tells me that guy's going to be the 4.
Yeah, I don't even think that. Again, it's going to be a 3-man rotation before it's a 4-man rotation. So, like, that's the conversation before the 4-man. You assuming you win a wild card, that's when the 4-man comes into play. I think they could even go the route where they don't even announce like their game 3, game 4 starter. Like they might just go, okay, Fromber, Hunter, and it also is going to depend on who's rested, because if Fromber and Hunter Brown both have to pitch in a wild card series, and should you be lucky enough to win a wild card series, one of those guys probably wouldn't be available for game 1.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But the fear factor is in all of this is that we talked about the fact from an organizational standpoint, I firmly believe that they're going to force feed Justin Verlander into the mix if for that fourth starter, regardless of what he does. I just feel like whether you feel like you owe it to him or the back of the baseball card or whatever it is, it does scare me that no matter who pitches really good down the stretch, that Justin Verlander has a trump card that might be used.
Yeah, I would hope that doesn't come into play. Like if Verlander doesn't earn a start, then that's a big time issue, and we'll be blasting it. Now, hopefully Verlander pitches really well in his last few starts, and it's like, okay, yeah, he should get a playoff start. He should be your 4th starter, and if he gets hit early, well, then you quickly turn to Ronel Blanco or Spencer Arrighetti. Maybe you're viewing that as a very short leash. If you have to piggyback it, you piggyback it. You could also have the weapons of Ronel Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti if you need to go to a starter early in one of those other games where you're not expecting to, or if you have an extra inning game. Like we don't have the Manfred man in the postseason. So if you have to go to the extra innings, you don't have the man for man. You're talking about the potential of a long game like Seattle where they win 18, Atlanta way back in the day where they win 18. Like it does help if you have a guy in the bullpen or two that can give you multiple innings. Like it can be an asset for you. So that would be helpful from an Arrighetti Blanco perspective. But Verlander would have to earn being a
no doubt
fourth starter for this team,
because you're not just looking for an innings eater at that point. You're looking at an innings eater that can mow guys down, because that is the do or die, win or go home kind of mentality you got to have. So yeah, it's still a good position to be in if the guys we're talking about all kind of get back to form. JV, I think, is the biggest concern, and then Arrighetti's got it. You don't know. He forget the postseason experience. He just has to get the form of the month of August, or resemble it to a certain degree, to where you can consider him. And then Blanco, I think, has never done anything to steer you off the fact that he's capable of getting guys out and giving you 5 solid innings.
If Verlander doesn't earn the start in his next few starts, they should fake an injury. They should fake an injury because he doesn't give you anything out of the bullpen.
No, and it saves the embarrassment of leaving him off the playoff roster and just say, hey, he's hurt. He's not going to be able to pitch. He's still going to be with us. And then everybody can just kind of wash their hands of it.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Is there any possibility of going Verlander and Arrighetti to finish a game than risking a close game to Hader? No. Like if it's a close game, you have a lead late. You're not picking Arrighetti over Abreu, Presley, Hader. Arrighetti out of the bullpen. He's either coming in to bridge it to that back into the bullpen, or you're in the next inning game. But you're not using Arrighetti over Hader. Key from L.A., y'all know darn well Verlander will get a playoff start. If Verlander pitches to a 9 ERA in his final 3 starts of the year, I don't think so.
We keep talking about it, and I bring it up because of the fact I just believe that there's a chance, because of the way the organization feels, they're going to try and force feed that on us. I hope to God that's not true. I hope that cooler heads prevail and smarter people get into the decision of putting the best guy out there. But I legit think there's a chance.
King says he's already said he's not hurt and it was mechanical. They can't play that card. Yes, they can. He aggravated it in his most recent start, King. Come on. Astros get hurt all the time.
Could be running in the outfield and something could happen. We felt a twinge.
Need JV to look somewhat like his old self. At 41, I am not counting on him dominating again. Facts. All right, 713-780-3776. Who said it? BMAC has had our number. We tried to get off the schneid. Blankers might go slump buster to do so. It's Who Said It next with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, who said it with the bees? BMAC reads us 5 quotes said by ESPN 97.5 personalities, and then we guess who said it. Everybody was here this week. No vacations.
As far as I know.
Like the infamous week where Lance was gone and we were
That's
guessing
still
Lance
so
twice.
embarrassing, man.
So no one was out, right? Everybody was.
No, yeah, everybody was here.
I think I might have been the only one that didn't have perfect attendance.
I believe so. Yeah.
All right. Get us
You were the
started.
soft one this week. All right.
Quote
Quote
number
number
one.
one. On soft contact, which does seem to be an issue of late, they have the most errors in baseball since July 30th. They're really struggling. I have an idea. Since they can't handle soft contact, can Air Bud play in the infield? Because golden retrievers are so good at softly picking up things.
What? Soft contact isn't like a super casual word.
Who's pulling Air Bud? Lance?
I think Lance could. I think Granado could. I think Dell could. I think Paul could.
Would Paul?
Yeah, I don't know if Paul says soft contact, though.
Is he,
unless he saw a tweet or something.
Is he old enough to know Air Bud?
Yeah, I think he's old enough to know Air Bud.
Okay.
Although I wouldn't use it in like my vernacular.
No.
I know who Air Bud is, but it's not like on the tip of my head where I'm like, yeah, Air Bud.
Yeah.
Can you read that one again? That one's weird to me.
Sure. On soft contact, which does seem to be an issue of late, they have the most errors in baseball since July 30th. They're really struggling. I have an idea. Since they can't handle soft contact, can Air Bud play in the infield? Because golden retrievers are so good at softly picking up things.
I don't know. That's a weird one. Like I think the first part they're probably reading a tweet.
No, they mentioned it on the telecast.
Okay.
But the Air Bud, the minute I heard Air Bud, I thought Lance. Because I don't think Granado's pulling that, but I think that, why am I looking at Brian? Because he's going to give me the straight face. I actually think Lance could pull that movie.
Do you think they would have had to watch the game to say that?
I think it's Lance's really poor attempt at humor.
But do you think he would have had to watch the game to pull that stat?
I do.
Do you think Lance is watching these games?
He does.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, let's do it. Lance or
Lance.
On soft contact, which would be an issue. They have the most errors in baseball since July 30th. They're really struggling. I have an idea because they can't handle the soft contact. Can Air Bud play in the infield? Because
all right, we had to get to the Air Bud part.
Yeah,
but
just let it keep going to rub it in. Thanks.
All right, number 2. You're not out of it. Don't worry about it. If Travis Kelce decided he was going to make that podcast, of course they would end his relationship pretty quickly. If he was going to make it like a log of everything he does with Taylor Swift, I would listen. But he's not going to do it because he knows better. So I'm not going to listen to the two brothers go back and forth. I don't care.
I think it's a Dell vibe there.
Yeah, because Joe would listen. And Joe, I think. And Joe's a podcast listener. I think he would like all that.
Yeah.
I think Paul would like all that. I think it's Dell or the morning guys.
You just want to go with Dell?
Your call.
Yeah, let's just do Dell.
If Travis Kelce decided he was going to make that podcast, and of course.
All right, there we go. 1-1. Quote number 3. Will Levis had a sex tape leaked online this offseason, and this was worse than that. This was way more embarrassing than that. Yeah, because honestly, like that, I mean, listen, like that's an attractive woman. It's a shame that someone stole, like, that broke their privacy and stuff. But like, this was way worse. Talking about his game-ending pick 6. I should have said that at the front.
Joe talking about Levis as it relates to the Bears.
That was where I was at.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like the Joe
kind of does
quote.
sound like the Joe delivery, too.
I didn't know that Levis had one of those.
It was a few weeks ago that it came out.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. Interesting. Do you want to go, Joe?
I feel good about it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Will Levis had sex tape leaked online this offseason, and this was worse than that.
More embarrassing.
This was way more embarrassing than that.
I think it's way worse.
All right, still time to rebound.
Close, too.
Still time to rebound. It was that you had the conversation right, but
dang it,
wrong host. All right, quote number 4. When he sees a lamb playing quarterback, he mutilates them. But when he sees a lion, well, wolves don't win. well, I guess a pack of wolves might win. But if wolves against the lion and he's supported, forget about it.
What the hell was that?
I can't give you the exact names of the people involved because they would give it away, but it's talking about a defensive coordinator playing bad quarterbacks.
Was that Granado's forget about it? Or is that too big of a clue?
I think Brian
Or is
just
Brian trying to
liked how all over the place that
throw us
whole
off
thing
the
was.
stink?
It was a little bit difficult transcribing it, yes.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
It's like manure. It was spread out all over the place. That had a ton of stuff to it. You think that?
I don't know.
Can I have it one more time,
If
Brian?
anything-
Just because I think you deserve to have to read that again.
I think he would be
Fair.
throwing off the stink here.
All right. When he sees a lamb playing quarterback, he mutilates them. But when he sees like a lion, well, wolves don't win. Well, I guess a pack of wolves might win. But if wolves against a lion and he's supported, forget about it.
I could hear Joe saying that.
I don't think so.
No?
There's a lot going on there. Like, you have to be kind of a disturbed mind, I think, to.
So who are you saying it is?
So Joe's not a disturbed mind?
Seriously, who are you thinking it is then?
Paul again? Paul, Granado. I think it could be Lance. To forget about it. It's weird to me. I think Brian did that on purpose.
Wouldn't surprise me in the least.
But going Paul would be three Pauls.
Yeah, I don't think it's Paul.
I don't think it's Joe.
You don't want to say it, do you?
What?
You don't want to say who it is then because of how you set it up.
What do you mean?
That it must be someone that's like.
No, I think it could be Lance.
Oh.
I think it could be Lance. I don't think it's Granado. Like, I think the forget about.
That's what I thought. I thought you were going to say it was
no,
Granado.
because I mean Brian could have easily left that out. Like, it's the last little word. Like, you don't have to use the last part of it. You could just kind of, trim that out. I think he left that in there to try to bluff
We haven't
us.
used Lance yet?
I don't think so. Or we might have guessed Lance, but
right, but he
wasn't
hasn't
used.
been.
No,
Lance has not been a correct
Yeah,
answer.
Well, he said that quick though. It's almost like he wants us to say Lance.
I just don't want to get accused of being Bush League.
Well, I mean, that's every week.
So it's Paul. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going that far into the.
I think I got a read on him. I think it might be Paul.
3 Pauls?
I mean, he's done it before.
I
Probably
don't
either one.
I don't like it, but
What do you want to say then, Lance?
you kind of talked me into Lance, where I definitely could see Lance.
Who was
saying
your
it.
first guess?
Joe.
I don't think it's Joe. I don't think it's Joe.
Which way you want to go?
You call it Lance or Paul?
Lance.
When he sees a lamb on
Dale.
playing quarterback,
Dang it.
he mutilates them. But when he sees like a lion, well, wolves don't win. Well, I guess a pack of wolves might win.
Who's he
but
talking about?
Wolves against a lion.
He's
and
talking
you
about
support
Brian
it,
Flores.
Forget about it.
If I told you it was about Brian Flores, I think it would give away it was Dell
probably.
because of the
Dell,
Dolphins
yeah.
connections. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, last one.
We were never there.
Midnight Mass is going to be popping this year in Houston because of that Christmas Day game. It's going to be, they might have to add a second service.
Granado, because he's going to midnight mass. I don't think anybody else is. Maybe Lance because of his daughter.
It's gonna be popping.
But would Granado use popping?
Yeah. I think he could. Do you think it's Lance though? I think it's Lance.
Because Marty is very, 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 very church going.
I don't even think it means that they have to go.
Okay. Popping is the only thing for me. Who would say that? Lance has got enough kids that one of them would probably keep him in tune with what's hip.
Yeah.
And really, at this point, I don't care.
I don't
I'm
really
ticked off
either.
we're not going to win. So you want to say Lance?
Yeah, let's do it.
Lance.
Oh, Midnight Mass is gonna be popping this year
Joe?
in Houston because of that Christmas Day game. It's gonna be. They might have to add a second service.
I never thought of.
All right.
Should have gone with the youngest host.
Yeah. That's the popping was the word that caught
Joe's
me,
the
but
youngest host?
Yeah.
He looks the oldest.
Well,
Now
he did shave his face into a Mike Ditka mustache
Yeah,
today,
I was
so
gonna
that
say-
didn't help. But yeah, he is the youngest.
He said it's been so long since he shaved his beard, he didn't find out how sensitive his skin was, and he had like rash all over his face this morning.
So
What did
soft
he
boy.
shave with?
I guess he did the razor, the electric, and then he did the shaver on top of it.
Man, needs a few lessons.
I guess so.
How to shave his
that
face.
Ditka look was not good for him.
What was the worst part of it?
Everything. He said he's wearing it to the game too. The sweater vest.
He's gonna be hot.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hot because the roof's gonna be open. It's gonna be hot. I'm anti-roof, by the way.
That's a deep cover, by the way.
What's that?
That they're doing everything to distract you from the fact that they're probably opening the roof because that roof ain't ready and they don't want that on national TV.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
I think it does a lot.
Why?
They're doing fireworks. They're doing pregame fireworks. They're doing light up things. They're doing all these things because they're probably not to the point where they thought they were going to be when they told everybody by the first home game that the roof, at least one of the panels, would be ready, if not both. Otherwise, why at 90 degrees at night are you opening the roof?
Maybe you're onto something.
Yeah, I really believe that.
DJ B. Anime is going to be joining us at 5 o'clock. I want to dive into the article that he wrote on C.J. Stroud and how big of a freak C.J. Stroud is. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville and the Neograph procedure and the PRP treatments that he does right here in the Med Center. Phenomenal guy, great at what he does, and he's the best in the business at getting your hair back. If you're a guy and you're losing your hair and you don't think there's anything you can do about it, you just don't want to get into the sprays and the creams and the foams or the rugs that you're just going to mask the problem, there's a real solution. And as Doc Linville explained it to me, he told me about the fact that you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. He's able to repurpose some of that where you need it most. That's the Neograph procedure. He can make sure that your forehead is back again instead of having an 8 head. He can make sure that shiny baboon's butt on the top of your head can now be covered up and get you the same kind of surface coverage that you had when you were younger. It's phenomenal. The procedures are painless, and it's fantastic in the fact that they get the results that they say they're going to get, and that's so important. Even with the PRP treatments, it's like fertilizing your lawn. The hair's still there. It's just not as thick as it used to be. With the PRP treatments, it gets thick again, and then therefore you get more coverage area, and you get your hair back. You get a free consultation with Doc and his staff for them to explain both procedures and everything that goes with it, all by going to 975hair.com. Off the street, it costs you $150 to get this consultation, but because you listen to us and you want to go see him, you get the consultation for free. 975hair.com, set up the consultation, go in with an open mind, ask questions, get answers, have them explain everything to you, see if it's right for you. You don't have to have anything coming out of your pocket to put money down. You don't have to sign on the dotted line. There's nothing that commits you to doing anything other than getting this free consultation to learn all about the procedure and the PRP treatments. It's fantastic. I can't speak highly enough about them and the fact that it works, but go see them for yourself and see if it might be right for you too. 975hair.com. Tell them I sent you by.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's that time of year again. We want to thank our loyal listeners at our 2024 Listener Appreciation Party. Join the team from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for an evening of food from Philly Flats, BB's Tex Orleans, J-Bar M, Lanes, and Hala Guys. Drinks will be provided from Tejas Beer and Space City Vodka. There will also be a raffle where you can win a great prize from Republic Boot Company, but that's not it. The Astros won a trophy in 2022. That trophy will be at the listener party, and you'll be able to get a picture with that trophy. Caller number 5 to 713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to our ESPN listener party for behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. We're only giving away a certain amount of tickets. You will need one to come to the party. So if you don't win now, you can still head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets now. When did y'all bet Mr. Gal's money? We'll be doing that in the 5 o'clock hour, Corey. So we haven't done it yet. You didn't miss it. Key from LA, the roof will be open for Sunday's game. It's all over the internet. Thanks, Key. We knew that.
We kind of just said that, Key, but thanks for playing.
I don't know what you were listening to there, Key from LA. Yes, we know that the roof's going to be open. I think Blanker's Theories is right.
And it's not just as simple as the announcement that they made, but then they started with all this pregame fireworks. Halftime, they're going to have things on the seats so that they're going to light up turn down the lights and light up the stands. It's all a distraction so that you don't, especially on national TV, draw attention to the fact your roof looks like crap and your Home Depot order is late.
Yeah.
Cal.
Mm-hmm. If the roof was fine though, I would rather have the roof closed.
Me too.
I don't want to sit in a bowl that's 90 degrees whenever it can be 72.
If it was a good fall night or a winter night here in Houston and it was in the 50s or 60s, it was crisp at night, it was clear, open the roof and show it off. But no, if it's 90 degrees, and especially since you're not practicing outside in it where you could have an advantage over your opponent, I'm just not for that.
Because kickoff's at 7.
It's supposed to be about 87 to 90
degrees.
degrees.
It could be like 87 to 90 degrees.
Yeah. I ain't doing that. That's terrible.
Why would they? Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's a complete
cover-up. Yeah, I think because I saw that and I was like, everybody's like celebrating. Oh, the roof's gonna be open. You're gonna be in a sauna.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna be miserable. It's gonna be 87 to 90 degrees. And I was like, close the roof. But now that you spell it out like that,
they are hell-bent on the fact, because you think about how they've been adamant forever and a day. They don't open the roof.
And they care about their PR. They care about their look.
Oh yeah.
Because what would happen if they closed it? You'd have camera shots at different parts of the game looking up at the
Think about how many times NBC does the aerial.
Right.
They
you would see it there too.
Oh, you can see through
Yeah,
them.
The light.
Exactly.
The light,
now it draws even more attention to the two gaping long strips that are open.
Would you think they would do it if it was just a random noon CBS game?
At least once.
I think that.
No, you think they would have it open though?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I still think they would.
I don't.
Do you think they care more about their look because it's on national TV? I do too.
Yeah, if it's a regional game, they would shut it, knowing they've done it in the preseason and knowing it's also going to be substantially probably hotter than 87 to 90.
Yeah, so
for an afternoon game.
6100. The fireworks before the game makes me think that Blankers is correct. Yeah, I'm buying this. Cash it. Cash it. I'm cashing it, Blankers. This is a good call.
I really believe that,
because I rather sit in I rather sit in 72 degrees than 85 degrees. Like everybody, roof open. You're gonna be miserable.
The Pittsburgh game and the Kansas City game, when they first started to figure out that the way that the architecture and everything was done, that the sun was shining and right on their sideline, not the other teams, and all the suite holders, they had to install awnings because of the fact that all the season ticket holders and suite holders were complaining about how hot it was. And they realized that they probably should have done things differently. And that's when they started closing the roof all the time because they care about how ticked off their fans.
I remember it was the Pittsburgh game because the idea was open the roof and wear white jerseys so the Steelers have to play in the heat with black jerseys, and that would just completely take them out of it. Of course, the Steelers
got blasted in both games. Were out of both games by halftime, and the sun was beaten down on their sideline.
Yeah, didn't matter at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that this is a complete distraction job for the fact that roof ain't right.
Yeah, I'm buying it. Injury report out. Damian Pierce questionable with a hammy. So Joe Mixon's going to carry it 35 times. Juice Scruggs, groin, questionable. That would stink.
That's the one that bothers me the most.
Jared Patterson would be the guy to fill in. MJ Stewart out. Nico Collins was a full participant today, and then Dalton Schultz was a full participant.
Good.
So they'll both play, it seems. Yeah, Juice Scruggs the one that we're sweating.
Yep. I don't like that at all because, look, as good the continuity and as effective and good as that offensive line was, specifically in the run game, I don't want to think about week 2 all of a sudden your center is out and you got to already immediately start plugging other guys in. I wasn't there yet with this line. I thought this was going to be the year that we escape musical chairs, that if everybody stays and builds continuity at their given position, it's only going to get better. And now we're thinking about Juice missing a game. That would suck.
Yeah. All right. So DJ Enemy is going to be joining us in about 7 minutes. He wrote an article earlier this week talking about CJ Stroud and kind of, his leadership and some of the stuff that he's done, et cetera, et cetera. A couple of pieces from this. You can find this. Go to DJ's Twitter, DJ Enemy. I would recommend this read. They were talking about their prep for week 1 between the Colts and the Texans, and they were going over like how they want certain routes to be. And actually it was Stephon Diggs that was being pretty vocal. And after a few minutes of back and forth between the coaches and the players, everyone turned around and looked at CJ Stroud, and Stroud had the final say. So in a room that has Stephon Diggs, as Nico Collins has been paid, who Bobby Slowick, who's going to be an NFL head coach, we all think next year, after a healthy conversation between all parties, they're like, hey, CJ, what do you think? And CJ Stroud's final answer was the say. Like, that shows how much respect he has and, like, the command he has of the room.
It's a really, really good article that DJ wrote, and it gives you kind of what we've already heard about. We heard it all the way back to Ohio State, how he's a football nerd and he's an X's and O's guy and he knows the playbook inside and out. He's like constantly trying to learn and absorb more about football and the offense and everything else. And this just kind of solidified everything to say now the coaching staff basically went to him first to say, the first year was just about you grasping the position. Now we want you to kind of get to that mode that we've seen the Peyton Mannings and the Aaron Rodgers that become kind of like the overall coach in general on the field that's doing everything. That's what they wanted him to kind of evolve into. And it seems like he's taking that next step. He has the respect of all of his players, but now the coaches believe that he knows if a guy's out of position, he can put him in the right position. He knows where everybody has to be for the play to be successful. And then he also knows, because they said that he studies so much film that he can tell you based on defenses that certain teams use and what they're going to do against it, like what plays would work best from their playbook. That's just another level to why you love CJ Stroud, because you don't know how many guys would be willing to do this, spend the time on it, and have the intellect to kind of execute, to in his mind figure things out. It's kind of next level stuff that really makes you even more happy that he's a Texan.
Ryan told ESPN for CJ it was about taking more command. He's done that. The man is a football junkie. That's the one thing you have to be for the quarterback spot, and that's what allows CJ to be great. I want my quarterbacks to be football junkies. Yeah. Like, I'd rather them be football junkies than not be football junkies. So I know David Culley talked about junkies, but give me a quarterback that's a football junkie. There was a piece about how, he was in the Super Bowl and he was sitting there with the Kardashians and Russell Wilson and, Michael Rubin, the Fanatic CEO. He was texting Gerard Johnson about the San Francisco 49ers defense during that. Like, this is what they're doing. These are things we can implement. Liked some things he saw from Kansas City's offense. Like, we need to apply some of this stuff, which speaks to the fact that he's a football junkie.
That's just awesome. The fact that he's so dialed in that it's not just enjoying the Super Bowl because your season's over and you're not playing. They made mention of the fact that he does this with some of the top teams in the AFC, but at the Super Bowl in particular, that he's actually texting Gerard Johnson to try to talk about plays and what could beat the defense and what's the best place to call in those situations. I just think that that's the kind of next level stuff that even if you are a successful quarterback in this league, how many guys are doing that?
Not many.
Nope.
Not many. Probably very, very few. Maybe Mahomes. Maybe it.
Maybe. Mahomes likes to, if there's no game next week, Mahomes likes to party it up a little bit.
Party?
Too. Oh, yeah.
Party? What do you mean party?
Mahomes likes to he likes his Granados. He likes his Coors Lights.
You seen Mahomes drinking Coors Lights?
Oh, all over. You didn't see? Did you watch the match?
No.
With him and Kelsey?
No, I did not.
His entire cart was loaded up with them, and they were talking about how the fact that that's part of their golf routine.
Okay, well, that's in the off season.
But I'm just saying, but if you're in the off season, you're not playing. If he was in the same position as CJ Stroud, your season's over. You're in a suite.
Well, he
with
he
all
hasn't
those
been in that
people.
position
Right.
because
I'm
he's
saying,
playing in them.
right. But if he was,
I've never really known. I mean, Mahomes isn't going to Cabo during his bye week or
they're at
anything
the
like
U.S.
that.
Open after they won their game Thursday night, and him and Kelsey and
They had the days off.
right, but they're tipping bevs and watching tennis. They like to have their beverages.
He was taking in, the tennis players and how they can use their competitiveness to better the Kansas City Chiefs, I think.
You want to believe that?
Final one. I just didn't know him as a partier.
Oh yeah,
Mahomes.
Oh yeah, yeah. The whole Tahoe too. Yeah.
I mean, he went to Texas Tech.
Yeah. I mean, CJ Stroud went to Ohio State.
I think the parties are better at Texas Tech, or at least more wild than Ohio
I've
State.
never been to an Ohio State party.
I don't know.
Is there anything else to do in Lubbock, Texas?
Is there anything else to do in Columbus, Ohio?
I don't know. I've never been to Columbus. I've been to Lubbock though. There's nothing there.
No, and you can see, all across the land too. It's so flat. Final one: when the Texans traded for Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs, Stroud invited them to his house to watch film to teach them their offensive scheme and show them how they can be incorporated. Like, awesome to hear for a quarterback. Also, like, kind of weird. Like,
Yeah,
That almost sounds like like a pyramid scheme.
Like-
Here's how you fit into this sales
like,
initiative.
if we got a new show like After Us or whatever from like 7 to 10, I'm not calling them and being like, hey, come over to the house. Let's talk about, game plan. Let's talk about how we're going to execute the show.
Well, that's just because you hate people.
Yeah, that's true.
I was thinking about this when reading it, going, if I'm Mixon and Diggs, I really like that my franchise quarterback of my new team wants to get to know me, but I'm not sure I want to go over to his house and watch game film to build the relationship.
It's kind of like, that's a little creepy.
Yeah,
a little like
different.
Was that-
never met
was
the
that their
guy.
first
I
meeting?
know. Well, he met Diggs at the Pro Bowl. Like, there was that big.
That would be
gathering
really
there.
weird if it was your
I know.
first meeting.
Like, you've never talked to the guy. Text you, hey, you want to come over and watch film?
Now, if you've gone to dinner a couple times and then you have the film session, cool. But if that's the first time you've met, that's,
Cool,
that's
but
weird.
The good one was, too, then after that, subsequently, he lined up at the University of Miami, a 3-day workout for him and the tight ends and the receivers and everybody. And he got the Airbnbs lined up and did the whole thing so that the guys could build camaraderie and run some offense. I love that.
Alex says, why wasn't he texting Bobby Slowick? That's an interesting.
That is a good question, Alex.
That's a pretty good question. Maybe because he thinks Gerard's the future OC. I don't know. Probably
because Bobby Slowick was interviewing
no,
for
but
jobs.
Super Bowl, I think he was pretty much out by the Super Bowl.
I don't think so.
I think
it
he
was
was.
after the Super Bowl. I think he was still in the running for at least one or two jobs.
I think all the jobs were
No,
filled.
jobs are wrapped up before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were all filled.
I thought wasn't Washington one of the last ones. He was still one of the finalists for one of the jobs. I thought.
Did Washington go past the Super Bowl? I didn't
thought
think
so.
it did.
Let's see. Let's pull the timeline.
I thought it did.
Washington hires Dan Quinn February 3rd.
So it's
That was
right
before,
after.
that
was
been
before
before
the Super Bowl.
When
like
was,
the
when
week
was the Super
before.
Bowl?
Like February 10th or something like that.
Was it that late? I thought it was like one of the first couple days of February.
No, it's usually the second Sunday of February, I think.
Yeah, it's moved back. Super Bowl was played on February 12th.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would have been a week after.
Yeah, I just thought Slowick was still in the running for a job because that would make sense that he's probably not going to be with us. So
Yeah, wasn't that though? Philip 68, CJ's the opposite of Deshaun. Yeah, that's true.
pretty much true.
Deshaun wouldn't have invited Mixon and Diggs over to watch film because he was other places doing other things.
He'd show him the Houstonian.
All right, DJ B. Anime. Great piece by DJ. Let's talk to DJ when we return. Covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. We'll chat with him when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Time for us to raise a toast. We'll get to DJ Bienemy in a couple of moments. I'm raising a toast, Blankers, to football being back. NFL football being back going into week 2. It is great. It is awesome. Raising a toast to that.
My toast of the week's got to be to Joe Mixon. The fact that we didn't know what we didn't know about Joe Mixon, and he had 159 yards and looked like a very spry, young, primetime Joe Mixon. I raised my glass to you, Joe.
All right.
I'm going to raise a toast to the Astros getting to play the Angels for the next 3 games,
We'll
and
see
hopefully, hopefully putting this AL West race behind them.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Our featured drink of the week is the Stella Rosa Pineapple and Chili, a proprietary blend coming from the Moscato grape with hints of Italian chili peppers. Compliments of Stella Rosa, where you raise a glass, drink it chilled, and drink Stella Rosa and celebrate responsibly.
I like it. It is very good. All right, let's go out to the HRP guest line, being joined now by DJ Bienemy. DJ, Blankers just raised his toast to Joe Mixon. Touched the ball. I mean, great game. AFC Offense Player of the Week. I don't know if him touching the ball 30 times a week is sustainable. Slowey kind of answered that yesterday, says we're going to do whatever the game dictates. Do you think that's sustainable?
I think Bobby made a point that physically, like, he thinks Joe, like, stature-wise, he could handle that workload. Obviously, like, 30 carries a game is very unlikely for the rest of the year, but, like, on average. But I do think that really they have a deck of cards to where whatever the defense is giving them, they should be able to counter. And then, like, because really the reason why they ran the ball so much is because the Colts sat too high a lot, which is why Joe Mixon had 15 carries against a light box, which is 6 guys in the box. Because obviously they're nickel, too high, you got 6 guys in the box. So they ran against that. He had 15 carries against that. So they were trying to protect certain, the over-the-top stuff, which is fair. I understand that. And kind of we're fine with letting the Texans methodically drive down the field. And it was working for because I think with that type of game plan, teams are kind of like, we'll get a field goal if we just got to score touchdowns. And it was working for some time until, like, Joe really was hammering them down the stretch. But I think it's not necessarily sustainable, but I think that as long as it's – because I don't think every team is going to play them that way. So eventually you're going to meet some teams that do, kind of like a single high, and then you'll be able to re-attack throwing the ball. But if they go too high, then you can run the ball. So it's really whatever the defense does, they really have all the cards to just kind of react and kind of keep defenses off balance.
DJ, we saw the injury report during the course of the week. My big concern is we talk about Joe Mixon. We talk about the fact that it was a group effort. The offensive line looked fantastic. The holes were big. Everybody was in sync. And now all of a sudden, week 2, we're facing the possibility of Juice being injured. What's the severity? What's the likelihood of him playing? What do you know about that situation?
Yeah, I'd say about 50-50 right now. Obviously, he doesn't go. Jared Patterson will step in and replace him. He played a lot last year before breaking his leg. And I think that I don't know if this week will have that much of an impact overall, mainly because the Bears' interior defensive line is solid, but not like you're not going against. The interior defensive line you went against last week was more dangerous than this one, and you were able to still run for over 200 yards. So for me, while yes, he'll be out, I don't think necessarily like that will derail what they're doing because Bobby was calling a masterful game in terms of when to call runs. The O-line was really in a lot of synergy where they are working up to the second level with effectiveness. Because that's why Joe Mixon was able to run so effectively was a lot of times you had Laramie, you had Kenyon Green to the second level, or you had Shaq, you had Titus to the second level to pick up linebackers, things of that nature. So as long as Patterson or if Juice plays, but as long as, let's say Juice doesn't play, as long as Patterson can seal his block consistently and not get driven back, they'll be okay.
DJ Bienemy joining us on the HRP guest line. You can follow him on Twitter at DJ Bienemy. Covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. Reading your piece about C.J. Stroud being a football junkie. Good work, first and foremost. But in what ways do you see him as a football junkie? And do you think it's required to be a football junkie at the quarterback position to be elite at that position?
Absolutely. I think that yeah, you have to. I'll get to your first part, but to answer the most important part, yeah. I think anybody that's elite at what they do, at the top of the top, no matter what industry it is, they're a junkie about the profession, right? And I think specifically with quarterbacks, you need that because there's so many. Like, think about it like this: if your quarterback stinks, let's say let's say CJ stunk, everybody suffers from it. The head coach could possibly get fired. The GM could possibly get fired. The trainers could possibly get fired. Because let's say, he stinks and they clean house. Everybody gets fired. And even down to a local level, right? The media, if CJ isn't good, people tune out, right? So, like, in reality, like, the quarterback holds so much power within that market, within that franchise, because if you're good, really good players want to come to your city and play with you, right? Teams can be ultra aggressive in terms of surrounding pieces with you, like this other Texans, bringing in Stephon Diggs, bringing in Joe Mixon, right? Spending all the money that they did on defense. You can do that when your quarterback is good. And the only way that I've noticed these quarterbacks can be to that level is if they're junkies, right? Because there's so much of a chess game, and half of the battle is knowing what the defense is trying to do to you and know how to counter it. And that requires being a junkie and studying the game and understanding how to attack that. So absolutely. And to your first part of your question about how he's kind of shown himself to be a football junkie and command, like, I'm actually, writing a story about this later on, but he has like group chats where like he'll text with guys about stuff that he does, texting them like stuff that defensive backs, what defenses are doing or are preparing to do. And if they do this, we should do this. If they do that, we should do this. Counters and things of that nature. And like he's always in constant communication with his guys throughout the week in preparation for that. That's one way I can show you that, he is a junkie. Obviously, throughout the summer, we saw how much every time he was on a football podcast, how eloquently he explained his football knowledge and things of that nature. You could tell that he really, really loves football. And that matters. If your guy isn't a football junkie, now you got to be a football junkie, but you're limited in talent and it can only get so far. But if you have the talent and then you are a football junkie, that allows you to take it to the next level to where you truly are elite.
DJ, I love the piece as well, but I want to get back to the running game a little bit. We heard Bobby Slowick this week talking about the fact that Joe Mixon was kind of an old school guy, that he could take it and he was, and he could take all the 30 carries and he's that kind of workhorse. But we were concerned about the fact that if you want Joe Mixon at his best, you don't want to run him into the ground. You and I had talked about last week, we thought we'd see Cam Akers, or Cam Akers might even be in the passing game. Cam Akers was inactive. I had suggested that maybe now as you start getting into the schedule, that there are going to be certain series where Joe Mixon gets that series off, or you implement more of these guys. Do you think that we will see Cam Akers and or more carries for Dameon Pierce just to kind of take some of that workload off of Mixon?
I would say that we're probably still going to see the main three. Because they really do like Dameon, and obviously Dameon is one run with, he got 4 yards. So that's progress from preseason. I do think that they're going to keep going with what they got right now. But I do agree with your overall point. Right, later on in the year, I could see them doing that, having more of a rotation. So, not like a legit rotation, but limiting the carries so he's fresher down the stretch. Because I think, right now it's about making it to the bye as healthy as possible and as fresh-ish as possible. So when you get that reset and you get ready for that 3 week, or that 3 game and 11, 12 days, you'll be ready to go. Everybody be ready. And, hopefully they'll be pushing for a bye at that point, because in all honesty, that 3 week sample size, minus the Miami week, really Kansas City, Baltimore, the way it's looking and the way the schedule is shaping out, the way everybody else is looking in the division, that could be fighting for the 1 seed. So in reality, I think that I do agree with you overall that I could see, as the season progresses, trying to mitigate and manage his carries.
DJ, how do you see it playing out on Sunday? What are some key matchups that you're focused on?
I think I want to see my first matchup is how's their interior defensive line versus their interior defensive line, mainly because Caleb is, the Mahomes comparison. I think we're gonna look back in like 3 years and be like, I was absolutely like cartoonish and ludicrous. He's more like a taller Russell Wilson stylistically, because if the interior defensive line can get pressure, since he's not 6'3", 4, 5. Once that pressure is there, he can't see over the line. The play's dead, right? Because like I remember watching Tua last night before he got concussed, right on the 4th down play, because he's only like 6'1", right? When there's interior pressure on that 4th down at Oliver, he couldn't see anything. You know what I'm saying? Because he's only 6 foot, and these guys are large humans, right? Which is why height does kind of matter at the quarterback position unless you're a freakish athlete. Because if that happens, you can still see over the line and see where you get the ball to when it's interior pressure. So I'm really interested to see how the interior defensive line can create pressure. How can D'Amico call some stunt plays where you can get Will Anderson free to get inside, or Daniil to get inside, so then you can get to Caleb Williams. Or you might have to, in all honesty, you probably might have to just kind of let the D tackles do what they got to do, because Caleb might see that and break outside. But anyway, I'm really curious to see how they attack the interior offensive line. That's the weak spot on the O-line. That is a massive weak spot. And then how can D'Amico consistently change the picture posting out for Caleb? Caleb is clearly a rookie, and he's not like CJ. CJ is an on-time rhythm passer. He can just create, but his basis of his game is playing on time, on schedule. So he wants to stay in the pocket. Caleb does not want to. No, I'm not saying Caleb doesn't want to stay in the pocket, but Caleb is more likely to leave the pocket if things don't look the way he needs it to, and then try to create. That's what he did at USC. So if you can do that and then force him into that backyard football ish. Remember last year, the Texans, against every quarterback outside of Lamar in the playoffs, every quarterback that was that type of style, Lamar, Russ, Kyler, I want to say they caught like my memory, like maybe like 6 interceptions in those 3 games alone. They caught like 6 interceptions. And even last week, right? Anthony Richardson, granted, like one of the plays was in structure, but they intercepted him too. They do a really good job. They're going with a really good scheme of going against mobile quarterbacks. They really like want to lean into that. So we get to see what he can do to force Caleb into that backyard football, because that's just not sustainable. You can't off-script your way to win. And then on offense, the Bears, they were in nickel defense. According to I think it was 96% of the time. I have to double check. The Texans, when they were in 12 personnel going against nickel last week, they averaged like 5.5 yards per carry in that circumstance. So I'm curious what's going to be that tit for tat in that regard. If the Bears stay nickel, can the Texans consistently be able to run, with efficiency, and then stay ahead on the sticks? Because if you go 3rd and long, Matt Eberflus is pretty good. And from everybody I've talked to, like his disguises are really, really dangerous. So, and he can cause a lot of confusion because, like, the whole back end, apparently they've been playing football together for a while. So they're just able to do a lot of things on the fly, and they're really good when it comes to communication. So they'll be able to, throw some disguises. So you want to stay out of those 3rd and long, because that could lead to turnovers. Because I honestly do believe the Texans play clean from a turnover standpoint. Not necessarily they got to score every drive, but if they don't turn the ball over, they should. I know it's kind of hot, but the game should be over like 5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter, honestly. Yeah. Because I don't see a scenario where the Bears offensively can do, because especially when Duvane's out, Allen's out, I don't know how they're going to be able to move the ball consistently without being able to run if they can't run the ball. And Texans obviously shut down Jonathan Taylor last week. I just don't see how they're going to be able to consistently move the ball if they can't get the run game going. And they can't get the run game going, and they got killed up in 2nd and long and 3rd and long. Last week, he completed 37% of his passes on those situations for 11 yards. Mm-hmm. And his expected completion percentage was 68%. So that means he was minus 31 in that category, which is the most in the NFL. And I don't anticipate like that's going to make a massive jump in week 2, honestly speaking. So I think this will be shaped up to be like one of those snooze fest Sunday night games.
I'm with you, actually. I see it the exact same way. DJ, great stuff as always. Enjoy your football weekend. We'll catch up next week.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
DJ Bianime covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. Good follow, of course, as well at DJ Bianime. All right. Will of Bits. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be great. Will of Bits next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, we raised a glass for our toast of the week. You can raise a glass too. You've got a big weekend of college and professional football. You've got all the different things that you could be doing, watching all the games, having people over. You could probably have a lot of good food to eat and snacks and dips and chips and all kinds of pizza and wings and other things. The biggest thing is you want to be able to have some beverages that are going to allow people to pace themselves while enjoying the festivities. That's why I recommend all of the Stella Rosa wines. They are fantastic. They are a semi-sweet, semi-sparkling wine that's served chilled. We just tried the Stella Rosa pineapple and chili. It's delicious. It's crisp and refreshing. It's not going to bog you down. It's not going to take you to a different level too quickly. You can pace yourself nicely, and it's going to go and complement everything you eat. That's fantastic, and you can get it at your local retailer. Stock up, grab a couple bottles. Next time you're going shopping or when you're getting ready to get all the different supplies you need for your viewing parties, and know that the people are going to enjoy it. It's going to be delicious, and they're going to ask you exactly what it is and where they can get it, because nothing's sweeter than a cold glass of Stella Rosa and watching your favorite team compete. Please celebrate responsibly.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play random takes.
Tiger Woods had a back surgery. You were telling me it was spinal. It's like the old Mike Tyson. Remember the Mike Tyson thing? He said, I have a broken back. He was talking to Jim Gray. I can't remember who he beat. It was I think it was the fight before Lennox Lewis. I don't remember, but he's like, I had a broken back. And Jim Gray's like, what? He goes, yeah, spinal. It's one of my favorite sound bites of all time. And then Tiger Woods today had back surgery. Spinal. It really, like, legitimately.
Yeah,
like that's actually legit. Mike Tyson was being an idiot. This was legit for Tiger.
Saw it on the ticker. I go, as a golfer, that's probably one of the other injuries you never want to have, where it doesn't seem like it sounds good for a golfer to have spinal surgery.
I mean, his career is over other than like seniors tour, right?
Other than in his own mind, I think, because I still think he has aspirations.
I mean, he'll play seniors tour, but for
I don't think he will.
I think he will.
So?
I think he's going to do it because I don't think that he wants to
go out like that.
Finish as poorly as he's done.
I can't see him because I think that if he can't be his absolute best, I don't think he wants to keep going out there.
Yeah. I mean, spinal surgery's not great
No.
for a golfer.
On
Yeah,
top of the
it's
bad
sad.
leg.
Yeah, it's sad. Sad the way it's ended for Tiger Woods. Random take. Have you seen the new Dasani water bottle?
No.
So I walked by a Rogue Dasani water bottle the other day, and the label's really faded. Like, you know how they had that royal blue, like wrapping?
Yeah.
Now it's like really, really light blue, like this. So I walked by a Rogue one the other day. I was like, okay, that water's really, really old. It's been in the sun. The blue is faded.
Right.
Well, I went to like the C-store, and I was walking by the water, and I noticed that all of them were like that. This might be the worst idea for a bottling company to go from a royal blue to a faded blue. Because what is everybody going to think? That the water's jacked up, that it's not good, that it's been out in the sun. This is the worst marketing rewrap I have seen in the history of water.
No,
History of water.
I hear what you're saying. Marketing wise, it sounds not
Brutal.
great. But I do have one question for you. Why would water being out in the sun make it bad water? It's not going
Well,
to
the plastics.
It's not going to make it's not going to spoil.
The plastic. You don't want the heated up plastic into your body.
Same way you don't microwave with plastic.
Yeah, but you're not walking by it in the sun. You're walking by it in the grocery store. Do you think it's been melted to the point of?
Yeah, the packing. I'm like, okay, was this out on the docks a little bit too long? Like,
It's
it makes
a
me
really-
think. It makes me think that it's faded.
It's a bad look. And
No.
then when it's on sale,
Yeah.
like I Googled it and it comes up on Randall's and it's marked down and you're like, is it because it's been hanging around too long?
Like I mean, I know now that it's not the case, but the first time I saw it, I was like, okay, well, I'm not getting that water bottle. That one's been out in the sun too long.
I also don't think this plastic is melting the way you think it's going to
No,
melt.
you're right. I'm a little concerned about you.
Maybe you should be. I
like,
don't know.
You
but
shouldn't be drinking out of plastic bottles that have been out in the sun for very long.
I have.
I mean, it's famously not biodegradable. It lasts for a long
No,
time.
but they melt a little bit.
He's absolutely right, Brian. Like I have friends of mine that played professional sports that would not drink a water bottle if it was in the car and it was left in the
Same.
car where it was warm.
Same.
Because of the fact that if it's left in the heat, that there is the chance that you get some bad stuff in there.
Yeah. You need a little
to develop in there.
You need to live a little bit more holistically, a little bit more of the hippie lifestyle that I look.
Yeah, I've
I
got
do.
zero of
No,
that.
but that stuff will like very like you don't notice it to the naked eye, but it'll melt a little bit and it'll get into the water.
Yeah.
And then now if you drink it, it's getting into your system.
Yeah, there have been studies about it. But
I
you're
think we've
right.
all drinking it.
The
No,
old label,
I don't.
The
I
old label
refuse.
almost looked three-dimensional too. It almost had like the water droplets in it and stuff like that. So it actually looked like a really kind of classy label. This
Yeah.
one looks pretty janky.
I just think it looks faded. And
You're
like,
right.
And if you're gonna like, why would you go to a new wrapping that looks faded?
Yeah, no,
it's dumb to me. It's dumb to me. Like this is one of the worst marketing PR things I've ever seen.
Now, was Dasani the water that they thought was tap water?
It is tap water.
So
Yeah,
it is.
it
So
is.
then this is a horrible look for them, especially because there are people who are already ripping the fact that this wasn't actually the true purified drinking water. This was tap water.
Now I'll drink Dasani. Like, don't get me wrong. Like it's water. Like I used to drink out of a water hose.
Yep.
Like I'll drink or a spigot. So I'll drink some Dasani, but I might not anymore just because of the wrap.
No, I'm still.
I'm not a
drinking
fan
it.
of the wrap.
I'm not a shrewd when it comes to bottled water.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that this was the water that everybody was getting on for being tap water.
Yeah, I'm not a little, Richie rich when it comes to my water. But if I feel like you have a faded label, things are a little different. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie from Dayton, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hey, how y'all doing this weekend?
What's up, Robbie?
You're 100% correct on that. I used to work at a plastics plant, and the PVC leaks out when it's in the sun too long. And working on new construction and everything now, they put it under tarps and stuff like that to keep the sun off of it.
Brian, you hear that?
Appreciate the insight there, right? Robbie, appreciate it, Robbie. Brian, what did he say?
Been taking
He said that
he cut out
apparently
there at the
if it's heated up too much, something
No,
melts
before
into the
that.
water.
Before that. What did he say? Who was right? What did
he said
did.
Jeremy was
Absolutely right on that.
He said Jeremy was right.
I'm worried about you. You do get sick. You do get sick a little bit more than the rest of us. Although calling the kettle black right now.
That's mostly because I have a 3-year-old who just started going to school and catching stuff for other
Fair
3-year-olds.
I'm with you.
But no, I just think it's kind of naive to think we know the the chain of command of everything we put into bottles and before it gets to us. I think we've all dealt with this at some point. Yeah, you're right. You should control what you can control.
It's common sense.
But it's gone through 100 steps before it gets to you.
But the common sense is if you can avoid it, then
do it.
You avoid it.
Yeah, sure, I don't intentionally set it out in the sun. I just didn't think it was that big of a deal.
There's a lot of hippie tendencies that I wouldn't say I follow them. I'm aware of them, and I like to have them as a basic foundation, but I kind of ignore them most of the time. But yeah, heating stuff up in plastic, I also agree with. I never do that.
Big time. Because I always just grab one of the Tupperware containers and I'll throw it in the microwave. And Lisa's like, you can't do that with the plastic when it heats up, and then it can get in as part of with the food, and there's bad stuff in there, and you can't do that. I was like, okay.
She's right. Yeah. She's right. 0835 bottles have toxic chemicals. Has a really bad additive. Oh, he's talking about Dasani. He said Dasani's the worst.
Dasani is the worst.
I don't mind Dasani.
It's gross.
I mean, it's wet, and if it's in the
Dasani-
fridge, it's cold. That's all that I'm looking for when I'm drinking water.
Dasani and Aquafina are. I barely even want to call them water.
I don't know that I have a problem with Aquafina either.
I don't either. If it's wet and it's cold, it's good for me.
What's the the Evian? That's the expensive bottle.
Well,
water?
or Topo Chico's.
Well, that's different. That's mineral water.
Yeah, it's also isn't it also carbonated? Topo
I
Chico?
don't know. I don't.
There's carbonation to it, but it's more like a mineral water, so it adds to that carbonation.
But the Fufu
I'll drink
forever was Evian.
Yeah, that one. And then what's the there's another
Not vitamin water.
No,
it's flavored. That's different.
Not all of it is.
Every one I've seen is flavored.
I have a vitamin water right here.
Yeah. It's
not vitamin water. What's the other one in the real elongated bottle that has like I don't know if it has electrolytes. It has
I know what you're
extra in
talking
it.
about.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of it, but the Fiji water is another one that's pretty
okay.
It
that's
comes
in
the
that kind of square bottle. Yeah.
I just buy the store brand water.
Same. I'm not picky with my water.
Yeah, HEB or whatever.
I'm more picky with the wrapping than I am the water.
Actually, I don't even buy store brand water unless I'm out somewhere, like going to a picnic or going to be on a road trip or something. I just put it in one of those filtered water pitchers and pour it out.
We have the deal in our kitchen where you just fill up the big.
We just use the fridge.
Wait, you still have the old school jugs?
We get the.
You still get like the home delivery?
Oh yeah,
my grandparents used to do that.
Yeah, my wife
old school.
My wife swears by it for
I haven't
everything.
seen that in 20 years.
Oh my god, my wife swears for the kids' water bottles and for her water and
I think my grandparents still have one actually.
There
They
you
used
go.
to give
Call
them
my wife grandma, but
those huge ones. Well,
Yeah.
I was really.
But we do
you that
have the Ozarka.
Grandpa Blink.
We just get the Ozarka big ass jug on the dispenser.
I'm
It's a
glad
good
you're
value.
keeping those guys in business.
Smart water, said Nacho G. That's the one you're
it.
thinking.
That's
of.
the one. Yep.
Smart water. No, we just use the fridge. We just use our fridge. I mean, we got a filter in the fridge. We get a new filter. We're supposed to do it every 3 months. We do it every 9 months, which is probably worse than drinking out of warm plastic.
That's where you might get more additive
That's my
stuff
point.
than
We're all
Brian does.
doing it.
Yeah, I'm not picky with the water, but the
'Cause
water packaging.
Taste matters because with the refrigerator water, if you don't change the filter, it can get a little nasty on the taste.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you notice it.
Yep.
You notice it. Once I start to notice it, it's whenever I change it out. Like Voss water is very bougie. See, I'll drink all of these. I have no problem. I drink bubbly water. I like bubbly water. Like if I'm trying to kick sodas, I drink bubbly water to try to be like the
carbonated
kicker.
water used to supposedly be bad for you, and you weren't supposed to get the same kind of positives as drinking like regular water. And then they did studies and said the carbonation doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's good because I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing. This one says Kroger purified water is chef's kiss. I'll have to check it out.
Water.
I'll check out some Kroger purified water to see if it's actually chef's kiss. All right, let's get to Beezy Money. Killer Bees making you money. We made some money last week. Mr. Gal loaning us $1,000. We're up $25. We were 3-2 last week, and Brian went 2-0 last week. So what did Brian do? He added a new individual standing.
Damn right.
I bet you if he was 0-2, he wouldn't have done this.
Especially since you guys overruled me on Buffalo, Arizona. That was more of a petty record update.
You overrode me on Sam Darnold.
No,
and I
it
called
was
that
more
one.
than overrode. It was not only we're not going to take your vote, we're going to go the opposite
That's
way.
right.
Bet on the opposite.
And well,
You gave me a middle finger last week.
Yes,
I
I
had to
did.
put it up there.
Yeah, he threw in the standings since he was 2-0. He wouldn't have done it if he was 2-0.
Exactly.
If he was 0-2.
Of course not.
All right, Beezy Money, we return. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, we know there's college football tonight and a full slate of college football morning, noon, and night on Saturday. NFL on Sunday, Sunday night, and Monday. You want a place to go put some money down on some games and know that your money's going to be safe and secure and they're going to take care of you in a variety of ways? Head to mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag is the place you ought to be when you want to start betting on sports because they got all the games. They got the live in-game bets. They've got prop bets. They got all the kind of things that you want when you're looking to put some wagers in. and they're going to take care of you every step of the way. Right now, they're doing it again. If you use our promo code BET975, when you put money into your account, they're going to put money on top of what you put in, up to $1,000, based on how much you are going to deposit. And that money is going to be available immediately. The more money you have to play with, the more games you can bet on, the more chances you can win. It's that simple. And it's all because you use our promo code BET975. They've also got a MyBookie Plus rewards program, where the more games you're betting on and the more activity you do on mybookie.ag, the more you move up to the different tiers that get you better discounts, bigger promotions, and all kinds of fun stuff. It's absolutely fantastic. And when there's no games going on, or you just feel like doing some casino betting, they've got live dealers standing by, so you don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. You can play poker, you can play blackjack, and so much more. Check them out right now. Go to mybookie.ag, and whenever they ask you for a promo code, especially when you're making a deposit, put in our promo code BET975 and reap the benefits immediately. It's like I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it. MyBookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975.
That rejoin's not accurate. We were 3-2 last week. We're gonna make it back-to-back weeks. We're making you money. We dominated last year too, so this is easy. This is kind of
like
easy.
Lee Sterling. We were 3-2 last week.
It's kind of easy. Making you money is easy. Between Lee Sterling, between the Bees, you can get rich listening to the Killer Bees. All right, who wants to start us off here? Who's leading us off in Beezy money this week? Blankers, why don't you do the honor?
I'm trying to get my computer locked up.
All right, Brian, why don't you do the honor?
Okay. So my first pick this is actually one Lee gave us, and with the number that we have is, it's not, I'll cheat. Sure. If I make money, I don't care if I cheated to get there, but the number we have here is actually even more favorable because Lee had Indianapolis at -3. The line we have is Indianapolis -2.5. Green Bay with Malik Willis at quarterback. We saw what he was about in Tennessee, and that's that he's garbage and he's not going to be able to move the ball. Indianapolis, physical defense, physical run game. I think they're going to go control the clock, control the game, and walk out with at least 5-6 point victory. Sorry, Joel. So give me Indianapolis -2.5.
There's nothing for you to apologize, sir, because I was going to bring this up on the show that last year where we did not have success and why I always bowed out was Joe and Jeremy made sure that we all came to the consensus I should not talk about the Packers because I don't bet with my heart with them, but I always were looking for negatives with the Packers. But I'm totally in agreement with you. I don't think that the fact that you got Malik Willis at the end of the preseason He's going to be ready to go. They brought back Clifford, who was their quarterback they couldn't stand in preseason, and he was terrible, to be their backup. They have no options at quarterback, and it's not realistic to think Jordan Love is going to walk through that door. They're going to get beat at home, and they're going to get beat by more than a field goal. I'm with you. I like the Colts.
Branham Models has the Colts winning this game by 11 points. So it's unanimous. We all like it.
So should we bet a big number?
I'm thinking at least 50.
40. I was going to say 40. So
Don't be
you guys wanna
soft,
do.
Blankers.
We'll split it
40,
at 45.
What do you want to do?
We'll split it at 45.
Fine. Sounds good.
Soft. Blankers just want to bet $50 against his Packers.
No, I don't mind it because then I feel better after they lose, but we win the bet.
Emotional hedge.
That's right.
I like emotional hedges from time to time. All right, Blankers.
My first one is San Francisco at Minnesota. I just believe that as good as Sam Darnold was going back to New York to play a bad Giants team, that San Francisco team, whether McCaffrey plays or not, proves they prove they can run the football. I think that Ayuk is going to be better. I think that indoors they have nothing to worry about with elements. I think that they're going to roll on both sides. I think that they will make sure that they take Justin Jefferson away, and I think that they will easily cover the 5.
Yeah, Brandon Manos has the Niners winning by 5 here. Now, news on Christian McCaffrey is that he's out.
Yes.
There's thoughts that he might be placed on the injured list.
Now, is that retroactive?
Nope.
Wow.
So an additional 4 weeks.
Wow.
So it'd be 4 weeks. Yeah. They haven't done it yet. But if they do it before the game Sunday,
that'd be week
2,
6.
3, 4, 5. So
Yeah,
6
he'd
would be
back
the
in week
earliest.
6, yeah.
So like this is the opposite Joe Mixon, where like they're being uber protective. But yeah, no McCaffrey in this game. But I still like the Niners to win by 10. No Jordan Addison for the Vikings too.
Right, that's right.
So they're without a receiver. So I'm good. I like this one.
Yeah,
a
I
lot.
like it. The Vikings defense is spicier than I thought they'd be this year, but I think San Francisco can win this by more than 5.
All right.
What do you guys want to do?
50.
I don't feel as high on this one as I do the previous.
We're unanimous.
I'd be more comfortable at 30.
Split it 35, 40.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
What do you want to do? Branham's already going to push it to the limit.
We're up $25.
Well, we don't need to go getting a loan midway through the season because if we dump out,
it's not our money; it's Cal's money.
Still.
So how much did y'all want?
Volatile
35.
around here.
35.
35. Sounds good.
All right. First one that I'm going to pitch to you boys is the Chargers at Carolina. This actually goes away from things that I normally don't like. I don't like betting against home dogs. I don't like betting for a team who's traveling across the country. But Carolina is historically bad. Carolina is awful. Harbaugh, look, I don't think the Chargers are all that talented, but Harbaugh is going to make sure that they're ready to go. They're going to play well, even if they're not the most talented team. I think Carolina has trouble scoring. I think the Chargers win this game by 11. The spread is 5, so I have the Chargers comfortably covering. Give me the Chargers -5 on the road against Carolina.
I like this game too. For as much as I had question marks about the lack of weapons and what the Chargers were able to do, Dobbins in the running game looked good. I think Herbert looks fine. I think that they have enough weapons offensively, and I think their defense is still damn good. And you mentioned no Addison. More attention is going to be paid to shutting down Justin Jefferson. And Sam Darnold versus Herbert, I believe that the Chargers win by at least a touchdown.
Yeah, this was one I initially looked at. The West Coast to East Coast thing kind of bothers me at +5, but Carolina and Bryce Young specifically, I think, are historically awful. So I'm good with betting the -5. The Chargers, I think they're just going to kick their ass. I mean, they're physical in defense. They got a great running game. They're going to beat them up, and they're going to win by more than a touchdown.
50.
God,
you know what?
Keep pushing.
You know what? Okay, Jeremy, I'm bored.
Okay.
Actually, the West Coast, East Coast thing kind of worries me.
Okay, let's go lower then.
35. 40.
$40.
All right, what's your second game, Brian?
Second game is, I didn't think I'd be betting on this team in week 2, to be honest. This is a surprise to me, but we saw them dominate the Cincinnati Bengals in Cincinnati last week. You got a team in Seattle coming 3 time zones, West Coast to East Coast, to face New England. Ramondre Stevenson was great. The Patriots defense was great. I think I don't know if I want to say the wrong team is favored here, Seattle -3.5. But I do think New England stays inside that number with a superior defense and a really good running game. I'm going to take the Patriots +3.5.
I don't like this one. I see it the other way. I think Seattle and their defense is really good, and I think Seattle is going to neutralize the running game, and they're going to make New England beat them in the air. And I think Seattle's going to do just enough. And if you're giving Seattle 3.5 on the road, I'll take the points in the Seahawks.
Yeah. See, I like to bet the home team when the other team's traveling across the country. That's why I picked the Chargers to win at Carolina. I'm on BMAC's side of this. I like the Patriots plus 3.5. Maybe the Patriots are better than we think. Maybe they're better coached than we think. I think this is closer to a coin flip game. So you're giving me New England with points at home in Seattle, traveling over the entire country. I actually like the Patriots here.
Well, I'm out. So
it feels like we should go
20.
a lower number. 20's fine. Yeah.
20. All right, let's go 20 on that one. Blake?
Okay, my next game is the fact that the injury report says Deshaun Watson is not out and David Njoku is, and the Browns looked really, really bad against the Cowboys, and Jacksonville at home should have probably beat the Dolphins. They played a really good first half. They had a 17-point lead. I think that the Jags at home are better than 3 to beat the Browns. I like Jacksonville.
I stayed away from this game. I think it's going to be very, very tight. I think Cleveland's probably the better team, even though Deshaun's the quarterback. I don't think Miami's all that good, so I'm not really putting a whole lot of value in that Jacksonville was beating them for a good amount of time. This was one that I stayed away from completely.
Yeah, to be honest, with as much money as we've already got on the line, I don't want to put more in Trevor Lawrence. And that's kind of the entirety of my reasoning. I think you're probably right. Jacksonville wins the game, but the Browns defense is so good that Trevor Lawrence could go full Trevor Lawrence and turn the ball over and lead to a Browns victory. So my lean is to stay away.
Okay.
So nothing or 10?
No, he's saying
I'm
you guys both
staying
get to stay away, so stay away. That's fine.
All right.
We got a lot rolling.
Final game that I have, Denver at home against the Pittsburgh football Steelers. I think the Broncos are a little bit better than people give them credit for. I think that the Broncos are pretty well coached with Sean Payton. I think that Pittsburgh and Denver is a coin flip. If they were playing on a neutral field, coin flip. I think it's a 50-50 game. Denver's the home team and is getting points here. No Russell Wilson playing for the Steelers, so we don't have to worry about the Russell Wilson revenge game. The wrong team's favored here.
Ooh.
The Broncos should be favored by 2.5 points. These are two evenly matched teams. Denver's at home. They're getting points. Give me the Broncos. Let's ride.
I stayed
Denver.
away from this game. I didn't like it. I didn't like the spread. I don't like believing in a rookie quarterback, but I also know on the other side of the football, I'm not sure that Justin Fields is going to put 2 good games in a row together. So I stayed away from it. So I'll leave it up to you guys on this one. I didn't like this game.
Denver's winning outright.
Yeah, I'm with Joel in this one. Bo Nix, TJ Watt. I know, I get what you're saying. You know, home game. The Broncos looked better last week, at least on defense, than we thought. Patrick Surtain is a beast, and we'll lock down George Pickens. But yeah, I can't bet on Bo Nix when he's going to have TJ Watt lined up across. I'm going to stay away.
Soft boys. All right, so we got 4 bets. It looks like. We got 45 on Indy minus 2.5 going on the road to the frozen tundra. We got $30 on San Francisco minus 5 at Minnesota. We got 20 on the Pats plus 3.5 at home against Seattle. That's it.
Well, we also bet on the Chargers, but I couldn't remember what the number we gave was.
Oh, did we do 35? I think.
Was it 35?
Yeah,
I couldn't remember what it was. But yeah, I know we bet Chargers minus 5, but I couldn't remember the number.
Yep,
35 on the Chargers minus 5. Look at Brian getting his 2 bets in and then poo-pooing on our last 2.
Well, he's hot, you know. Just look at the individual
He's looking at that 2-0.
Yeah, just look at the individual
I mean, one of us is undefeated.
2 of you are.
Yeah,
that's true. Joel didn't lose. He pushed. That's true.
Joel's 1-0-1. You're 2-0. I'm 1-1.
Jeremy giving out losers.
But as collectively as the Bees, we're 3-2 with a $25 profit year to date so far. And we're going to win again this week. So make sure that you're telling the Bees, but don't send us the bill whenever we lose. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day, which every Friday are the mean things you say to us throughout the week. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. In a little over 24 hours, it is time for the Bayou Bucket. Houston and Rice, Cougars versus the Owls. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock at TD-ECU Stadium. You got to be there as Houston takes on the Rice Owls for the Bayou Bucket. Of course, 2 Houston rivalries. You know, this is the closest FCS schools in the nation. So you know it's a bitter rivalry between these 2 teams. FBS, I mean. We'll be celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments, and we have a Bayou Bucket special. Only $15 for 100-level tickets and only $10 for 200-level tickets. Go to uhcougars.com/promo, enter promo code RICE24, and get your $15 tickets for the 100-level, $10 tickets for the 200-level. uhcougars.com/promo, enter that promo code RICE24 and get to the Bayou Bucket tomorrow night. It's going to be a good old time. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Song makes me want a little cold beer. Anytime I hear country music, I want to have some cold beer. Yusei Kikuchi on the mound tonight for the Astros. 8-9, 4.31 ERA. He's been better than that as an Astro. And then the Italian, Aldegari, lefty. First time the Astros will see Aldegari, which usually doesn't bode well for the Astros. Keith from LA got onto you earlier too, Brian, for jinxing the Astros. Because you said this is going to be a good week for them. They got the Angels.
Oh, that. Oh, my toast from 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, would you rather face them a better team than the Angels?
Astros play better against better teams.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Yeah, so Kikuchi on the mound. What's Kikuchi get you tonight? No lineup yet for the Astros.
6 in the third, 1.
Ooh, yeah, I'll take it.
I like
Yeah,
it.
I'll take that as well.
I think he's going to do it.
I hope you're right.
Me too.
I hope that you're right about that.
That would be very, very nice way to start the weekend because I think that they got to take an advantage in the Angels series because the Padres are going to be tough.
Yeah, they will be. If you love getting great deals and eating even better restaurants, we have great news for you. Houston Restaurant Week has been extended through September 30th. ESPN 97.5, proud partner for Houston Restaurant Weeks in 2024. And it's time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. Dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefix menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all the participating restaurants. All right, let's get to Mean Text, our car wreck, each and every Friday. There we go. Need that. Twitch, just the cesspool that is Twitch. Always very, very mean. So give you a shout out right from the rip, Twitchers. Velocity Limited 4 earlier today says that Branham hates having fun. It's mean.
Do you hate having fun,
I
Jeremy?
do. It is accurate, but it's still mean. Fun's overrated. Why would you have fun? Why would anybody want to have fun?
You always have fun.
No, I don't. I'm anti-fun.
You always have fun.
I don't like fun. I hate having fun. I think he was right. Alex on Twitch earlier said that TK greater than BK. We had TK and BK on today.
I love both, but I mean, it's fair. TK's has a far longer and more prestigious resume at this point.
I think it was fun to have BK on
Yeah,
and give
absolutely.
BK a dose of BK, and I always love having TK on.
Yeah, I'd like to have BK on
It's a
later in the
win-win.
season.
Alex thought it was more of a win when TK was on, though.
Okay.
According to Alex. But that was mean to BK.
Think of the alternative. Of the 3 guys we had to choose from, if we were going to have one of them on, we had the right one.
You don't want Cody's
No.
toots?
No. He's, that.
You don't want any Stutservations?
I just think sometimes
Tootservations?
you just got to sit it out and let the big boys handle
It
it.
was a good question. Cody's toots. Caleb Williams' trajectory is Ryan Tannehill. It's mean.
Who said that?
Texture, I think.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, no, that's way off.
Tannehill had a good career.
It was decent.
I mean, he made tons of money.
He did make a ton
Post
of money.
Miami, he had a pretty good
It's
career.
a pretty good career. Like, if Caleb Williams turns out to be Ryan Tannehill, we'll call him a bust. But that was a good career.
I think that, when you differentiate, you can have a good career financially and you can have a good career successfully. I would think Caleb's going to be more successful and still get financially taken care of very well.
I thought it was interesting. DJ called him more of Russell Wilson than Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
I mean, Russell Wilson also had a really good career, though.
He sure did.
That wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be bad. Kristen Humble, I'm in Midland for work. Sports radio sucks here. Thank goodness for the app. So I was mean to Midland.
Very much.
I mean, it's fair, though.
A lot of money in Midland.
That doesn't mean you want to be there,
A
though.
lot of money in Midland. Did you, Brian might have seen this. There's a trailer out for a new show called Landman, I think.
I think I remember seeing something about that.
It's like
but
from the makers of Yellowstone.
Sure.
And it's got Billy Bob Thornton.
Oh, I did see
It's
that.
got John Hamm.
Yes.
And it's
yes,
about like
yes.
the oil game in West Texas.
Yes.
It looks good.
think
I will
they
be watching.
We had like Entertainment Tonight or something like that. They were previewing it, and then they did the throwback to when Billy Bob was dating Angelina Jolie.
That's right.
And they showed him at the MTV Music Awards when she went into detail about what she did to him in a limousine. And it was like, when did Angelina fall off the rails and get that loose for a while with Billy Bob Thornton? I forgot about that.
Sheesh, blinkers.
Feels like slut shaming a little bit there.
Well, but Angelina Jolie's fighting with Brad Pitt, and she's, all these environmental issues and everything like that. Forget back in the day when she was a little wild one.
Billy Bob Thornton was in the Wasn't he in Friday Night Lights, the movie?
He was.
Yes,
So he likes roles where he's in West Texas.
I don't know if he still does. He lived here for a long time in Houston.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he used to go to this Italian restaurant on West Gray all the time.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, a buddy of mine was a bartender and said he'd serve him his drinks.
Interesting. My brother served Matthew McConaughey a drink once, and he came over and he was like, make sure you put some more gasoline in that, like with his, Texas accent.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. Hard to trust a Houston sports guy wearing a Bucks shirt. Said to you.
Okay.
You're wearing a Bucks shirt. Titus Howard's going to be collecting child support from several members of the Colts D-line in 9 months. I know what you mean by that, Tyler and Conroe. Not very nice. And then Houston Dab. I just don't get how I can consciously put on a cutoff sweater on top of a T-shirt. I just physically won't let myself.
Anyone that calls a sweatshirt a sweater has no ground to talk.
It was a little chilly, right, that day?
Yeah, well, it's freezing in here right now.
It's a little chilly that day. All right, that does it for us. Thank you to Brian for doing all the hard work. He's Blank. I am Branham. Enjoy your football weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Hall of Fame coming up at 7. Comic Cast at 8. Space Cowboy 705 on 92.5. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye-bye.